Upon awakening, Shen Qing found herself in a dilapidated thatched cottage, her garments patched and tattered, subsisting on a meager diet of cornmeal paste devoid of any trace of meat or oil. Shen Qing, this is utterly tragic. The eldest son, raised with undue favoritism, was a foolish and incapable creature, intent on abandoning his ailing daughter. The second son, a veritable workhorse, took on the most arduous and laborious tasks. The third son was greedy, while the fourth was cunning, and the youngest, a scholar, exhibited selfishness. The daughter was pitiable, and the sister-in-law's plight was dire. They awaited the impending flood that would surely spell annihilation for the entire family. Shen Qing, this is insufferably difficult. Life is arduous, and the salted fish sighs in despair. Determined to survive, Shen Qing rolled up her sleeves, resolute to rouse each and every one of them, be they lazy, gluttonous, or self-serving, to labor and earn silver. Detected 3¼ gene of fresh wild river shrimp at 37 per gene, 7 gene of fresh wild river fish at 13 per gene. Would you like to sell? White flour at 2 per gene. Would you like to purchase? Asterisk. Huabing, the eldest daughter-in-law of the Jiang family, who had given birth to 2 daughters, did not anticipate that upon awakening, her mother-in-law would not only refrain from casting her and her daughters away, but would also provide them with eggs and meat. Huabing, from now on, my mother-in-law shall be my guiding light. Sons, mother is the strongest, the best. Wherever she points, they shall follow. All the villagers, floods, disasters, blizzards, and societal turmoil. Under Shen Qing, there is meat to eat. Chapter 1: A Nightmare. Has she become the very wicked mother-in-law she once decried? Mother, I beg you, eat something. If you do not, your health will surely decline. Mother-in-law, you may scold or strike me, I shall endure, but please do not cast us aside. Do not mention what displeases mother. The most pressing matter is to ensure mother consumes food. Nothing is more vital than her health. Mother, please let us in. Shen Qing, upon opening her eyes and witnessing the low, dark ceiling, was momentarily stunned, unsure if she was still ensnared in a dream. For several consecutive nights, she had been plagued by the same dream, in which she inhabited this very dilapidated abode. With a thatched roof and walls of mud and reeds, the uneven earthen floor bore small puddles, a clear indication of leaks from the rain. The room was devoid of any furniture or belongings, starkly bare. In one corner lay a few dusty burlap sacks, making the already cramped space feel even smaller. Shen Qing's eyes brimmed with confusion. Was she still dreaming? The thin wooden door creaked as clear cries echoed from outside, causing Shen Qing's eyes to widen as she abruptly sat up in bed. The sudden movement brought on dizziness, her heart plummeting, yet her mind grew ever more alert. The venomous old crone she had encountered in her dreams resided in this very room. The entire family, including the granddaughter not yet 3, would wail and lament at the slightest misstep, their peace contingent upon her whims. From finances to the minutiae of daily sustenance, everything was dictated by her will. This time, it seemed the eldest daughter-in-law had just given birth to a second daughter, and the old woman, resorting to starvation as leverage, threatened to cast both granddaughters away, one not yet 3 years old and the other still a newborn, both too frail to sell, destined to perish if abandoned in a remote wasteland. The eldest granddaughter, having reached 3 years, was on the cusp of becoming useful, though she need not be discarded. The recent cold snap had rendered her ill, compounded by the arrival of an unwanted child. In a fit of rage, unwilling to spend silver on a physician, the old woman resorted to threats of starvation to ensure compliance. Such threats, however, required careful consideration. Hanging was not an option in this low-roofed reed hut, where a rope could only be tied in distant woods, nor could one simply drown for the same reasons. Should one wish to retract their actions, there would be no chance. Thus, starvation became the most prudent choice, devoid of danger while ensuring control over all offspring. Who could bear to witness their own mother refusing sustenance before their very eyes? Ultimately, she would have her way. Whatever she decreed would be obeyed. Once a concession was made, it would pave the way for further compromises, eventually becoming habitual. Such cunning and manipulation, if applied externally, could have led to prosperity. Yet here she was, embroiled in a struggle over meager rations while plotting against her daughter-in-law and discarding her granddaughters. Amidst all this scheming, she had failed to recognize her own downfall, leading her to inhabit this new existence. With a sigh, she listened to her stomach's rumbling and called out, "I am hungry. Please bring me something to eat." The cacophony outside paused momentarily, followed by an exuberant reply, I, coming right away. Mother has finally consented to eat. Hu Bing, kneeling on the ground with her frail daughter in her arms, paused in momentary astonishment, a flicker of doubt crossing her mind but remaining unspoken. Her mother-in-law had yet to achieve her objective. How could she suddenly express a desire to eat? In the past, the mother-in-law would inevitably wail and lament, compelling the head of the household or her younger brothers to acquiesce before she would agree to eat. "Mother," the frail little girl called softly, glancing up at her still mother. The energetic little girl beside her quickly tugged at her sleeve, urging, "Get up. You can't worsen your illness." "Auntie, I was merely surprised to hear Mother mention wanting to eat," Hu Bing explained with a forced smile. "Did I in the past, when faced with taunts from her sister-in-law, Jiang Shui, Hu Bing would remain silent. But this time, the strongest opposition to the mother-in-law's decision to abandon the two girls came from Jiang Shui. Though Jiang Shui may have felt indifferent towards the newborn, she had cared for the eldest daughter, Xiaohua, more than anyone else. In matters of child-rearing, those who invest more affection inevitably form deeper bonds, and Jiang Shui, despite her usual laziness, had never skimped on caring for Xiaohua. This time, she was the most vocal in her dissent. Hu Bing felt a surge of gratitude. Jiang Shui picked up Xiaohua, deftly brushing the dust off the girl's skirt. Gazing at her frail niece, she refrained from uttering any ill omens, instead remarking, "If Mother wishes to eat, she surely will not abandon Xiaohua and Xiaoqiao." Though she spoke optimistically, her heart remained heavy. Having been a daughter for 15 years, she was well aware of her mother's tendencies. It was certain that her hunger had driven her to fill her belly first, followed by a lamentation before her sons about how daughters were worthless, that the family's resources were scarce, and that raising two girls while spending silver on their ailments was untenable. She was merely acting in the family's best interest. Inevitably, she would reiterate that a daughter-in-law could be replaced and children could be born anew, but a mother could only be one. Historical accounts of mothers sacrificing their children for their own well-being had become legends. Today, it was merely about discarding two burdensome daughters. Chapter 2. She is not her biological mother, so she certainly won't indulge them. The thin wooden door swung open, and a flurry of people rushed in. Shen Qing cast a glance. The ones at the forefront were all her sons. With tears streaming down his face, her eldest son, Jiang Xiangdong, cried out, "Mother, you've finally eaten something. I've been worried sick these past 2 days." Shen Qing could only let out a cold laugh. "Your mother is about to abandon her own daughter, yet you still concern yourself with her meals. Which family is not struggling when their children are being tossed aside? How much grain could be saved by discarding 2 infants? What is wrong with that pig-headed boy? Does he not realize that there is only one mother, but a wife can be found anew, and children can be born again? Where, pray tell, would one find another? Hu Bing is a child bride, costing no silver, yet marrying a wife in their circumstances requires 7 or 8 taels of silver. Their entire household barely has a dozen taels. With 5 brothers, how could their mother possibly spare any silver for him to wed? Without a wife, who would bear him children?" Shen Qing's gaze drifted to her eldest son. Next to him was her third son, Jiang Xiangnan, whose youthful face was etched with concern. And her fourth son, Jiang Xiangbei, pursed his lips as she recalled the grim fate she had witnessed in her dreams. As summer rains washed away the riverbanks, flooding ensued. Houses collapsed, and everywhere were the afflicted, the displaced. Her family was no exception. On the road of famine, they endured hunger and sleepless nights while contending with various acts of violence and robbery, left with no money, possessions, or support. Those who remained scattered perished, and none had a peaceful end. Witnessing over 10 souls succumb to a wretched fate, she lamented the absence of a descendant like herself. Had she been there, she would have ensured that the old tyrant understood what it meant to be a true villain, tempered by another villain. Now, it seemed unnecessary for her to enlighten others on the nature of wickedness, for she had become that very villain. The wretched old tyrant that had haunted her dreams had manifested as her own self. Moreover, strictly speaking, wicked was an understatement. She was not even truly old. For even with grandchildren, she was merely 37 years of age. At 37, she was still quite youthful compared to many in Huagua, some of whom were even childless. Like herself. Who would have thought that upon crossing over, she would not only have a multitude of children, but also a granddaughter? Shen Qing suddenly felt that despite her grave illness, she seemed to have suffered little disadvantage. Well, since she had arrived, she must certainly get her act together and strive to lead a good life. "Mother, please have some porridge. It's been kept warm in the pot. And it's quite thick," Hu Bing offered cautiously, presenting a coarse ceramic bowl. As Shen Qing accepted the bowl, the entire room fixed their gaze upon her. unable to suppress their salivation. It was the agricultural off-season, and meals were reduced to 2 a day. Originally, they would have had breakfast around the hour of the snake. But since their mother had not responded or opened the door, they could only intermittently call out until now, well past noon, leaving them genuinely hungry. Shen Qing was indeed famished. Her limbs felt weak as she took the coarse bowl, her gaze first landing on her eldest daughter-in-law, Huabing, eliciting a sigh. This child truly had a hard life, sold into the Jiang family as a child bride at the tender age of 10. She rose before the rooster and slept after the dog, always eating the least and working the hardest. Thankfully, she had a strong constitution and had grown up robustly. With an exterior of grace and valor, she possessed an inner resilience that was truly commendable. The domineering mother-in-law threatened to abandon her daughter and her husband. Blinded by filial piety, chose to accompany their 2 children along a path that led to ruin. Indeed, this time, not only were 2 granddaughters cast aside, but Huabing also followed suit. Even in Huagua, a woman who had just given birth, accompanied by a sickly child and another under a month old, faced an unbearable struggle, how much more so in this backward place, where no means of survival existed. And so it was, upon venturing out, they faced hunger and cold. First, the eldest daughter fell ill and perished, soon followed by the youngest. Huabing, once strong and robust, was depleted by childbirth and the subsequent loss of her 2 children, leaving her devoid of the will to carry on. And she soon found herself standing beside 2 tiny graves. Alas, how tragic! Shen Qing, while pitying others, brought the yellowish mush from the coarse bowl to her lips, nearly shedding tears as she swallowed. It was tasteless, not to mention harsh on her throat. The scratchiness was painful, this shouldn't be. Corn was something she often gnawed on. She had consumed plenty of coarse corn porridge before, especially since it often took on this yellowish hue. Yet, the mush before her, though rougher than Huagua-esque cornmeal, bore an astounding difference in texture. Struggling to swallow the mush, her eyes scrutinized the coarse ceramic bowl. Inside, she saw not only yellow grains but also white-brown strips. Was that corn cob? The white core of the corn, but wasn't tea that meant for kindling? Could it even be eaten in ancient times? Mother, why are you not eating? Sister-in-law, why didn't tea make something that mother enjoys, like egg custard? Her 3rd son, Jiang Xiangnan, raised an eyebrow, displeased as he reproached. Jiang Shui, lingering behind, scoffed, but did not speak up. It was none of his concern. Jiang Xiangdong rubbed his hands together, glancing between his mother and daughter-in-law, his anxious expression betraying his indecision about what to say. Upon hearing her 3rd son's rebuke directed at her eldest daughter-in-law, Shen Qing, momentarily forgetting her grumbling stomach, retorted coolly, "If you know your mother loves egg custard, why don't you make it yourself?" Instead of taking initiative, he was instructing others. What a fine example of filial duty. What good did it do to be at the forefront, if in the end, it was still Huabing who brought the porridge to fill their bellies? Jiang Xiangnan stared at Shen Qing in disbelief, exclaiming, "Mother, how could I possibly make egg custard? Besides, I'm a son, cooking is women's work." In their household, it was hardly just kitchen duties, his sister-in-law did everything. Since she arrived, anyone could order her about, and they had grown accustomed to it over the years. If you can't do it, then learn. Are you a grown man, incapable of performing a task that a woman can do? Shen Qing was not his biological mother, so she certainly would not indulge him. Moreover, even if she were, she would not coddle him as the original did, leading to their sons becoming as useless as the pampered scions of wealthy families when faced with calamity. The impoverished have their own methods of upbringing. Unbridled indulgence would only harm them and ultimately themselves. Chapter 3: The Reformation must begin with the sons. Jiang Xiangnan's eyes widened in shock, unable to believe his ears, convinced that he had misheard. In their household, aside from the youngest brother, he was the most favored by their mother. Typically, he could command his sister-in-law, and even his elder brother and younger sister, with his mother merely scolding him verbally, never taking true action. Surely, it must be the same now. He stammered, "Mother, The eggs are in the wicker basket behind the door. Take 2, no, take 5 to make poached eggs. Your sister-in-law is still in confinement, so serve her 2. Your sick niece still hasn't tea recovered, so serve her 1. The remaining 2, bring to mother," Shen Qing instructed clearly. Originally, she intended to make egg custard or egg drop soup, but those could be diluted, and she wouldn't know how much would truly be consumed. Poached eggs were distinct and clear, with no worry of skimping. Currently, in their home, Huabing had given birth less than 10 days ago, and her meager meals were both scant and inferior. Coupled with the toll of childbirth, if she did not properly recuperate, it would be difficult for them to survive the impending flood, even if they fled together. Little Hua was in an even worse state, at 3 years old. She was as frail as a sprout. In Huagua, she would be cherished like a treasure, receiving daily milk, fruits, biscuits, and candies, with her parents and grandparents eager to dote upon her whenever she fell ill. In the Jiang household, when one fell ill, the doting grandmother hesitated to spend money on medicine and contemplated abandoning her. To her dismay, the foolishly filial father agreed, while the uncles remained utterly silent. You see, one egg cannot possibly ruin this family. Even if the family were to collapse, it would be due to the adults' incompetence, not the fault of the children. After Shen Qing articulated her thoughts, the room fell into a silence so profound that only the sound of gasps could be heard. Everyone's eyes widened instinctively, mouths slightly agape, staring in astonishment at Shen Qing. Mother, how is it that you have changed so upon waking? That egg can be exchanged for salt and other goods. It is immensely precious. Typically, only my younger brother, who attends the academy, gets to enjoy one at dinner, while the rest of us rarely have the opportunity. My sister-in-law, Xiaohua, and my younger sister can barely manage even a sip of soup. While it was understandable for Mother to eat 2 eggs herself, how could she possibly share with Huabing and Xiaohua? Shen Qing's mind raced, and she had already devised a clever explanation. Initially, she considered claiming that her deceased husband had visited her in a dream, but quickly dismissed the idea. The late Jiang father was not a man of virtue. His reputation was merely a fade he maintained by pushing the original owner to bear the brunt of wrongdoing while he enjoyed the accolades from behind. Would a man of such character have a change of heart in death and instruct her to treat her daughter-in-law and granddaughter kindly? Surely. Even a 3-year-old child would not believe such a tale. Thus, she settled on another narrative. Mother had experienced an extensive and vivid dream, wherein the Bodhisattva provided guidance. Though the details must remain undisclosed, the essence was clear. To thrive, one must treat all equally, otherwise, calamity would befall the family and none would escape unscathed. Throughout history, divine beings and prophetic dreams have always been held in high esteem, especially when intertwined. Furthermore, she was not mistaken. The original owner's preferential treatment had disrupted the household harmony, leading to a dismal fate for all. None had met a peaceful end. As the eldest son, Jiang Xiangdong was entirely obedient to his mother, unconditionally believing in and executing her every word, whether good or bad. Upon hearing Shen Qing's words, his initial reaction was one of agreement. Mother truly possesses divine insight. Even the Bodhisattva has sent you a dream. Very well, we shall follow your instructions. Jiang Xiangnan opened his mouth to object, but hesitated, feeling it would be disrespectful to the divine. Jiang Xiangbei, indifferent, occasionally cast anxious glances outside. Jiang Shui longed for an egg. She could not compete for her mother's portion nor for Xiaohua's. She turned to her elder sister-in-law, then remembered the newborn Xiao Chao and said, Mother, I will keep an eye on third brother. We must not waste the egg. Shen Qing acknowledged her with a nod, gesturing for the two to hasten and prepare boiled eggs, for she was truly famished. The corn porridge was devoid of oil and salt and irritated her throat. She had no desire to consume it any longer. After Huabing served her the porridge, she felt uncomfortable, her hands and feet unsure of where to rest. Even her heart felt unsettled. She opened her mouth to speak, but found no words, glancing down to see her eldest daughter gazing at her with wide, hopeful eyes. Mother, can Huahua really eat an egg? Are they truly delicious? Huabing struggled to hold back tears, but they sprang forth uncontrollably. She wiped her tears and choked out, Yes, they're delicious. Mother will give you an extra one later. She had received 2 herself. Her mother-in-law had surprisingly allocated her 2 eggs. Xiaohua shook her little head earnestly and replied, No need, Mother should feed my little sister. You eat. I'm small and cannot eat too much. I'll share with my little aunt. The last to walk, Jiang Shui, felt warmer and sweeter than if she had eaten an egg after hearing her sister's innocent words. Shen Qing looked at the scene before her and felt a sense of contentment. Had she given the eggs to her sons, they would have taken it for granted, believing it their due as sons, expecting nourishing meals, while not lifting a finger for cooking, cleaning, or tending the garden. During the busy farming season, They would rush to harvest and plant. As family members, Huabing and Jiang Shui were naturally expected to contribute, as food was of utmost importance. If women could perform farm work during busy seasons, then it was only logical that they should also share the burden during quieter times, especially regarding food. Reflecting on this, Shen Qing called out toward the door, "Eldest, return." Jiang Xiangdong quickly turned and ran back, a broad smile on his face. "Mother, what is it you wish to discuss?" Shen Qing pointed toward Xiaohua. Huabing's heart raced as she recalled her mother-in-law had yet to declare that Xiaohua and Xiao Chao would not be abandoned. The transformation in her mother-in-law upon awakening was remarkable, and she instinctively believed that they would not be discarded, yet the words had yet to be spoken. She held her eldest daughter tightly, anxiety rising in her throat. "Your daughter is ill. Will you not summon a doctor?" Shen Qing said sharply. "Filial piety is commendable, but it should not come at the expense of one's children or the well-being of other relatives. That is mere foolishness." Jiang Xiangdong had not anticipated the matter concerned Xiaohua. He looked at his eldest daughter, clad in a tattered garment, her face pale and gaunt, tinged with an unnatural flush. A wave of unfamiliar sorrow washed over him. Chapter 4. The family's entire savings and assets. Jiang Xiangdong swiftly left to summon a doctor, his steps quick and determined. Shen Qing addressed Huabing and Xiaohua, the only two remaining in the house, saying, "You both return to your room. We will discuss matters once the doctor arrives." She needed to conserve her strength until the food arrived, for she truly lacked the energy to deliberate further at that moment. "All right, mother, please take care." Huabing led Xiaohua back to their room, glancing back frequently, filled with confusion and reluctance, yet devoid of the previous distrust. Shen Qing waved her hand dismissively. Before long, the boiled eggs were brought in without sugar and seasoned with salt. Shen Qing mused that had there been brown sugar and cooking oil, frying a few eggs and then simmering them with a bit of sugar would have made for a nourishing dish, especially beneficial for a woman in confinement. Alas, in these times, salt was a precious commodity, and sugar even more so. For a family like theirs, they had to ration their salt, let alone purchase brown sugar. Taking a bite, she found the delicate silkiness of the egg far surpassed the gritty corn porridge, a true delight for her famished body. It was exquisitely delicious. Even when frying eggs, she had only ever used chicken eggs, as she believed duck eggs lacked the refreshing smoothness of chicken eggs and carried a faint fishy odor. Yet today, the boiled duck egg was surprisingly delightful. Indeed, what lay in her bowl were duck eggs. With abundant water sources in Xingqing, the ducks, foraging and returning well-fed each evening, required no extra feed, leading many households to raise them. With so many ducks, not only were they of little monetary value, but duck eggs were also cheap compared to chicken eggs, which were prized for their smoothness. 2 chicken eggs could be exchanged for 3 duck eggs. Thus families would indulge in a duck egg or 2, but never dared to touch their precious chicken eggs. All chicken eggs were carefully stored, as were most duck eggs, to be exchanged for salt and various necessities when venturing into town or attending markets. Shen Qing was already quite content to have duck eggs to eat. She devoured one in a few bites, swiftly finishing the second, leaving the bowl clean of broth and remnants, as if she had finally been revived. The exhaustion that had nearly drained her spirit began to wane, and after sitting at the edge of the bed for a moment, Shen Qing took a deep breath and began to assess her assets. Following the memories from her dream, she moved to the innermost corner of the bed, lifted the heavy, dark quilt, and extracted a small cloth pouch, pouring its contents out onto the bed. Carefully counting twice, there were 11 pieces of silver and 327 copper coins. Shen Qing was uncertain of the exact value of the silver, but she could discern size. Each of the 11 pieces was small and similar in size. Given her family's financial situation, she surmised that each piece was likely worth around 1 tael. This meant that the family's greatest asset consisted solely of these 11 taels along with 327 copper coins. In ancient times, salt was under the control of the imperial court and served as a crucial source of revenue for the state treasury, costing around 70 to 80 won per pound, with an individual requiring 2 to 3 pounds of salt annually for their entire household. The expenditure on salt alone would amount to at least over 1 tael of silver each year. 11 taels in savings was woefully inadequate. No wonder they had no capacity to withstand risks during the flight from the flood. Money held little value during their escape. Yet the cities they passed en route to safety were not affected by the floods. There were provisions available for purchase. Most critically, Once they found a suitable place to reside, they would need funds for building houses, clearing land, and acquiring food. Each of these necessities required silver. Recalling the calamity of the flood, vivid images of suffering flooded Shen Qing's mind. She hurriedly got out of bed and walked towards the burlap sacks piled in the corner. 3 sacks lay there, 2 slightly inflated, and 1 half collapsed. She first opened the deflated sack, revealing finely ground cornmeal, a mixture of yellow and white-brown granules. Presumably, the porridge they had begun eating today was made from it. Shen Qing furrowed her brow. If the corn was ground into meal for consumption, then the other 2 sacks must contain unthreshed corn. It was only March now, and wheat would not be harvested until early May. How could such a meager supply sustain the entire family until the wheat was ready? March and April were the lean months, explaining why they were reluctant to discard the corn, grinding it down to mix into their meals. Shen Qing untied the strings of the 2 remaining sacks. One contained, as she suspected, unthreshed corn, while the other revealed a cloth bag. Curious, she opened the cloth bag to find white flour, weighing approximately 5 to 6 pounds, not much. But this fine grain was a luxury, which explained its separate storage in a cloth bag. However, this 5 to 6 pounds of flour, when prepared, would only suffice for 1 meal for the family, barely enough for a day when combined with vegetables and wild greens. With no money, no meat, little oil, and scant salt, even coarse grains and vegetables could not be consumed freely. When the flood struck in June or July, how would they have the strength to flee? Along the escape route, they would face not only the perils of a long journey and scarcity of food, but also the constant threat of desperate refugees resorting to theft. During the day, they would need to be vigilant, and at night, true rest would be elusive. Under such circumstances, even the strongest could be reduced to mere skin and bones. It would be fortunate if even 1 out of 10 survived. Often, not a single person from a family would remain. With the flood looming in 2 to 3 months, 11 taels in savings and 3 sacks of grain left this family impoverished, so destitute that they lacked even the capital to engage in trade. The more Shen Qing contemplated, the colder her heart felt. She turned her gaze to the eggs stored behind the door. 2 wicker baskets rested there. The chicken eggs were few, perhaps around 10, while the duck eggs were considerably more plentiful, numbering over 40. Shen Qing contemplated making salted duck eggs, recalling that salt cost 70 to 80 won per pound. The cost of duck eggs was low, but salt was not cheap. However, if there were no vendors selling salted duck eggs in the city, even if the prices were low and profits minimal, at least there would be some earnings. What she feared most was that someone in the city had already begun selling salted duck eggs, making it difficult to compete. If no one was willing to try them, they would end up unsold, and this family could not afford the luxury of financial losses. After the wheat harvest in May, they typically planted corn quickly, aiming to harvest by the end of September. The wheat was too precious to consume, and most would be sold, with the proceeds used for living expenses, saving the remainder. Corn was the staple food for the entire family for the year. Yet, with the floods in June, they would be unable to harvest corn. And if the wheat could not be sold, they would have little left to sustain themselves. The largest source of income throughout the year would be lost. Only 2 to 3 months remained. Shen Qing gazed at the sky outside, troubled. There was little point in worrying about distant troubles when immediate issues needed addressing. She needed to talk to her sons about implementing a system of rewards for hard work. In Chapter 5, the family was called inside for a scolding, after which Jiang Xiangnan and the others hurried to finish their lunch. The thick porridge that had been served was only half consumed, and the remainder was poured into a large iron pot. After stirring it well, a portion was set aside for Jiang Xiangdong, who had gone out to fetch a doctor, while the rest was evenly distributed into each bowl. Their mother had decreed that all food in the household was to be shared equally, regardless of age or gender. Jiang Xiangnan squatted in the yard, greedily consuming the cornmeal porridge while glancing at Xiaohua. Before long, a broad smile broke on his face as he asked, "Xiaohua, you ate an entire egg. Do you want your third uncle to help you finish some of the less tasty porridge?" Their mother had said that those who were hungry should eat, and those who ate more should find a way to fill their bellies, either by seeking work in the city or foraging for wild vegetables. If they could bring back money or food, they would earn extra rations. Asking Xiaohua for food was just one of his strategies. Xiaohua looked up at her third uncle with wide eyes, her young mind realizing that she wasn't foolish. The porridge was indeed a valuable food. If she couldn't finish it, she could share it with her mother or aunt. Why should she give it to her third uncle, who claimed it was unpalatable? Jiang Xiangbei cast a disdainful glance at his third brother, subtly shifting away from Jiang Xiangnan. His brother was truly ridiculous when their mother wanted to discard Xiao Hua and Xiao Chao. He had said nothing to help, yet now he shamelessly asked Xiao Hua for food. Xiao Hua might not finish her portion, but there was still the elder sister-in-law to consider. Having just given birth, she needed to eat well, and their mother was providing Xiao Hua with the same rations, clearly a subsidy for the elder sister-in-law. How could his third brother be so oblivious to this? Jiang Xiangnan, feeling uncomfortable under his brother's scrutiny, rubbed his nose and muttered, "Xiangbei, later. Third brother will join you to set the traps." "Absolutely not. That was my trap. If you want to catch fish and shrimp, go set your own." Jiang Xiangbei replied without hesitation. Their mother had said everyone should rely on their own abilities. Those who earned more would receive more. He wasn't about to share his hard-earned catch with his third brother. Jiang Xiangnan grumbled, "Set your own. It's just fish and shrimp. I could easily catch a basketful." The key, however, was that even if he did catch them, it would be of little use. The larger fish were elusive and difficult to catch. The traps were filled with small fish and shrimp, which were pitifully small, at most just a finger's length, full of bones and little meat. Without frying them in oil, they were hardly worth eating, serving only as feed for the chickens and ducks to produce more eggs. The small river shrimp were slightly better, but only marginally so. Their shells took up a significant portion, leaving only a meager tail, hardly enough to satisfy, and eating them was a hassle, not worth the effort. Now was not the time for picky eating. Even the thinnest legs of flies were still meat. And even the tiniest river shrimp could fill a gap in one's diet. Without hard work and diligence, one would truly go hungry. And the pangs of hunger were unbearable. Jiang Shui observed her industrious third brother, deep in thought as she glanced back toward the house. In the past, the food in the household had favored her brothers, leaving her sister-in-law, and Xiao Hua with barely enough to fill their stomachs with watery gruel. In the past, fourth brother frequently ventured out to the fields to set traps for fish and shrimp, catch loach and eel, and gather snails and river clams. Although these creatures were abundant in Shen Qing and fetched little price, loach and eel were considered a delicacy. Occasionally, he could peel the tails of the small river shrimp for little flour to nourish her body, while the snails and river clams, along with small fish, could be used to feed the chickens and ducks, resulting in a greater yield of eggs for the household. However, their mother seemed oblivious to these efforts, perhaps believing that such tasks were fourth brother's responsibility, never offering any additional rewards or even verbal praise. Whenever fourth brother expressed grievances, she would merely invoke the notion that they were all one family to silence him. Consequently, over time, fourth brother's contributions dwindled significantly. He ceased to engage in the arduous tasks of catching loach and eel, and only occasionally set traps, feeding the small fish to the chickens and ducks, while the tails of the river shrimp would be quietly prepared by elder sister-in-law for little flour. Third brother, on the other hand, was astute. He resolutely refused to work, doing nothing at all. Besides the labor required during the busy farming season, he shunned all other tasks. When he had free time, he would lie motionless, reasoning that no matter how much silver he earned, it would be futile, as his younger brother's education in the city demanded substantial funds. Why should he toil relentlessly to support the entire family? The good food was not his alone to enjoy, and the comfort of rest belonged solely to him. Suffering first did not guarantee sweetness later, but the initial sweetness was indeed delightful. To everyone's surprise, the usually indolent third brother decided to become industrious, intending to catch fish and shrimp. Jiang Shui, with a cheerful tone, called out to third brother, "Put in some effort, who knows? You might just catch a big fish and sell it in the city for some silver. If you catch enough, building a house could also become a possibility." Jiang Xiangnan snorted, offering no reply. Did she truly believe that catching a big fish was so easy? Such bravado. Observing Jiang Xiangnan's silence, Jiang Shui continued, "In my opinion, you and third brother might as well seek work in the prefectural city, checking to see if any wealthy families are hiring casual laborers. It would be far more beneficial to earn silver that way." If she were a boy, she would have already ventured to the city to find work. The family's land yielded only meager sustenance each year, barely enough to stave off hunger. Why not explore other avenues in the city? Jiang Xiangnan bit her lip, remaining silent, yet her thoughts began to stir. In the past, no matter how much she earned, everything had to be handed over to their mother, belonging to the entire family, leaving her with nothing. But now, things were different. Their mother implied that those who earned would receive an additional share. If that were the case, earning more meant saving more. With that thought, she resolved to start by catching fish and shrimp. At the very least, ensuring her own stomach was filled. And loach and eel, these could still fetch a few coins in the city. Enough to buy a couple of pounds of cornmeal, allowing her to prepare a hearty meal. The more she contemplated, the more exhilarated she became. And she gulped down the cornmeal porridge in her bowl, hastily washed the dishes in the kitchen, and grabbed the tools from the yard, rushing towards the riverbank. Seeing third brother becoming industrious, Jiang Xiangbei quickly finished the wild vegetable porridge in his bowl and followed suit. Chapter 6. Poverty, oh poverty, what a lack of everything. Little Flower looked at the empty yard, holding a large bowl aloft towards Jiang Shui, her voice sweet and tender. "Auntie, eat this." The mockery that had once adorned Jiang Shui's face vanished, replaced by a gentle smile as she leaned down to coax. "Auntie is full. Dear Hua Hua, you eat." She was not deceiving Little Flower. Their mother had eaten an egg, leaving her with little porridge, and the portion that belonged to her mother had been left sparse. Second brother had been away for over half a month, laboring on the riverbank, and the younger brother had just returned for dinner. Today, the food was divided, yielding a significantly larger portion for her, while for her brothers, it was considerably less, yet for her, it was indeed a substantial half-bowl more. It was far better than the usual watery meal. "Auntie eats, Hua Hua can't finish," Little Flower insisted. Jiang Shui understood that it was only natural for Little Flower to be unable to finish. But she felt that this extra portion was not rightfully hers. "Take it to your mother." Elder sister-in-law needed to eat more so that Little Chow could also have enough. And besides, elder sister-in-law was tall and robust, while the portion that sufficed for Jiang Shui was far from adequate for her. Little Flower shook her head and whispered, "Auntie, there's an egg inside. Mama asked me to give it to you. We can't let anyone see." Jiang Shui fully understood. She had always been somewhat harsh with elder sister-in-law, and the fact that elder sister-in-law was willing to give her an entire egg surely stemmed from gratitude for her protection of Little Flower. Her protection was not merely because Little Flower was elder sister-in-law's child, but because Little Flower was deserving of it. Therefore, elder sister-in-law need not feel additional gratitude. Gazing at the high bowl, Jiang Shui accepted it, initially intending to return it, but after a moment's contemplation, she retrieved the egg from the bottom and delicately savored it. Bite by bite. "All right, Little Flower, you take the porridge to your mother and tell her that Auntie enjoyed her meal very much." Little Flower cheered and carefully carried the large bowl into the house. Jiang Shui watched until Little Flower disappeared inside before redirecting her gaze towards the reed fence surrounding the yard, picking up a bamboo basket as she stepped outside. She could not compare to her brothers, who could plunge into the water to catch fish or toil in the fields to sell eels for silver. For the men, getting wet was no concern, and they could even go shirtless, but if she got wet outside, she would face dire consequences, or worse, suffer a fate worse than death. Fish had their paths, shrimp had theirs. Although she could not enter the water, she could gather wild vegetables. During the transitional season, the vegetable garden was rather barren. But wild vegetables were plentiful, and the more she gathered, the more bowls she could fill to satisfy her hunger. Shen Qing, noticing that her son and daughter had all gone out to work, finally stepped out of the house. She had just finished counting the meager possessions in her home, which were painfully scarce, and no matter how she looked at them, they would not multiply. If she wanted to earn silver, she certainly needed to explore other avenues. The 3 simple rooms made of yellow mud and reed, adjacent to a slanted thatched roof serving as the kitchen, with a woodshed behind it piled high with various types of firewood. The yard was similarly enclosed by reed, even more rudimentary than the house, lacking even a coating of yellow mud. Its only advantage was its vast expanse, with 2 straw huts built on the right side, presumably serving as a chicken coop and duck pen. To the left, there was a small plot of land that had recently been sown, with only a faint green emerging from the soil. The only thriving crop was the chives, flourishing thanks to the rich manure from the chickens and ducks. They had already harvested a significant portion, and what remained would likely be enough for the family to enjoy 1 meal of chive dumplings. Just enough for 1 meal. Shen Qing had to either go to the market or to the supermarket to buy vegetables, and no matter where she went, there were always many choices. At this moment, she finally grasped the stark reality of the transitional season. There were truly no vegetables. The grains would not be ready for harvest for several months, and their stored food was not abundant, necessitating careful rationing. No wonder Jiang Shui had gone to gather wild vegetables. Without them, they would have nothing to eat. Without an ample supply of wild vegetables, even the cornmeal porridge she found distasteful might not suffice. Now, they were not only short on money but also lacking in food. And even vegetables were scarce. Shen Qing turned towards the kitchen. The kitchen was merely separated by a flimsy wooden board, and she excitedly thought that if there was a door, it must mean there were treasures inside. Otherwise, why bother with a door? Upon pushing open the wooden door, the first thing she saw was a large iron pot with no stove in sight, just a few large stones piled on the ground, supporting the pot. Shen Qing's vision dimmed, and she nearly lost her balance. She could only console herself that at least there was a large iron pot, which would suffice for various cooking methods. She scanned the area, beginning her search for seasonings, primarily for oil, which she had not seen in the house. It must be in the kitchen. In the yard. Third and fourth brothers were engaged in conversation, and she overheard them discussing their plans to catch fish and shrimp. Xingqing was situated near a particularly large river, with abundant waters. Before the torrential rains caused the dam to burst and led to flooding, the people of Xingqing primarily depended on the river for sustenance. In a land where the fields flourished with bountiful irrigation, the capture of substantial fish, such as the esteemed yellow eel and mudloach, brought forth silver to supplement the household's finances. The small river shrimp enhanced the culinary offerings, while wild fish and snails were crushed and fed to the chickens, ducks, and geese, resulting in an abundance of eggs. Though the snails were rather insipid without seasoning, the wild fish, when fried with a drizzle of oil and a sprinkle of salt, transformed into a delectable, crispy delight. Bones and all could be savored, rich in flavor and nourishment. A natural delicacy that seemed to cost nothing. After a thorough search, Shen Qing finally located a coarse earthen jar, extending her neck to examine it closely, and decided to retract her earlier assertion. Indeed, natural delicacies exist, but they are not entirely free. Oil constituted the major expense of this dish. Within the jar, roughly the size of a small watermelon, lay only a thin layer of grease, topped with a bamboo stick, presumably for scraping the oil. No wonder the gruel served at noon bore no trace of fat. The scant oil scraped off and added to a large pot of wild vegetable cornmeal could hardly create an oily sheen. With minimal oil and little coarse salt, Shen Qing gazed skyward in exasperation, only to discover a bamboo basket hanging from the ceiling. Standing on tiptoe to assess its weight, she was pleasantly surprised to find it rather heavy. Summoning all her strength, she carefully brought the basket down. Inside, it brimmed with dried fish, each approximately 2 fingers long. Thoroughly sun-dried, and despite their desiccation, the basket still weighed a good 20 pounds. Such a treasure. In Huagua, dried fish like these would fetch at least a couple of taels. Who would have thought they were so casually stored in the kitchen? Reflecting on the abundance of water and fish in Xingqing, especially those with many bones that the affluent shunned for their inconvenience, while the impoverished found them insufficient for satiety, it was no wonder they were left in the kitchen rather than tucked away in her room, deemed worthless. After a thorough inspection of the kitchen, Shen Qing lamented the absence of oil, realizing many dishes could not be prepared, especially the small fish and shrimp. If only there were oil to coat them in a well-prepared batter and fry them once to set the shape, and a second time to achieve a crispy exterior while maintaining tenderness within. Such a dish would not only be delicious and nutritious, but would also provide much-needed sustenance for every family member. Yet, the pressing concern was not merely gaining weight but merely surviving. The scarcity of grain was more severe than any other plight. Tomorrow, she would have to venture into the city in search of opportunities, her heart heavy as she returned to her room. Upon entering, she cast a contemplative glance at the room of her eldest daughter-in-law. Chapter 7. Mother-in-law, from this day forth you are my heaven. Within the house, Hu Bing felt a sense of relief upon hearing her daughter mention the sister-in-law had eaten a poached egg. Previously, she had endured the poorest sustenance and the least valuable items, with nothing to express gratitude towards her sister-in-law. Today, she finally tasted something delicious. And her sister-in-law showed no disdain, which was a blessing indeed. Observing her sister-in-law venturing to forage for wild vegetables, she wished to join her. Yet the current circumstances forbade it. It was not due to confinement after childbirth, for many women in the village experienced that, but only if their mothers-in-law were benevolent or if they bore sons. Those who bore daughters were often neglected, especially since she had given birth to 2 daughters. Feeling like a sinner in her household, With her mother-in-law unsatisfied and her husband unprotective, the future looked bleak for her daughters and herself. Just as Hu Bing was lost in her dismay, she looked up to see her mother-in-law entering the room, prompting her to hurriedly rise and cautiously inquire, "Mother-in-law, is there something you need me to do?" With the younger brother fishing and the sister-in-law gathering wild greens, and her husband still away seeking a doctor, she was the only one left capable of work. Since giving birth to her daughter, her mother-in-law had not entered her room. So this visit surely meant there was something she needed her to do. Having regained her strength from a satisfying meal, Shen Qing finally realized that the eldest daughter-in-law's repeated address of mother sounded quite peculiar. Shouldn't a married daughter-in-law address her husband's mother the same way he does? Particularly since Hu Bing had been a child bride, arriving at the Jiang household at the tender age of 10. It dawned on her, the term mother was a reflection of the original owner's sentiment, suggesting that Hu Bing, being a purchased individual, was unworthy of calling her mother. Hu Bing had no choice but to persist in calling her mother. It was merely a hollow title, yet it managed to create hierarchies within the family, causing divisions and discord. She casually remarked, "You have given me 2 lovely granddaughters. We are family now. From now on, like Xiangdong and the others, you may call me mother as well." Hu Bing abruptly lifted her gaze toward her mother-in-law, her mouth slightly agape, her tall frame trembling with excitement. Mother-in-law. Was she not speaking in jest? Could a granddaughter truly be considered family? Was a granddaughter even worthy of praise? Previously, no, mother-in-law had been different. She should not doubt her sincerity. Oh, how wonderful. Mother. This was her recognition. Unaware of the profound impact her casual words had on her eldest daughter-in-law, Shen Qing observed Hu Bing standing before her, head bowed, and realized just how tall she was. My goodness. At least 177 meters. In Huagua, that height was impressive, especially in a region where many women did not meet such standards. Hu Bing likely surpassed her husband, Jiang Xiangdong, in stature, not merely a matter of height. Jiang Xiangdong was certainly shorter than Hu Bing, even more so than her own stature. Shen Qing found herself looking up at her daughter-in-law, who was not only tall but also robust. Years of labor had shaped her into not soft flesh, but rather firm muscle, evoking a sense of security within Shen Qing. Hu Bing was devoted to protecting her family and children. With her height and strength, she could surely intimidate those scheming refugees during their flight from disaster. As for her eldest son, Jiang Xiangdong, well, she would focus on nurturing him to be a devoted father. He needed to take responsibility for the children, for without emotional connection, he would be unable to support his daughters when they faced difficulties later in life. He might even stand with his in-laws, criticizing his daughters for not measuring up. With a light heart, Shen Qing made her decision and recalled the purpose of her visit to Hu Bing. All finances in the household were under her control. After hiring a doctor, there would undoubtedly be fees for consultation and medicine, which needed to be prepared in advance. The family's silver was limited, but no matter how frugal they were, they could not skimp on medical expenses, especially in a place where supplies were scarce. A simple cold could be deadly, necessitating utmost caution. She beckoned to Hu Bing. Hu Bing stepped forward. Shen Qing handed her a piece of silver and 31, instructing, "Keep this silver, it will cover the doctor's fees. If there's any surplus, keep it. If it's insufficient, come to me." Hu Bing was taken aback. She believed wholeheartedly that her mother-in-law had indeed changed. Not only did she share eggs with her and Xiaohua, but she also sent her pampered sons to run errands and prepare meals, even going so far as to invite a doctor for Xiaohua. She was willing to entrust her with the family finances. There was a tangible difference, as if they were 2 entirely different people. Yet whether it was the guidance of a divine being in her dreams or something else, it was of no consequence. What mattered was that she recognized this one. With a thud, she knelt heavily, pulling her eldest daughter down with her, her voice choked yet clear. "Mother, from now on, you are my heaven. More important than my husband, no, more important than my very life. What is a husband compared to what you have done today, which is 1,000 times more significant?" She added, "Xiaohua, you must listen to your grandmother, placing her above your mother, father, and anyone else. Today and in the future, her mother-in-law was her heaven. The heaven for the 3 of them." Xiaohua, uncertain of her mother's words, understood only that there was delicious food, and grandmother had sent father to fetch a doctor for her. Grandmother was a good grandmother. Better than father, better than mother, but since mother said grandmother came first, then that is how it shall be. She hurriedly nodded her little head and sweetly said, "Yes." Xiaohua will always listen to grandmother and let her have the delicious food first. Shen Qing had never been kneeled to by anyone, especially with such solemnity. Eating 2 eggs and seeing a doctor for an illness was an utterly mundane affair in Hua country. However, for 2 individuals who had long been oppressed, receiving this meager bit of kindness felt as though they were ready to offer their lives in gratitude. She felt flustered and quickly bent down to assist the 2, one large and one small. Simultaneously, a chime resonated in her mind. A reward awaits those who do the right thing. The marketplace is now live, granting you access to medicine and food categories free of charge. It also detected 23 pounds of premium dried fish, priced at 18 yuan per pound. Would you like to sell? Shen Qing became even more anxious, taking a while to realize this was a benefit of her transmigration. But why did it appear at this very moment? Hua Bing earnestly said, "Mother, please keep the money. I know you genuinely want Xiaohua to get better." Mother directly took out over a tael of silver and thoughtfully added some loose copper coins. It was clear she was subsidizing her, ensuring she had money on hand. Such kindness from Mother made her sincerely believe that the finances should be solely managed by her. Shen Qing gradually comprehended why it was about receiving rewards for doing the right thing, rather than merely performing good deeds indiscriminately. It was because she had helped those deserving of assistance, and the recipients acknowledged and appreciated that help. She suppressed her inner excitement and first helped both individuals to their feet, her mind preoccupied with finding a secluded place to examine the marketplace. Firmly addressing Hua Bing, she said, "You now have 2 children. You should have some money of your own. Take this." Without allowing any argument, she thrust it into Hua Bing's broad hand and hurriedly turned to leave. This urgency in her actions conveyed to Hua Bing a fear that she might return the silver. Warmth filled her heart, and she felt an unusual abundance of tears today. Clutching the silver tightly, her resolve solidified. Her mother-in-law would henceforth be her guiding light. Chapter 8. Selling dried fish to buy grain. Shen Qing did not return to her room, but went directly to the kitchen where the dried fish was stored. She carefully closed the kitchen door and placed the bamboo basket containing the fish in front of her, excitedly pressing yes on the sell option. 23 pounds of premium dried fish, priced at 18 yuan per pound, totaling 414 yuan, could be viewed in her balance. You can purchase necessary items from the opened categories of medicine and food in the marketplace. Reminder: all items in the marketplace cannot be resold directly. Shen Qing watched as the dried fish suddenly vanished, replaced by a balance of 414 yuan on the marketplace screen. In Hua country, Shen Qing was accustomed to online shopping and was quite skilled at navigating platforms. She first perused the medicine section, finding it comprehensive, with prices comparable to those of pharmacies in Hua country, which eased her mind considerably. With Xiaohua currently ill, though she had consulted a doctor, she was unfamiliar with traditional Chinese medicine. Having access to familiar medications through the marketplace provided her with a sense of security, even if Xiaohua didn't need them now. With so many people in the household, they might prove essential one day, becoming a lifesaver. She was genuinely grateful for the inclusion of medicine in the free categories of the marketplace. After reviewing the medicines, she turned her attention to food. Medicine was crucial in emergencies, but food was indispensable. The household only had flour and cornmeal, so Shen Qing began by examining the flour. The price ranged from 2 yuan to over 10 yuan per pound, but even the 2 yuan flour was quite decent, and she was satisfied. Delighted, she then scrolled to the cornmeal. Flour was a fine grain, and consuming too much of it would not be favorable for the others in the household. Thus, she needed to purchase more cornmeal. Shen Qing's thoughts were clear as she looked at the price of cornmeal, but suddenly all her clarity was cast aside. Why was the cheapest cornmeal still 5 yuan per pound? It was a coarse grain, yet it was priced higher than flour. It was over twice as expensive. With 414 yuan, she needed to set aside at least 100 yuan for medicine, meaning she had 314 yuan available for food. 314 yuan would buy around 62 to 63 pounds of cornmeal, but it could purchase a staggering 157 pounds of flour. 150 to 60 pounds of flour, when mixed with 3 pounds of it in daily meals, could last over a month. That was a precious staple. Even a fool would know how to choose. Shen Qing wasn't foolish, but she didn't dare select all flour. She planned to mix 3 pounds of flour with 1 pound of cornmeal, producing a dish with a subtle yellow hue and a delicately fragrant taste of corn. If questioned, she would simply say it was cornmeal mixed with flour. Shen Qing sold the dried fish and returned to her room, retrieving a cloth bag for the flour and filling it to the brim. She bought only a small amount of cornmeal, mixing it into the sack originally meant for corn flour, ensuring it was well blended. Even if the original corn flour wasn't finely ground and contained bits of corn, it could not be discarded. Grain is precious. Waste is unacceptable. Shen Qing had never agreed with this sentiment more. She was also relieved that the original owner had strictly safeguarded the food, preventing others from touching it. Every time meals were prepared, she scooped out the appropriate amount for Huabing or Jiangshui, which meant the family merely saw the sack, but had no idea how much was truly there. With this additional 100+ pounds of grain and a remaining balance of 100 in the marketplace, Shen Qing finally felt a sense of reassurance. Yet, before this feeling could settle, she heard Huabing's anxious voice from the opposite room. "Doctor, you said the fever will worsen at night?" "Yes. The young lady is suffering from a fever due to wind and chill. This ailment intensifies at night. I will prescribe 3 doses of medicine, to be boiled down to 1 bowl from 3 bowls each time. If the fever does not subside after 3 doses, we must seek a more skilled physician." Is it that serious?" The breathless voice belonged to Jiang Xiangdong, laced with surprise. Shen Qing thought it was obvious. After 3 days of neglect and insufficient nourishment, even an adult would worsen, let alone a 3-year-old child. "Who will accompany me to fetch the medicine?" "I will go." Jiang Xiangdong's voice was resolute this time. Shen Qing realized that the fever referred to what was called a fever in Hua country. Xiaohua had a fever, and it was serious. She opened the marketplace and searched for children's fever-reducing medicine, priced at 37 yuan per box. She also found children's antibiotics and cold medicine, priced at over 40 and 50 yuan per box, respectively. Fortunately, antibiotics and cold medicine did not need to be taken simultaneously, so she could choose one based on the symptoms. However, the money was still too little. She had purchased too much grain and should have saved more for emergencies. Relying solely on frugality was insufficient. She needed to earn silver. Tomorrow, she would go to the city to seek opportunities to make money. The marketplace could currently guarantee they would not starve, and there were medicines available when ill, but meat, oil, salt, sugar, condiments, fabric, and even vehicles needed for fleeing in a couple of months all required earning silver. Mother, come and see how many little fish and shrimp I've caught. Let us cook them tonight." A joyous shout from outside, eager to be heard by everyone inside, belonged to the 4th child, Jiang Xiangbei. Simultaneously, a chime echoed. Detected fresh wild river shrimp weighing 3 pounds and 4 ounces, priced at 37 yuan per pound, and fresh wild river fish weighing 7 pounds, priced at 13 yuan per pound. "Would you like to sell?" Upon hearing the prices, Shen Qing finally understood the distinction between the marketplace and Hua country. In the past, when she was fishing for small fish, she would purchase at least 20 to 30 pounds from the market, while the purchasing price set by the mall was a mere 18 per pound. Wild, fresh river shrimp at the market were even more fiercely contested. If she arrived too late, they would be gone. She recalled that she had previously paid around 60 to 70 per pound. Fresh wild fish also cost 20 to 30 per pound. The price offered by the mall was not the retail price, but rather the purchasing price. Conversely, the items sold to her were at retail prices. This led her to ponder the principles of clear pricing and free trade, where the decision to buy or sell lay entirely in one's own hands, an arrangement that felt fair and equitable. From the mall's perspective, it was simply business, and one must naturally earn a profit in business. Yet, from her viewpoint, the ability to sell the small fish and shrimp, which she did not need, at high prices to the mall, and subsequently purchase essential rice, flour, and medicine at lower prices, not only meant she incurred no losses, but actually made a profit. With the existence of this mall, Shen Qing felt immensely content. She stepped into the yard and gazed at a water bucket, half filled with lively little fish and shrimp, all merrily wriggling about. Jiang Xiangbei, eager to boast, exclaimed, "Mother, look how many there are. I'm going to crush the small fish to feed our chickens. They'll lay more eggs." He suggested cooking some shrimp tails for little Hua. "But mother, let us agree on this. I caught them, so I want to eat more." Little Hua was ill and, being so small, could not eat much. He was willing to share a bit. As he spoke, he eagerly reached to scoop from the bucket. Shen Qing, quick-witted and swift, blocked his hand, commanding, "Stop." Jiang Xiangbei looked up, bewildered. "What's wrong, mother?" Earlier, when the 3rd brother asked the elder sister-in-law to make an egg custard, she had refused and instead sent the 3rd brother to do it. She even had the eldest brother fetch the doctor. Was she now going to ask the elder sister-in-law to deal with the small fish and shrimp? Chapter 9. Enough to eat, sufficient. Shen Qing cleared her throat and awkwardly said, "Let us hold off on feeding the chickens for now. I'm preparing food to take to the city and see if I can sell it for some silver." Jiang Xiangbei looked at her with concern. "But these fish and shrimp have many bones and shells, and not much meat. Who would buy them? It's a waste of oil and salt, and it's labor-intensive. Please don't work too hard, mother, it won't sell." His mother had truly changed. Not only was she making them work, but now she was also trying to find ways to earn money herself. Shen Qing retorted, "I haven't found a good enough reason yet." "No matter," she continued. "I'll handle it. You've worked hard. Go rest, and I'll make sure to prepare something delicious for dinner." Jiang Xiangbei was moved to tears. In the past, his mother only cared for his younger brother, but today she showed concern for him as well. How wonderful it felt to be cared for by his mother. He gritted his teeth, his gaze resolute. "Mother, I'll help the third brother. He's catching eels in the rice paddies. And they sell for over 10 when a pound in the city. If we catch a few more pounds, we can head to the city early tomorrow." Shen Qing was elated. All she wanted was for Jiang Xiangbei to leave quickly so she could sell the fish and shrimp. She eagerly nodded, "All right, go ahead. Tomorrow. With the silver you earn, I'll buy meat for you all." Upon hearing that there would be meat, Jiang Xiangbei could barely contain his excitement. Once Jiang Xiangbei had run off, Shen Qing, for security's sake, brought the large water bucket into the room and shut the door. She adjusted the weight of the river shrimp on the mall's app to 3 pounds, leaving 4 ounces behind, and then pressed the confirmation button. Fresh wild river shrimp. 3 pounds at 37 per pound, totaling 111 yuan. Fresh wild river fish, 7 pounds at 13 per pound, totaling 91 yuan. The overall total was 202 yuan, which could be viewed in the balance. With over 200 yuan in her balance, Shen Qing breathed a sigh of relief. She no longer needed to worry about little Hua's medicine expenses. More importantly, she could sell the fish and shrimp to the mall, and given the current month, she could still catch some fish and shrimp daily. With this source of income, she could temporarily cease worrying about food. She might even be able to eat a bit better under the limited circumstances, without meat and with little oil. Stir-frying vegetables and making chive dumplings was out of the question. However, while she couldn't fry chive dumplings, making chive-filled dumplings was certainly feasible. The chives in the yard were fresh and tender, and paired with scrambled duck eggs and freshly rolled dumpling skins, the thin, generously filled chive dumplings would be a delightful dish. Without further ado, Shen Qing headed to the kitchen to fetch a large wooden basin. Scooping in 5 large gourds of flour. Fearing it might not be enough, she added 2 more scoops. Now that spring was still chilly, any leftover could be saved for breakfast the next day. Although it was customary during the farming off-season to have 2 meals a day, Shen Qing was accustomed to 3 meals daily. She feared that if she skipped breakfast, she wouldn't have the stamina to walk to the city. Moreover, Hu Bing was still in confinement. A postpartum woman grows hungry quickly and requires nourishment. So it was just right to let the eldest son prepare an extra meal for her in the evening. After measuring the flour, Shen Qing retrieved 15 duck eggs from behind the door. Chicken and duck eggs could be traded for salt and sewing supplies. But Shen Qing refused to use the eggs for barter. Eggs were delicious and easily digestible, especially those from chickens and ducks that had grown on fish, shrimp, and insects. They were nutritious farm-fresh eggs, perfect for her family to enjoy. After preparing the flour, she took a knife to the yard and cut all the remaining chives. After washing them thoroughly, she set aside the 4 ounces of river shrimp that hadn't been sold, discarding everything but the peeled tails. Initially, Shen Qing regretted that the shrimp shells could have been used to make shrimp oil, but later, she tossed the shells into the chicken coop to feed the chickens, deeming it not a waste after all. Back in the kitchen, she scrambled duck eggs, chopped chives, rolled out dumpling skins, and filled the dumplings, even marking those with shrimp. Shen Qing busily worked as if she were an entire team. When the first pot of dumplings was ready, she served them in a coarse earthen bowl. Taking a bite of the thin-skinned, generously filled dumpling nearly brought her to tears. Even without dipping sauce, just a pinch of salt for flavor. They were still delectable, better than any dumpling she had ever eaten before. Shen Qing polished off a large dumpling in a few bites, then set down her bowl and chopsticks, transferring the remaining dumplings from the large iron pot into other coarse earthen bowls. With only 1 large pot available, she still needed to cook medicine for little Hua after it returned, so she had to boil the dumplings before dawn. Their family was still on a 2-meal-a-day schedule, and the second meal would be served before dark, likely around 4 o'clock. Shen Qing estimated it was time and immediately began to prepare the second batch. Once the dumplings were in the pot, she took a large and a small bowl of dumplings to Hua Bing's room. Come, Hua Bing. Here are dumplings for you and little Hua. Little Hua, yours are on the stool. Be careful not to burn yourself. Dumplings? Hua Bing queried, perplexed. They had eaten duck eggs at noon, and now there were dumplings for dinner? She hurriedly set down the little glass she was holding and approached, taking the coarse earthen bowl from her mother-in-law. Originally used for soup, the coarse earthen bowl now held dumplings, at least 10 or more plump dumplings. She hesitantly asked Mother, "Are these for just me and my husband?" Had little Hua not had a separate portion, she would have thought it was for 3 people. No, it's just for you. The eldest will wait until he returns to eat. There's still more in the pot. Hurry and eat, don't hold back. You're eating for 2 now, so you need to eat more, Shen Qing urged. Though she had never been a mother-in-law, she understood the hardships women faced, especially after childbirth, which is one of life's most challenging times. Empathizing with her daughter-in-law, she treated her as she would wish to be treated by her own mother-in-law. Hua Bing felt as if her mother-in-law had given her all the dumplings. Upon realizing they were made with white flour, her immediate reaction was that she did not deserve such a treat. "Mother, there are eggs and shrimp in the dumplings," little Hua exclaimed, perched at the edge of the chair, excitedly reporting to her mother as she took a bite. "I tasted an egg and shrimp already. These dumplings made by Grandma are delicious. The skins are great, even better than the ones we usually have." Shen Qing, feeling a bit embarrassed, scratched her head and explained to Hua Bing, only Xiaohua's dumplings contain shrimp, and there are 2 shrimp dumplings reserved for Lao Si, since he fished out the shrimp himself. "We have none." "That's perfectly fine, Mother. Just having dumplings to eat is wonderful," Hua Bing murmured. She was at a loss for words, overwhelmed by an unprecedented warmth flooding her heart, a warmth that seemed to well up in her eyes. Noticing Hua Bing's indifference, Shen Qing cheerfully waved her hand. "All right then, there are more dumplings in the pot. I'll check the heat. If they burst, they won't taste good. If you find yourself still hungry, I'll bring you more. I have enough, more than enough." Chapter 10. Life without silver is exceedingly harsh. Every family member who returned home reacted similarly to Hua Bing and Xiaohua. There were expressions of surprise and joy, but mostly disbelief and a feeling of unworthiness. After all, those were dumplings made with white flour. How could Mother bear to give them such a treat? In the past, she would only spare a little to make pancakes or a noodle soup for the younger brother. Why was she now willing to share with them? The most shocked of all was Jiang Shui. Carrying a basket filled with wild vegetables, she had hoped to share a hearty meal of porridge that evening. Upon her return, she was met by her mother, who promptly took the basket and urged her to wash her hands and eat dumplings. When she held the bowl, seeing the same white flour dumplings as her brother's, even the quantity was the same, she recalled her mother mentioning that Lao Si had caught shrimp. Hence the 2 shrimp dumplings set aside for him, insisting they shouldn't mind. How could they mind? These were dumplings made with white flour, filled generously with scrambled eggs. And not a single dumpling was diminished in quantity due to her being a girl. The extra shrimp for Lao Si was not due to his gender, but because he had caught them. Jiang Shui realized she truly didn't mind at all. In the past, they would bicker and argue over a thicker porridge or a larger share of wild vegetables, but all of that seemed to have dissipated in this moment. She appreciated her mother's approach, especially the fact that her mother took the time to explain things to her. Today, her mother seemed so kind. She fervently prayed this wasn't a dream, that she wouldn't wake up to find her mother had returned to her former self. Shen Qing, unaware of her children's thoughts, took great satisfaction in watching them happily devour the dumplings she had made. She had made sure to fill herself with the first batch, and now, with nothing pressing to do, she began to sort through the large basket of wild vegetables that Jiang Shui had brought back. Among them, there was a great deal of melon head, a wild vegetable that could also be found in the Huagua supermarket, though the difference was that the supermarkets were greenhouse-grown with green stems, while the ones Jiang Shui had gathered had reddish stems and a more intense aroma. Shen Qing loved to eat and knew how to prepare it. After blanching it, she would chop it into small pieces, seasoning it with salt, garlic paste, small chili peppers, aged vinegar, and sesame oil for a delightful dish. Shen Qing's gaze shifted back to the basket. There was plenty of porcelain as well, which could be prepared similarly and also had the benefits of clearing heat and detoxifying, making it very good for consumption. Unfortunately, They currently lacked both aged vinegar and sesame oil. Perhaps she could purchase some essentials tomorrow in the city. The remaining vegetables were mostly unfamiliar to her. She recognized them vaguely, but couldn't name any. As long as she knew they were edible, she didn't dwell on it. Why didn't you wait for me before starting to eat? A displeased voice came from the courtyard entrance. The third and fourth brothers, previously enjoying their meal, pouted and continued to eat without a care. Jiang Shui looked at Shen Qing nervously, biting her lower lip, unsure of what to think. Shen Qing, surprised, looked up to see a youthful boy, dressed in a long robe, frowning reproachfully at their group. Jiang Xiangzheng, the young master of the Jiang family, had returned. This particular Jiang Xiangzheng was the favored child of the original owner, indulged without restraint. With 4 capable sons at home, along with Hu Bing and Jiang Shui, 2 resourceful young women who could cook and clean, they should not have been living in such poverty, at least not in a dilapidated house, subsisting on meager rations with little silver saved. All this was due to the need to pay for Jiang Xiangzheng's schooling, to buy paper, ink, brushes, and inkstones. Education is a noble endeavor, and raising a scholar with the support of the entire family could change their fortunes, provided the scholar felt gratitude and wasn't a thankless wretch. Yet Jiang Xiangzheng, enjoying the fruits of his brother's labor and the care of his elder sister and mother, took it all for granted, showing neither appreciation nor respect. Over time, aside from the most foolishly filial eldest brother, the unable Hu Bing, and the hard-working second brother, the rest of the family merely maintained a facade of cordiality, their hearts seething with resentment. Can't you hear me speaking? Jiang Xiangzheng furrowed his brow deeper, scanning the faces of his siblings before finally fixing his gaze upon their mother. He demanded an explanation from her. How could they eat before waiting for him? Seeing Jiang Xiangzheng looking at her, Shen Qing chose not to respond. Behind every unruly child lies an equally unruly parent. It is not the child that is disliked, but the spoiling and indulgent parent behind them. She despised unruly children and thus refused to be an indulgent parent. 13-year-old Jiang Xiangzheng felt furious at being disregarded by the others. He stamped his foot and shouted, "Mother, you haven't eaten. How can they start eating first? If you don't intervene, will they ever treat you with respect again?" Shen Qing, taken aback, replied, "I have already eaten." Jiang Xiangzheng paused, surprised at her response. "How could you eat without waiting for me? You ate before I returned? Of course, I'm your mother. What is wrong with me eating first?" Shen Qing retorted coldly, refusing to indulge him. Jiang Xiangzheng was momentarily speechless, pointing accusingly at Jiang Shui, saying indignantly, "Then how could she eat first? Shouldn't she wait for me to return?" Shen Qing glanced at Jiang Shui and replied nonchalantly, "She is your sister. There is a natural order of seniority. Do you think she can't eat before you?" Jiang Shui's smile widened as she continued to eat her dumplings, savoring every bite. They were indeed delicious, even more so than before. Jiang Xiangzheng opened his mouth, at a loss for words, feeling that today his mother seemed strangely unfamiliar. He stubbornly argued, "But she is a girl, naturally inferior to boys. How can she be ahead of me?" His mother had always told him that Jiang Shui was a worthless burden, and that in a couple of years, when he prepared for the imperial examinations, he would marry Jiang Shui off to a wealthy family, using the bride price to fund his studies. Once he succeeded, he would only need to support the Jiang family and wouldn't have to worry about Jiang Shui, as she would belong to someone else. Why should he respect a stranger? Shen Qing found herself almost laughing in exasperation. If you consider her inferior, why do you have her wash your clothes? Why do you eat what she prepares? Why do you use her money? As a scholar, you should hold yourself to a higher standard. If you look down on them, then depend on yourself. By the way, tonight's dumplings were also made by the inferior girl you speak of. Perhaps you should skip eating them. She understood where Jiang Xiangzheng's views originated. They were instilled by the original owner. However, unlike the eldest and second brothers, he had attended school, encountered various people, some of whom were knowledgeable and insightful. He should have developed his own judgment regarding his mother's words. Yet he remained steadfast in his belief in the words of a simple village woman. If that were the case, then there was no reason for him to continue his studies. Either that, or it proved he inherently accepted this notion after all. Who wouldn't be pleased to enjoy the benefits of others' labor without recompense? Selfish individuals have no right to squander the hard-earned money of their relatives on education. Jiang Xiangzheng felt as if his innermost thoughts were laid bare under the amused gaze of his mother, causing him to huff in irritation. "If I don't eat, then so be it. When mother comes to plead with me later, I won't relent." Yet, upon recalling that his brush was rather worn. He initially resolved to purchase a new one with some silver. He gritted his teeth, ultimately deciding that if Mother did implore him to eat, he would begrudgingly oblige, considering it a means to give her a respite. He thought that once the matter of the brush arose, she would surely reciprocate his concession, perhaps even buying him two. Jiang Xiangzheng waited and waited, but as the sun dipped below the horizon, Mother had yet to arrive to persuade him to eat dumplings. His stomach grumbled audibly, and he could not suppress the urge to swallow. As he passed by, he spotted that even the bowl of Jiang Shui was filled with dumplings made from fine white flour. That was the very flour he typically enjoyed, and now it seemed even Jiang Shui was indulging in it. The more he pondered, the more incensed he became, and his hunger only intensified, rendering the night unbearably long. Meanwhile, the rest of the Jiang family found today particularly pleasant and comfortable, especially as they dined heartily and no longer had to endure hunger before sleep. Shen Qing, however, dared not sleep too soundly. She brought Xiaohua to her room for the night. In the evening, Jiang Xiangdong prepared herbal medicine for Xiaohua, but the concoction was exceedingly bitter, causing Xiaohua to gag and nearly vomit the dumplings she had eaten. Shen Qing's heart ached at the sight. She promptly offered to care for Xiaohua, urging her elder brother to focus on his wife and little daughter. Observing Xiaohua's flushed cheeks, Shen Qing purchased strawberry-flavored fever-reducing medicine, deceiving Xiaohua into believing it was sweet water, which she drank willingly. Grandma is so wonderful, giving Huahua sweet water. Huahua loves Grandma. The feverish child murmured, praising Shen Qing in her dazed state. Shen Qing's heart melted at the compliment. She finally understood why so many wished for daughters. They were simply too endearing. The soft, fragrant girl was irresistible. Shen Qing checked Xiaohua's forehead every 2 hours, keenly observing for any other symptoms and ready to administer more medicine. Fortunately, the little girl enjoyed a restful night, showing signs of a reduced fever by dawn. Shen Qing felt a weight lift from her heart. She lay down, fully clothed, on the wooden bed, and as the first light of dawn appeared, accompanied by the crowing of roosters, she quickly rose. Today, she intended to venture into town to seek opportunities to earn silver. The hard wooden planks, the stiff cotton quilt, the darkened bedding, and her thin clothing all conspired to awaken her repeatedly in this unseasonably cold spring. She resolved to replace them all. A comfortable life was unattainable without silver. Living without it was profoundly miserable. On the morning of her first day in this new life, everyone had their own tasks to attend to. Shen Qing awoke early, though others in the household had risen even earlier. First, Hu Bing was the first to rise, heading to the kitchen to boil hot water for the entire family. Once it was ready, she poured it into a large wooden tub, covering it with a lid to keep it warm for everyone to use as needed. The emptied iron pot was set to cook a cornmeal porridge, as their mother had declared that from today onwards, the family would eat 3 meals a day to build their strength. Though it was still mid-March, and the busy farming season wouldn't commence until May, their mother had inexplicably insisted on starting this regimen early. She had especially instructed Hu Bing to take good care of her health, to replenish the losses incurred from childbirth. Even though their mother had reassured her that she need not worry about household chores, fishing, foraging for wild vegetables, or even the light task of doing laundry, and could simply focus on cooking and keeping warm by the fire, Shen Qing felt a sense of obligation. Their mother had been kind to her, and she wished to reciprocate. With the head of the household now tasked with caring for Xiao Chao, and given that their mother had taken great care of Xiaohua the previous night, Hu Bing felt she could not simply shirk her responsibilities. After the cornmeal was added to the pot, she chopped the amaranth that her sister-in-law had harvested the day before and tossed it in, planning to add salt only once it was finished to maximize flavor with minimal seasoning. Lastly, she placed a steaming rack atop the pot and arranged the leftover dumplings from the previous night on top, 23 of them. In truth, had they indulged last night, even without Jiang Xiangzheng partaking, those 23 dumplings could have been consumed entirely. However, during this lean time, merely being satiated was a blessing, and they had all refrained from overeating to avoid waste. Thus, each felt satisfied and chose not to continue eating. The dumplings, with their ample filling and delicate skin, made Hu Bing swallow hard in anticipation. Their mother, who was unaccustomed to porridge, could eat 10 of those dumplings, while Xiaohua might enjoy one accompanied by a small bowl of cornmeal porridge, ensuring a full belly. The remaining 12 could be evenly divided among the 6 of them, along with a large pot of porridge, creating a more lavish meal than during the hectic harvest season. However, Huabing began to worry about their grain supply. Their mother had mentioned plans to go into town to seek work, and if she found a heavy labor job, she would take the head of the household along with their uncles, as one person could earn 30 to 40 won a day. Before long, Jiang Xiangnan and Jiang Xiangbei hurried into the kitchen. Jiang Xiangnan exclaimed, "Sister-in-law, my breakfast is still warming in the pot. I'll be back to eat after I retrieve the eel trap." He had worked hard the previous afternoon to dig up numerous worms to bait the trap, and he needed to collect it early to prevent anyone from stealing it. Jiang Xiangbei, smiling, added, "Sister-in-law, the same goes for me. Mother said we're going to town to sell eels, and I want to tag along to see how it's done and retrieve my trap. Fresh eels sell better." Huabing responded absent-mindedly, "All right." She was still adjusting to the newfound politeness of her brothers-in-law. Jiang Xiangbei had always been somewhat courteous, offering nods, while Jiang Xiangnan often ignored her presence, either scooping water or serving food with a sullen demeanor. Today, however, they greeted her with smiles, which felt delightful. Jiang Xiangnan and Jiang Xiangbei poured hot water into a wooden basin, too lazy to fetch cold water from the yard. They chattered excitedly as they splashed warm water on their faces, considering it sufficient for their morning wash. Soon, they dashed into the yard, grabbing a shoulder pole and 2 baskets, making their way toward the riverbank as the first light began to illuminate the horizon. Once they had departed, Jiang Shui emerged to release the chickens and ducks. She opened the yard gate, and the 9 ducks waddled out in a frenzy, quacking loudly. Before long, a cacophony of noisy ducks from neighboring homes joined the fray. Jiang Shui promptly shut the yard gate and opened the chicken coop to let the chickens out. The 4 hens and 1 rooster, confined overnight, flapped their wings and began scratching the ground for food. Jiang Shui gently guided the chickens away from their coop before bending down to collect eggs using her bamboo basket. The weather had warmed considerably compared to winter, and with the foraged fish and shrimp mixed with wild vegetables, the hens had been laying more eggs than during the colder months. 3 chicken eggs and 5 duck eggs filled her small bamboo basket to the brim. In the past, she would have hidden at least 1 egg for herself or Xiaohua, driven by selfishness to ensure they had enough nourishment. However, recalling yesterday's events, she made her way to the large water vat, preparing to thoroughly wash the eggs of any dirt. Previously, when gathering duck and chicken eggs, there was no practice of washing them, as water-washed eggs were prone to spoilage. However, today, Mother needed to venture into the city, and it was essential to bring the accumulated eggs from the basket to exchange for salt and other necessities. After giving them a thorough cleaning, they would present well and be easier to sell. As Shen Qing stepped outside, she was greeted by the sight of her daughter, Xiao Shui, diligently scrubbing the eggs by the water tank amidst the morning mist. In the dimly lit kitchen, her eldest daughter-in-law was busy preparing breakfast for the entire family. The flickering flames provided a sense of warmth in the midst of the lingering chill of early spring. She reminded Xiao Shui, "I will be going to the city shortly. Hua is still asleep, so please keep an eye on her after you have your breakfast." "Understood," Jiang Shui replied in a clear and bright voice, displaying no hint of complaint for the first time. This was solely due to the previous night's discussion where she had offered to take care of little Hua, and her mother had insisted she was still just a half-grown child of 15 and should not be staying up late to tend to a sick baby. At 15, was she really still a child? Since she could remember, her mother had always emphasized that as a girl, she must be sensible, obedient, virtuous, and industrious, traits deemed essential, lest she fall into laziness and cunning, which would render her undesirable to her future in-laws. When little Hua was born, she was even younger and had taken on the responsibility of caring for her so that her sister-in-law could attend to more laborious tasks. Never had she imagined that 3 years later, she would be treated as a child herself. Jiang Shui felt a warmth welling in her eyes and hastily lowered her head, continuing to scrub the duck eggs with a bundle made of weeds. Shen Qing observed the clean eggs and inquired, "Why are you washing the eggs today? The ones in the house aren't washed either, yet you've decided to do so now." Nonetheless, she had to admit that cleanliness was indeed preferable. Many of the eggs had been soiled with droppings, and she had only dared to pick them up using her thumb and forefinger. With no meat, eggs were the best source of nutrition, but with only 5 duck eggs and 3 chicken eggs in a household of over 10, it was impossible for each person to have even 1 egg a day, especially for Huabing, according to the customs of her homeland. The eldest daughter-in-law would receive a bowl of sweetened eggs daily. If only the market would open up for eggs. Those large, Inexpensive foreign eggs could be bought for just 4 or 5 coins a pound, while a pound of wild river shrimp could fetch 37 coins, enough to buy 8 or 9 pounds of foreign eggs. Even the small wild fish fed to the chickens and ducks could be exchanged for 3 pounds of eggs. Oh, when would they open, and what conditions would need to be met for that to happen? Chapter 12. Maturity begins with adulthood. Jiang Shui raised her head, equally puzzled. Mother, aren't you going to the city today? Washing them makes them easier to sell. Shen Qing realized that she had not prepared to sell the eggs stored at home, as the market for eggs was uncertain. Each chicken egg was worth a penny, while 3 duck eggs cost 2 pennies. The fee for entering the city was already 2 pennies, and coarse salt cost around 70 to 80 coins a pound. Relying solely on selling eggs to improve their living conditions was akin to chasing a mirage. To earn money, alternative avenues needed to be considered. As the weather gradually warmed, the 9 ducks and 4 old hens would provide a steady supply of eggs, supplemented by the reserves already stored, significantly improving their meals. After purchasing antipyretics yesterday, they had a total of 267 coins left, equivalent to over 100 pounds of grain. Coupled with the more than 100 pounds of white flour they had already bought, although their supplies were not abundant, it ensured that the family would not go hungry. As long as they were not starving, the next step was to devise ways to earn money. She smiled at Jiang Shui, saying, "We want to sell the eggs. They are for you to build your health." Hearing this, Jiang Shui felt as if her mother had declared they would be having dumplings made of white flour. Would they really keep all those eggs? She swallowed nervously, ultimately resisting her cravings and urged, "Mother, eggs are precious. We should sell them." This morning, just 3 chicken eggs fetched 3 pennies, and 5 duck eggs are nearly 4 pennies. 6 or 7 pennies could buy 2 pounds of corn flour, mixed with plenty of wild vegetables, enough for the entire family to eat for a day. Not selling them would be such a waste, especially since they needed money for salt, and their oil was running low. Little Hua's clothes were in tatters, and collecting grass was no longer possible. Fabric was expensive. She knew her mother must have some savings, but surely not much, as every single item required money. Keeping the eggs to consume would be a tremendous waste. Shen Qing did not ponder Jiang Shui's concerns as deeply and replied naturally, "You all are too frail. You need to eat something nutritious to replenish your strength. If we're not back by noon, go to my room and take 3 duck eggs to make a pot of soup with wild vegetables. And also take 2 for your sister-in-law to boil into eggs. She needs to eat well to produce milk." It pained her to see her sister-in-law in such a state post-delivery. Jiang Shui was taken aback. She had not anticipated that they would use 5 eggs for a single meal in their mother's absence. Furthermore, her mother had permitted her to enter her room and even trusted her to take the eggs rather than instructing her to prepare them for her younger brother, while also warning her against sneaking a taste. She quickly replied, "I understand, mother." After little Hua was born, her sister-in-law's diet had been poor, and the baby often cried in hunger. Fortunately, during that time, the village Qing had ample milk, and she would carry little Hua over daily to beg for a meal. Little Chow was born at an inopportune time, and even when others had children, they were reluctant to share their milk with children from other families. If her sister-in-law was unable to provide enough, little Chow would have to go hungry. She understood all too well the discomfort of an empty stomach. In the kitchen, Hu Bing was equally aware. She kept her head down, refraining from expressing her gratitude, silently resolving that regardless of the circumstances, their mother would always be paramount to her. Regarding the distribution of dumplings, Shen Qing did not hold back. She simply could not stomach the mush mixed with corn. She needed to eat her fill to gather strength for seeking opportunities to earn money in the city. In times of disaster and hardship, the more silver they possessed, the greater their chances of survival. Jiang Xiangzheng arrived late and was dissatisfied, glancing at Hu Bing. "Why do I only have 2 dumplings? Last night, mother had truly allowed him to go hungry all night, and this morning he dared not complain." He had not expected dumplings at all, and the moment he saw them, he felt joy, but that joy faded when he noticed that everyone, including Hu Bing and Jiang Shui, had the same 2 dumplings. A sense of discontent stirred within him. He dared not voice any complaints about the dumplings in mother's bowl, but it seemed unfair that he, the eldest son, received only 2 dumplings, while his brothers had the same. If Hu Bing and Jiang Shui each had 2, that left him with only 2 as well. This morning had started off on the wrong foot. Before Hu Bing could speak, Shen Qing interjected sharply, "Did you not see that apart from me, everyone else has only 2 dumplings? Do you have an issue with your sister-in-law receiving more dumplings? Oh, and little Hua only has one. She picked one dumpling from the large clay bowl and placed it into little Hua's bowl. Addressing Hua Bing, I said little Hua is just like you. Whatever she cannot finish will be yours. The eldest daughter-in-law has a younger one. Why shouldn't she enjoy more food? Hua Bing understood that mother was backing her up and making her stance clear to her younger brother. She swallowed back her intended words and expressed her gratitude. Thank you. Mother. Mother. You know very well my intentions were not as you think. Jiang Xiangzheng exclaimed in dissatisfaction. How did you change overnight? Previously, she had been adamant about discarding the 2 burdens borne by his sister-in-law. He had watched her endure for 2 days, yet upon returning last night, not only had she ceased her protests, but had also grown kind toward his sister-in-law and the 2 burdens. Not just to them, but even to Jiang Shui. And even his younger brothers, everyone had seemingly improved, except him. Mother, why do you give away my share to them? It clearly belonged to me before. Shen Qing savored the delicately wrapped, generously filled steamed dumplings, occasionally sipping the lukewarm water that Hua Bing had thoughtfully set aside for her. Without lifting her gaze, she remarked. Oh? By what right does that portion belong solely to you? Jiang Xiangzheng choked on his words. Shen Qing continued, you have consumed their share of food. And instead of expressing gratitude, you take it for granted. How about this? When you return to the academy, inquire with the teacher and your classmates to ascertain who has truly encroached upon whom? Jiang Shui cast a fleeting glance at her mother before lowering his head. She sensed that her son was being ensnared by her wiles. Upon noticing her daughter's understanding gaze, Shen Qing acknowledged her cleverness. Indeed, she was setting a trap for Jiang Xiangzheng. Should he dare to inquire, both the teacher and his peers would undoubtedly look down upon him, proving not only his malevolence, but also his foolishness. In that case, there would be no need for redemption. However, if he possessed even a modicum of shame and refrained from asking, perhaps there was still a chance for him to change. Jiang Xiangzheng fell silent. Home life was one matter, while the outside world was another. One could not speak ill of their household beyond its walls. He hastily finished his portion and declared, my brush has worn down. The teacher says my writing lacks a proper stroke. Mother, remember to buy me a new one when you go to the city today. Without waiting for a response, he swiftly fled, his demeanor somewhat disheveled. Shen Qing had no intention of purchasing it. Paper, ink, brushes, and inkstones were all luxuries. Her remaining silver coins had more pressing uses, and besides, whether to continue Jiang Xiangzheng's education remained uncertain. A promising individual must first be a person of virtue. If Jiang Xiangzheng's foundation were flawed, no amount of study would suffice, only dragging down the entire family. Mother, elder sister, younger sister. Come quickly and see what we caught last night. Chapter 13. How to Sell Eels to the Market. Shen Qing, Hua Bing, and the others had dined first. After all, there was a plethora of chores awaiting them. Once they finished eating, Hua Bing would replace Jiang Xiangdong, Jiang Shui would forage for wild vegetables, and Jiang Xiangzheng would head to the academy. In times when one could not afford to be finicky, it sufficed to set aside enough food. Thus, as the jubilant voices of Jiang Xiangnan and Jiang Xiangbei echoed from the yard, Shen Qing, Hua Bing, and Jiang Shui had just finished their meal and gathered in the courtyard. Unlike the others, Shen Qing had received an advance notification from the market. 19 pounds of fresh, wild, unpolluted eels detected, 54 yuan per pound. Will you sell? 1 fresh, 7-pound flour mandarin fish detected. Will you sell? Shen Qing could ascertain the desirability of the items simply from the adjectives preceding the notifications. Eels were considered a luxury in the Huagua market, and wild eels were particularly rare, often requiring an early rise and a stroke of luck to procure them. Even farm-raised eels typically weighed 7 or 8 pounds, while wild ones could easily fetch over 100 per pound. Thus, the market's offer of 54 was quite reasonable, with the buying and selling price differing by a factor of 2, which was indeed fair in the realm of agricultural products. As for the flour mandarin fish, with its large head and coarse meat, it was largely disregarded by the wealthy, who cared little whether it was farmed or wild. They only desired it to be cheap. Upon entering the courtyard, they heard Jiang Xiangnan chattering excitedly, Mother, look. My 4th brother and I caught a big fish. My 4th brother estimates it weighs around 7 pounds. So we can sell it for a decent sum. Even Jiang Xiangbei, who usually kept his lips tightly pressed, couldn't help but smile at this moment. After all, they were still young, and the prospect of earning silver excited them greatly. Hu Bing and Jiang Shui were equally delighted. Gathering around the large fish to examine it closely, it was indeed quite substantial, likely fetching around 40 to 51. Fish, while not as desirable as pork, lamb, or chicken, still held value, priced slightly higher than refined rice or flour, at around 8 or 9 won per pound. Large fish, with their ample meat and few bones, were more appealing to city dwellers than eels, which, while preferable to small fish and shrimp, required copious oil and seasoning to be palatable, lest they emit an earthy odor. City women were also quite calculating in their choices. Nevertheless, catching a large fish was a rare feat, while eels were far more easily obtained. Their selling price might not be high, but they were plentiful. Third brother, fourth brother, you're amazing. Jiang Shui couldn't help but praise them. The compliment left Jiang Xiangnan and Jiang Xiangbei feeling bashful. The two boys awkwardly scratched their heads, unsure how to respond. In the past, regardless of how much silver they earned, it ultimately fell under their mother's control, flowing toward the younger siblings, as no one other than the eldest and second eldest was willing to toil without reaping the rewards. Now, with their efforts yielding tangible returns, they were motivated to work harder to have silver in their own hands, and they hadn't anticipated being praised by their elder sister and younger sister. Indeed, the feeling of being commended was truly delightful, especially when it came from one's own family. Unlike the others, Shen Qing's gaze was fixed on the writhing eels in the large wooden tub, each resembling a snake and thicker than a thumb. No wonder the market labeled them as premium. She was indifferent to the large fish, as the market's offer of 2 yuan per pound was certainly worth taking them to the city for sale. Otherwise, they might as well consume them themselves, as even rice and flour cost 2 yuan per pound, making fish a more economical choice. She then inquired, how much will these eels sell for in the city? Jiang Xiangbei replied gleefully, 5 to 6 won per pound. With our good haul today, this tub could sell for over 100 won. Over 100 won. Shen Qing felt a pang of disappointment. 19 pounds at 54 yuan each amounted to a staggering 1,026 yuan, which could be exchanged for over 500 pounds of flour at the market. At this moment, she anxiously pondered how to sell these eels to the market. Mother, let me accompany you to the city. The eels and the heavy water buckets are cumbersome, though the distance is short. Carrying these 2 large buckets is no small feat. Jiang Xiangnan interjected eagerly. Their village was merely 7 or 8 li away from Xing City. While it was close, he could count on one hand how many times he had been to the city. The main deterrent was the 2 won head tax required for entry. That was 2 won, after all. Who would willingly waste money to visit the city without cause? Having finally seized an opportunity, he was eager to witness the world outside. Jiang Xiangbei immediately grew anxious. Mother, the eels were primarily caught under my trap. I should be the one to go. He had been looking forward to this for quite some time. Fearing their mother might refuse, he hastily prepared his reasoning. Mother, I'm the best at selling things. If you take me to the city, you won't have to worry about the fish and eels. I'll ensure every last one is sold. Shen Qing had initially been undecided about whom to take to the city, but now, her mind was resolutely made up. It must be Jiang Xiangnan. Upon hearing his brother's words, Jiang Xiangnan's light dimmed. He indeed lacked the knack for selling goods, a talent that none in the family possessed. Not even when he was a child, quickly trading eggs for items better than what others could manage. Mother prefers to take Jiang Xiangbei. But Mother knows you're skilled at selling. This time, however, Mother has a different plan in mind. Look how heavy the wooden tub is, filled with water, eels, and the big fish. Only your third brother is strong enough to carry it the 7 or 8 li. But don't worry. You'll receive your fair share of the silver earned. And you can catch small fish and shrimp, gather plenty for me. And I'll fry them for you when I return. Persuasion was Shen Qing's forte. She first affirmed the other's feelings, then expressed her own intentions, while also promising some benefits, all of which Jiang Xiangbei rightfully deserved. Hearing of the prospect of fried fish, Jiang Xiangbei couldn't help but swallow hard. His eyes widened in excitement. Will there really be fried fish? Shen Qing nodded affirmatively. On this trip to the city, oil was certainly on the shopping list. Currently, our household is well stocked with flour, which we shall transform into a delightful batter to coat the small fish for frying. The aroma of the crispy batter and the tender fish creates a perfect dish that serves as both a meal and a snack. With such a tempting treat before them, who wouldn't be motivated to venture into the waters to catch small fish and shrimp? Otherwise, these 2 children would devote all their enthusiasm to seeking out larger catches. Jiang Xiangnan has an innate inclination for commerce. Not only is it in his nature, but he also wishes to earn some silver to indulge in delicious food. Now that he has both a share of silver and access to delectable treats, what more could he desire? He quickly replied, "All right. I shall go dig for earthworms and set the traps to catch as many fish, shrimp, and eels as I can. Who knows, I might even snag a big fish." Shen Qing sincerely advised, "Let us not fixate on the big fish. It would be wonderful to catch plenty of fish, shrimp, and eels." Jiang Xiangnan was profoundly moved. His mother is truly wonderful. Concerned he might not catch a big fish, she reassured him that even the smaller fish and shrimp are quite commendable. "Rest assured, mother. Today I will certainly catch more than I did yesterday." Shen Qing felt at ease. Once the candidates for entering the city were finalized, Shen Qing returned to the house to retrieve some silver coins. Jiang Xiangnan lifted 2 large buckets, and the duo set forth towards Qingqing, invigorated by the soft morning mist. Chapter 14. Security in the Bag. Chili Village is merely 7 or 8 li away from Qingqing. According to Shen Qing's classification, this area falls into the suburban category, making it quite convenient for future business endeavors. After paying the entrance fee of 2 won per person, Shen Qing and Jiang Xiangnan successfully entered the city. Jiang Xiangnan watched as 4 won were handed over to the city guards, unable to mask the pain in his eyes. Shen Qing, on the other hand, was less troubled. Though her funds were limited, she did not dwell on these necessary expenses. "Mother, where shall we go first?" Jiang Xiangnan asked timidly, gazing at the bustling street. In the village, he roamed freely without concern. He was bold enough to venture into the wild, yet for some reason, being surrounded by so many people made him anxious and unsure of where to place his hands and feet. Shen Qing replied, "First, let us find a large tavern to sell the fish and eels while they are still fresh. That way, you can feel more at ease. Silver secured is a comfort." Jiang Xiangnan nodded obediently, following his mother's lead without a hint of dissent. Thankfully, with his mother guiding the way, he knew that if he were to navigate this alone, he would undoubtedly feel overwhelmed. How impressive it is to think of the resourcefulness of those who can sell. Shen Qing quickly located a large tavern, circling to the back to the kitchen area, instructing Jiang Xiangnan to wait at the alley while she knocked on the courtyard door. Jiang Xiangnan saw a steward emerge, nodding at the large fish in one bucket and unfurling his brow at the sight of the eels in the other. Before long, he returned with a purse of coins, while Shen Qing stepped aside to shield the buckets, obscuring Jiang Xiangnan's view. However, he was certain that the steward was pleased with both the fish and the eels. "They must have sold well. Mother is truly remarkable." Shen Qing waited until the main door had closed, ensuring no one was around, then swiftly pressed the affirmative button on the marketplace. In an instant, the eels in the bucket vanished, and her balance increased by 989 yuan. Including yesterday's earnings, her total balance exceeded 1,000 yuan, and she exhaled a long sigh of relief. Originally, she could have made 1,026. But since she had offered an additional eel to secure a better deal, the buyer had been quite satisfied with the fish and even more so with the eel. After all, the cost of the fish was borne by the tavern, while the eel was her own. Losing 1 eel meant a reduction of 37 yuan. But compared to the 989 yuan safely in her possession, Shen Qing felt it was an acceptable trade-off, at the very least. It saved her time and provided a good excuse for future eel sales. With 2 empty buckets in hand, Jiang Xiangnan's steps were noticeably lighter. He cheerfully inquired, "Mother, where are we headed next?" With his belly full and both the fish and eels sold, he felt an unexpected joy swell within him. Though he had yet to receive a single coin from his mother, he was confident she would reward him. Shen Qing had already thought through the agenda for the day, deciding to head to the pork stall next. Upon hearing this, Jiang Xiangnan, despite still carrying the 2 large buckets, could hardly contain his excitement. Even so, he eagerly asked, "Mother, are you going to buy pork?" The thought of immediately purchasing pork after selling the fish and eels seemed a tad premature, as the silver had yet to warm in her hands. Yet, his mind quickly provided the answer, "Yes, splendid. Earning silver is precisely for satisfying our appetites. So of course it's wonderful." Jiang Xiangnan radiated joy, practically bouncing with excitement. It might not be pork, perhaps just the offal. But Shen Qing refrained from dampening his enthusiasm, knowing the truth could lead to disappointment later. Upon hearing about the offal, Jiang Xiangnan remained undeterred. His tone still buoyant, "Offal is great too. It's cheap. With the money for a pound of pork, we could buy a whole heap of offal. Our family is large. Everyone could have a generous helping. If we bought pork, who knows if each person would even get a piece. He declared when we get home. I'll prepare it, and I'll make sure it's thoroughly cleaned so that no one can detect any foul odors. Shen Qing, however, could not share in his excitement, as her intention in buying the offal was not solely for their family's consumption, but rather to engage in the lucrative business of marinated delicacies. After all, who has tried their hand at making a few marinated dishes at home? Selling marinated foods can yield far greater profits than selling salted duck eggs. Come on, mother. We need to hurry. If we're late, we might miss out. Shen Qing felt a chill, if acquiring the offal depended on a rush. Then her plans for the marinated delicacies would be in jeopardy. Yet, she pondered, ancient people were hardly foolish. If it was edible, even if toxic, there would surely be ways to prepare it. Offal is merely offal. How could anyone not understand its value? Upon arriving at the pork stall, it indeed resembled what Jiang Xiangnan had predicted. Snatching would be necessary, as the offal was already gone. Shen Qing turned to inquire about the prices of other cuts. The stall owner enthusiastically promoted his wares. Pork belly is 39 won a pound, lean meat is 28, pig trotters are 20 won a pair. And the pig's head, today's is rather small, is 40 won each. What do you think? Shall we take the pig's head? On a regular day, it would cost 50 won. Shen Qing assessed the pig's head, estimating it weighed around 10 pounds, but the bones comprised a significant portion, yielding only 3 to 4 pounds of meat. In donghua, this small quantity would be considered quite good. The pig's ears, rich in gelatin, possess a delightful crunch, whether braised or stir-fried, and fetch a high price. The tongue is similarly prized. The meat near the bones is predominantly lean, flavorful yet not greasy. However, in the oil-scarce Qing, these three items, while coveted in donghua, could not compete with fatty cuts, even the most inferior ones. Indeed, the next moment, Jiang Xiangnan's voice of disdain rang out. No. This pig's head has no fat whatsoever, it's mostly bone. The edible portions are pitifully scarce. And you're asking too high a price. Shen Qing discerned that while Jiang Xiangnan feigned disdain, he was actually attempting to haggle. At least 35 won. Not a coin less. All right then, I'll throw in a large bone, the stall owner countered. That one do. A large bone can easily fetch 3 or 4 won. I'd be at a loss. How could that be? Look at how bare this bone is. Who would spend 3 or 4 won on a bone with no meat? If I could buy eggs for that price, I could get 5 or 6 duck eggs instead. If you were in my position, would you prefer a meatless bone or those 5 or 6 eggs? The pork stall owner was momentarily taken aback by the question, eventually replying, you don't understand. This large bone is excellent for making soup, especially for those with broken legs or children who are growing. It's not something I can just give away. Here, I'll throw in some pig hair for you. Alas, pig bristles are of no use to me. What purpose do they serve? It appears you are one of the villagers, with fields and land to your name. Allow me to inform you that pig bristles make excellent fertilizer, which could yield a bountiful harvest in the coming year, thus proving profitable. Jiang Xiangnan also desires large pig bones. Though no one at home has broken legs, he yearns for them nonetheless, particularly for the growing Xiaohua, who initially scorned the meager bones, but now covets them upon realizing their value. Shen Qing, noticing Jiang Xiangnan's interest, gently interjected, if we are to take the pig's head, we shall also accept the bristles. By the way, how much is the pig lard? Jiang Xiangnan was unaware, yet she was informed. The benefits of the large bones for those with broken legs are negligible, as the real nourishment comes from the meat. The pig's head should suffice. The vendor had quoted various prices earlier, but curiously omitted the price of pig lard. Was it intentional or merely an oversight? Chapter 15. More profitable than lard. The vendor, upon being asked about pig lard, scrutinized the woman before him once more. Though her attire was tattered beyond belief, with patches adorning her sleeves and shoulders, would such impoverished folk truly purchase pig lard? He kindly advised, Miss, the price of pig lard has recently surged to over 80 won per jean, yielding only 6 or 7 taels of lard. It would be far more economical to opt for sesame oil or vegetable oil. Sesame oil is priced at 30 or 40 won per jean, while vegetable oil can be acquired for just over 21. The disparity of several won would not escape the notice of the destitute. Shen Qing finally grasped the situation. The vendor's reluctance to quote the price of pig lard stemmed primarily from her being outside the target customer demographic. However, with her plans for a braised meat business thwarted, she contemplated venturing into soap making. The key ingredient for soap is oil, and the vendor had reminded her that she could purchase sesame oil. Having successfully crafted handmade soap at home before, she knew that while there were no ready-made alkalis available here, they could be extracted from straw ash. Although she had yet to experiment with the precise quantities required. Thus, purchasing pig lard was essential, but in sufficient quantity. She politely addressed the vendor. "I would like 3 jin, please." When the vendor heard her request for 3 jin, his face lit up with delight as he hurriedly cut and weighed the lard. Upon settling the payment, not only did he include the pig bristles, but also the coveted large bones Jiang Xiangnan had been longing for. Jiang Xiangnan, carrying a bucket laden with the pig's head, lard, bristles, and bones, felt the physical burden on his shoulder was trivial compared to the weight growing heavier in his heart. With so much purchased by his mother, would the earnings from selling fish and eels in the morning suffice? Upon returning home, he resolved to fish and catch eels without a moment's rest. He must honor the meat and lard his mother had provided him. As Shen Qing strolled along the street, she spotted a spice shop and promptly entered. Prior to entering, she had held a glimmer of hope for her braised meat venture, but upon exiting, that hope had dissipated entirely. Initially considering the possibility of braising goose or pig trotters if the pig offal did not work out, her heart sank after inquiring about star anise and cinnamon, spices of this era, finding them prohibitively expensive. No wonder spices in ancient times were worth the salaries of officials. Jiang Xiangnan trailed closely behind his mother, observing her enter the spice shop without a hint of trepidation, followed by a visit to the grocery store. When she emerged from the spice shop, her brow was furrowed, and her expression was one of despair. However, upon exiting the grocery store, she wore a bright smile, though it soon faded into a frown once more. He struggled to comprehend the rapid shifts in her mood. Shen Qing was too preoccupied with calculating the feasibility of her soap business to notice Jiang Xiangnan's confusion. Here, they refer to Lai as Yitzi, priced at 180 yuan for a block. After accounting for the grocery store's profit margin, the wholesale price would be between 100 and 121. A jin of pig lard costs roughly 100 won. She observed the size of the Lai blocks in the grocery store, estimating that they could yield 5 or 6 finished pieces. This means that with 100 won in costs, she could earn 500 won. She even inquired about Lai specifically for washing hair, only to be informed that none was available. Sesame oil costs 30 or 40 won per jin. With even lower production costs, she could afford to lower the selling price, allowing the grocery store owner to enjoy greater profit margins. Thus, even if her soap did not capture the market, sesame hair soap might still succeed. However, Shen Qing was troubled by the thought that regardless of the type of soap or the method of production, all varieties would require a maturation period. In professional terms, this is known as curing, which essentially refers to the saponification reaction. Over time, the irritating substances in the soap diminish, becoming gentler and more suitable for the skin, preventing irritation. When initially distributing her products, any grocery store owner would inevitably test them. If they caused skin irritation, it would ruin her reputation. Which grocery store owner would dare stock her soap then? Therefore, a minimum curing period of at least a month would be necessary. It was now mid-March, and even with relentless efforts, she would not see any income until the end of next month. A month may not seem long in a stable and prosperous era, but with the impending floods in June, which would inundate the land, she must act before then. Food, possessions, and the elderly and young would be unable to travel. Thus, she needed a substantial amount of silver to procure transportation. If funds were scant, a cart or a one-wheel cart would suffice, but with more wealth, they could afford a bullock cart, donkey cart, or even a horse-drawn carriage. The window for earning is painfully brief. Yet, despite the brevity, Shen Qing still ventured to the oil shop to purchase 10 jin of sesame oil and 5 jin of rapeseed oil. Emerging with the jars, Jiang Xiangnan's mouth was agape, as if he could fit an egg inside. Balancing a large bucket filled with pork, lard, and other items, while Shen Qing carried the jars made further exploration impractical. She suggested, "Let us return. I recall a candy shop along the way where we can buy 2 jin of brown sugar." With Hubing still over 20 days away from completing her confinement, now that they had oil, they could fry eggs. According to her hometown's customs, adding a spoonful of brown sugar would make it delightful. Old-fashioned brown sugar, handcrafted, would be perfect for women recovering from childbirth. Jiang Xiangnan had no objections. But as they passed a bookstore, he hesitated before asking, "Mother, are you not going in to look at the brushes?" Shen Qing cast a puzzled glance at Jiang Xiangnan, unsure of his interest in brushes. Jiang Xiangnan bit his lip and ultimately reminded her, "Little brother said his brush is worn out. What if the teacher scolds him for not buying one?" The teacher's words held more weight for her than any edict, and little brother was her most cherished child. Last night, she had been stern with him, fearing that upon returning home, she would regret it and wish to buy a brush only to find the city gate closed. "No buying," Shen Qing replied tersely. The soap would take a month to yield profits, and it was crucial that she did not remain idle during that time. Continuous production necessitated continuous investment. The family had a mere 11 taels of silver saved, but after giving over a tael to Huibing yesterday and accounting for today's expenditures, they barely had just over 9 taels left. With just over 9 taels, how could they afford to purchase expensive items like paper, ink, brushes, and inkstones? Expensive items? While the materials for ink and inkstones were rare and difficult to procure, paper and brushes were indeed feasible, especially paper. She had seen videos demonstrating how to make it from bamboo, grasses, trees, vines, and other materials. The process of making brushes was far simpler and more manageable compared to producing paper. Shen Qing, in a moment of inspiration, thrust the jar into Jiang Xiangnan's hands and quickly said, "I will go in to take a look. You wait here." Jiang Xiangnan managed a bitter smile. He had known his mother would go in to take a look. After all, she had doted on little brother for over a decade. And being the only scholar in the family, the future of the Jiang family depended on him. How could she possibly overlook that? She had already nurtured them and their family, and with her utmost affection for little brother, she would undoubtedly be even more generous towards him. While Jiang Xiangnan was lost in his thoughts, Shen Qing had already gathered all the information she sought within the bookstore. A brush costs a staggering 150 to 60 yuan, only slightly cheaper than the inkstone. However, the production cost of the inkstone is considerably higher. A brush priced at 150 to 60 yuan must be made from either pig hair or sheep and rabbit fur. Thus the profit margin is indeed substantial, potentially even exceeding that of the inkstone. In Chapter 16, Yearning for Home, Shen Qing meticulously calculates in her mind. The profit margin for the items sold in their shop generally hovers between 30 to 50%, implying that even the most basic brush must have a procurement cost of at least 80 or 91. Initially, embarking on a high-end and boutique route is unfeasible for them, yet even with the most rudimentary brush, the selling price can be set at 81. Pig hair holds little value, often reaching the point of being given away, but it is coarse and not the primary material for brush making. More commonly used are sheep wool, rabbit fur, and weasel fur. Although Shen Qing cannot procure weasel fur, she believes she can find sheep and rabbit fur in the city. The purchased fur cannot be immediately utilized. It must undergo a degreasing process to remove the fat attached to the roots, which can be accomplished by soaking it in either wood ash water or lime water. Uncertain of the differences between the two methods, Shen Qing decides to try both to ascertain which yields better results. Wood ash water is readily available, while lime water requires her to purchase lime first. The brush handles will be made from bamboo segments. Situated in a flat region, Shen Qing has a relatively cold climate, and while coarse bamboo is scarce, there are still thin bamboo shoots. She has seen bundles of slender bamboo in the woodshed, brought by villagers for firewood. It merely requires some labor to cut and transport them back. Shen Qing now considers anything that does not require spending money to be a treasure. Currently, she needs to purchase sheep and rabbit fur, lime, and also silk thread to secure the brush heads tightly, ensuring they do not come loose when inserted into the handle. This silk thread must also be bought. Other items, such as combs for carding the fur and scissors for trimming the brushes, can be purchased if spotted, but if not, they can always return to the city the following day to procure them. After all, they have already bought quite a bit today. Any more would be cumbersome for the two of them to carry. If only they had a cart, be it a flatbed or a wheelbarrow. It would ease the burden and allow for more to be carried. Stop. They have yet to earn any money, and their total savings are pitifully low. They must wisely allocate their precious funds, not squander them on large consumer goods right off the bat. Jiang Xiangnan, observing his mother returning empty-handed, inquires, "Mother, why didn't you buy anything? Did you run out of money after today's expenses?" Shen Qing shakes her head and replies enthusiastically, "No. I merely went to take a look. I hadn't intended to buy anything. Let us go. We need to work hard today and head to where they sell the fur. The fur must be soaked for 5 to 7 days, and the other items can be purchased later without hindering their work schedule. However, acquiring these two materials a day earlier means they can ship out their products sooner, which translates to more silver coming in. In a household desperately in need of money, having finally found a profitable venture, how can she not be eager to get it started? Moreover, as this is their first endeavor, the potential for unforeseen complications is significant, necessitating adjustments that could delay their timeline. Thus, the sooner they act, the better. Jiang Xiangnan feels bewildered. How did his mother go in and come out deciding to sell fur? Yet, whatever mother decides is what will be done. Let us go. It's not too much trouble. If mother trusts him enough to bring him along instead of the youngest, that signifies her confidence in his ability to carry and choose well. Presently, although the items are numerous, they are not heavy at all. Certainly lighter than what he had carried before. Moreover, even if the 2 buckets were filled to the brim, he would gladly bear the labor. Shen Qing inquired with someone and quickly found the place selling fur. Unlike pig hair, which can be consumed along with the skin, pig hair is rendered useless after being scalded in boiling water and scraped off by the butcher. Aside from being used for manure, it serves little purpose. In contrast, sheep and rabbit fur are dense and warm, making them excellent for creating cozy garments when combined with leather. Hence, they are sold together with the hides. Since Shen Qing is crafting brushes, she does not require large pieces of material, opting instead for the scraps and remnants, even collecting the loose hairs swept off. Ultimately, she filled a basket, only stopping when it became too full, spending a mere 1.5 taels of silver. On the way back, she also stopped to buy silk thread. The seller had scissors and combs specifically for embroidery, which Shen Qing eagerly acquired, spending an additional tael. Next door was a candy shop, saving them the trouble of searching elsewhere, and they purchased 2 jean of brown sugar for over 300 won. While the other items were manageable, Shen Qing was momentarily taken aback by the price of the brown sugar, realizing why it is considered a luxury item. After everything was settled, Shen Qing calculated the family's total savings. It amounted to less than 6 taels, specifically 5 taels and a few dozen won. Their financial situation was already dire, and now it had become even more precarious. Fortunately, the balance in their marketplace account had surpassed 1,000, reaching 1,345 yuan, assuring them they would not go hungry. As the sun reached its zenith, Shen Qing estimated it was around noon. Initially, she had planned to buy a few buns to satisfy their hunger, but Jiang Xiangnan refused. It's only 7 or 8 li, we'll be home shortly. I'm sure the eldest sister has saved some food for us, so there's no need to waste money on this. He had assumed his mother had come out with the intention of selling fish and eel to buy some treats for the family. However, after observing the fur and silk thread, he felt a nagging suspicion. Furthermore, considering they had eaten dumplings for both dinner and breakfast, and with the water buckets still containing pig heads and lard, dinner would certainly be a delightful meal. Moreover, his mother hadn't even purchased the beloved brush for the youngest brother, indicating her need for money. With food available at home, how could he squander their silver? Shen Qing, preoccupied with thoughts of returning to make soap and brushes, did not press further, and the two hastened their steps towards home. The yearning for home was palpable. Shen Qing's terrain is flat, with nary a rise or fall in sight. When Shen Qing arrived, the sky was pale with morning mist and her mind occupied with matters she had little inclination to take in her surroundings. Now, while the return journey was also focused on speed, having discovered 2 potential sources of income had eased her mindset considerably, allowing her to take a closer look at her surroundings. The more she observed, the clearer it became why the flood had caused such devastation in Shen Qing. The calamity was not merely due to torrential rain, rather. It was the result of the rivers overflowing, a consequence of numerous breaches in the levees over the years. Each time a breach occurred, repairs were made, raising the levees higher and higher until they surpassed the entire landscape of Shen Qing. The continuous downpour poured down like buckets of water, causing the water levels to rise rapidly, ultimately breaching the levees and submerging the entire Shen Qing in floodwaters. Houses and livestock were swept away, and countless lives were lost in the chaos. Even those who miraculously survived found themselves in dire straits, forced to embark on a treacherous path of escape. Chili Village, located adjacent to the Shen Qing city walls, was relatively safe due to the careful selection of its location. The villagers had largely escaped unscathed during the levee breaches, but their homes had collapsed under the relentless rain, leaving not a single stalk of corn standing. Initially, as they fled together, The shared experience of being from the same village brought a sense of safety through mutual aid. However, as their food supplies dwindled and the journey stretched on indefinitely, disagreements arose regarding their destination, leading to increasing tensions. Ultimately, they fractured into smaller groups, and as they dispersed, they appeared to other fleeing disaster victims as easy prey. Shen Qing worriedly contemplated that their family of over 10 was insufficient. They would need to recruit some companions for the journey. Ideally, these companions should be strong yet not overly cunning or miserly, and they should possess some economic means. How difficult it is. Chapter 17. The Interpersonal Relationships in the Village. March's weather had gradually begun to warm. Yet a sudden cold snap brought a swift drop in temperature. At noon, as the sun shone brightly, many people gathered at the village's edge, basking in the sun while engaging in handicrafts and casual conversations. During this farming off-season, aside from foraging for wild vegetables and fishing, there was little else to occupy their time. As Shen Qing and Jiang Xiangnan's figures first appeared at the village entrance, they were immediately spotted by an observant woman, who exclaimed, "Oh dear, what splendid treasures have you brought back from the city?" It was said that the widow Jiang was quite at ease, buying whatever she pleased. When the two of them were together before, such freedom was rarely observed. Upon hearing this, Jiang Xiangnan reacted like a cat whose tail had been stepped on, bristling with indignation. Had he not been burdened with 2 full buckets of expensive goods, he would have leapt forward in a fit of rage, gripping his shoulder pole. He anxiously glanced at his mother, anticipating her retort, only to find her seemingly oblivious to the comment. He cautiously inquired, "Mother, are you not angry?" In the past, when people remarked on her being without a husband, she would flush with anger, ready to confront anyone. Shen Qing responded, "Are they referring to her? Could it truly be that the widow Jiang was indeed her? Good heavens, she already had grandchildren and was still labeled as a widow?" She turned to Jiang Xiangnan, noticing his fury, which seemed to encompass her own feelings of indignation. However, Shen Qing found little reason to be upset. After all, she was not the original owner of this identity and harbored no affection for the deceased husband. Furthermore, the original husband was hardly commendable, unable to earn a living outside and neglecting even the most basic responsibilities at home. Despite this, the original owner had to revolve her life around him, ensuring he was well fed and cared for, even prioritizing him over their children. What good was such a man? If he was gone, then so be it. The original owner was merely 37 years old, at a prime age for embarking on a career. What need had she for a man? There was nothing to be angry about. But remember, my dear third son, we must remain vigilant against her in all matters concerning our family. Jiang Xiangnan nodded vigorously, then suddenly recalled, "Mother, every time you quarrel with Aunt Xiaomai, you soon end up getting close again." Shen Qing replied, "Is that sharp-tongued Xiaomai still considered a friend of the original owner? I must clarify, if you observe. I have not argued with her, hence we do not find ourselves reconciled shortly thereafter. After all, I have been guided by the Bodhisattva in dreams. How could I still be the same as before?" The mention of the Bodhisattva immediately garnered Jiang Xiangnan's approval, though he had been skeptical in the past. He could not deny the significant changes in his mother these past few days, all for the better. Who else but a benevolent entity could bring about such transformation? Seeing Shen Qing remain silent, Sun Xiaomai slyly added fuel to the fire. "With the head of the household gone, you cannot just spend money as you please. What if you find yourself in need of money later? Will you kneel and beg others for help?" Shen Qing, unfamiliar with the dynamics between the original owner and Sun Xiaomai, found the latter's persistent barbs most displeasing and retorted, "With the head of the household gone, am I not the head of the household now? I shall spend as I see fit. If you envy me, perhaps you should wish for your head of household to meet an untimely end, or better yet, if he values you, you can still be the head of your household while he lives." Sun Xiaomai was taken aback by the calm yet fierce response from Shen Qing, which only ignited her anger further. How dare Shen Qing spend money freely without the need to cater to a man, especially when her own situation had once been less fortunate? With a cunning glint in her eye, she smiled. "Head of the household? I recall just a few days ago you wanted to rid yourself of those 2 money-losing burdens, causing quite the uproar at home. Odd, then, that those burdens still remain. Your words seem to be mere hot air." As Sun Xiaomai finished her taunt, Jiang Ying, unable to bear it any longer, furrowed her brow and interjected, "Sun Xiaomai, what do you mean by that? It was inherently wrong to think of discarding those children, now that you've changed your mind and done nothing malicious. Instead of praising you, you provoke further conflict. What is your true intent? The other women, who had initially been amused by the exchange, suddenly realized the truth in Jiang Ying's words. Indeed, the thought of abandoning a child was a cruel one. Whether or not to keep them was not a matter for idle gossip. Moreover, regardless of personal feelings, it was unacceptable to stoke the flames of discord. A girl's life is still a life. All eyes turned to Sun Xiaomai, now filled with disdain. Shen Qing observed Jiang Ying for a moment longer before quietly advising her third son, "Your mother has not had the best judgment in choosing her companions. It would be wise to limit interactions with Sun Xiaomai and instead foster a closer relationship with Jiang Ying." With Sun Xiaomai as a cautionary tale, she spoke vaguely to avoid revealing her true thoughts. Indeed, upon hearing this, Jiang Xiangnan gleefully replied, "Mother, you've finally come to your senses. Aunt Ying is truly wonderful, efficient in her actions and righteous in her dealings. Whenever someone in the village has a need, she is always eager to help. Yet you seem to think she is merely seeking attention and disapprove of her for not embodying the traditional feminine ideals. Ironically, it is she who speaks ill of others behind their backs. If you ask me, which family in Chili village is poorer than ours? Which family is worse off? At least others have mud brick houses. Our home is still covered in walls of thatch and mud. My elder sister has given birth to 2 daughters. Your dislike is one thing, but to consider abandonment is another, especially since she can still have more children. However, Sun Xiaomai never fails to remind you that even if my sister bears sons, they are worthless if they are not strong and capable. Incessantly lamenting about the burden of having money-losing children, they often gather in secret to whisper, and soon enough, you find yourself at home crying and lamenting about how unbearable life has become." Shen Qing recalled with gratitude that Jiang Ying had been a great help during their escape, along with her father and husband. Jiang Ying's father, Jiang Yang, had been a bodyguard in his youth, traveling far and wide until an injury forced him to return to the village for a quieter life. Jiang Ying's mother had passed away early, leaving the responsibilities of the household to Jiang Ying, the eldest daughter, who delayed her own marriage for the sake of her younger brothers. When the entire village presumed that Jiang Ying would never marry, little did they know that Jiang Ying's injury had been incurred while saving a young bodyguard. The grateful young man had insisted on escorting Jiang Yang home, only to fall head over heels for Jiang Ying upon arrival, declaring that he would marry no one but her. With no family or wealth, he could not afford to buy a home in the city. So he settled in Chili village, where he and his father-in-law, Jiang Yang, and brothers-in-law could support one another. During their escape, such a united, capable, and warm-hearted family was a treasure. Others would have clung to them desperately. Yet the original owner had scorned Jiang Ying, believing her sons to be an overabundance of laborers and causing strife until, despite Jiang Yang's repeated counsel, she stubbornly insisted on severing ties. Shen Qing felt troubled. How could she mend relations with Jiang Ying before their escape? However, mending relationships could take time. First, she needed to return and try her hand at making brushes and soap to earn some silver. Chapter 18. How to Eat a Pig's Head. Earning silver was the immediate priority. With money, it would be much easier to repair relationships later on, wouldn't it? Shen Qing signaled to Jiang Xiangnan, who immediately understood and, shouldering the burden, strode towards home. The pig's head, with its large ears, was inevitably visible above the water buckets. Sun Xiaomai caught sight of it and inwardly regretted her earlier sharp remarks towards Shen Qing. She had lost the chance for a savory treat. Otherwise, she could have snagged a few morsels for herself. She gulped, recalling the disdainful looks from the other village women, and muttered, "What business do you have buying a whole pig's head, especially when you're living like this? It's no wonder you want to discard your granddaughter to save on rations. Don't say I didn't warn you. When you run out of silver and food, don't come begging me." Shen Qing couldn't help but smile inwardly. Sun Xiaomai was just as impoverished as she was, barely scraping by on 2 meals of watery gruel a day, and yet she thought to demand something from her? She spoke as if she could provide food and wealth, completely unaware of her own reality. "My mother would never abandon her granddaughter. She is doing just fine," Jiang Xiangnan declared, shouldering the heavy water buckets and standing tall, his voice robust. Sun Xiaomai was taken aback by Jiang Xiangnan's sudden interjection. Shen Qing's sons exhibited a hierarchy of filial piety and shrewdness, with the most foolish at the top and the most astute at the bottom. Jiang Xiangnan found himself caught in the middle, possessing both cleverness and a lack of foolish devotion. In the past, when he had overheard her ridicule his mother, he had feigned indifference, yet today he unexpectedly voiced his defense. While Sun Xiaomai was momentarily lost in thought, Shen Qing and Jiang Xiangnan hastily returned home. Observing their straightened backs, she felt a sense of disdain rising from within. They must have spent a considerable amount of silver on this endeavor. She was curious to see how they would fare in the days to come. "Mother, you're back. I have kept the wild vegetable noodle dumpling soup warm in the pot. I'll serve it up," exclaimed Huabing as she hurried out upon hearing their arrival. Shen Qing acknowledged her with a nod, gently placing the heavy basket on her back down. Indeed, the large basket filled with hides was no light burden. Her shoulders bore the marks of the straps. However, this was not the time for sentimentality. She first fetched 2 wooden basins to categorize the hides. Meanwhile, Jiang Xiangnan set down a large water bucket, carefully extracting the sesame oil and rapeseed oil to place on the earthen ground of the courtyard, followed by the pork lard and pig bones hidden beneath. The lard was a luxury, and it was imperative that the villagers did not catch sight of it. The bones and lard were easy to clean. A couple of rinses with well water would suffice, but the pig's head, especially the ears and snout, required meticulous attention to ensure they were thoroughly cleaned. Huabing emerged with 2 bowls of dumpling soup and was taken aback by the array of items laid out for sorting. Shen Qing gestured for silence, and Huabing quickly nodded in understanding. In the closely knit 7-li village, houses stood shoulder to shoulder. While communal living offered mutual assistance in times of danger, the glaring drawback was the utter lack of privacy. Previously, the Jiang family had lived in poverty, subsisting on gruel or porridge with flatbreads, which produced little aroma. However, the scent of meat dishes was difficult to conceal. Shen Qing lowered her voice earlier as we passed the village entrance. Many noticed the pig's head. "Today, there is no need for concealment. We shall address that later. We cannot forsake meat out of fear of gossip. And since there is no famine nor are we on the run, those who are envious can always go to the city for a taste. After all, we are already the poorest family in the village. Other families should be able to afford a meal of meat." Nonetheless, once they settled into their new home, it would be essential to choose a more secluded location, allowing them to fry and cook without concern for the fragrant aromas wafting through the air. Jiang Xiangnan eagerly accepted the wild vegetable dumpling soup, hastily shoveling it into his mouth. Upon hearing Shen Qing's words, he quickly interjected, "Sister-in-law, I will wash up later. Once it's clean, you can decide how to prepare it." His mother had mentioned that during her confinement, his sister-in-law could cook, but tasks involving cold water, such as washing clothes and dishes, were out of the question. However, he had no intention of delegating the washing. He was more than willing to work, especially when it came to food. "Very well," Huabing readily agreed, then turned to her mother-in-law, hesitantly asking, "Mother, how should we prepare the pig's head?" After all, it was meat, and if it turned out poorly, it would be a waste. Not only would her brother and sister-in-law blame her, but she would also feel the embarrassment. Shen Qing had numerous methods in mind, the most common being braising. However, many of the spices required for braising were costly, including soy sauce and sugar, which were considered luxuries. Given their current economic situation, she deemed it impractical to be overly particular. After a moment's contemplation, she replied, "First, blanch it and add a generous amount of ginger and garlic to stew. Once tender, we can make a soup with the broth and the gray vegetables. The pig's ears can be sliced thinly and tossed with the blanched melon heads. Half of the shredded meat can be stir-fried with wild garlic, seasoned with some chili. The other half can be saved for tomorrow's lunch, and we can use the pig bones to make a broth, saving the pig's snout and tongue for dinner tomorrow. With the weather being cold, storing meat for 3 to 4 days poses no problem. A pig's head could yield 3 to 4 pounds of meat, which would suffice for a hearty meal for the family, although they had not indulged in meat for a long time and might find their stomachs unaccustomed to it. Moreover, consuming too much at once might hinder proper absorption. It was wiser to allow their bodies to gradually absorb the nutrients and reserve energy for potential hardships ahead." Huabing's eyes widened in astonishment. "Mother, are we really going to finish such a large pig's head in just 2 days?" Upon hearing this, Jiang Xiangnan felt a surge of excitement. Mother is so generous. Huabing, however, believed that consuming it within 2 days was rather extravagant and suggested, "Mother, while it's difficult to save shredded meat, the ears and tongue can be cured and dried. When we crave them later, we can slice a few pieces to stir-fry with vegetables. A hint of meat flavor makes any dish delightful. The pig's snout can be smoked and stored for 6 months to a year without issue. I'll rise early tomorrow to prepare the bones for a broth, ensuring we have meat soup throughout the day." Jiang Xiangnan understood the practicality of his sister-in-law's suggestion, yet emotionally he resisted. He longed to feast upon several pieces of meat. If they followed his sister-in-law's advice, he would only manage a mere slice from the few pieces. However, he recognized that she was acting in the family's best interest, as in the past, the family had never had a chance to enjoy meat, especially not his sister-in-law. Shen Qing was equally taken aback. What she considered a modest amount was, in fact, quite substantial for the rest of the family. In the end, Shen Qing decisively declared that the pig's head would be consumed within the next 2 days. There was no need to keep it for later, freshness was paramount. The lard could be rendered and stored for an extended period, and when cooking future dishes, a few pieces would enhance the flavor far more than the ears or tongue. Shen Qing withheld the thought that once the sale of the brushes was successful, she could invest more into the soap venture, at which point the lard would no longer require rationing. Recalling the brushes, she held the dumpling soup but did not pause to eat. She immediately turned to Huabing, who was bringing a chair over, and inquired, "Do you know if anyone in our village has straw?" In Qing, the main crops were wheat, planted at the end of September and harvested in early May, followed by corn, which was planted immediately after and harvested in early September, allowing for 2 harvests in a year. Wheat, milled into flour, was considered fine grain and sold at a high price. Most farmers were reluctant to consume it and instead sold it for household use. Corn was retained for the family's sustenance. Rice also fell under the category of fine grain, but its planting and harvesting schedule differed from that of wheat. Thus, if rice was planted, corn could not be sown, which explained why few in Qing cultivated rice. Shen Qing suddenly realized that the scarcity of rice consumption in Qing, compared to the prevalence of wheat-based foods, was likely due to the lack of rice cultivation. Without rice, there would be no straw. As Huabing watched Shen Qing squatting in the courtyard with a large bowl, ready to eat, she turned back inside to fetch a chair. Placing it behind Shen Qing, she observed her sit down and reflected. It seems only Aunt Ying's family has it. Uncle Ying is from Jiangnan and loves rice. When they settled in Heavenly Village, he specifically purchased rice patties. Mother, you and Aunt Ying have never gotten along, so it's understandable you wouldn't know. But what do you need straw for? Seated on the chair her eldest daughter-in-law had provided, Shen Qing felt a swell of pride as her youngest son gazed at her with envy. Her eldest daughter-in-law was indeed a treasure, perceptive, nimble, and industrious. Having lived in Heavenly Village since she was 10, she knew every household inside and out and had even prepared a rationale for her mother-in-law. Shen Qing had no intention of keeping secrets from her. She simply lowered her voice further to ensure only the 3 of them could hear. Didn't I receive divine guidance from a bodhisattva in my dreams the other night? The bodhisattva not only taught me the path of virtue, but also imparted a few ways to earn a living. I have chosen 2 of them to experiment with, and both require something from the ashes of straw. As Jiang Xiangnan, who had been heartily devouring the dumpling soup, gaped in astonishment, he momentarily forgot to continue eating. Huabing inhaled sharply, a mixture of surprise and joy washing over her, though predominantly the latter. She scanned her surroundings meticulously, ensuring that no one was present before lowering her voice to an almost inaudible whisper. "Mother, should I inquire? Aunt Ying had always been considerate towards me. However, the straw, while capable of providing warmth beneath the mattress, would likely be in short supply. Aunt Ying had married later in life, and her household was small, though her family of origin was numerous. Generally, items of little worth, like straw, would have been distributed long ago." Shen Qing felt a chill. Even if Jiang Ying had set aside some straw without holding past grievances against her, it would be insufficient. She endeavored to recall what she had seen in the past regarding the extraction of lye water. Aside from straw ash, what else could be utilized? Suddenly, a memory of celebrating the Dragon Boat Festival in her childhood struck her. Back then, families in the village would wrap lye rice dumplings. After harvesting soybeans, they would not discard the straw, as it was kept for kindling, yet most villagers would reserve a portion for making lye water when preparing the dumplings. The dumplings boiled in lye not only retained their authentic flavor, but also boasted a golden, translucent appearance, and their sweet, soft, and glutinous interior could withstand hanging from the rafters for over 10 days without spoiling, making them remarkably durable for storage. Did our village not cultivate a significant amount of soybeans? Was there still straw left? She had not noticed any soybeans at home, uncertain if her family had grown any. She glanced through the cluttered firewood shed, but could not discern anything. However, even if she had, she could not guarantee her recognition of it. Wu Bing replied, "Yes, mother. We still have some in our firewood shed, though it's at the back and hasn't been burned yet. The land by the riverbank yields little, yet most families grow soybeans. Primarily because the young soybeans, when tender, serve as delicious edamame. Any excess is dried for later use, whether boiled, stir-fried, or ground into powder for consumption. However, their family's limited land meant they seldom had leftovers. They consumed the tender edamame as soon as it was ready. And it was normal for mother to be unaware of the remaining firewood and such laborious tasks. Hearing that the village had plenty and they had some at home, Shen Qing's eyes brightened and her heart settled. She instructed, "All right, third brother, once you finish eating, go fetch some. I want to see how much we have and whether it will suffice. Bing, when you cook the pig's head and render the lard, make sure to use the soybean stalks." "Okay." Jiang Xiangnan quickly finished the last bit of broth in his bowl, excitedly responded, and dashed toward the firewood shed. Hu Bing, however, was troubled. Now, whenever she faced uncertainty, she would consult Shen Qing. "Mother, we only have one large iron pot. Should we render the lard first or cook the pig's head?" There was also a ceramic pot for making soup and medicine, but the pig's head wouldn't fit in it. Could lard be rendered in that? After all, lard was an incredibly precious commodity, and she couldn't make decisions on her own. Shen Qing felt like crying. It was rare to be so impoverished that they possessed only one pot. "Fine, let us use the ceramic pot, even if it retains some herbal flavor." They could later claim it was herbal soap. Besides, if the pot was cleaned thoroughly, there would be minimal residue left. Hu Bing received the confirmation and immediately got up to prepare the large iron pot and the ceramic pot. Shen Qing was not idle either. She rose and began searching for fabric in the house. The only one with a surplus of clothing was her. Wu Bing and Jiang Shui each had merely 2 sets. Barely enough to wash and change, and during winter, they wore both layers together, offering little warmth. Aside from Jiang Xiangzhen, her other sons were not much better off. Shen Qing found 3 sets of clothing tucked away in the corner of the bed, selecting a piece that had become faded and thin, cutting out a large section of fabric. She remembered that gauze was ideal. However, without any, she had to resort to using cloth instead. She placed the ash into the cloth and poured boiling water over it repeatedly from above, filtering it to extract the lye water. Outside, Jiang Xiangnan quickly carried over a large bundle of soybean stalks, while Hu Bing had already cut the pig lard into uniformly sized pieces, placing them into the ceramic pot and igniting the soybean stalks to begin rendering the lard. Meanwhile, the large iron pot was also heated, awaiting the cleaned pig's head for blanching. The 3 of them were busy, and inside the house, Jiang Xiangdong quietly emerged from the room, observing the sleeping baby, and approached to ask, "Mother, is there anything I can do?" Most babies in their confinement slept after eating and cried only when they needed to be changed. And since they were in their own home, there should be no danger. However, with the confinement baby and a 3-year-old girl at home, Shen Qing was eager to earn but remained cautious about the children's safety. Considering Jiang Xiangnan's laborious morning, now needing to haul soybean stalks, which was both dusty and exhausting, she said to Jiang Xiangdong, "Eldest, go to the firewood shed and bring back soybean stalks for Bing. Take as many as you can. We'll burn all of it in the next few days." She instructed him to keep an eye on the 2 children. If they woke and cried, he should call Bing over, allowing him a moment to rest. Cooking the pig head and rendering the lard would take at least an hour, which was just enough time to burn the soybean stalks, reducing their volume for easier storage. All right. The Jiang family's small kitchen and spacious yard soon buzzed with activity. Chapter 20. The Sacrifice of Jiang Xiangxi. What could be wrong with that? How fragrant! Jiang Xiangbei exclaimed as he entered the yard with a water bucket, unable to resist taking deep breaths of the aroma. Jiang Xiangdong, dusty and disheveled from hauling soybean stalks, wore a beaming smile on his face as he grinned and said, "Fourth brother, Mother bought a pig's head. We're having pig's head meat for dinner." Mother said the pig's head was seen by the village women, so it's all right to mention it, but we must not speak of the lard. After all, the pig's head is of little value while the lard is quite precious. If someone were to come and mooch off the lard, it would be troublesome. Jiang Xiangbei gasped, unable to report his accomplishments for the day, and as soon as he set the water bucket down, he dashed into the kitchen. Shen Qing had already sorted the materials by type. The portion soaked in lime water was bubbling, while the other awaited the ash from the soybean stalks for soaking. Seeing Jiang Xiangbei return with fish and shrimp, she discreetly approached the water bucket. As she got closer, the system emitted a clear and pleasant notification sound. Wild river shrimp, 4 pounds and 6 ounces. Priced at 37 per pound. Leaving nothing behind would be unwise, yet retaining too much would be regrettable, considering the river shrimp were quite costly. She set aside the remainder, netting 148 yuan. Wild river fish, 11 pounds and 3 ounces, priced at 13 per pound. Shen Qing was willing to keep more of these, but they were too plentiful to fry all at once, so she retained a significant portion and sold the rest, earning 50 yuan. In total, her revenue amounted to 204 yuan, leaving a balance of over 1,500. Shen Qing glanced at the sky. Jiang Xiangbei would be heading out again shortly, estimating that he could earn more than 100 yuan. This daily income should sustain them until the season for river shrimp and fish concluded. She swiftly cleaned the river shrimp and fish, placing them in a large basin, seasoning them with previously thawed coarse salt water, before pouring in a large scoop of flour and mixing it by hand to ensure each fish and shrimp was coated in batter before taking it to the kitchen. In the kitchen, Jiang Xiangbei stared longingly at the pig's head simmering in the large iron pot, salivating, and then turned his gaze to the ceramic pot, where the lard was bubbling enticingly, swallowing hard more frequently. After entering, he had already heard his elder brother and sister-in-law mention that the neighbors merely thought they were stewing pig head meat, and it was imperative to keep it quiet. He was not foolish and certainly wouldn't he shouted out. He understood that meat was meant to be savored quietly. When he saw his mother enter with the large basin, he felt an overwhelming urge to be close to her. She was so wonderful to buy meat for them. And lard too. Hu Bing, noticing Shen Qing's arrival, hurriedly offered her chopsticks and asked, "Mother, do you think it's cooked enough?" After simmering for about half an hour, the chopsticks easily pierced through the pig's head meat, and the aroma of the lard was already wafting through the air. Shen Qing stepped forward and tested the dish with her chopsticks, nodding in affirmation before continuing to instruct, "You can fish everything out now. Save the pork cracklings, and let the lard cool, as I will need it later." The small fish and shrimp mixed in this large soup basin should be fried in rapeseed oil, and each family member can have a portion as a snack. Hu Bing was relatively calm, but Jiang Xiangbei was on the verge of leaping for joy. His heart raced with exuberance, almost bursting with delight. Pork head meat, pork cracklings, lard, and the fried small fish and shrimp. Was it a festive occasion at home? No. Even during the new year, one would not feast so lavishly. He pinched his thigh hard, grimacing in pain, and then a broad, silly grin spread across his face. Ouch! That hurts. This is not a dream. When Jiang Xiangdong entered, he caught sight of his younger brother grinning foolishly, and in an instant, understood the reason behind it. Not long ago, he had worn a similar smile, one that lingered for an extended period, feeling surreal like a dream. It made him feel as if laboring was no longer a burden. Jiang Xiangbei yearned to wait for the small fish and shrimp to finish frying. But recalling their mother's words that each person's portion was the same, he figured it made no difference whether he waited or not. Eating later would simply mean he could have more than the others, thus tempting his appetite. Yes, he decided to catch more river shrimp. Perhaps luck would be on his side, and he might even snag a big fish. With a large fish to sell, his mother would surely buy something delicious. With this thought, he hurried off, glancing back at the kitchen 3 times, reluctant to leave. Shen Qing, however, was too preoccupied with her task. She was wetting the wood ash collected by Hu Bing with water, filtering it repeatedly through the cut fabric. After extracting the lye, she poured half into the wool to soak. The other half she carried into the kitchen, placing it alongside lard and sesame oil. Making soap required heating while combining the lye, constantly monitoring the saponification reaction. And only once it reached the right consistency could it be poured into molds to cool and set. Unfortunately, both pots were currently occupied, and with people constantly coming and going in the kitchen, she could not focus. She would have to wait until after dinner, trying to make a batch by the light of the setting sun. Given the rudimentary conditions, she had to seize every opportunity to create the necessary conditions to complete her task. As she thought of the molds, Shen Qing suddenly remembered something. She had initially expected to fail numerous times during the trial phase and intended to work with the smallest quantities each time, cooling them directly in bowls. Therefore, formal molds were not urgent. However, since she would need to create molds eventually, she might as well go and settle that matter earlier, along with a few other things. Rising to her feet, she addressed Hu Bing, "I am going to visit the carpenter Guan. You've worked hard here. It's no trouble, mother. You go ahead." Hu Bing replied, somewhat clumsily, her gaze filled with concern as she watched her mother depart. She then shook her head. Why was she worried? Mother had changed. She believed in her mother. Shen Qing understood why Hu Bing stumbled over her words upon hearing she was going to the carpenter's home. Guan, the carpenter, was the only one in Chili village and was renowned even in the surrounding towns and cities. Many people sought him out for furniture making. He had one daughter and one son. His eldest, Guanli, was 18 this year, and his younger son, Guan Shaoshan, was 12. Guanli and Jiang Xiangxi, the second son of the Jiang family, who was repairing the river embankment, were quite taken with each other. The carpenter was a capable and well-paid artisan, and Jiang Xiangxi, at 19, was considered of marriageable age in this era. Guanli, being 18, was quite a match, and the original owner would have been pleased. However, Guan's wife had fallen ill after giving birth to Guan Shaoshan, spending many years bedridden, and after exhausting their finances on medical care, she eventually passed away, leaving behind a burden of debt that the entire village knew about. Moreover, Guan Shaoshan had suffered a severe illness in his childhood, and after recovering, one of his legs became weak and increasingly atrophied. The village children would often chase after him, mocking his limp. Guanli would always step in front of him, hands on her hips, scolding them back, declaring that whether she married or not, she would take care of her brother and would not let anyone bully him. This was also the point that the original owner looked down upon Guanli. She believed that a daughter-in-law should prioritize her husband's family, and having a disabled brother to care for would only be a burden. The final and most critical point, stemming from the original owner's unspoken selfishness, was her desire to prevent the second son from marrying. Once he was married, the money he earned would eventually belong to his new family. The second son was diligent and hardworking, akin to an ox that consumes little but works tirelessly, without complaints. He could remain at home earning money to support her youngest son's studies. Once Jiang Xiangzheng passed the imperial examinations, what woman would be out of reach? At that time, he would bring forth a multitude of grandchildren. After all, they would all be her grandchildren, making no difference to her. Sacrificing one son was a small price to pay. Chapter 21. The Guan Family. The most honest and responsible child, the one who contributes the most, often suffers the greatest loss. Jiang Xiangxi was such a child. In his dreams, under his mother's relentless objections, he could not be with Guanli. During the flight from disaster, the Guan family had managed to clear some debts incurred from medical expenses, and they had secretly saved a little silver. The carpenter was deeply absorbed in his craft and remained devoted to his deceased wife, unwilling to remarry. Thus, he allowed the stigma of debt to linger, deterring those who sought wealth. Guanli shared the same sentiment. She would rather not have a family that coveted her father's wealth. Had it not been for the flood, the Guan family's situation would not have been so dire. Even Guan Shaoshan had begun learning carpentry, which would have only improved their fortunes. Alas, when the flood struck, in the chaos of fleeing, they could not take their possessions, losing everything, and with the elder and younger members of the family, including Guan Shaoshan who could barely walk, escaping was exceedingly arduous. Ultimately, in an attack by refugees, none survived. Upon hearing the news of Guanli's demise, Jiang Xiangxi was left desolate, as though his soul had been extinguished. In the ensuing conflict between his mother and the city guards, he charged to the front, seeking death. And when he achieved his desire, a smile crept onto his lips. Shen Qing felt her tears were worthless, weeping time and again. She made her way toward the Guan family, spotting the carpenter Guan in the yard, busy with woodworking. Next to him sat Guan Shaoshan, diligently carving despite his physical limitations. Guanli was not home, it was not yet time for dinner, and she was likely out foraging for wild vegetables with Jiang Shui. Guan Shaoshan was the first to notice Shen Qing approaching from afar, and he quickly gestured to his father, who was engrossed in his work. Upon hearing, the carpenter immediately set down his task, rubbed his hands on his clothing to clean them, and both father and son anxiously turned to face the visitor. As Shen Qing stepped into the yard, the two confirmed her intentions and were instantly flustered, unsure of how to proceed. "Father, I'll go inside to prepare some tea," Guan Shaoshan said, picking up the cane leaning against the chair to stand. The carpenter exclaimed softly, "You, prepare a cup of brown sugar water. Add a couple more spoons of sugar. We don't want your sister to find it difficult later." Women loved sweetened water, and Shen Qing would soon be the mother-in-law of his daughter, who had sacrificed so much for this family. He, as a father, must not show any shortcomings. Understood. Guan Xiaoshan nodded vigorously. His sister had already caused Jiang Xiangxi's mother to disapprove, and now that she rarely came, it was imperative to treat her with the utmost respect. After giving his son instructions, the carpenter's wrinkled face broke into a smile. Taking a deep breath, he stepped forward and warmly said, "Sister Jiang, please have a seat." Shen Qing observed the carpenter's eagerness, tinged with a hint of humility, understanding that this was all due to his daughter Guanli. He feared that offending her would lead to hardship for his beloved daughter. Little did he know that the original owner had never contemplated Jiang Xiangxi marrying Guanli, nor had she ever considered the prospect of marriage for Jiang Xiangxi. As Shen Qing settled down, she noticed Guan Xiaoshan approaching her, one hand supporting a cane and the other holding a cup of tea, evidently meant for her. She quickly stood up, eager to step forward and receive it. However, the carpenter Guan chuckled and intervened, "No need, no need. Sister Jiang, please remain seated." Although Xiaoshan has difficulty with his legs, he manages daily life quite well. Not only does he dress and wash as any ordinary person would, but his craftsmanship is remarkable. Look at that wooden comb by the chair, he made it himself. If you don't mind, please take it home for your use. Upon hearing this, Shen Qing picked up the comb and examined it closely. The wood was polished to a smooth finish, and the teeth of the comb were neatly aligned, far more exquisite than those sold in the general store. Just as she was about to commend the craftsmanship, she overheard the conversation behind her and quickly shook her head, saying earnestly, "The child worked hard to create this. I cannot accept it without offering something in return. I came here intending to commission a few molds and brought some silver as payment, so we can settle the account together." The carpenter Guan waved his hands anxiously. "Such a simple creation by a child, how can I accept payment? What molds do you wish to have made? If it's not too labor-intensive, I can make them right now for you to take home." Guan Xiaoshan eagerly nodded in agreement. Shen Qing was taken aback by the warmth and courtesy of the father and son. Realizing that regardless of whether the molds required much effort, they had firmly decided not to accept any money. She proceeded to describe the dimensions and shapes she needed for the molds in detail, then added, "I also require 2 wooden basins and 2 wooden buckets. But there's no rush for those. I will pay according to the price of the basins and buckets. The comb is a heartfelt gift from Xiaoshan that I will gladly accept. I brought some meat today, and I plan to send a bowl of it to Xiaoshan as my own gesture. If you refuse the comb, then I cannot accept it either." The father and son had never encountered such a gracious and polite Shen Qing before. In the past, she had always been critical and demanding, even if she refused payment. She would have a multitude of complaints waiting. Today, not only did she not seek to benefit, but she also considered returning a favor, leaving them both astonished and overjoyed, unsure of how to respond. The two men were also filled with worry, pondering whether this drastic change in demeanor indicated her approval of Guanli, or if she had finally drawn a clear line, realizing there was no hope. Regardless of her stance, the carpenter Guan pragmatically stated, "Sister Jiang, the molds you mentioned can be fashioned from 3 long wooden boards nailed together. It requires neither much wood nor labor. How can it be priced the same as basins and buckets? As for the comb, it is of little worth. How can we exchange it for precious meat? It's better to save it for your family." Unfazed, Shen Qing replied pointedly, "What do you mean save it for your family? Isn't Xiaoshan also family from now on?" Both Guan and Xiaoshan understood her implication, their mouths agape in shock. Shen Qing continued, "In the past, I was foolish, but thankfully, it's not too late. To be frank, I have great plans for these molds. Once the matters at home settle down, I will certainly send a matchmaker to propose marriage. The flood disaster is likely to arrive in about 3 months. The soap business will not yield profits for another month, while the calligraphy brushes will start showing returns in 5 to 7 days." She intended to finalize this marriage before the calamity struck so that even if they could not marry in time, their families would have this connection for mutual support during the escape. Hearing her resolve, the carpenter Guan was so elated that he didn't know what to do with his hands, continuously urging Shen Qing to drink water. Then, rubbing his hands together, he declared, "I will make the molds right away. You can take them home directly. If there's anything missing, I will have Li personally deliver it to you tomorrow." Although Xiangxi was already 19, Guanli was 18, and she indeed harbored feelings for him. Moreover, Xiangxi had nothing but praise for their family. This time, it was their turn to undertake the labor of repairing the dam. Xiaoshan's condition was well known, and the carpenter had recently fallen ill, his health far from what it once was. Had it not been for Xiangxi's willingness to help them out, he wondered if he would even be able to return. Since the molds concern the lifelong affairs of both children, he must expedite their creation. Chapter 22. Did your mother send this? Guanli returned home as the sun dipped in the west. She saw her father and brother wearing broad smiles, their eyes sparkling with excitement as they looked at her. Bewildered, she wondered if there was some joyous occasion in the household today. Father, did someone from the city come to order furniture? In the city, people often commissioned complete sets of furniture as dowries for their daughters, providing ample silver that could be used to buy meat, which would certainly delight Xiaoshan. Sister, this is far more important than ordering furniture. Guan Xiaoshan exclaimed joyfully. He then animatedly recounted Shen Qing's various actions and words, anxious not to miss a single detail that his sister might overlook. After finishing, he eagerly asked, Sister, do you think your relationship with Xiangxi is finally progressing? Guanli was momentarily taken aback, then let out a scoff. How could that possibly be? You must have been deceived. Being male, her father and brother had less interaction with Xiangxi's mother and did not understand the dynamics. She knew that Xiangxi's mother had never regarded her with favor. In fact, she had never considered her a suitable daughter-in-law at all. Sister Huabing was calm and reliable, having grown up in the Jiang household since she was 10, practically raised under Xiangxi's mother's gaze. Despite this, Huabing was deemed too tall and robust, lacking maternal support, and her appetite often drew complaints. It was believed that Huabing was unworthy of her capable second son. No, sister, this time Aunt Jiang is truly different. You wouldn't know. But I can't quite explain it. The feeling she gave me was completely different from before. Xiaoshan insisted, refusing to give up. He knew his sister adored Xiangxi, and that Xiangxi harbored feelings for her as well. Previously, Aunt Jiang had always been indifferent towards them, often casting sidelong glances at his sister and him, which felt deeply disrespectful. However, this time was entirely different. Aunt Jiang looked at him without disdain, and when he offered her the sweet water, her concern was whether it might burn him, rather than the usual worry that he might spill it. Guanli hesitated to entertain hope, thinking perhaps Aunt Jiang needed something and sought their father's assistance. In the past, when she had been polite, it was always because the Jiang family was lacking wooden basins or buckets, or perhaps a bed, seeking to take advantage. Am I right? Did she come to request your father to make something? Xiaoshan nodded vigorously, then quickly continued, but this time it's different. She has already given silver. She even said that if we don't accept it, she won't take it back. And she mentioned that she would bring meat over for dinner. Even if the meat didn't arrive, the fact that she had given silver made everything feel different, far better than before. Guanli felt a stirring in her heart. She had long suppressed thoughts of the figure laboring diligently on the dam, but at that moment, she could no longer contain her imagination. Receiving silver meant it was not the usual handout. Even the comb Xiaoshan crafted was mentioned as part of a reciprocal gesture. Was there truly a chance for her and Xiangxi to be together? She quickly halted her thoughts, pursing her lips as she considered the man who had been striving so hard. Ultimately, she could not bring herself to speak harshly. I will go prepare dinner. They have finally managed to buy meat. How much more can there be? Let us not get our hopes up too high. Oh, sister, I am not expecting too much. I am not even that eager for meat. Xiaoshan chuckled as he followed his sister into the kitchen. He longed for meat, but compared to his sister, it wasn't the most important thing. When Shen Qing returned home with the templates, Huabing had already fried the small river shrimp and laid them out in a tray to cool, alongside some pork cracklings. The rich broth originally simmered from a pig's head was transferred into a ceramic pot, generously infused with an abundance of wild amaranth, a truly authentic meat broth. Huabing felt that even the wild amaranth had absorbed a profound meaty flavor. The blanched melon heads were finely chopped and combined with thinly sliced pig ears, set aside for later use. Meanwhile, the large iron pot was not idle. A small ladle of oil from fried fish and shrimp was scooped into the pot. After adding dried chili peppers to release their fragrance, the chopped garlic from wild mountain garlic was swiftly added. As the garlic hit the hot oil, it sizzled audibly, prompting Huabing to stir-fry vigorously until the garlic turned a golden hue and became slightly tender, at which point he added the previously cooked shredded meat, followed by the garlic leaves. A few quick stirs later, the dish was ready to be served. Following Shen Qing's instructions, Huabing ensured the dinner preparations were complete before commencing to make pancakes. His mother mentioned that since there would be soup for dinner, steamed buns would not pair well. And given the lack of time for dough to rise, pancakes would suffice instead. He set aside a ladle of white flour to knead separately for pancakes, preparing a special treat for his mother. Shen Qing, noticing his efforts, remained silent, aware that the corn flour still came from their original stock, with bits of corn husk that might irritate the throat. With the separate white flour pancakes, she and Xiaohua would have enough to eat, after all. The tender throat of a 3-year-old needed softer food. She looked at Huabing and advised, make them larger, they will taste even better when rolled with the vegetables. Huabing immediately spread the thick pancake batter thinner and larger. Shen Qing was immensely satisfied. Her daughter-in-law understood her words and was willing to follow her guidance. What a blessing that was. As Huabing cooked the pancakes, Shen Qing found a large bowl and meticulously arranged the pig ears and shredded meat at the bottom, layering fried small fish and pork cracklings on top, finally placing 3 freshly cooked pancakes over it all. She chose a mixture of white and corn flour for the pancakes, as pure white flour would be too conspicuous. By the time she finished, Jiang Shui had returned, and she called out, "Xiao Shui, come wash your hands and join us." Jiang Shui set down the basket filled with wild vegetables, washed her hands in the basin outside, and rushed into the kitchen, immediately engulfed by the enticing aroma. How delightful! Mother and elder sister have prepared so many delicious dishes. I won't go anywhere. I must be the first to eat. Shen Qing smiled and said, "Take this bowl to your sisterly, and when you return, we can start eating." Jiang Shui, thinking she misheard, looked at her mother as she handed over the generously filled bowl, stunned as she accepted it. The weight of the bowl made it clear that her mother was sincere, not just offering empty words. Hadn't her mother always been indifferent towards sisterly? Why would she proactively ask her to deliver something? Are you tired? If so, I can take it. Jiang Shui quickly shook her head, not tired at all. I'll go deliver it. Sisterly takes such good care of me. Delivering food won't tire me out, especially since this bowl is from you, mother. However, her mother's actions today astonished her to the point where it felt surreal. Equally astonished was Guanli. She gazed at the towering bowl in Jiang Shui's hands and uncertainly asked, "Is it really your mother who asked you to deliver this?" Chapter 23. He must treat his daughters well. Jiang Shui replied with a beaming smile, "With such a large bowl, do you think I could bring it without my mother's approval?" Guanli found this reasoning compelling. In the past, Jiang Shui rarely took an extra bite. Whenever they gathered wild vegetables, she would occasionally bring something to share. But Jiang Shui would not dare keep any if her mother was around. Those morsels would never find their way into Jiang Shui's stomach. Jiang Shui urged, "Hurry and take it. My family is having meat stew today, and I need to get back quickly." Guanli dazedly accepted the bowl and called out to Jiang Shui, who was turning to leave, "Wait a moment. Let me empty the bowl for you to take back." "No, you go ahead. I'll wash it clean tomorrow and return it." Eager to return to her delicious meal, Jiang Shui nonchalantly agreed and hurried home. Upon Jiang Shui's departure, Guan Mu and Guan Xiaoshan finally approached, admiring the overflowing bowl. These pancakes have white flour in them, quite a lot. White flour is a premium grain, and these pancakes were a pale yellow, indicating a generous amount was used. With 3 pancakes, we each get 1. The pancakes were piled high outside. "Sister, quickly see what's in the bowl," he exclaimed, catching a whiff of the meaty aroma. Guanli was already convinced that Aunt Jiang had indeed changed, but she dared not let her brother harbor too much hope, lest he be disappointed if there were no meat to be found. Jiang Shui brought back so many wild vegetables. Isn't everyone eating those these days? As she spoke, she placed the bowl on the stove, taking a plate to uncover the pancakes atop it. As the pancakes were lifted, the contents of the bowl revealed themselves to the 3 of them. The room fell into an extraordinary silence, only interrupted by audible gasps. Pork cracklings and fried small fish, these were treasures of oil and flavor, even more precious than meat. Guanli deftly used chopsticks to transfer chunks of pork cracklings and small fish onto a plate, amassing more than 20 pieces of crackling and over 10 small fish. At the bottom of the bowl lay a modest portion of cold pig ears and shredded meat, with very little wild vegetable. Guan Mu, astonished, exclaimed, "This is too much. Shaoli, I will make a few more molds later, and you can take this bowl back to Aunt Jiang tomorrow." Guanli did not refute the notion of delivering to Aunt Jiang for the first time. Indeed, it was an overwhelming amount. Guan Mu glanced at the 20-plus pieces of crackling, and then at his frail son and daughter, saying, "We'll eat the meat and cold pig ears tonight, and you siblings can share the fried small fish. We can stew the cracklings and wild vegetables and make a few more pancakes. I'll take them to Xiangxi at the dam tomorrow. It's too dark to work as a carpenter, And a round trip from Chili village to the dam takes 3 hours, but it won't hinder my work the next day. Guanli agreed, dividing the small fish into 2 portions, further splitting her share into 2, one to keep and one to place in Guan Mu's bowl. She would take her portion back the next day. Serving labor was no trifling matter, and many did not return. Guan Xiaoshan quietly set aside his share of small fish as well. Though the family did not explicitly state it, each contributed their own goodwill. The evening meal at the Jiang household was extraordinarily sumptuous, so lavish that everyone felt the fatigue of the day evaporate. And they even thought that such a delectable feast rendered their day's labor insignificant. With 2 dishes and a soup, each had a portion of meat. There was also a delightful fried small fish snack. Each person enjoyed their share of fried fish, crispy with a light batter, salty and perfectly tender on the inside. With a satisfying crunch, even the fish bones were fried to a crisp, easily chewed and swallowed. This meal could be preserved for a while, and no one wished to finish it all at once. After savoring a few pieces, they stored the rest away. The stir-fried shredded meat with wild mountain garlic and dried chili peppers was too spicy for Xiaohua, but Huabing had set aside 3 pieces of meat in advance, which he now shredded and evenly placed within the white flour pancake, handing it to his daughter in her tiny palm. He also filled a small wooden bowl with meat broth, floating tender wild amaranth in it. While wild vegetables might not rival the taste of garden-grown produce when boiled bland or without oil, when paired with oil, the dryness transformed into a refreshing delight, surpassing even the most delectable vegetables. Xiaohua sipped the warm broth and took a bite of the delicate pancake roll, her big eyes instantly becoming crescent-shaped with joy. Grandma is so wonderful. She even gave me a piece of her pancake. It's so delicious. Others, like Huabing with Xiaohua, filled their pancakes with the vegetables, alternating bites of soup and pancake. The only difference was that they used pancakes made with corn flour, yet everyone was utterly satisfied. Such deliciousness. They had never considered that mealtime could also be a form of enjoyment. Mother. This afternoon I gathered some vines and plan to weave some eel traps by the light of the moon later. You can take the abundant eels to the city to sell. I yearn for meat. Jiang Xiangbei's cheeks were puffed out like a squirrel, still contemplating the next meal. The taste of meat is exquisite, and even the fried small fish is delightful. If only we could indulge in such feasts every 3 to 5 days. Or perhaps once every 10 days or half a month, that would be splendid. Jiang Xiangdong, while devouring his pancake, cast a quick glance at the 4th brother and jested. Do you truly wish for a feast every 10 days or half a month? We've only had this one meal thus far, haha. If we could feast even once a year, that would be remarkable. Jiang Xiangbei pondered this, feeling somewhat disheartened. A yearly occurrence felt like an eternity away. Jiang Xiangnan had accompanied mother into the city and helped purchase a plethora of goods. He glanced at her, feeling that the chances of savoring meat every 10 days or even 3 to 5 days were quite promising. He believed in mother's capabilities. Jiang Xiangjing returned late, traditionally. No matter when he came home, dinner would only commence upon his arrival, even if it meant dining in the dark. Shen Qing, however, had matters awaiting her. What was there to wait for? She instructed Huabing to set aside his portion while everyone else attended to their own tasks. Jiang Xiangnan and Jiang Xiangbei were busy weaving eel traps in the courtyard. Jiang Shui meticulously sorted through the wild vegetables she had collected throughout the day, carefully setting aside a few fragrant Chinese tune shoots. Mother had mentioned that frying them with eggs produced a unique aroma. Although she did not understand it, she trusted Mother's judgment and reserved them, ensuring they would not be mixed with other vegetables in one pot. Inside the house, Jiang Xiangdong watched over the 2 little ones while kneading dough. Mother had said that Huabing knew just how much salt to add when cooking. Her hands were steady. The forthcoming task required precise measurements, and she could halt at a moment's notice. Only Huabing could manage this. The children were not solely under Mother's care. He, as their father, could oversee them just as well. As for the kneading, Mother mentioned that once the dough had risen, it could be steamed into buns. With the cold weather now, they could prepare dozens to send to the 2nd brother, who was laboring on the dike and needed sustenance to maintain his strength. Initially, Jiang Xiangdong harbored some resentment about being tasked with watching the children, but once Mother mentioned sending food to the 2nd brother, that annoyance evaporated. Mother was showing concern for them now, a sentiment that had previously been reserved for Jiang Xiangzheng. Thus, caring for the children was nothing extraordinary. Mother was undoubtedly looking out for him. Mother was right, these were his daughters, and he ought to cherish them, just as he and Jiang Xiangxi had been cherished as her sons. In the past, Mother had only shown kindness to Jiang Xiangzheng, but now she extended that warmth to all of them. His daughters deserved his care as well. Chapter 24, a hands-on guide for Huabing in soap making. After organizing the household chores, Shen Qing remained in the kitchen with Huabing. Shen Qing had contemplated the tasks involved in making brushes, combing the bristles, polishing bamboo, tying silk threads, and assembling everything. Such undertakings could not be accomplished by just one or two people. Every family member would need to select a segment according to their strengths, creating an assembly line of work. However, soap making was distinct. Knowing the precise temperature at which to heat the oil before adding the lye, as well as the correct proportions and stirring techniques, was a matter of skill. One person could manage the entire process alone, eliminating the need for many hands. Moreover, Shen Qing preferred that fewer individuals were aware of the endeavor. The more who knew, the greater the risk of information leakage. Thus, the core techniques would remain with a select few. Huabing understood this principle as well. After listening, she spoke with a tremor of excitement. Mother, such an important task, shouldn't it be assigned to the head of the household or the third and fourth brothers? Is it appropriate for me, as a daughter-in-law, to undertake this? Shen Qing countered, what is inappropriate about it? You possess both steadiness and attention to detail. You're the most suitable choice. Huabing lowered her gaze, responding despondently, Mother, a daughter-in-law is still an outsider. Mother was gracious to entrust such a significant responsibility to her, which signified trust. Yet, the words she had absorbed over the past decade had taken root in her heart. As an outsider and a woman, how could she manage such a task? Such important work should rightfully belong to the head of the household or the uncles. Shen Qing, smiling, queried, and what is my surname? Is it not true that you and I are the only outsiders in this family? Huabing's downcast eyes lifted instantly, sparkling like the stars in the night sky. From this point forward, there would be no distinction between insiders and outsiders. Once one crossed the threshold, everyone would be family. Our primary focus must be on living well and striving to enjoy meat and eggs at every meal. And let us not forget white flour and rice, Shen Qing declared with fervor. Inspired by the atmosphere, Huabing's bright eyes sparkled. Mother was indeed correct. The thought of having meat, eggs, and white flour at every meal was something she had never dared to dream of, yet Mother was right, they must strive to improve their lives. 3 meals a day, each one sufficient. The kitchen was devoid of a proper stove. Instead, a pit had been dug in the ground, surrounded by a half-circle of stones, with a large iron pot resting atop. A small fire flickered in the pit as Shen Qing cautiously poured a small bowl of sesame oil into the pot. Sesame oil was more affordable than lard and came in larger quantities, making it a suitable choice for initial attempts, allowing room for error. Having made handmade soap before, she had a grasp of the necessary temperatures. However, mastering the quantity of lye extracted from wood ash required multiple trials. Each time, they would measure with a small bowl. The oil should be heated until it emitted a slight steam, slightly warmer than bathwater, but not hot enough to scorch the skin. Then, while stirring, they would pour in the lye, stirring swiftly to ensure a thorough amalgamation of the lye and oil. Once combined, it could be poured into molds. Failure to blend indicated a disastrous outcome. Furthermore, excess lye would create complications, as it would only become apparent after the mixture solidified in the molds, resulting in unsightly dark brown patches on the soap's surface. Such failures would burn the skin upon use, rendering them unsellable and damaging their reputation. Shen Qing demonstrated while teaching. In this day and age, reputation was paramount. Although business in Qing might not endure for long, one's integrity must not be compromised. Huabing listened attentively, comprehending clearly, and concluded, so, we needn't worry about using too little, rather, our concern lies in using too much. Shen Qing raised her thumb in approval, exclaiming, clever. You are absolutely correct. Engaging in conversation with intelligent individuals is truly rewarding. She had just discovered another admirable quality in her eldest daughter-in-law, her intelligence and strong comprehension skills. This was crucial. Encountering a dullard would require endless repetitions, leading to frustration and potential destruction of cookware. Fortunately, once the oil and lye were successfully blended, they could immediately halt and pour in the lye. After both had tried 3 times, they paused, awaiting the next day's saponification and demolding, at which point they would assess the exterior to determine the necessary amount of lye. Once the molds were filled, Huabing remained behind to tidy the kitchen, while Shen Qing carried the molds back to her room. Just as she set them down, she heard Jiang Xiangjing's voice outside, laden with reproach. My food has gone cold. You know I returned for dinner, yet you didn't keep it warm for me? I'm sorry. Sister-in-law was using the pot and couldn't keep it warm. Don't worry, I'll heat it now. I've been at school all day, utterly exhausted. What could possibly be more important than my meal? It seems you're doing this on purpose. Ever since mother treated me poorly yesterday, you've become neglectful. In the past. Would you dare to treat me this way? Jiang Xiangjing's words were clearly filled with anger, escalating as he spoke. You are merely a member of the Jiang family. Jiang Xiangjing. Shen Qing emerged, her voice grave yet low, but it resonated ominously in the ears of all present. Jiang Xiangjing's not-so-tall figure froze, defiantly lifting his chin to meet her gaze. I understand that school can be exhausting, Shen Qing said in a leisurely manner. Jiang Xiangjing's rigid posture relaxed slightly. Could it be that his mother was yielding? However, the others harbored entirely different sentiments. For reasons unknown, they regarded this as the calm before the storm. Indeed. Shen Qing casually remarked, fishing for eels, plowing fields, sowing seeds, weeding, harvesting, gathering wild vegetables to feed the chickens and ducks. And washing clothes, none of these are strenuous at all. It's all rather easy. From now on, you, like your older siblings and sisters-in-law, need not attend the academy, she declared. Jiang Xiangjing was taken aback. He never anticipated that his mother would suggest he forego his studies. He relished reading and had never complained of fatigue. Yet his mother often lamented his scholarly burdens, insisting that he deserved the best food while exempting him from household chores. Over time, he began to believe this to be an undeniable truth. Hesitantly, he stammered, Mother, I wish to study. Oh? Wasn't studying exhausting? Exhausting enough that you couldn't even warm your own meal? Your brother, sisters-in-law, and older siblings toil all day, and they can't even manage to prepare a meal. How could we allow you to bear such burdens alone? Surely, you ought to enjoy life just as they do, Shen Qing replied with a touch of sarcasm. It was evident that she resented the ungratefulness of someone who had been lavished with the family's resources while taking it all for granted. The others grasped Shen Qing's sentiments, and Jiang Xiangjing understood them even more. He turned and bowed deeply to Huabing, saying, Sister-in-law, I apologize for my earlier words. I hope you won't take them to heart. Thank you for leaving me some food. I will heat it myself. Huabing quickly waved her hand, well aware that this was the youngest son whom their mother cherished most. She glanced over Jiang Xiangjing's head at Shen Qing, who nodded in response. Understanding the unspoken message, she stepped aside, saying, You're welcome. Go ahead. If you need any help, just ask me. Since their mother had allowed Xiangjing into the kitchen, there must be wisdom behind it. Previously, the head of the household never engaged in childcare, never once changing a diaper for little Hua or feeding him. Yet whenever little Hua cried, he would first blame her for not soothing the child. If the child fell ill, he would fault her for poor care. If the child appeared frail, he would accuse her of inadequate nourishment. Chapter 25. Who is this? Nowadays, aside from feeding, changing diapers, washing them, and the burping and soothing taught by their mother, it was the head of the household who took on these responsibilities while also supervising little Hua at play. From yesterday's reluctance to today's growing proficiency, the more he undertook these tasks, the less he found himself at the receiving end of blame and accusations. It was no longer remarkable for a grown man to care for a child, nor was it unusual for a scholar to cook. In the kitchen, Jiang Xiangjing clumsily tried to start a fire with flint, his clothes and face smeared with dirt, yet no spark emerged. His patience waned, and in frustration, he hurled the flint away. His chest heaved, and his stomach growled with hunger. He pressed a hand to his belly. Recalling the discomfort of an empty stomach from the previous night, he wished to avoid experiencing it again. Steeling himself, he bent over to search meticulously for the flint in the direction he had thrown it. In the courtyard, Shen Qing addressed Jiang Xiangnan and Jiang Xiangbei, saying, You two, finish your tasks and get some rest. Tomorrow morning, upon waking, just place the eels in the water bucket. I will go to the city alone to sell them. You can continue gathering fish and shrimp. If you catch more than enough, you may fry some small fish to eat. As long as they did not employ electric nets or exhaustive methods, the brothers would not deplete the fish or shrimp population. In 2 or 3 months, heavy rains would come, and it would be prudent to save as much money as possible in the market, not just for grain, but also for medicine. As with so many people in the household, someone was bound to fall ill. Mother, can you manage? Perhaps I should accompany you, that way. You won't have to return late from shopping, and it won't affect your fishing and shrimp gathering, Jiang Xiangnan offered. After all, fish and shrimp were not particularly valuable. Anything they could not consume would only be crushed to feed the chickens and ducks, and frying small fish consumed oil. Such tasks could not be performed daily. Shen Qing, however, was determined not to allow anyone to accompany her. She was unafraid of carrying the water bucket. Once she left the courtyard, she could sell it in the market, returning with the empty bucket filled with goods. Initially, she had no intention of buying anything else, but upon reflecting on Guanli and Jiang Xiangxi, she decided to procure items for him in the city. Serving in labor was no light matter. Who would willingly endure more hardship than necessary? No need. It's only 7 or 8 li away. I will arrive shortly. Besides, the entry fee into the city is 2 won. Saving on one person saves 2 won, she replied. Upon hearing the mention of 2 won, Jiang Xiangnan immediately ceased his insistence. That was indeed a significant sum. 3 duck eggs could be exchanged for 2 won. No one paid attention to Jiang Xiangzheng in the kitchen. Everyone was preoccupied with their own tasks and retired to bed early. Shen Qing, however, rose at the crack of dawn. The insomnia that had plagued her in Hua country was now a thing of the past. She fell asleep the moment she lay down and awoke before dawn, ready to rise at the first light. After a day of ceaseless activity, how could she resist collapsing into bed? Nevertheless, it must be said that the benefits of early rising were truly remarkable. Taking a deep breath, she quickly washed up, had breakfast, and then noticed the water buckets in the courtyard bustling with eels. She picked one up. Oh, how heavy. Thank goodness for the market, otherwise carrying 23 eels plus water and the wooden bucket would be impossible, even if they sold well in the city. Not to mention, they were hardly in high demand in the city. After selling the eels at the market for a total of 1,311, Shen Qing was beaming with joy. The third and fourth brothers could earn nearly 2,000 in a day. The small water supply ensured the family would not suffer from a lack of vegetables. Hua Bing managed the 3 meals a day, and the eldest was able to wash the family's clothes while tending to the 2 children. Yes, at present, only Jiang Xiangzheng had not contributed to the family. Oh well. He could consider his studies a long-term investment. In 2 years, little Hua would be ready for enlightenment. Since girls could not attend the academy, Jiang Xiangzheng would surely be of use then. Shen Qing retained a modern mindset, believing that while one may lack formal credentials, literacy was essential. Both boys and girls should be educated, and her grandchildren would certainly need to read and write. As she mused, she realized that it was not just her grandchildren. As the business expanded, her sons, daughters, and daughters-in-law could also learn to read and do arithmetic, providing opportunities for Jiang Xiangzheng to demonstrate his worth. Drawing on yesterday's experience and given that her purchases today were minimal, Shen Qing quickly completed her shopping. She procured salt and sugar balls. Approaching the village, she bought 20 jin of rice, 10 jin of millet, 5 jin of yellow beans, and 5 jin of green beans from the market. The variety of grains available was quite extensive, yet their household stock was limited. Carelessly bringing it out would be conspicuous. Thus, she had to make a special trip to the city, allowing her to enrich the household's grain variety without spending cash, while also increasing their stock. The salt and sugar balls were intended for Jiang Xiangxi. The laborers received meals from the government, but each meal consisted of only a bowl of water and 2 black buns, which were as harsh as cornmeal gruel, scraping the throat. Moreover, they were tough. Lacking in oil and nutrients, combined with the strenuous labor, many laborers collapsed halfway through their shifts, necessitating replacements from home. Otherwise, they would have to compensate with silver, which was exorbitantly priced. Thus, every household would send additional provisions to the laborers to replenish their strength and nutrition. Jiang Xiangxi had never received such provisions. Whether for his own family or now substituting for the Guan family, the Jiang family had never prepared anything for him. Luckily, the Guan family had provided some sustenance before his departure. Though the weather has yet to warm, prepared dishes cannot be kept for too long. Shen Qing mused that even if the Guan family had prepared food, it must have already been consumed. However, even if there were leftovers, it would not matter. One could always eat more. For those engaged in physical labor, with little fat in their stomachs, there is no such thing as too much food when they indulge. As Shen Qing returned home, laden with supplies, she spotted a girl with a neat appearance and bright eyes. Upon hearing the noise, the girl turned and looked up. The 2 exchanged glances across half the courtyard. Shen Qing wondered, "Who is this?" "Ah, it's you." The girl's clear and confident voice left a positive first impression on Shen Qing. She felt the girl looked familiar, but could not quite place her. Regardless of whether she recognized her, she greeted her with a warm smile. "Which family's daughter are you?" "Mother, you're back. Shaoli brought us a bowl and also some 10 or so molds." No matter how much I urged her, she wouldn't take any money. "You must say something." In the house, Hua Bing hurriedly ran out after placing the molds down. Suddenly, Shen Qing's mind cleared. This was Guanli, the beloved of the second son of the Guan family. My goodness, such a beautiful and generous girl. No wonder the second son had been despondent and seeking death after the incident. Before Shen Qing could speak, Guanli chimed in. "How could I possibly return an empty bowl? My father said our family has nothing of value, the wood is readily available, and since Auntie could use some, I simply made a few to bring along. If I accepted your money, what kind of person would I be? I would only return home to be scolded by my father." After saying this, she instinctively pressed her lips together. Auntie Jiang had never liked her loquaciousness, claiming it made her seem difficult to deal with. Yet since her mother passed away, she had become increasingly outspoken, a habit formed out of necessity that she was not keen to change. Upon hearing her words, Shen Qing's admiration for Guanli grew. She was not only courteous, but also humble, attributing the credit to her father while merely running an errand. "What a good child, your words are truly delightful." Shen Qing praised sincerely. Guanli's expression shifted slightly as she glanced at Hua Bing, who still wore a warm and approving demeanor, leaving her puzzled. Was Auntie Jiang not being sarcastic? Upon closer inspection, she saw that Shen Qing's sincerity and joy were unmistakable, dispelling her concerns. She replied with a beaming smile. "I'm glad to hear Auntie doesn't mind. What is there to mind? Being articulate is a tremendous virtue. The second son is indeed fortunate." The more Shen Qing observed, the more she felt the two were remarkably well suited for each other. Jiang Xiangdong was taciturn, like a gourd with its mouth sealed, diligent in his work but unwilling to fight for his rights. In contrast, Guanli's cheerful demeanor and eloquence made her unafraid in social situations and adept at advocating for others. Speaking of advocacy, Shen Qing couldn't help but feel sympathy for Guanli. Her mother had been ill for years, bedridden, while her father was busy and her brother was disabled. Such circumstances had forced her to mature rapidly. Not everyone in their village was innocent and harmless. There were plenty who would take advantage of the vulnerable. Without a strong will, how could she protect her sick mother and weak brother? Only children with guardians could remain innocent and carefree. Even though Guanli had heard her brother repeatedly say Auntie Jiang was different now and that her engagement to Xiangxi was no issue, she still dared not hold too high expectations. Yet, at this moment, witnessing it firsthand and hearing it with her own ears brought a flicker of reality to her hopes. Her cheeks flushed with embarrassment as she noticed the 2 water buckets Shen Qing was carrying, and she shifted the conversation. "Auntie, what good things did you bring back?" Shen Qing seized the opportunity to explain. "Last night, I prepared dough for steamed buns to send to the second son today. I went to the city early this morning to sell some meals and thought to buy some salt and sugar balls to take along. Without salt, one lacks strength. And sugar balls provide a sweet boost of energy. Our household doesn't have much grain, so I bought a little to replenish our supplies." The balance in the marketplace was increasing, but for now, she could only purchase grains and medicine. She had hoped to buy more meat and fabric, but since they had yet to start earning money from soaps and brushes, the family had only saved enough to buy salt and sugar balls, leaving them with just over 4 taels. She was reluctant to spend more. After all, the brushes and soaps had not yet been produced. And should they need to procure other tools or materials unexpectedly, what would they do without funds? Fortunately, in 5 or 6 days, they would likely produce a batch of brushes, at which point they would know how well they turned out and how much they could earn. Then, she could send good food to Xiangxi. For now, she would deliver steamed buns, pig fat scraps, salt, and sugar balls. Guanli was taken aback by Shen Qing's generosity in sending food to Xiangxi. "You even made steamed buns and bought salt, and there's sugar too," she exclaimed, eagerly sharing her father's plan from the previous night. "My father asked me to make quite a few pancakes, and we have a small piece of cured meat left. He's planning to make a trip tonight to deliver them." "Auntie, would you like me to have him take something for you as well?" Hua Bing quickly interjected. No. Uncle Guan has been ill for some time, and it took him a while to recover. He has just begun to take on woodworking tasks again. The round trip from Chili village to the dam takes at least 2 hours or more. He works during the day and then walks for so many hours at night. How can his body endure that? Shen Qing quickly calculated the time. 2 hours meant over 4 hours of walking. Even without carrying a heavy load, it would be tiring. She agreed, yes, don't let your father go. Let us see. She paused to consider who would be the most suitable to go. Hu Bing picked up the conversation. Mother, let the head of the family go. I've already prepared what you taught me last night this morning, and you can check it later. I don't have much to do this afternoon, so I can watch the 2 children, and it's just right for him to make the trip. He's young and quick on his feet, and he might even return before dinner. Shen Qing thought that made sense. Jiang Shui and Guan Li were both young ladies, and traveling such a long distance on rough terrain would be unwise for them. The 3rd and 4th sons were busy catching fish and eels. Earning over 2,000 a day, they wouldn't be easily disturbed unless something special arose. She and Hu Bing were certainly not suitable options either. It was clear that the eldest son was the best choice. She happily decided, all right, eldest brother, please prepare to go. You're young and agile. You want to delay dinner. Inside the house, Jiang Xiongdong, who was massaging his legs, muttered, how is it that I'm agile? The basket Shen Qing had used to carry fabric yesterday was once again put to use today. Steamed buns, pancakes, salt, sugar, stir-fried wild garlic with cured meat, and a large paper bag filled with pig fat scraps, along with a smaller bag of the same. As she looked at the 2 packages of pig fat scraps, Shen Qing thought about how kind the Guan family was, unwilling to keep the good things for themselves and instead sending them to the 2nd son. It was a gesture of gratitude. The 2nd son truly deserved some hardship for his efforts. Guan Li looked at the bulging bag of pig fat scraps, fearing it might contain all of them. She turned to Shen Qing but found none of her usual sharpness. Instead, she radiated warmth, peace, and strength, making her approachable. Guan Li lingered at the Jiang household for quite some time before reluctantly taking her leave. Meanwhile, Shen Qing and Hu Bing were occupied, meticulously examining each mold's saponification reaction, confirming the quantity of lye needed. Mother, we've acquired 10 more molds. Should we make them all? We still have 1.5 pounds of lard and 7 pounds of sesame oil. The finished soap needs to cure for a month. The sooner we make it, the sooner we can sell it and earn money. But we need to continuously invest money to buy oil if we can't sell the soap at home. Will there be enough money for you later? Shen Qing conducted a preliminary assessment of the molds available at home, estimating that each batch could yield approximately 14 pounds, with each pound being divisible into 5 blocks, resulting in a total of 70 pieces of soap per production run. Regardless of the quantity or the amount of oil required, this production capacity was substantial for them at present, and the financial investment carried significant risk. Moreover, producing 14 pounds in one go would be quite exhausting for both her and Hu Bing, as fatigue often leads to mistakes. The sesame oil and lard would be prepared separately, with sesame oil being produced every 5 days and lard every 7, each batch consisting of 5 pounds. They would adjust production based on the market demand, prioritizing whichever sold better. The lard required rendering, while the sesame oil could be prepared on the same day for saponification, with the lard being rendered the following day for soap production. The timeline was not overly rushed, but it was certainly not a time for idleness. Hu Bing felt that this plan was rather relaxed. However, she recalled that there were still raw materials soaking in the yard, and her mother might utilize the time for making brushes. With the soap production plan tentatively established, Shen Qing turned her attention to researching brush making. The raw materials would take at least until the day after tomorrow to determine their usability. If not viable, they would need to soak for another day or 2. Nevertheless, the next couple of days could not be wasted. Although the raw materials were soaking and thus unusable, the brush handles could be prepared in advance. Are there still places to cut bamboo in the woodshed? Shen Qing inquired. The bamboo was cut early and has since dried out and turned yellow, rendering it unsuitable for handles. However, there are finer bamboo varieties in Qingqing. There should still be some left. The last time the head of the household mentioned finding another patch, though it was quite distant and would take a couple of hours to traverse. This wild bamboo, while producing shoots, was bitter and unpalatable, leading to a lack of interest in harvesting it. Additionally, bamboo joints crackle when burned, causing many families to refrain from cutting it for firewood, fearing damage to their iron pots. In Chili Village, the proximity to the city meant fewer trees, and competition for wild grass suitable for burning was fierce, necessitating trips to more remote locations where they would not mind using wild bamboo. After all, purchasing firewood required silver, which was a luxury they could scarcely afford. Upon hearing that Jiang Xiangdong had gone to cut bamboo, Shen Qing chose not to pursue the topic further. When dinner time arrived, Jiang Xiangdong indeed returned just in time for the meal. In the midst of eating, Shen Qing instructed him, "Eldest brother, tomorrow morning, return to the place where you cut bamboo last time and bring back as much as you can." Jiang Xiangdong, busy splitting a steamed bun to fill with vegetables while a bowl of pork bone and purslane soup sat before him, replied without looking up, "Sure. I'll take a carrying pole. I can bring back 2 large bundles, is that enough?" After having meat yesterday, they could expect meat for both lunch and dinner today. Such provisions were expected for their labor, especially after observing the younger brother working on the dam, hauling timber, moving stones, and shoveling dirt, all while a laborer stood nearby, ready to whip him for any delay. The tall and robust younger brother had lost considerable weight, and recalling his previous visits made him shiver. The dam underwent minor repairs every year and major ones every few years, now towering higher than the entire city of Qing. He suddenly thought, what if a flood were to wash away the dam, devastating the city? Such ominous thoughts must not be entertained. Moreover, he was currently enjoying freshly steamed buns. Indeed, the large buns from last night were substantial and well-made. Their mother had packed over 20 for the younger brother, saying they could have more once those were finished. If we could have large white buns tomorrow as well, Shen Qing mused, considering the arrangements for the next couple of days. She added, "Eldest brother, please work hard tonight and prepare more dough for steaming buns. The more, the better. Our family will be quite busy in the coming days. We can simply boil a pot of egg soup to accompany the buns, saving time while filling our bellies." With all the fresh meat consumed, they wouldn't be buying more until the brush business turned profitable. Frying fish and shrimp was time-consuming and would not be done for the time being, leaving only egg soup for nutritional supplementation. Fortunately, they had ample rice and flour, which was a modest blessing. Jiang Xiangdong exclaimed, "A dream come true." The others chimed in. Indeed, with buns and egg soup, life feels positively effervescent. Shen Qing then turned to Huabing, saying, "I bought rice, millet, and mung beans. We can make porridge for breakfast, vegetable porridge, mung bean porridge, shrimp porridge. You can manage the cooking." She had eaten various flour-based dishes recently and found herself yearning for rice. Eating rice required accompaniments, but with only one pot and no stove, their thatched house had no proper dining area either. Cooking vegetables consumed time, and, even if prepared, there was no place to set them down. During mealtime, everyone would squat under the eaves with their bowls. These past days, with vegetables available, they had gathered in the kitchen around the dishes, but under such harsh circumstances, it made sense to first have porridge to satiate their rice cravings. In the future, once conditions improved, they would surely enjoy rice meals. Vegetable porridge, mung bean porridge, shrimp porridge, each one sounded delectable. Little Hua blinked her eyes and tilted her small head, asking, "Auntie, is rice porridge delicious?" Jiang Shui swallowed nervously. She didn't know, having never tasted rice in her life. In Chili village, rice had never been cultivated. Only wheat and corn had been grown. Throughout her upbringing, she had mainly consumed cornmeal, with occasional flour, but never rice. Seeing her aunt's silence, little Hua turned to her father for answers. These past few days, her father had been taking care of her, and they had grown quite familiar. Jiang Xiangdong, puzzled, replied, "I don't know either. Our village only has rice at your Ingunai's house. Rice is a refined grain, sold at grain stores. But how could farmer households afford to buy it? Only their mother could indulge in such luxury, broadening their horizons. Was rice porridge delicious?" Huabing recalled a voice from deep within her memory that exclaimed it was indeed delightful, but she suddenly bowed her head, straining to remember, only to find her memory a blank slate. The more she tried to think, the more her head throbbed painfully. The discomfort made her shiver. Yet, she couldn't help but delve deeper into her thoughts. Seated across from Huabing, Shen Qing was the first to notice her unusual demeanor and inquired with concern, "Bing, what's wrong? Have you been feeling unwell from overexertion lately?" Huabing felt a voice pierce through her introspection, pulling her back from her deep thoughts, and the pain in her head subsided. When she first arrived at the Jiang household, she often experienced such moments. At that time, she was already 10 years old and could not recall her past, let alone now, over a decade later. She had not thought about her former life for a long time, and with their current circumstances improving, there was no need to dwell on it. She shook her head, forcing a smile as she replied, "I'm fine, mother, really. I feel much better now. Back then, when you weren't here, The pain would last all night until I finally fell asleep. Chapter 28. Finding a suitable candidate. Shen Qing remained unconvinced. Upon seeing Huabing's expression return to normal, she contemplated taking her to the city for a doctor's consultation once they had some silver. If the doctor in Xingqing was inadequate, they would seek one from the prefectural city. She turned to Jiang Shui, saying, "Tomorrow morning, your elder brother will be cutting bamboo. Could you help keep an eye on the two little ones? I will prepare the meals and allow your sister-in-law to rest properly." Jiang Shui had no objections. Huabing, feeling anxious, insisted, "Mother, I assure you I'm fine. This is an old issue. I'm perfectly all right. No need to worry." The family was in dire need of manpower, and her responsibilities had always been minimal. How could she justify not contributing even this little? Shen Qing remained resolute in her decision. The others echoed their support, urging Huabing to heed her mother's advice and rest well. It was peculiar, during the off-season. There was typically little work, yet she found herself wishing everyone else would toil while she did nothing. From dawn till dusk, my days are filled to the brim with tasks that not only fail to exhaust me, but instead invigorate me with the potential for even more work. A warm current surged within Huabing, and she lowered her gaze, nodding silently. How wonderful it is to have family. This is what family truly means. In the morning, Shen Qing continued to venture into the city to sell eels. For the past few days, she had no need to purchase goods in the city, yet upon her return, she found no time to rest. Instead, she used the money earned from selling eels to buy rice, flour, green beans, red beans, and other provisions. The family supplies not only remained intact, but actually increased daily. Each family member, witnessing the ever-growing stockpile of food, was filled with renewed vigor. On the first day, Jiang Xiangdong had returned with bamboo, borrowing a saw from the carpenter Guan to cut it into lengths, matching the size of Jiang Xiangzheng's brush. The cut ends were rough, prompting Guan Xiaoshan to come over and offer guidance. First, use a stone to smooth it out, then a coarse cloth. If it still lacks finesse, finish with cotton cloth. To prevent the bamboo segments from splitting or turning yellow and brittle, he advised a slow roast over a low flame, emphasizing the importance of heat control. He demonstrated personally until Shen Qing and Jiang Xiangdong had fully grasped the technique before returning home. Shen Qing silently reflected on the truth of the system's assertion that righteous deeds are rewarded. It seemed that forging a good relationship with the Guan family was indeed a wise decision. By the 5th day, the bamboo submerged in lime water was ready, while that in the wood ash required a full week. Shen Qing discerned a pattern. Lime water was more effective at removing grease than wood ash. Henceforth, she would soak materials in lime water for 5 days and in wood ash for 7. During the soaking period, Huabing transformed the remaining sesame oil and lard into soap. Jiang Xiangdong had swiftly sawn all the bamboo, yielding over 100 usable pieces. He was quick at both cutting and sawing, yet the roasting process was excruciatingly slow and demanded considerable experience. After 2 days of vigilant oversight, he had only managed to successfully roast 60 pieces. Initially anxious about delaying other tasks, he soon realized he was, in fact, the fastest among them. Shen Qing took charge of the polishing, first using a smooth stone slab to preliminarily smooth the joints of the bamboo segments. Next, she employed coarse cloth for further refinement, ensuring not only the cut ends, but the entire length of each segment was polished, resulting in a sleek and rounded pen shaft. Following the coarse cloth, a cotton cloth was used, which rendered the pen shaft exquisitely smooth to the touch, elevating its appearance and feel to a distinctly higher level. On the first day, she managed to polish 7 pieces, leaving her arms sore and heavy by day's end. Believing her initial struggles stemmed from inexperience, she was confident that the second day would yield greater speed. Indeed, she polished 9 pieces the following day. Yet, the polishing pace lagged behind other processes, prompting Shen Qing to consider alternatives. On the 3rd day, Jiang Shui did not venture out to gather wild vegetables, but remained home to assist with polishing, showcasing her nimble hands as she polished 11 pieces. Noticing the ready pen shafts, Shen Qing promptly halted Jiang Xiangdong, directing him to wash the materials instead. Once the materials were cleaned, Jiang Shui found no time to continue polishing, for sorting and binding the hairs was a meticulous task. Binding the hairs required silk thread to secure the brush head tightly, leaving no gaps, followed by inserting it into a matching-sized shaft, where a notch would be carved above to secure it further, ensuring it would not come loose. A final trim of the brush head completed the process. Shen Qing now faced a pressing dilemma, a severe shortage of manpower. The eldest was responsible for cutting bamboo, sawing pen shafts, roasting, and cleaning the materials, while she focused on polishing. Jiang Shui handled the sorting, yet they still lacked individuals for binding and trimming. Moreover, it was impossible for one person to manage both polishing and binding simultaneously. Polishing was time-consuming, yielding a maximum of only 10 to a dozen pieces a day, while binding and trimming required skill, with dexterous hands capable of producing 30 to 50 pieces daily, while clumsy hands might struggle to finish even a few without mishaps. Although calling back the third and fourth siblings for assistance with the former was feasible, the latter was not an option, and Shen Qing had not considered summoning them. Earning money was crucial, as the marketplace's profits ensured sustenance and medicine for the family. She was acutely aware of the priorities at hand. Since the third and fourth siblings could not be called back for these tasks, it was imperative to seek suitable help. Sister Jiang. It is only right for the children to come and lend a hand. Discussing wages is unnecessary, Guan the carpenter remarked, rubbing his hands together uncomfortably. Guan Xiaoshan nodded in agreement beside him. As Guanli prepared to speak, Shen Qing gestured for silence, smiling as she said, "A few days ago, Xiaoshan provided invaluable assistance. And I did not mention compensation. If this time it's merely occasional help, I would shamelessly approach. However, this is a long-term commitment, lasting at least 2 to 3 months. If we do not discuss payment, I would not dare to impose even with the thickest of skins." Her remarks elicited a chuckle from Guanli, who quickly covered her mouth. The carpenter looked at his daughter, opening his mouth to speak. "Shaoli, what do you think about this?" Without hesitation, Guanli replied, "Father. Since Aunt has mentioned wages, we should adhere to her suggestion. If our work is subpar, it is only right to face deductions." The carpenter still felt uneasy, recognizing that his daughter would soon marry into the West, making Shen Qing and him in-laws. Xiaoshan was merely a teenager, aiding the Jiang family as a favor to his own sister. Requesting payment felt inappropriate. Yet Shen Qing's logic was clear. Without compensation, they would not assist. "Very well. Very well," he conceded. "The mountain may not shift, but the water will. If need be, I can provide my daughter with a larger dowry later. It amounts to the same. All right, Sister Jiang, what do you propose we do? If the two children struggle, I can teach them a thing or two." Water Qing was unconcerned about Guanli and Guan Xiaoshan's capabilities, especially since Xiaoshan was quite skilled with woodwork. However, she was more focused on another matter, solemnly advising. "The work of crafting brushes is known only to my family. From today onward, it must remain a secret between our two families. The villagers are of varying character, and once we start earning silver, we cannot risk envy leading to theft of our craft. Thus, we must ensure that our processes and techniques remain confidential." The carpenter's expression grew serious as he responded, "Sister Jiang, rest assured, no family values secrecy more than mine. You trust the two children as if they were your own. I can guarantee that they will treat the craft of brushmaking with the same discretion as they do their woodworking skills." Both Guanli and Guan Xiaoshan nodded in agreement. Shen Qing breathed a sigh of relief. Indeed, in these times, the confidentiality surrounding one's craft is of utmost importance. Her trust in the Guan family stemmed from two factors: her respect for their character and Guan Li's integrity, and also because of Xiaoshan, who had actively taught them the roasting process with transparency, fostering mutual respect. Chapter 29, Wages. Guanli and Guan Xiaoshan accompanied Shen Qing back to her home. The once modest space now felt exceedingly cramped, every corner filled with an array of items. Upon closer inspection, they noted that while the items were numerous, they were not chaotic. Each held its purpose and was strategically placed to facilitate the next steps in their work. Seeing that Guan Xiaoshan had arrived, Jiang Xiangdong hurried over to report, "Xiaoshan, thanks to your teaching, I have finally improved. I can now successfully roast over 40 pieces a day. In the future, surpassing 50 should not be an issue, but any further progress will encroach upon my sleep time. Mother says that we must not sacrifice our meals or rest, as earning money is meant to enhance the well-being of the entire family. Crafting a brush is a long-term endeavor. It is not a task to be completed in a day or two, or even in a span of 10 days or half a month. If one were to merely endure the labor, it would only lead to physical exhaustion, rendering any amount of silver worthless in the end." Although he felt his mother's words were somewhat exaggerated, believing that his youth and vigor would see him through, he recognized her disapproval and thus resolved to heed her counsel. Guan Xiaoshan observed as Jiang Xiangdong inspected the dried brush handles. Meanwhile, Guanli's gaze fell upon Jiang Xiangnan and Jiang Xiangxi, who were diligently polishing the bamboo joints with stones. The brothers, with bamboo segments in their left hands and stones in their right, worked with remarkable speed, hardly pausing to lift their heads. Jiang Shui, who had been combing the bristles, ceased his work upon Guanli's arrival and entered the room to explain. Mother says this step requires strength and swift movements, making it more suitable for men. Third brother and fourth brother have taken on this task, ensuring a clearer division of labor. We girls will handle the finer polishing with hemp and cotton cloth, which require deftness, while the two brothers would merely waste fabric on this. Guanli, having frequently witnessed her father's woodworking, understood that this initial process was indeed the most laborious. She wondered if Jiang Xiangnan and Jiang Xiangxi felt disadvantaged. She quietly inquired, "Do your third and fourth brothers willingly accept this? Do they express any grievances?" Jiang Shui stifled a laugh, covering his mouth as he replied softly, "Of course they do. And not a single complaint." Guanli raised an eyebrow, for growing up in the same village, she had a fair understanding of the brothers' characters. They were not particularly simple or overly industrious. Jiang Shui continued in a hushed tone, "Each brush handle earns 1 won. And they can polish around 30 in half a day. Can you imagine them complaining? In fact, they are quite pleased." The prospect of earning 31 in half a day left Guanli utterly astonished. To put this in perspective, laborers in the city carrying heavy loads might earn only 37 to 38 won a day, a sum that could only be obtained through sheer effort. She exclaimed, "Over 60 won a day is truly excessive." Jiang Shui added, "However, mother says that after a full day of polishing, the speed declines, leading to wasted time. Hence, they only polish for half a day, with the remainder spent catching fish and shrimp." She harbored a suspicion that if third brother and fourth brother could indeed produce over 60 brushes in a day, mother would not have set the price at 1 won per brush, but rather 2. Mother would allow the brothers to earn money. Yet she would not permit them to accumulate too much silver too easily. Strangely, this thought relieved Guanli. As the biological sons, Jiang Xiangnan and Jiang Xiangxi bore the brunt of the most arduous tasks, earning over 30 when a day seemed reasonable. After all, they were family, and what was theirs was inherently shared. She could roughly estimate her and Xiaoshan's earnings. However, even receiving half of what Jiang Xiangnan and Jiang Xiangxi earned would be quite satisfactory. Corn was priced at 3 won per pound, and they could buy 5 or 6 pounds in a day. As a girl, alongside a 12-year-old boy, finding such lucrative work was indeed a blessing. When Shen Qing noticed that Guanli and Guan Xiaoshan had grasped the workflow, she outlined their respective responsibilities. "Xiaoli, you will handle the final 2 rounds of polishing, while Xiaoshan will be in charge of binding the threads and trimming the brush tips. As for payment, we'll adopt a system of remuneration based on output. The more you produce, the more you earn." Since the initial polishing has been completed by third brother and fourth brother, their share of the income will be duly allocated. Guanli listened calmly, contemplating Jiang Shui's earlier remark about her ability to polish 11 brushes in a day. She was naturally quick and efficient, so completing 15 should pose no challenge. Excluding the most physically demanding step, doubling her output in a day seemed entirely feasible, with a little extra effort. Producing 40 brushes might not be out of reach. However, Auntie had set the price at 1 won per brush, which meant her earnings would be capped. She had initially intended to charge 2 won per brush, but since the first polishing task was taken care of by the older brothers, that income would rightfully belong to them. If each person were to handle all 3 polishing steps, it would indeed yield 2 won per brush. Yet such an arrangement would be inefficient. Thus, maximizing efficiency was paramount. Guanli thought she might have misheard, blinking in surprise at the mention of 1 won per brush. Just for polishing, 1 won per brush? 30 brushes would amount to 31. Was Auntie certain she hadn't misspoken? Shen Qing, believing she hadn't heard correctly, nodded affirmatively. Then, turning to Guan Xiaoshan, she gently remarked, "Xiaoshan, binding the threads is a skilled task, and I believe you have the steadiest hands among us. I'm counting on you. Once the binding is complete, you will also need to trim the brush tips, which is quite intricate. I'll set your pay at 2 won per brush. Does that sound acceptable?" Guan Xiaoshan first glanced at his sister, recalling Jiang Shui's demonstration. Was it truly complicated? It seemed less so than making a comb, hardly deserving of 2 won per brush. Guanli, having thought her own price quite generous, was taken aback by the higher rate offered to her brother. Yet, she remained uncertain about the intricacies of his task. She figured, as Shen Qing described it, as complicated. He might only manage a few brushes in a day. She nodded towards her brother, encouraging him, make sure to do it well. Guan Xiaoshan obediently agreed. Shen Qing, pleased with their enthusiastic response, turned her thoughts to their meals and added, as for lunch. But Guanli, not waiting for her to finish, hurriedly interjected, Auntie Xiaoshan and I will eat at home, we don't want to impose. While she was unsure how much her brother could earn in a day, she was quite aware of her own responsibilities and felt that it would be inappropriate to partake in Auntie's hospitality. Shen Qing considered that Guanmu was still at home and refrained from insisting further. On the 22nd of March, the simple family workshop for brushmaking officially commenced its operations. Jiang Xiangdong was responsible for cutting, transporting, sawing, and roasting the bamboo, averaging over 40 qualified brush handles produced each day, with expectations of reaching over 50 as proficiency increased. Jiang Xiangnan and Jiang Xiangxi polished the bamboo joints for half a day, together yielding 50 to 60 handles. With their surplus time, they went fishing for shrimp and fish. Guanli took charge of the remaining 2 polishing steps, successfully completing 32 brushes on the first day. Jiang Shui handled the cleaning of the hair and the combing process. Guan Xiaoshan was responsible for binding the threads and trimming the brush tips, thus successfully completing the crafting of a brush in its entirety. What role did Shen Qing play? Chapter 30, Not Gaining an Advantage is a Loss? After polishing less than 20 brush handles in the first 2 days, Shen Qing quickly realized that crafting was not her forte. Professionals should engage in professional work, which is why she sought out the Guan siblings. However, she did not remain idle. While she was not adept at manual labor, there were plenty of other household chores to attend to. Jiang Xiangnan and Jiang Xiangxi still set traps for eels daily, so she went to the city each morning to sell the eels and returned with other necessary items for the household. Sometimes, she brought fabric for polishing. The rough burlap that her family wore was coarse and irritating to the skin, and she had already planned to use her earnings to replace these patched garments with cotton ones. For now, she directly utilized the burlap to avoid waste. Cotton fabric was not inexpensive, so any savings were welcome. She opted for scraps. Occasionally, she purchased additional hair materials, which needed to soak for 5 to 7 days, necessitating their timely acquisition. With the household producing 30 to 40 brushes a day, it was imperative to ensure a steady supply of raw materials. After all, a shortage meant losing out on precious silver. Next comes the most crucial staple, rice and flour. In a household of many, with 3 meals a day, devoid of meat, the only sources of nourishment are egg soup and rapeseed oil. When the stomach lacks oil and moisture, hunger strikes swiftly, compelling one to consume more. With little money for other provisions, staples are available at the marketplace. If one does not eat sufficiently, it would indeed be quite foolish. Shen Qing is exceedingly cautious. Each time, whether purchasing from the city or the marketplace, she places her goods at the bottom of the water barrel, covering them with wild vegetables or occasionally placing essential items or inexpensive goods atop, so that passers-by at the village entrance would not find it peculiar. This day, Shen Qing contemplated going to the city the next day to sell her brushes and bought nothing, returning with an empty bucket. After 5 or 6 days of labor and some practice, accounting for the first 2 days of unskilled production and a few ruined pieces, she had tallied a remarkable total of 120 brushes. With today's editions, bringing 150 brushes to the city for sale to the bookstores would pose no problem. Should she sell them, there would be ample silver for considerable purchases. Should they remain unsold, her decades of experience in huagua would not be in vain. Having observed countless sales techniques, she would apply her knowledge in practice. Her meager savings had dwindled to 2 taels after spending on various small items, leaving just over 3 taels. Tomorrow, after selling the brushes, there would be many items to buy. Firstly, fabric for the family's clothing. Previously, they had used their old garments to craft brush handles, and without acquiring new fabric, they were nearing a point where there were no clean clothes left to wear. Secondly, she needed to purchase condiments, oil, salt, sugar, soy sauce, and vinegar. Especially soy sauce and vinegar. Having endured bland, tasteless food daily, she yearned for the flavors. Additionally, pork. This time, she craved fatty pork, ribs, and pig trotters. Shen Qing mused. What a profitable venture this is. I should also extend a helping hand to our neighbors in the village. As she envisioned the fatty pork braised in rich sauce, tender and fragrant, the ribs sweet and sour, and the trotters slow-cooked until the meat fell off the bone. Her mouth watered uncontrollably. Just as she was lost in these culinary dreams, a cool voice broke through her reverie. She looked up to see a group of women standing under the eaves of a mud-brick house along the village path, one of whom, with a crooked smile, seemed to be mocking her. "What joke are you telling, Springgrass? When it comes time to borrow grain or money, do they think of you? But when it's time to earn and feast, can they remember you?" The voice sounded familiar. Shen Qing suddenly realized, oh, isn't that Sun Xiaomai, the original owner's friend? How ubiquitous she is. It was indeed Springgrass who had spoken first. Seeing Shen Qing's silence, Zhou Chunchao sneered coldly, "Xiaomai, I now fully believe what you said. Some people only think of you in hard times, but when things are good, they keep their distance." Shen Qing retorted with a smirk, "Who can't scoff? Living in the same village, how does anyone not know how we get along? Don't speak as if someone has taken advantage of you." The original owner, though raucous and troublesome at home, was meek as a quail outdoors, having been taken advantage of many times. Because of her docility, these troublesome women had become her friends over the years, benefiting from the original owner in countless ways. Now it seemed they had turned the tables, feeling wronged. Was it a loss simply because they didn't benefit? Zhou Chunchao was taken aback by Shen Qing's audacity to retort and to bring up past grievances. Her expression darkened as she narrowed her eyes, asking, "Repeat that. Who is taking advantage of whom? Who has wronged you? Who takes advantage of whom? Doesn't everyone know in their hearts?" Shen Qing met her gaze defiantly, countering with her own question. The women surrounding Zhou were astonished, whispering amongst themselves, "How dare the Jiang family speak back? Isn't it strange?" She used to go out of her way to please Sun Xiaomai and Zhou Chunchao, even sending them delicious food from home, fearing they wouldn't accept it. How curious. Could it be that she has grown bolder now that she has earned some silver? Is she no longer concerned about Zhou Chunchao and Sun Xiaomai? They had heard that she had been selling eels in the city daily. Many in their village could catch eels. How much silver could that possibly yield? She had always complained about earning too little, while they had never sold eels before. Now that she had finally caught eels to sell and earn some silver, her demeanor had noticeably changed. Is it true that she is the only one selling well while others struggle? That doesn't add up. Sun Xiaomai mused, her eyes glinting with intrigue. Zhou Chunch immediately chimed in, fuming. "Our village is filled with respectable families. Let us not allow certain individuals to tarnish our reputation." Shen Qing chuckled in disbelief. Was this a transparent ploy to discredit her? Thank goodness she had read extensively. Though lacking practical experience, her theoretical knowledge was abundant. Today was an opportune moment to combine theory with practice. She would become a practitioner. Chapter 31. Counterattack. Does selling eels require a distinction between respectable and disreputable? You are all grandmothers now. If you lack respectability, can you still sell eels? Shen Qing did not elaborate on her legitimate business practices, but instead posed a direct question. The other women began to grasp the implications. Indeed, Shen Qing was 37, with several children and even grandchildren. Whether respectable or not, who would monopolize her eels simply based on that? Moreover, she was not the only one selling eels in the village. Clearly, selling eels could be profitable. Or others would not be doing it. Why then engage in actions that could tarnish one's reputation? Are you too upset because you haven't had any eels? Or perhaps you envy Jiang's profits? Zhou Chunchao and Sun Xiaomai's faces turned pale, for if their men had the skill to catch eels, they would have taken them to sell in the city long ago. Not everyone could weave eel traps, nor could everyone find the right holes to set them. Shen Qing had no intention of letting them off easily. Raising her voice, she spoke earnestly, "Oh, as a grandmother, I can endure being slandered. But what if a young girl faced this? How could she live with that? How would she defend herself? Who would believe her? Wouldn't that lead to dire consequences?" Springgrass, Xiaomai, I'm not criticizing you, but you must never speak such words again. It could bring about great misfortune. Her words struck a chord with the women present, awakening their awareness to the seriousness of the matter. Yes, it was Shen Qing as a grandmother. If a younger woman or a newlywed faced such a situation, wouldn't it be impossible for her to clear her name? Zhou Chunchao and Sun Xiaomai's intentions were indeed malicious. As if sensing the dark intentions surrounding them, the group of women instinctively took a few steps back, distancing themselves from the two, exchanging glances that spoke of their intent to warn their families to keep their distance from them. Grandma Qin could not help but murmur, "Springgrass and Little Wheat, you must refrain from speaking nonsense. Moreover, the Jiang family is correct. You ought to heed their counsel, for it will bring you blessings." Zhou Chunhua and Sun Xiaomai ground their teeth in frustration, their entire beings trembling with indignation. Were they truly regarded as worthless? These people had suddenly distanced themselves. And why should they listen to Shen Qing? What right did they have? In the past, when they had followed behind, offering food and drink, they had scarcely acknowledged her presence, yet now they expected her to be grateful for their supposed blessings? Nonsense. They would not listen. Let those who wish to heed her do so. With a huff, the two turned on their heels and departed. Shen Qing remarked, "Excellent performance. Maintain this momentum." The other women observed Shen Qing as she carried 2 large wooden buckets away, engaging in lively conversation. The Jiang family had recently undergone notable changes. Is it not so? They have simply become more industrious. I dare say she ought to be more diligent. If I recall, the second son of the Jiang family is already 19, is he not? Not only the second son, but their third is 38, and the fourth is 47. Goodness, if they do not marry soon, who will they find later on? It is enough to make one anxious. Anxious? Not I. Previously, she claimed to have many sons, destined to enjoy a life of ease. She intends to revel in her fortune, just waiting for the youngest to rise to prominence, bringing honor to their family. So she can bask in the title of a noble lady. Ah, she has indeed uttered such words. It is no wonder the Jiang family is impoverished, struggling to make ends meet, and even casting away their granddaughter. Oh no, that was all in the past. I see improvement in her now. After all, does she not carry those hefty buckets to town daily? Indeed, and I've noticed Guanli visiting the Jiang family each day. If they lack the funds for a bride price, it would surely be embarrassing. Shen Qing had no time to concern herself with the opinions of others. Her mind was solely focused on earning silver to buy meat. It had been 5 or 6 days since she had last tasted meat, and the craving was unbearable. She hurried home, instinctively closing the courtyard door behind her to keep intruders at bay. Making soap was manageable, as Hu Bing could complete it alone in the kitchen with the door shut for discretion. However, crafting brushes was another matter. The reed-thatched house was too cramped for many steps, necessitating work in the courtyard. While the courtyard had walls made of reeds, dilapidated as they were, the height offered some concealment from the prying eyes of villagers, if not from thieves. Yes, I have resolved. The yard of the new house must be spacious, and the walls high and sturdy, with iron nails or wooden spikes atop for a sense of security. Mother, may I accompany you to town tomorrow? Jiang Xiangbei inquired eagerly upon seeing Shen Qing return. He wished to see the city, even if only for a glimpse. He recalled the reason his mother had taken the third brother last time, and quickly added, "I will carry the brushes. I shall not let you toil." The boy's bright eyes sparkled with excitement, and Shen Qing, reminiscing about her childhood desire to accompany her parents to the market, felt her heart soften. Very well. She surveyed the busy children around her, the eldest no more than 20, and asked, "Who else wishes to join us tomorrow?" "All are welcome. We shall take half a day off to purchase brushes and some treats." Jiang Xiangnan leaped up, raising his hand, exclaiming, Me? Me? Hu Bing smiled and replied, "The 2 little ones are too young. I will stay home to prepare the meal for your return." Jiang Xiangdong desired to go as well, but glanced at his mother, who shot him a look saying, "What business do you have joining in the excitement with a wife and children at home?" He shrank back. For some reason, ever since his mother had stopped abandoning the little flowers and grasses, he found her increasingly irksome, despite having initially agreed to her actions. Jiang Shui stood in anticipation, opening his mouth yet ultimately remaining silent. Shen Qing decisively declared, "Little Shui shall come along." She then turned to Guanli. "Did you not mention needing to buy many things? Join us, it will be safer with company." "All right," Guanli replied, glancing at her younger brother. The 12-year-old Guan Xiaoshan looked forlorn, and upon noticing his sister's gaze, he forced a smile, reassuring her, "Sister, I am fine. You go ahead." His condition was not anyone's fault. He could go nowhere, resigned to his fate. Shen Qing thought of the hardships faced by Guan's family during their escape and quickly added, "No worries, your family has a cart. Let the 3rd and 4th brothers take turns pulling Xiaoshan into town tomorrow. If only the 2nd brother were here. His strong physique would make it a breeze to pull the frail Guan Xiaoshan. However, the 2nd brother will not return for another week." Jiang Xiangnan joyfully replied, "Last time I went to town with mother, I wished for a cart. You do not know how difficult it was to find space for all the assorted items." Guanli was taken aback by Shen Qing's initiative and could only express her gratitude repeatedly. Thank you, Aunt." She also thanked Jiang Xiangnan and Jiang Xiangbei. The 2 boys, feeling bashful, scratched their heads and cast hopeful glances at their mother. Shen Qing remained silent and instead said, "Let us work hard to finish our tasks early. We shall set off bright and early tomorrow." Chapter 32. Are cloth shoes particularly comfortable? Early the next morning, both families rose at dawn. Jiang Xiangnan and Jiang Xiangbei first went to check their traps, bringing back the yellow eels. Their mother had mentioned saving today's catch for when they returned with seasonings to cook at home instead of selling in town, so they had not set many traps. Enough for the family would suffice. After breakfast, as Jiang Xiangnan and Jiang Xiangbei were about to leave, they saw Guan the carpenter arriving with the cart, on which sat Guan Xiaoshan. "Uncle Guan, Xiaoshan, have you eaten yet?" Jiang Xiangnan greeted cheerily. Guan the carpenter smiled broadly, saying, "Yes, yes. Thank you for taking care of us today. Once we reach town, let Ali buy you some good food." In the past, his wife's poor health had required him to work wood to earn money, while his daughter had to care for the family. Even though Xiaoshan longed to visit the city, it had never been possible until now. What a wonderful opportunity! Guan Xiaoshan looked up at his father, excitement bubbling within him as he whispered, "Father, I will earn wages. I can treat my brothers and sisters to delicious food, and even you, Aunt." Aunt said the wages would be settled after selling the brushes, so we need not worry. He was not worried at all. Just the thought of having wages to buy tasty food made him giddy. Guan the carpenter quickly reminded Xiaoshan, "Did we not say last night? Your sister has the money. If you want something, ask her." Remembering his father's many reminders from last night, Guan Xiaoshan suppressed his excitement. His father had said that the brushes might not sell, and if they did not, he and his sister discussing wages would place pressure on the Jiang family. They had only intended to be kind by bringing him along. Today was merely an opportunity to explore the city and broaden his horizons. He nodded obediently. Guan the carpenter affectionately ruffled his son's hair. Shen Qing and the others soon emerged, and Huabing, Jiang Xiangdong, and Guan the carpenter watched as the group disappeared from view until they could see them no more. In the early morning, the mist had not yet lifted, and the sun slowly peeked over the horizon, casting glimmers of gold through the thin haze. A lively group, predominantly young, made a cacophony reminiscent of 500 quacking ducks. Jiang Xiangnan, Jiang Xiangbei, and Guan Xiaoshan chatted about fishing nets and slingshots, transitioning to traps and wooden boats, and eventually even discussing swords, their eyes filled with envy. Guanli observed her exuberant younger brother on the cart, and her eyes glistened with unshed tears. Turning her head to avoid him, she engaged Jiang Shui in light conversation. "When I go to town, I want to buy a hairpin. What about you?" The river gazed with sparkling eyes at the dirt road ahead, feeling an overwhelming sense of nervousness coursing through her body. Upon hearing Guan Li's inquiry, she looked up joyfully and replied, "I wish to purchase a piece of cloth to fashion myself a new garment. I have calculated my wages, and it is sufficient to acquire a substantial piece of fabric." She had never worn a new outfit in her life, always donning her sister-in-law's hand-me-downs, which were themselves inherited from their mother. By the time her mother had grown weary of her clothes, they were often riddled with patches, and by the time they reached her, they were even more tattered. She had seen her cousin Ying's little daughter in a new dress, looking lovely in her rosy attire. She longed desperately for a new garment that belonged solely to her. Guanli, brushing aside the topic of wages, spoke softly, "My father brought silver with him. I intend to buy a piece of cloth to make a dress for Xiaoshan. If I come across any scraps, I shall also procure some to make a pair of cloth shoes for my father. It is not suitable for him to meet the overseer of the timberworks while wearing straw sandals." Jiang Shui looked down at her straw shoes and inquired, "Are cloth shoes particularly comfortable? Surely they do not chafe like straw sandals." Guanli was uncertain but nodded, recalling her experience making cloth shoes. They should be quite comfortable. "How soft do you imagine the fabric must be? With it enveloping our feet, how could it possibly be uncomfortable?" Jiang Shui thought of Xiaohua's little tender feet and replied, "The fabric I intend to buy should be ample. Could I perhaps ask Sisterly to help make a pair of cloth shoes for Xiaohua? My sister-in-law can sew clothes, but she has never made shoes. Their straw sandals are merely woven together, while our mother's shoes are just straw sandals wrapped in a few layers of cloth, which is quite different from true cloth shoes. Why must you be so polite with me?" Guanli laughed. Shen Qing, listening quietly from the side, could not help but sigh. This family was exceedingly poor. None of their basic needs were adequately met. Fortunately, the marketplace existed, where they could sell fish, shrimp, and eels for money, which in turn could be used to buy food, alleviating their hunger. Yet, clothing and shelter still required earning silver. Once this batch of brushes was sold, Acquiring fabric should not pose a problem. With money in hand, she would need to consider transportation for their escape. After paying the entrance fee, they passed through the long, sturdy archway of the city wall, and several children were immediately captivated by the myriad of colorful goods and the cacophony of vendors. Jiang Shui was more reserved, while Guan Xiaoshan expressed her delight with enthusiastic exclamations. Jiang Xiang Nan and Jiang Xiang Bei took turns pulling the cart, the one who replaced the other feeling as though their eyes could not take in enough, peering at this side and that, fearful of missing something and regretting it come nightfall. The entrance fee was 2 coins per person. They must make the most of it. However, despite their excitement, the group did not forget the day's important mission, circling around the cart to ensure they would not get separated and jeopardize their purpose. Shen Qing had previously inquired with Jiang Xiangzhong and knew where the brush shop was located, leading the group directly there, as her task was of great significance indeed. It was the hope of the entire family. No, the hope of 2 families. Jiang Xiangbei glanced at 2 rows of 6 or 7 writing supply shops and whispered, "Mother, the sign of that shop is small. The shopkeeper is likely the owner." The adjacent shop was large and spacious, filled with numerous items that appeared quite expensive. "Should we not speak directly with the owner?" he suggested. "The owner can make the decisive choice to buy or not." While those hired as shopkeepers are often bothered with questions, ultimately having to consult the owner, resulting in a refusal to purchase. In the past, when he sold fish and eels to the shops, it had always been this way. Jiang Xiangnan nervously said, "Mother, I do not wish to go in. Just thinking about it makes me anxious." He did not understand why, but the thought of speaking with someone made his legs tremble and his palms sweat. Unsure of what to say. This was a matter of great importance, and he feared he would ruin it. Jiang Shui quickly nodded from behind, "Mother, I will not go in either. I will stay outside with Xiaoshan. Let 4th brother accompany you." Jiang Xiangbei's eyes sparkled with excitement, eagerly awaiting his mother's decision. Shen Qing had no objections. She looked at Guanli and inquired, "Would you like to come in with us?" Guanli was clearly tempted, yet she hesitated after all. Jiang Xiangbei and Jiang Shui, being her own children, were not entering, and as an outsider, especially a female, was it appropriate for her to join? I suppose I shall not go," she stammered. "I will stay outside to care for Xiaoshan." This time, without waiting for Shen Qing to speak, the remaining 3 urged in unison, "Sisterly, if you wish to go, you should accompany Mother inside. Otherwise, you may regret it when we return home. Xiaoshan will be well cared for by me. I assure you will return just as you went in. Sister, do not worry. We will wait for your return." Chapter 33. Selling Brushes. With the Jiang siblings looking after her, Guanli felt reassured. She no longer hesitated and followed Shen Qing, only to find that they were not entering the modest shop suggested by Jiang Xiangbei, but rather a grand and opulent establishment. Jiang Xiangbei called out in surprise, "Mother?" Shen Qing glanced at her son and whispered, "I inquired with Xiangzhong. There are only a few hundred to nearly 1,000 scholars in the entirety of Xing City. Among these, there are both wealthy individuals and impoverished students like Xiangzhong. Calculating an average of 3 brushes per scholar per year, the maximum would not exceed 3,000 brushes annually. Our family can produce 30 to 40 brushes a day. Once your 2nd brother returns from his labor, 50 brushes should not be a problem. Xing City simply cannot absorb such a volume." A torrential downpour in the sweltering summer. There were still over 2 months before the floods, during which they could produce at least 3,000 brushes. Even if all the scholars in Xing City concentrated their purchases within these 2 months, it would still not suffice to sell an entire year's worth of brushes. They would need to buy all at once to barely manage the sales. This was clearly impossible. Jiang Xiangbei quickly grasped the situation. Having previously only sold a few fish and some eels, never having encountered or contemplated such matters, he looked at his mother, realizing he needed to think more and inquire thoroughly, just as she did. Guanli quietly took note as well. As the trio entered Jia Zhai, a shop assistant promptly approached them, greeting, "Welcome. What kind of writing treasures do you seek?" Their attire clearly did not suggest they were scholars. Yet the assistant treated them with courtesy, as guests are always welcomed. Shen Qing was pleased. No wonder Jiang Xiangzhong had said Jia Zhai was not only flourishing in Xing City, but also had branches in other places, even the capital. She removed the bamboo basket from Jiang Xiangbei's back, unveiling the neatly arranged brushes within, and politely inquired, "Is the shopkeeper present? We wish to show him these brushes to see if he is interested." The assistant's eyes widened in surprise at the sight of the orderly brushes. He had not anticipated that they were there to conduct business. He quickly nodded, yes, yes. Please wait. I will fetch Manager Lin from the back. Moments later, a middle-aged man dressed in a long gown hurried out, initially taken aback upon seeing the three, but quickly recovered and bowed, saying, please, come inside. It is quieter there. And we can discuss matters. The group entered the west wing of the back courtyard. After the assistant served tea and pastries, Manager Lin stood and firmly closed the door before smiling and asking, shall we inspect the goods first? Of course, Shen Qing replied, gesturing to her fourth son, who promptly presented the bamboo basket. Regardless of the merchandise, inspecting the goods was the most critical step. Otherwise, spending a substantial amount on a batch of goods could lead to significant losses. Shen Qing had inspected the brushes at home and was confident in her family's craftsmanship. She comfortably seated herself, savoring a sip of tea as she waited patiently. The rich aroma of the tea brought a smile to her face. It was a luxury she seldom encountered in Chili village, reminiscent of the tea she had often seen in Huagua. Due to the densely populated area, there are neither tea trees nor fruit trees to be found. Even if they were planted, one could hardly ascertain who would ultimately consume them. This vicious cycle has led to a situation where no household engages in cultivation. After all, these two items are not essential for survival. And with the time and energy spent, one might as well catch some fish for a feast. Jiang Xiangbei anxiously glanced at Manager Lin, who was fiddling with the penholder, tugging at the nib and testing multiple brushes with a slight smile upon his face. This must signify satisfaction, they thought, as their hearts began to settle. Manager Lin then looked up and spoke to Shen Qing in a courteous manner. The goods are indeed satisfactory. However, to be candid, the Jia studio has a cooperative brush workshop in the capital. If your supply price is reasonable, I would be inclined to make a decisive order. Should your pricing be excessive, I would have to consult with the main store before making any decisions. Shen Qing understood this was an inquiry into her supply price. Rather than providing a direct answer, she countered with a question. Since you have inspected the goods, what is your bottom line? If the difference were negligible, they could finalize the deal immediately. If the discrepancy were too vast, they would have to seek alternatives. In recent days, Shen Qing had calculated the costs. The bamboo for the brush handle was free, and the most expensive components were the materials, silk thread, fabric, and labor. The costs of the first three items amounted to no more than 8 yuan per brush, while the labor cost ranged between 6 to 7 yuan. Thus, the maximum cost of a single brush was 15 yuan, and selling them for 50 yuan would yield a decent profit. Nevertheless, Shen Qing did not intend to sell them too cheaply. Her psychological price point was 80 yuan per brush. This was partly because brushmaking is a skilled craft, with few capable artisans willing to pass on their techniques, resulting in a market where demand far exceeds supply. Additionally, crafting brushes requires intense precision. Any mistake could be detrimental. Although labor may not be highly valued, what is being sold is the skill and craftsmanship, which are indeed valuable. Shen Qing was not prepared to disrupt the market for brushes. Engaging in a price war would only lead to mutual harm for herself and her competitors. Manager Lin examined the brushes once more, furrowing his brow in contemplation before stating, I can offer a maximum of 90 yuan per brush. If that is agreeable, I will purchase all 150 today. In truth, he could afford to go as high as 92 yuan per brush, as the cooperative brush workshop supplied at 93 yuan. However, the 1 yuan difference did not provide a substantial advantage when discussing terms with the main store. Moreover, if he procured at 91, the main store would not only refrain from reprimanding him, but might even allow him to supply to neighboring shops if the quality was satisfactory. He would not engage in such an ungrateful endeavor. A profitable sale at his own shop benefited him far more than the success of others. After all, the brushes Shen Qing brought were not rare, high-demand items. They were clearly affordable, everyday goods. The better the neighboring Jia studios sold, the more burdensome it would become for him. He had no intention of making a foolish decision. That's acceptable, but under a promotional offer, Shen Qing stated. Curiously, Manager Lin inquired, what sort of promotional offer? 1,000 brushes at 87 yuan each, 2,000 at 84 yuan each, and if we reach 3,000, the price drops to 80 yuan each. Manager Lin nearly choked on his breath, almost leaping from his chair. 80 yuan each. Had he misheard? After Shen Qing finished speaking, she shook her head and sighed. Oh, I inquired before coming here, and the entire Xingqing may not sell 3,000 brushes in a year, let alone the several other shops. Manager Lin's mind raced, and after a moment, he cheerfully responded, no, no. While the Jia studio here in Xingqing may not sell that many, other branches certainly can. Chapter 34. Making Money. Without waiting for a response, he continued. What you may not know is that I am merely the manager of the Xingqing branch of Jia Studio. Our main branch is quite formidable, boasting over 10 shops in the surrounding prefectures. 3,000 is absolutely feasible. At 80 yuan each, the price difference is a full 10 yuan. If I procure at 80 yuan and report to the owner at 87, the neighboring Jia studios will surely receive shipments from me. At that rate, I would earn 7 yuan per brush, 70 yuan for 10 brushes, 700 yuan for 100 brushes, and if it were 3,000, oh dear. What foolishness is this? A businessman's endeavors can hardly be deemed foolish. It is only right that I endure hardships for the neighboring Jia studios. At that moment, Shen Qing felt a slight sense of relief. She was not concerned about selling this batch of brushes, but rather about how to sell the subsequent ones that would be produced continuously. After all, transportation was difficult in these times, and with no family or vehicle, relying solely on herself to find a market would be akin to climbing to the heavens. Very well. Manager Lin rubbed his hands together, grinning broadly as he asked, how shall we agree on the supply date, quantity, and price? Shen Qing had already contemplated this and promptly replied, we will deliver a batch of approximately 300 brushes in 6 days for your inspection. Upon satisfactory inspection, we shall conduct the transaction. As for the price, we shall adhere to the rate for 3,000 brushes. If your shop performs well and exceeds that quantity, rest assured, we will not recalculate. The price will remain unchanged. As we become more proficient and efficient or expand production, exceeding 3,000 brushes will not be an issue, allowing us to focus solely on production and stringent quality control. Manager Lin's round face lit up with joy, repeatedly expressing his gratitude. Suddenly, his expression turned serious as he glanced nervously at Jiang Xiangbei and Guanli, appearing hesitant to speak. Shen Qing, perceptive to his unease, preemptively stated, there is one more matter I hope Manager Lin will agree to. Manager Lin, momentarily taken aback, instinctively responded, please, go ahead. Our brushes have always been quoted externally at 91. It is only because of your substantial order that we can offer this discounted price. In Xingqing, or even in the prefecture, such a quantity is impossible to procure. Therefore, I kindly ask that you refrain from discussing this promotional price outside. If others inquire, please state that it is 91. We must present a united front. Shen Qing appeared to plead, seemingly in a dilemma. Manager Lin, both astonished and delighted, clapped his hands, repeatedly affirming, good, good. It felt as though a timely opportunity had presented itself, perfectly aligning with his thoughts. He then narrowed his eyes at Shen Qing, who met his gaze openly and without hesitation, and in that moment, both business people understood each other implicitly. Manager Lin stood and addressed the trio. Please enjoy some tea and snacks while I retrieve the silver. As soon as Manager Lin left, Jiang Xiangbei quickly stood up, first peeking through the door to ensure he was far away before turning back, lowering his voice to warn Shen Qing, Mother, I think Manager Lin is trying to pocket those few extra one. Shen Qing smiled, glancing at Guanli, who had remained silent and had not even touched the pastries. She responded, what do you think? This child was articulate and composed. After being with her second son, she realized he relied on her to hold the family together. He was capable of hard work, but not suited for external dealings. She did not need a son to establish her own business, hence her desire to expose her daughter to more experiences. Guanli cautiously ventured, is it possible that this is intentional? That the few extra one are meant to be a benefit for Manager Lin? Jiang Xiangbei was taken aback. Reflecting quickly, he realized the truth of her words. Without allowing Manager Lin to earn those few extra one, how would he be inclined to transport the brushes to the neighboring Jia studios? Without Manager Lin, how would they sell this batch, let alone the next? Shen Qing was quite pleased with Guanli's response, recognizing the child's perceptiveness. She turned to Jiang Xiangbei, reassuring him, in the future, observe more and think deeper. One is always in a state of continuous improvement. Jiang Xiangbei felt no discontent at this moment. He was filled with admiration for his mother. He also held a degree of respect for Guanli, for she indeed possessed a clearer understanding than he did. Guanli praised, Auntie, you are truly remarkable. You know that Master Lin is most concerned about the leakage of the quoted price. So you deliberately stated that to alleviate his worries, didn't you? Only by dispelling his concerns can Master Lin confidently and boldly supply goods to our household. Shen Qing smiled and acknowledged her words. Master Lin soon returned. Upon entering, he first secured the door tightly before approaching Shen Qing. Producing a cloth pouch from which he placed the silver and a string of copper coins on the nearby table, 150 brushes, priced at 80 yuan each, totaling 12 taels of silver. I thought it would be convenient for your journey to have some small silver coins. Please count them. Shen Qing had now developed a rough understanding of the size of small silver coins. Glancing at the coins of similar size and the 3 strings of copper coins, she smiled and said, Master Lin is very considerate. Let's agree on this. Deliver the second batch of goods in 6 days, and you shall personally inspect them. Master Lin's eyes squinted into crescent shapes as he nodded vigorously, absolutely. It must be delivered to me personally, no matter who comes. We shall conduct our transaction within the confines of this room. That goes without saying, Shen Qing assured him. Master Lin hastily wrapped the pastries from the table in oil paper and presented them to Shen Qing, then cheerfully escorted the 3 of them outside the shop before returning to write a letter in haste. Shortly after they exited, Jiang Xiangbei, upon seeing Master Lin had returned, asked in a daze, why does this feel so surreal? It's as if I'm walking on clouds. 12 taels of silver. Can you believe it? They managed to earn 12 taels in less than 10 days at home. Guanli thought to herself that she felt similarly. She had been trembling earlier, fearing she would bring shame to her aunt, and had merely put on a brave front. She had seen 12 taels before. Her father could earn a little over 1 tael for crafting a cart, which took a month and a half. Yet now, her aunt had earned 12 taels in just a few days. Most importantly, her aunt had taken her along, showing her complete trust. From a distance, Jiang Xiangnan spotted the 3 emerging and hurriedly approached, asking, how did it go? Did you sell them? He was unconcerned about the price, only eager to know if the brushes had sold. After all, the price was set by their mother. If she approved, it must be good. As Jiang Xiangbei stood there in astonishment, Guanli filled in, they sold. Everything sold. Jiang Xiangnan's face lit up with joy as he looked at his dazed brother, teasing. Why do you still look so foolish? You scared me. I thought it hadn't sold. He then anxiously inquired, the selling price wasn't too low, was it? No. Shen Qing replied succinctly, avoiding the specifics of their earnings, and instead said, as previously agreed, once the brushes are sold, we will distribute your wages. Let us find a quiet place to do so. Upon hearing about the wages, Jiang Xiangnan leaped with joy, immediately forgetting about the selling price. Guanli and Guan Xiaoshan were bewildered, wondering if their aunt truly intended to pay them wages. Especially Guan Xiaoshan, who recalled that his sister had promised 1 yuan per brush, while his own work was worth 2 yuan per brush. His sister could originally craft over 30 brushes a day, but after getting the hang of it, she could manage over 40. Yet he could produce 50 to 55 brushes a day. Wasn't 2 yuan per brush a bit excessive for him? Chapter 35, Distributing Wages. Jiang Xiangnan quickly found a location, a secluded alleyway where he could stand at the entrance, ensuring that outsiders could not see what transpired within. At this moment, Shen Qing felt immensely grateful for Master Lin's thoughtfulness. She took out a string of coins, counted them, and said, Xiangnan, you worked for 6 days and produced 180 brushes. Here is 180 yuan. They did not sell all of their goods today. Merely enough to make a round number, as each person's production varied due to differences in speed and the nature of the tasks. Jiang Xiangnan gleefully accepted the coins, nearly eager to polish each one before stowing them away in his pocket. Jiang Xiangbei, unable to contain himself, urged, stop polishing them. You'll be using them soon enough. No matter how shiny they are, it won't matter. Jiang Xiangnan huffed, I've decided not to spend them. After all the effort it took to earn this silver, I can't bear to part with it. I want to keep it warm, counting it every night before bed and again each morning. When he wasn't earning, he dreamed of buying this and that, but now, with the weighty copper coins in his hand, he felt reluctant to let them go. Oh, so much copper. All of it is mine. Jiang Xiangbei looked on in disbelief, his eyes wide. Jiang Shui laughed, don't mind third brother, once we're on the road, he'll definitely buy something. Jiang Xiangbei wore an expression that seemed to agree with his little sister's observation. Ultimately, it was Shen Qing who urged them to finish packing quickly, warning them to be wary of pickpockets, which sent Jiang Xiangnan into a flurry as he hurriedly organized his belongings, standing at the alley's entrance with heightened vigilance. Jiang Xiangbei, not as quick as Jiang Xiangnan, earned 172 won. Upon hearing this, Jiang Xiangnan's smile broadened. Although he took joy in his own earnings, the fact that his brother had earned more than him filled him with even greater happiness. Guanli, though arriving later, worked swiftly, earning 241 in 6 days, which left the two brothers astounded. Jiang Xiangnan muttered softly, "If only mother let us work a full day, I would definitely earn more than her. Why wouldn't mother allow him to work all day? Wouldn't that be better for him? Stop thinking about it. Mother says that fish and shrimp are also important. Once we catch up with the subsequent tasks, she will surely let us work all day." Jiang Xiangbei reassured his elder brother while also comforting himself. Jiang Shui's tasks were valued at 301. When Jiang Xiangnan heard this, he felt tears welling up. He began to murmur, "No matter how much Xiaoshan earns later, I want to be envious or jealous. I just can't do the work he does." How could it be that they both had hands, yet he could not perform as well? Whenever he tied the thread, it was either too loose or too tight. If it was too loose, the bristles would fall out, too tight, and the shape would become distorted. If that happened during inspection, all the previous work would have been in vain. Therefore, Guan Xiaoshan's task was the most critical, and if it failed, the losses would be the greatest. Jiang Xiangbei recalled how Master Lin had inspected the brushes earlier, tugging at the brush heads repeatedly without a single complaint. Xiaoshan was indeed impressive. He nodded in full agreement. "Xiaoshan, your 2 won per brush is truly a testament to your speed and quality. This time you earned 421. Please count them." Shen Qing's words left everyone speechless. Jiang Xiangnan felt on the verge of tears. Did I hear that correctly? Xiaoshan earned 421? Oh dear. How can there be such a vast disparity among us? It's as if we're worlds apart. He had known Xiaoshan would earn well, but he had not anticipated such an amount. He realized he was mistaken. He wasn't indifferent. In fact, he was quite envious, simultaneously berating himself for his own ineptitude. Guan Xiaoshan was equally astonished. For 101, surely, even his father would need several days to earn that much. And he had done it in just 6 days. Earning nearly as much as his father? Primarily, he had joined to support his sister, considering that she would eventually marry Xiang Shigo. Would this windfall make things difficult for her in the Jiang family? He glanced at his sister. Guanli was equally taken aback. She had already earned 241, averaging 41 a day, a sum greater than what the most industrious men in the village could earn. Now, Xiaoshan had directly earned over 401. She understood that her aunt had made a considerable profit selling the brushes, but that was due to her aunt's prowess, not their own. "Auntie." Guanli had just begun to speak when Shen Qing interrupted her, saying, "We agreed on the price initially. It shall not be altered. Today, we have much to procure, and we cannot afford to waste any more time. The sooner we make our purchases, the sooner we can return and continue crafting a few more items. The delivery is due in 6 days. I trust that has not slipped your mind." Guanli and Guan Xiaoshan silently accepted the heavy copper coins. Guan Xiaoshan then looked at the others with delight and exclaimed, "What would you like to eat?" "It's on me." Shen Qing shot a disapproving glance at her 2 sons, thinking it improper for them, as elder brothers, to allow their younger brother to treat them, especially since they too had earned their wages. Guan Xiaoshan cheerfully replied, "My elder brothers and sisters have worked hard to take care of me today, so I ought to treat them." Shen Qing observed Xiaoshan a bit longer. The child did not boast about his earnings to treat others, nor did he mention that his older brothers had dragged him along, but instead, he spoke of their efforts in caring for him. What a thoughtful child he was. She ceased her insistence and playfully remarked, "Very well, let us embark." This outing was even more exhilarating than their morning departure. Earlier, their minds had been preoccupied with the sale of brushes, and even amidst their joy, there was an undertone of apprehension, fearing that excessive happiness might lead to sorrow. Now, however, their hearts were unburdened, with pockets weighed down by heavy silver coins, providing a profound sense of security. The feeling of having money in one's pocket was truly delightful. All of them simultaneously contemplated the need to return and work diligently to earn even more. With a cart in tow and 2 strong laborers, Jiang Xiangnan and Jiang Xiangbei, Shen Qing did not hesitate to seize the opportunity to procure everything she wished. Their first stop was the butcher's shop, where they finalized the brush business and settled accounts. The sun had risen considerably, and they feared that if they delayed any further, the pork would be sold out. There was unanimous agreement regarding the priority of purchasing pork. Initially, Guanli had not intended to buy meat, but upon receiving her wages, She and her brother had a total of 661, prompting her to decide to purchase a few pounds as well. Upon reaching the pork stall, they found it was still not too late. Aside from the cheaper pork offal and the pig's head, there were still some other cuts available. Shen Qing ordered all the remaining pork lard, 6 pounds of streaky pork, 5 pounds of tenderloin, 3 pounds of ribs, 2 pig's trotters, and 1 pig's knuckle in one breath. Jiang Shui tugged at Shen Qing's sleeve and reminded Mother, "Will we be able to finish all this? The weather isn't as cold as in winter. If we keep it for 5 or 6 days, it might spoil and be a waste." Eating all of it in 5 or 6 days seems excessive, doesn't it? Shen Qing waved her hand dismissively. Anything we cannot finish can be made into cured or smoked meat, and we can savor it later. In truth, this was a preparation for the arduous journey ahead, where they would endure hardships, with meals that were plentiful one moment and scarce the next. Moreover, with the sweltering summer heat, fresh meat would not last long. Nor could it be purchased regularly. Thus, it was essential to stock up on preserved meats and eggs to ensure adequate nutrition. Starting the preparations now and accumulating supplies would make their journey far more bearable than that of others. Chapter 36. The Grand Procurement. Shen Qing contemplated that once she became more familiar with the surroundings, she would inquire about how to obtain travel permits for their family, particularly for such a large group. Departing early would be ideal. If that were not possible, she would strive to leave at least a day or two in advance. For now, the focus was on earning money, maintaining their health, stockpiling food, and acquiring transportation. Guanli initially thought to buy just a pound or two, but upon hearing Shen Qing's words, she resolved to purchase more. "I want 3 pounds of streaky pork, 2 pounds of lean meat, and 2 large marrow bones. The marrow bones will be used to make soup and noodles for Xiaoshan. I've heard that marrow bones are good for the legs. Our family often buys large marrow bones for soup. The streaky pork would be cured for gradual consumption, and whenever they craved meat, a few slices could be fried to add richness to their dishes, while the lean meat would be enjoyed fresh." Shen Qing, concerned that Guanli might be reluctant to eat the meat upon returning home, encouraged her, "Indeed, buy more. It's important for the whole family to replenish their strength. Not only should Xiaoshan eat more meat, but you and your father should also nourish yourselves, especially you. If you were to exhaust yourself, what would your father and Xiaoshan do? Even if you earn a fortune, it won't be enough for medical expenses." In her dreams, the family struggled along the perilous path, their health far from robust. The journey was made all the more arduous with possessions and Xiaoshan in tow. Each household was preoccupied with their own challenges. Who would concern themselves with the burdens of others? Only Jiang Xiang she was willing to help, but his mother insisted on separating them. Ultimately, they would have to rely on themselves, while assistance from others was certainly welcome. The true skill lay in surviving independently when help was unavailable. Guanli was suddenly reminded of her mother, who had languished in illness for many years, and the family's expenditure on medicine often exceeded that on food. She could bear to go without clothing, but to forego food would only lead to a weakened body, rendering her no better than her mother. Her father and brother would not abandon her. If that were to happen, she would be the one dragging the entire family down. Guan Xiaoshan also thought of their mother. He looked at his sister and, with reluctance, said, "Sister, let us buy more meat so that everyone at home can eat." Now that he had also begun earning, he could buy meat for his sister. Guanli gritted her teeth and added another pound of meat, spending a total of 210 yuan. Reflecting on it, she thought it was reasonable. Even if they made 4 pounds of smoked meat, the remainder would last them 5 or 6 days without issue, and in 6 or 7 days, they would receive their wages again to continue. Making 4 pounds of smoked meat at a time, they could do this 4 times a month, yielding a total of 16 pounds, even after deducting the cost of meat. They would still have 2 taels left. Coupled with her father's earnings, Guanli grew increasingly excited, prompting her to halt her thoughts. Shen Qing had managed to procure everything except for the pig's knuckle, and they had acquired a substantial amount of lard. After purchasing the pork, their spirits soared even higher as they headed to the next shop. Their next stop was the soy sauce store. Shen Qing did not possess a jar for soy sauce, so they bought some on the spot. Naturally, vinegar was also included in the purchase, as these 2 items would enhance the flavor of their dishes, although Guanli did not buy any. Next, they visited the oil mill, where Shen Qing replenished her supply of sesame oil and rapeseed oil. This time, sesame oil was out of stock, but Shen Qing anticipated that with more cooking planned, especially frying small fish, the rapeseed oil would be consumed quickly, prompting her to buy 10 pounds. Guanli followed suit and purchased 5 pounds, reasoning that the pork belly could also render lard, and with her small family, 5 pounds of rapeseed oil would suffice for 2 months. Earlier, she had observed her aunt buying pork lard, and she considered buying some next time to render lard herself, as lard was tastier than vegetable oil. The remnants of lard, whether used for stir-frying or stewing, were more fragrant than the meat itself, making the purchase of pork lard the most economical choice for her humble household. Upon arriving at the fabric store, Jiang Xiangnan and the other 2 men were relatively unfazed, while Jiang Shui and Guanli, being young ladies, were visibly more excited. Although Shen Qing did not belong to the younger generation, she too felt a surge of exhilaration. She reassured herself that age was not the determining factor. What mattered was being a young lady. Heaven knows how uncomfortable it was to wear coarse linen daily. And she could not voice her discomfort as she was the only one in her family with the most and finest garments. This was no breathable, smooth, and comfortable linen akin to what one might find in modern times, if one were to compare. It resembled the rough burlap sacks used in rural areas during the 80s and 90s to store rice. Being a modern individual, she longed to wear clothing made of cotton fabric. Finally, she had earned some silver and could buy fabric to bring home and wear in just a few days. Jiang Shui's gaze fell upon a piece of pink fabric, captivated by its beauty. Shen Qing pointed towards the pink fabric and inquired, "Young man, how much for this piece of fabric?" The shopkeeper, initially dismissive of the ragtag appearance of the group, was taken aback when Shen Qing asked about a single piece. Assuming they were unfamiliar with the value, he replied carefully, "This delicate pink piece is one of our best sellers. A single piece can make 3 to 4 garments. So it is not inexpensive. It costs 9 won and 500 coins. The azure, deep blue, sky blue, and black-gray fabrics are considerably more affordable, priced at merely 5 coins and 300 won per bolt. If one finds the prices steep, it is indeed possible to procure a length of 3 feet, sufficient for crafting an entire garment. Alternatively, for those who deem it unworthy, the linen fabric over yonder is quite economical." Upon hearing that the pink fabric costs 9 coins and 500 won per bolt, Jiang Shui's hopeful gaze dimmed significantly. Converting the cost per outfit, it approximates to 3 coins or 300 won. Today, she earned 300 won with the intent of purchasing fabric for a complete outfit. But that was under the assumption that a full ensemble would only cost a little over 100 won. With over 300 won, she could only afford a single outfit, and she suddenly felt a pang of reluctance. After all, simply changing the color could save her a substantial amount. Upon hearing this, Shen Qing perceived the shop assistant as quite professional, speaking with a gentle and pleasing demeanor. Despite their attire not suggesting they could afford cotton fabric, especially not enough for a full bolt, he patiently explained the options, even going so far as to introduce a few inexpensive selections, seemingly concerned about their feelings. Indeed, Shen Qing believed that spending money should align with one's mood, and such a person earning her coin made her feel good about her expenditure. She began placing her order. "Thank you, young shopkeeper. I shall take 1 bolt of pink, 1 each of azure and sky blue, 2 bolts of deep blue, and 1 each of black and gray." The shop assistant was taken aback, rushing to confirm with the manager. The proprietor of the fabric shop arrived personally, his abacus clicking rapidly, and soon quoted, "For 6 bolts of fabric, 1 bolt at 9 coins and 500 won, and 5 bolts at 5 coins and 300 won, the total comes to 3 taels and 6 coins. To be generous, I'll offer it for 3 taels and 5 coins, and I'll also include a basket of fabric scraps. What do you say?" Shen Qing readily agreed, promptly retrieving 4 taels of silver to settle the bill. She realized that purchasing in bulk had its advantages, as one need not haggle. They willingly offered discounts and generous extras. For instance, acquiring a basket of fabric scraps with her fabric purchase, while the butcher shop had provided several pork bones as a bonus. The shopkeeper felt a slight sense of reality upon receiving the silver, to be frank. When he had heard the quantity from his assistant and witnessed Shen Qing's group, he initially assumed she was merely putting on a fade, fearing she would concoct an excuse to back out once the price was calculated. To his surprise, it was he who ended up with a bruised ego. Guanli initially intended to buy fabric scraps to make shoes, but, after witnessing Shen Qing's generous purchase, found both the scraps and linen less appealing. She hesitated between the linen and cotton, unable to make a decision. Shen Qing approached her with a suggestion. "Your family does not lack clothing. If it's linen, there's no need to purchase more. Given your limited funds, it would be wiser to save for a while longer and return to acquire cotton fabric later. The Guan family, residing in Chili village, was considered respectable, living in a mud brick house. Though their children's clothing was of poor quality, they had ample sets. Unlike the Jiang family, who had to wait for one outfit to dry before switching to another. Previously, Guan, the carpenter, was the sole breadwinner, but now, each family member earns, causing their savings to grow rapidly. Buying cotton fabric is merely a matter of time. There's no need to rush into purchasing linen now. Guanli found Shen Qing's reasoning quite persuasive. She replied, "Then I shall buy some scraps for my father to make a pair of shoes." Shen Qing smiled. "Didn't he, the shopkeeper, gift me a basket of scraps? You may select some to take home. By the way, those treated wool scraps can be made into brushes. And the leather can be used for shoe uppers or sewn into the sides of straw shoes as insoles. Why not give it a try?" She recalled that leather needed to be treated with lime water, and half of it had already been soaked in lime water to remove odors and grease. She could experiment with it at home. If successful, wouldn't it yield authentic sheepskin shoes? Initially hesitant, Guanli was now quite intrigued by the leather, thinking that her aunt would surely not refuse it. Her aunt's family lacked a cart, and her father had mentioned crafting a cart as a token of gratitude. Initially apprehensive about her aunt accepting the gift, now that she had received something from her, presenting a cart as a token of thanks seemed entirely appropriate. "All right, thank you, Auntie." Shen Qing thought little of it and summoned the onlookers outside, including the third and fourth sons, to assist in transporting the fabric. And they returned home laden with goods. Along the way, Jiang Xiangnan occasionally glanced back at the towering stack of fabric on the cart, pondering whether all the silver was spent. At times, he felt a twinge of regret over the money, while at others, he couldn't help but be excited by the sight of the fabric. Jiang Xiangwei, free from his brother's worries, calculated the income from selling brushes and estimated that their mother hadn't yet spent half of it. Moreover, aside from soy sauce and vinegar, meat, oil, and fabric were essentials that must be purchased. In the past, their family had been too poor. Now, earning money was for the purpose of living well. Mother's spending was justified. Every coin spent was worthwhile. The cart piled high with fabric was impossible to conceal, drawing attention as they passed through the village entrance. Among the crowd today, neither Zhou Chanhua nor Sun Xiaomai were present, and while others were astonished, they refrained from making any snide remarks. Shen Qing and her party quickened their pace, crossing the village entrance and arriving home. Hu Bing, Jiang Xiangdong, and Xiaohua rushed out upon hearing the commotion. Shen Qing pulled out the pastries gifted by Lin, the shopkeeper from Jiazhai, crouching down to be level with Xiaohua, and handed all of them to her. "Here, dear Hua, enjoy." Inside, there are osmanthus cakes and date paste cakes, sweet and delicious. Xiaohua was taken by surprise at her grandmother bringing her such delightful treats. Her big, dark eyes blinked several times before she planted a kiss on Shen Qing's cheek, exclaiming, "Grandma is the best." Hua loves Grandma. She adores her grandmother as she is now. Shen Qing's heart melted at the sight of the adorable child. The sweet, soft little one was simply too endearing. Jiang Xiangdong, seeing the contents of the cart, turned to his younger sister and asked, "Did mother buy everything for the household?" It seemed like an excessive amount at once. But he hesitated to voice his thoughts seeing everyone else's nonchalant demeanor. Shen Qing snapped back to reality upon hearing her granddaughter's sweet voice, quickly explaining the distribution of the fabric to Hu Bing. She concluded with, "There should be enough fabric for the menfolk. Please make additional cloth diapers for the children to use interchangeably." Previously, she had been unaware that children could be so messy, needing numerous diapers, sometimes more than 10 a day, often witnessing Hu Bing and the eldest son drying diapers. Moreover, while the adults wore coarse linen garments, how comfortable could the children's diapers be? They were rough and worn out. Now that she had procured new fabric, it was only right to replace the diapers as well. Upon hearing his mother's words, Jiang Xiangdong nearly wept with joy, wishing he could raise both hands and feet in agreement. "Mother, you are truly wise. If supplies run short, I can wear my clothes shorter or forego making another outfit. I can manage with my old clothes. We must ensure the children have plenty of cloth diapers," Hua Bing remarked. Is the head of the household more excited than she is? In the past, during Xiaohua's infancy, he would have deemed it unnecessary, thinking washing a few diapers was sufficient with a little diligence. If it proves to be of no use, then it can only be attributed to her laziness in not cleaning promptly. Shen Qing mused. Indeed, those who care for children often find themselves overwhelmed. In the household, only Wabing possessed the skill to sew, while Shen Qing took upon herself the responsibility of preparing 3 meals a day as well as crafting soap. Lunch had been prepared in advance by Huabing, and everyone managed to make do with that. For dinner, Shen Qing entered the kitchen, and upon surveying the abundance of ingredients and a variety of seasonings, her mind instinctively conjured numerous culinary possibilities. Should the pig trotters be braised or transformed into white jade trotters? Should they be stewed into soup or cooked in a dry pot? As for the pork belly, would it be better roasted alongside pickled vegetables or braised with whole eggs that had been scored? Should they be roasted until they sizzle with oil, or stewed until tender and flavorful? And there were also the yellow eels and small fish she had uncovered in the bucket that morning. Chapter 38. A reluctant in-law and an inescapable maternal home. There were countless ways to prepare the meals, yet Shen Qing did not intend to prepare them all at once. Life must go on. One cannot simply fill their stomachs in a single sitting. Today, having purchased 8 pounds of pork lard, she anticipated that after rendering the lard, she would yield more than a pound of cracklings, which would serve as an excellent source of fat. Thus, she decided to reserve only 2 pounds of pork belly for braising, while the remaining 4 pounds would be cured into smoked meat, with the intention of preparing a few pounds every now and then, ensuring a substantial stock by June. Shen Qing proceeded to boil a dozen or so eggs, soaking them in cold water once cooked. After the rich, dark braised pork was ready, she peeled the eggs and scored them before placing them into the pot to stew, allowing them to absorb the luscious flavors of the braised sauce, resulting in an exquisite dish. The braised pork and stewed eggs were best served with rice, especially with the egg yolks, drenched in sauce, mashed and mixed with warm rice, topped with a ladle of sauce. Oh, what a delight! Overwhelmed by the delicious thoughts, she redirected her focus to other side dishes, stir-fried yellow eels and sauté ed purslane. With meat, eggs, vegetables, and river delicacies, she had settled on the evening's menu. She transferred the braised pork and stewed eggs into a clay pot to simmer gently and began preparing the most essential dish of the day. She took out 5 pounds of pork tenderloin, first cutting it into large chunks, then into smaller pieces, and finally into strips the length of her fingers. The 5 pounds of tenderloin filled half a basin. She poured in the pre-soaked ginger and garlic water, soy sauce, salt, 2 raw eggs, and flour, mixing it thoroughly to ensure each piece was coated in the marinade before setting it aside to marinate. Next, she cleaned the small fish in the bucket, seasoning them with the same marinade and method. Having washed the large iron wok, she dried it and poured in some canola oil, igniting the flame. Once the oil reached the right temperature, she used specially designed long chopsticks to carefully place the marinated strips into the hot oil. In no time, golden brown strips floated to the surface. After removing them from the pot, she fried another batch. Once all the meat strips were fried, she proceeded to fry the small fish, filling the kitchen with an irresistible aroma that even the tightly closed doors could not contain. Jiang Xiangnan had already made several trips, each time exclaiming, "How fragrant! How fragrant!" Shen Qing could only smile wryly at his enthusiasm. Originally intending to leave the small fish for them, Shen Qing found herself changing her mind and setting aside a generous bowl of crispy fried meat. Though dinner featured braised pork, the crispy fried meat offered a completely different flavor profile, perfect for the children to sample. Nevertheless, even after reserving a large bowl, the remaining mixture of pork tenderloin, eggs, and flour filled 6 generous bowls. Each bowl heaped high, a sincere offering indeed. Moreover, when she purchased pork lard, pork belly, pig trotters, and spare ribs, the lean meat was not intended for her own consumption, but rather to be gifted. She had contemplated that whether for forging connections ahead of the impending escape in 2 to 3 months, or to ensure assistance and support from others during moments of envy and hardship. Such social interactions were essential. The quickest and most effective way to foster relationships was through the sharing of food. Small fish were easily accessible to the villagers of Chile, so she decided to present the fried crispy meat, which appeared far more valuable than the small fish. The small fish would remain for her family, delicious yet economical. Shen Qing packed 6 bowls of crispy fried meat into a large bamboo basket, covering them with a cloth, and stepped out of her home. Her first destination was the village chief's residence. Village chief Jiang Yang was Jiang Ying's father, and also her nominal second uncle. The Jiang family had settled in Chile village for generations, producing 5 sons and several daughters, who lost contact after marrying into other villages. Among the sons, the original host's husband was the eldest, with few descendants, only one son and an elderly daughter. Shen Qing had no recollection of the daughter, who had since married. The sons did not require mention, for one was the original host's husband. The original host held a high status within the Jiang family, having given birth to 5 sons for this sole heir. This elevated her standing not only within her own small family, but also in the larger clan. After her husband's death, the Jiang family members did their utmost to care for and favor her. Yet, the original host looked down upon this favoritism, believing it was the obligation of the other Jiang family members, repeatedly causing discontent among the relatives. However, regardless of her antics, the Jiang family continued to provide her with unconditional support until her escape. Shen Qing understood how vital it was to be favored and cared for in an agrarian society. Such relationships were not something one could easily solicit from others. Thus, it was essential to nurture existing connections. Father, today I encountered people from Shirley village in the city. They mentioned that my cousin Xiaoyu is living very poorly at the Liu household. Not just poorly, it is as if she is living worse than livestock. I heard that beast from the Liu family is involved with his widowed cousin and seems to have gotten her pregnant. Now he is pressuring Xiaoyu to agree to serve him. Ugh, how shameless can Liu Xing be? Father, when do you intervene? Shen Qing paused her hand at the courtyard door, caught in a dilemma. It seemed they were discussing private matters. Entering would be inappropriate. Perhaps she should return and come back later. A heavy sigh echoed from within. How can I intervene? Shen Qing's heart sank. How could she return? Furthermore, where would she stay? What would she eat? As a woman who had been married, how could she coexist with her sister-in-law, nephews, and nieces in one household? As she turned to leave, she was suddenly halted by the name Shen Qing, which belonged to the original host and now to her. Was the Jiang family indeed discussing her affairs? Xiaoyu, Jiangyu, was her sister-in-law. The bride price in Xinqing typically ranged from 6 to 7 taels, while Jiangyu's was set at 10 taels, owing to the fact that Liu Xing was marrying for a second time. His first wife had given him no children in 3 years and had hanged herself, often bearing bruises from beatings. The village buzzed with gossip, and Liu Xing's reputation had suffered greatly, leading no one to wish to marry their daughters to him. Subsequently, he raised the bride price until it reached 10 taels, at which point the original host was tempted. By then, her in-laws had passed away, and her husband, eager for the bride price, was unwilling to tarnish the family name by selling his sister into a perilous situation. Ultimately, it fell to the original host to marry Jiangyu. Jiangyu was a child of late parenthood. Although she was Shen Qing's sister-in-law, she was only a year or 2 older than Jiang Xiangdong. After their parents' deaths, she lived with her brother and sister-in-law. When they urged her to marry, she had no grounds to resist. Suddenly, Shen Qing recalled that Jiangyu was entirely absent from her thoughts during the escape, and before that, the original host had attended a funeral, remarking only that it was unfortunate, returning home before the coffin was buried. Could it be that Jiangyu never survived the flood? Shen Qing's heart sank. No wonder the Jiang family was so tolerant of the original owner's antics before the disaster. Ever since that funeral, not a single smile graced their faces. On the journey of escape, aside from the occasional kindness shown by Elder Jiang, the village head, the other members of the Jiang family wished fervently for her immediate demise. The primary reason was not the hardships of travel or the lack of food and clothing, but rather their disillusionment with her, believing she had driven Jiangyu to her death, thus relinquishing all hope. At this juncture, Jiangyu was enduring relentless torment and humiliation at the hands of her husband in the Liu household, stripped of her dignity. With a home she could no longer endure and a maternal family she could not return to, one can only imagine the despair of a girl merely 21 or 22 years of age. Chapter 39. She must clear her malicious reputation. In the courtyard, Li Xiulan, the young daughter-in-law of the Jiang family, furrowed her brow and inquired, "Is no one at the Liu family taking action?" Elder Jiang Dalu, brimming with indignation, snorted. "What is there to manage? Don't we all know how Liu Xing's first wife met her end? The first one was barren for 3 years. Subjected to scorn from Liu Xing's mother, who berated her as a useless hen, wasting food while inciting her son to beat his wife black and blue. If life hadn't become unbearable, who would have thought to take their own life?" Shen Qing nodded vigorously in agreement, silently adding to herself that it might not have been suicide at all, but rather Liu Xing's doing, with so many women in the village hanging themselves in despair. As long as no one reported it to the authorities, they would remain indifferent. Zhou Yan, the eldest daughter-in-law, sighed and recounted. Little Yu has been married for 3 years without conceiving. The village gossip has shifted, and they now blame Lu Xing, his mother. Afraid to use the same tactics for fear of losing this daughter-in-law as well, was taken aback when she learned that Lu Xing's widowed cousin had unexpectedly become pregnant. Little Yu's mother-in-law's attitude hardened, convinced it was not her son's fault, and she adopted the same oppressive demeanor she had used with the first daughter-in-law against Little Yu. But then again, her treatment towards the first one was one of wishing for her death, while with Little Yu, she merely desired for her to serve the Lu family like a beast of burden, fearing that Little Yu might wish to leave. Her maternal family resided in the same village, and one need not inquire to know the happenings there. It was just that she hadn't returned recently. She glanced at her father-in-law and asked, "Father, perhaps I should take some time to return to my maternal home and inquire about Little Yu's cousin's current situation?" Shen Qing silently noted that this maternal family was in the same village as Jiang Yu's in-laws. Her husband, Jiang Dado, scratched his head, troubled. "Inquiring will be of no use. After all, we are not related by blood. Even if we manage to help momentarily, we cannot do so indefinitely. As long as her sister-in-law remains indifferent, it's futile for anyone to intervene. Our family can only express our grievances, but for any assistance, it must be sanctioned by Shen Qing. As the sister-in-law, if she does not take the initiative to propose it, how can we bring her back? Who will provide food and shelter for her? In time, this arrangement will no longer hold. Who would be willing to take the lead? The Lu family would certainly resist any separation, and even if they did agree to a divorce, they would likely be unwilling. Just think about it. Little Yu is skilled at fieldwork, gentle in temperament, and diligent. As long as the Lu family provides her with a morsel of food, they gain a tireless workhorse. Why would they wish to part with her? Li Xiaolon pondered this and concluded that the Lu family was utterly inhuman. Jiang Dalu's face flushed with anger. How can Shen Qing be so heartless? I used to think she was merely naive, unable to discern character, always consorting with those ill-intentioned villagers. Now I see that she is indeed well matched with such people. For the sake of a mere 10 taels of silver as a bride price, no. Merely an extra 3 taels, she married her sister-in-law to a widower who had driven his wife to her death. What difference is that from pushing her into a fire pit? Jiang Dado shot a glare at his brother, admonishing, "Lower your voice." Yet he did not dispute his brother's words. Jiang Ying observed the somber atmosphere in the courtyard and attempted to lighten the mood. "I saw my sister-in-law not long ago. She seemed quite different. Perhaps due to her falling out with Sun Xiaomai from the village, which I assume means they are no longer associating." Jiang Dala dismissed such airy notions. "What good is that? I heard she was still causing a scene at home not long ago, threatening to abandon her granddaughter." Jiang Ying shot her brother a disapproving glance and continued, "It's precisely because she didn't abandon her that she appears different. It seems she has become more diligent since that incident, with rumors circulating about her buying meat several times lately. Where could she have procured the silver? Surely she wasn't plotting against someone again." Jiang Dado immediately thought of Jiang Shui. Wasn't he that niece of theirs 15 this year? Shen Qing initially intended to glean more about her sister-in-law Jiang Yu's condition, but as the conversation turned into a critique of her, she realized it would soon become awkward if discovered. However, the subsequent dialogue began to take a dissonant tone. No, she could not allow things to spiral further into negativity. Seizing the opportunity, she decided to clarify everything in one go. She took a few steps back, moving closer to the courtyard, and raised her voice, "Second uncle. Are you home? Ingzi, are you there?" Though Jiang Ying was married and had established her own fields, her household still remained registered as a son-in-law's family, living adjacent to her 2 brothers without having separated. In these times, families seldom split unless absolutely necessary, primarily due to taxes and labor obligations being calculated per household. Once a family divided, it would struggle to fulfill its obligations. Moreover, the most pressing issue was firewood. A large family could collaborate in gathering and chopping wood, but if separated, each household would face tremendous pressure in cooking separately. Thus, families typically remained united as long as the elders were alive, unless conditions became unbearable. Nonetheless, Jiang Ying was among the few married daughters who could still share a meal with her brothers and their wives, which was attributed to their deep bonds and the fact that all 3 families were pragmatic individuals. The latter was the more critical point. Otherwise, no matter how well the sister-in-law and brother got along, a poor relationship with the daughter-in-law would render it moot. Jiang Ying excelled in this regard, as both of her sisters-in-law relied on her even more than their own husbands. Upon hearing Shen Qing's call, a flicker of surprise crossed Jiang Ying's face. She shot a warning glance at her two brothers, signaling them to hold their tongues, before striding towards the courtyard entrance, smiling as she said, "Sister-in-law, you've come. Please, come in and sit." Seeing Shen Qing approach from a distance, she sighed in relief, grateful that her brother's disparaging remarks had gone unheard. Shen Qing stepped forward, placing a bamboo basket outside, and from it, she presented a bowl of crispy meat, smiling brightly. "I've earned a bit of silver recently. And today I bought some meat to fry, especially for second uncle to taste." Jiang Ying was utterly astonished. She knew how many times her father had assisted Shen Qing. He hadn't received so much as a cup of water or a kind word in return, and now, with no special occasion and having not sought help recently, why on earth would she bring food? She glanced at the bowl in Shen Qing's hands, a large coarse ceramic bowl overflowing with fried meat, surely weighing at least a pound, with flour and oil. She warmly urged, "Come in and sit. We can talk once you're inside." "I can't sit. I still need to deliver to the next family, and I have to prepare dinner for the children later." Shen Qing smiled as she declined. Jiang Ying checked the time. It was just past noon, and she had to keep her there to chat. "There's still plenty of time. My father is also here. He will surely be delighted to receive something from you." Since Shen Qing's original intent was to redeem her reputation, she no longer resisted, cheerfully agreeing as she followed Jiang Ying into the courtyard. Inside, Zhou Yan quickly rushed in to fetch chairs, while Li Xiulan went to brew tea. Jiang Dato and Jiang Dalu, the two brothers, stood up and awkwardly greeted her. Shen Qing greeted them back with grace, accepting the tea and settling down to engage in casual conversation with everyone. After exchanging a few pleasantries, Shen Qing shifted the conversation towards Jiang Yang, saying, "Second uncle, actually, I came here with a request for your assistance." Jiang Yang straightened in his seat, his demeanor serious as he asked, "What is it? Please tell me." Jiang Didao and Jiang Dalong wore expressions of utter disbelief. Shen Qing sighed deeply, embodying a mixture of profound regret and helplessness. "It concerns my sister-in-law Xiaoyu. The other day, while sorting through some belongings, I came across a wooden bowl she used as a child. As you know, my in-laws were quite advanced in age when they had her, and this child essentially grew up alongside me. A few years ago, blinded by foolishness, the head of the household insisted on preparing for our sons, planning to provide dowries for their future brides. I don't know what I was thinking, but I foolishly consented to marrying Xiaoyu off to that widower. I have regretted that decision every single night since. It's absurd. Why should the outcome of such a significant matter rest solely on one person's shoulders, when the finances were the result of a joint effort between husband and wife? Even if the original decision was flawed, the greater fault lies with her husband. Wasn't it he who allowed her to shoulder the burden of disgrace? She is determined to cleanse that vile reputation." Chapter 40. It's all the eldest brother's fault. Jiang Didao and Jiang Dalong's jaws dropped, as if they could swallow a chicken egg whole. They were utterly astonished. "Are you suggesting that the decision to marry off Xiaoyu 3 years ago was supported by our elder brother? Not only supported, but that it was even his idea?" They had approached their elder brother numerous times regarding Xiaoyu's situation, but he would cover his face with his hands, lamenting his own ineptitude, unable to manage his own wife or protect his sister. He feared that if he disagreed, his wife would flee, leaving their children motherless. He could not allow his children to grow up without a mother, even at the expense of his sister's happiness. As he spoke, tears welled in his eyes. Given his immense suffering, why should they add salt to his wounds? After all, this was a family matter. With their parents gone, the marriages of younger siblings fell under the purview of the eldest brother and sister-in-law. If the elder brother found himself powerless in the situation, what good would their pressure do? The elders had already advised against it, and upon hearing this, they dared not offer further counsel. Yet, the elder brother had said that if she insisted on marrying Xiaoyu off, he could not intervene. Shen Qing scoffed inwardly. It was convenient for him to let his wife bear the brunt of the shame, while he reaped the benefits. Her expression turned sorrowful. "What significant matters are ever decided by women? Especially when Xiaoyu is my own sister, if it were not his intention. I would never have dared to propose marrying her off to a widower who had driven his wife to her death. He would have surely killed me." Upon her utterance, the courtyard fell into a silence so profound that even the sound of breathing seemed muted. Indeed, in their village, which family was not led by men? Particularly in the case of a sister-in-law from her husband's family, could a brother truly allow his sister-in-law to be sold off against his will? A sister-in-law could only make a decision to sell herself if the head of the household had already consented. Jiang Didao and Jiang Daolang felt a heavy ache in their chests, realizing how foolish they had been 3 years ago to believe their elder brother's claims of helplessness. For the sake of a mere 10 taels of silver in dowry, allowing Xiaoyu to marry a widower if Shen Qing was at fault, then how could their elder brother be considered innocent? He bore at least half the blame in this matter. Shen Qing pressed on. In the past, I was powerless. Recently, however, through a fortunate turn of events, I discovered a way to earn some silver. Upon acquiring this wealth, I thought of my sister-in-law's family and Xiaoyu's husband, who live in the same village. I intended to ask my sister-in-law to visit her family and see how Xiaoyu is faring. If she is well, that would be splendid. And I could rest easy. If not, I would need to understand the nature of her hardship and her own thoughts on the matter. She had heard that her sister-in-law's family and Xiaoyu's husband were from the same village, yet upon arriving, she found herself unsure which of the two sisters-in-law was which. Only able to speak vaguely. Jiang Didao and Jiang Daolang were taken aback to learn that Shen Qing had come seeking this favor. Their faces flushed with embarrassment. Just moments ago, she had brought food, and they had assumed she was here to seek their father's mediation over land disputes, only to realize it was for their cousin Xiaoyu. She had come as soon as she earned some silver. While they had just spent the previous tea time criticizing her harshly, they felt utterly ashamed. Furthermore, they came to the realization that the matter of marrying Xiaoyu off to a widower was the fault of their elder brother, Zhou Yan. Upon hearing that Shen Qing had come to ask her to check on Xiaoyu's well-being, stood up in excitement, exclaiming, "How is Xiaoyu faring?" Old man Jiang Yang cleared his throat. Zhou Yan suddenly came to her senses, remembering that Shen Qing was unaware of their earlier conversation. Moreover, as Shen Qing had come to ask her to visit Xiaoyu's family, how could she use the words she had overheard earlier to deceive her? She looked to her father-in-law, who nodded and said, "It has been a long time since the eldest daughter-in-law returned to her family. With the current lull in farming and fewer chores at home, she had planned to visit her parents. Tomorrow, the eldest will accompany her, and they can check on his sister while they are at it." Given the current hardships faced by every household, old man Jiang said, "Take this food back for the children. It's precious silver you earned, so save it for future use, regardless of the outcome. Knowing you have this sister-in-law and care for the Jiang family brings me great comfort." He hesitated, considering that they might soon have to accommodate another mouth to feed. Shen Qing had merely requested for the eldest daughter-in-law to check on Xiaoyu. It was not certain that they would be willing to accept back a discarded sister-in-law. Nor was it clear what Xiaoyu's situation truly was. Whether Xiaoyu wanted to return or could return remained to be seen. Alas, they would have to wait for the eldest and his wife to return before making any further decisions. Of course, Shen Qing would not bring back the little tender meat. What sense does it make to take back something once given away? Besides, she had already made a promise to assist. With a smile, she said, "In the past, when we were poor, we managed to send a younger one to school, but I have nothing of worth to present to you this time. After all these years, I have only brought a bowl of fried meat. If you do not accept it, I would be too embarrassed to return." Her words warmed the hearts of those present, making them feel that the small bowl of fried meat was indeed precious, but Shen Qing's intentions were even more so. The fried meat far exceeded the simple gesture it represented. As Shen Qing prepared to depart, only old man Jiang Yang remained behind, while Jiang Ying, the two sisters-in-law, and even Jiang Didao and Jiang Daolang accompanied her nearly to the next household, only returning after much persuasion from Shen Qing. Upon returning home, she looked at the coarse pottery bowl, now empty after serving 3 bowls of fried meat, so that she could take the bowl back with her. Zhou Yan softly remarked, "Sister-in-law, this bowl of fried meat is quite substantial. I estimate it weighs about 1 pound. It's even seasoned, and the batter is likely made from fine flour. Such an extravagant use of oil for frying." Li Xiulan swallowed hard. "It's completely drenched in oil." Jiang Didao and Jiang Daolang, gazing at the glistening fried meat, felt their mouths watering. They turned to Jiang Ying, who looked to her father. "Father, how should we divide this?" After all, Shen Qing had brought it as a tribute for him. Jiang Yang surveyed the 3 bowls of fried meat and decided, 1 bowl wrapped in oil paper, to be taken by the eldest tomorrow when he accompanies his wife to her parents, another bowl. The remaining 2 bowls are for us to enjoy at home. You 3 can decide how to share them. Initially intending to take some to the Liu family, he reconsidered. Forget it. The Liu family does not deserve this meat. Not even a single grain of rice. The three siblings agreed, ultimately deciding to stew one bowl with gray vegetables, allowing the greens to absorb the meat's flavor for a delightful taste. As for the other bowl, since they wouldn't have had it without Shen Qing's generosity, they decided to indulge a little, each taking a piece to savor. The children returned home, unable to conceal their joy at having meat, rich, delicious meat, and looked up at their parents and grandfather, puzzled by the serious expressions on the adults' faces. "Auntie, what's wrong?" Jiang Ying cheerily called out, "Come on, eat up. A full belly will give you the strength to work." She had an inkling that she might soon find herself embroiled in a conflict with the Liu family of Shirley Village. When Shen Qing set out, her sole intention was to deliver a bowl of food in order to cultivate good relations, without any ulterior motives. However, after leaving the Jiang family's residence, she felt an undeniable urge to approach the next family with a clear purpose. Chapter 41. Forming Alliances. In Shirley Village, Shen Qing's father-in-law was the patriarch, followed by Jiang Yang as the second son. There were also Jiang San and Jiang Wu, while the fourth brother had passed away in his youth. The eldest and second sons had few descendants, yet Jiang Heir was far more fortunate, not only blessed with 2 sons, but also a daughter who remained close at hand. Their family had grown to nearly 20 members with the arrival of new spouses and children. The families of Jiang San and Jiang Wu were even more prolific. Despite their youth and late marriages, they had birthed numerous offspring, each family boasting 6 or 7 children. Even with several of the younger generation yet to marry, their numbers were swiftly approaching 20, truly a bustling household. Seated in the courtyard, Shen Qing surveyed the throng of people and suddenly felt that her own family of a mere 10 seemed rather modest in comparison. Come, quickly have some water," called out Aunt San, Zhao Mingwei, her face beaming as she offered a cup to Shen Qing, playfully lowering her voice. "I've added a bit of sugar. Just for you, but don't let your little glutton at home find out, otherwise, I fear my stash 1 tea lasts through the day." Shen Qing chuckled softly, gratefully accepting the cup with both hands. "Thank you, Aunt San. And where is Uncle San?" With a dismissive wave, Zhao Mingwei replied, "He can't sit still. He has gone fishing." "Never mind him, you've made the effort to come, so let us have a good chat." Her niece-in-law, who had previously received cold receptions, had not only come to visit but also brought a generous bowl of fried meat, which astonished her more than if the sun had risen in the west. Pausing for a moment, she tentatively inquired, "Is there something you need to discuss with your uncle?" But what could there possibly be? The fields didn't require irrigation. There was no urgent harvest to attend to, and she hadn't heard of any encroachments on their land that warranted their assistance. Moreover, considering Shen Qing's prior demeanor, it was unlikely she would arrive bearing gifts unless there was a pressing matter at hand. Shen Qing quickly shook her head. "No, nothing of the sort. I simply felt guilty for often troubling you in the past, and since our family has earned a bit of silver, I thought to show my respect to uncle and aunt." Zhao Mingwei's heart was set at ease, her brows unfurling in relief. "We're not too old yet. Our arms and legs still work, and we can still earn a living. But you, having just earned some silver, should save it, especially since the 2nd, 3rd, 4th, and 6th still remain unmarried. We're all family here. We help each other out when needed. There's no need for such formal gratitude. This time, Aunt San will accept it, but in the future, don't feel obliged to bring gifts." With the elder nephew gone, it was not easy for a single niece-in-law to sustain the household. How could they, as elders, continue to accept her offerings? Shen Qing smiled, "All right," but then furrowed her brow, expressing her concern. "I feel uneasy about having troubled uncle and his family in the past, but I may need to ask for their help again soon." Zhao Mingwei's heart skipped a beat, and before Shen Qing could finish, she asked eagerly, "What's wrong? Have you encountered some trouble?" Shen Qing succinctly explained, "It's not about me, but my sister-in-law, Xiaoyu. Back then, the head of the family insisted on choosing the Liu family, and I've always harbored concerns. Just the other day, I had an unsettling dream, which I suppose is just my imagination running wild. I had entrusted to Tao's wife to inquire about her when she returned to her family. To be honest, I'm quite anxious. I fear that Xiaoyu isn't faring well, and we as her maternal family must support her. In these times, divorce was often preferable. The dowry could be reclaimed and the reputation remained intact, facilitating future marriages for the family. Being cast off, however, left one with nothing, and the taint of disgrace could mar the reputation of the entire clan. Thus, when life became unbearable, support from the maternal family was crucial. Those who were dismissive and indifferent, like the first wife of the Liu family, found themselves trapped in unbearable circumstances, ultimately leading to their demise at the hands of their in-laws. Xiao Yu's fate in the dream seemed to mirror this same tragic outcome. But should her maternal family be willing to step in, particularly with many brothers at her side, the situation would be entirely different. They could confront the Liu family without hesitation, demanding not just a divorce, but also ensuring their consent. If they resisted, they would face a reckoning. And should one confrontation not suffice, they would gladly escalate it. After all, wasn't Liu Sheng intent on holding on to Jiang Yu? Wasn't he known for beating his wife? Well then, she would let him experience the taste of being beaten himself. Before the divorce, meddling in the affairs of a son-in-law was still considered a family matter, not requiring intervention from the authorities, which was fair enough. If it came to that, let them face the consequences first. Upon hearing that the issue concerned Jiang Yu, Zhao Mingwei sprang to her feet, indignantly exclaiming, "That Liu family is nothing but a den of wolves. It's south no place for decent folk." Each time Xiao Yu sees me alone, she can't help but shed tears. I can tell without asking that things are far from well. Reflecting on Shen Qing's words, she realized that it had indeed been the nephew's decision all along. No wonder she felt that way. Her nephew, a grown man, had failed to protect his own sister, leaving the burden to the women of the family. Why hasn't heaven struck him down with a bolt of lightning to obliterate his grave? She turned back to Shen Qing, reassuringly patting her hand. "Dear Qing, as long as you're willing to support Xiao Yu, you won't even need to lift a finger when you arrive at the Liu household. Aunt San and even your fifth aunt will stand with you. With a dozen men at your command, you can direct them as you wish." Aunt San would join. After all, wasn't he their Liu Sheng's mother? When the time came, their men wouldn't dare lay a hand on the women. And Aunt San would be there to tear into them. Shen Qing was taken aback by Zhao Mingwei's fierce resolve, rendered speechless as it seemed she had already devised a battle plan. Zhao Mingwei added thoughtfully, "Your fifth aunt may not be much help. She's not good at arguing, but she can assist with holding arms and legs. Don't worry, Aunt San has connections and we'll give them a good scolding. We'll gather everyone." Previously, Shen Qing, this sister-in-law, had been reluctant to take a stand, and they had to suffer in silence. But now, with Shen Qing willing to step forward, the Liu family should brace themselves. Shen Qing felt assured that there was no need to seek aid from anyone else. Aunt San alone sufficed. As Zhao Mingwei bid farewell to Shen Qing, she felt a pang of reluctance. Had she not mentioned going to the fifth aunt's, she would have clung to her for a heartfelt conversation. With Zhao Mingwei's support, Shen Qing's subsequent visits progressed swiftly, merely a formality. Jiang Wu was also absent, and his wife, much like Zhao Mingwei, was shy and reserved, appearing awkward around her younger relative. Having delivered the gifts, Shen Qing soon exited. She still had 3 bowls of crispy meat left, which she distributed among the Guan, Qin, and Feng families. The Guan family was a given. The Qin family had previously supported her when Sun Xiaomai and Zhou Chunchao had caused her trouble, and overall, the Qin family had a reputation for being honest and upright. The Feng family, being newcomers, had members skilled in martial arts, making them reliable allies during times of trouble. Chapter 42. Those who contribute are valuable. Dinner was exceptionally sumptuous, featuring braised pork with eggs, stir-fried eel, and a refreshing dish of purslane, served alongside glistening white rice, filling Shen Qing with a flicker of happiness. If only she could live in a spacious and bright house, a large yard to cultivate flowers and vegetables, perhaps even plant some fruit trees and erect a grape trellis. In the summer, she could recline in a rocking chair beneath, plucking grapes directly from the vine, no washing required. In summer, she envisioned wearing cool, airy silk garments, while in winter, she would be wrapped in warm, windproof furs. A donkey cart or a horse-drawn carriage for travel. Oh, how her modest happiness would swell into a veritable abundance of joy. Returning to reality, she lifted her gaze towards her circle of children encircling the large iron pot and casually inquired, "What do you think would happen if your aunt were to return?" Jiang Shui was the first to respond, her eyes sparkling as she quickly replied, "Aunt could sleep with me. There's enough room at home." Upon finishing her statement, she anxiously shifted her gaze to her mother, fearing she might have misspoken. Jiang Xiangdong, shoveling a generous mouthful of food, puzzledly remarked, "But Aunt has been married for several years now. How could she possibly come back? We are not far from Shirley Village." If she doesn't return to her husband the same day, would her mother-in-law and husband be pleased? Once a woman is married, she resides with her husband. If she returns, she must hurry back, or who will cook, wash the dishes and clothes, feed the chickens and ducks, or serve her in-laws? Hu Bing cast a sidelong glance at Jiang Xiangdong, then turned her attention to Shen Qing, making her stance clear. I hope aunt returns. Whatever mother says goes. Jiang Xiangnan chimed in with a chuckle. I agree with mother. In the past, he might have been less enthusiastic. Their home was small and food scarce. If aunt returned, it would not only consume resources, but also attract ridicule from his peers regarding their reputation. However, now that they were well-fed and living conditions did not hinder him, and given aunt's amiable nature, her assistance with chores would be beneficial. Why would he object? He was no fool. As for the laughter of his peers? Nonsense. He was no longer the person he once was. He had no need for companions, as he was far too busy. Jiang Xiangbei, too, grasped the sentiment, silently yet resolutely agreeing. I concur, I will heed mother. Jiang Xiangjing nodded in affirmation without uttering a word. Today, mother seemed preoccupied with some matter outside, causing dinner to be late. Thus, he managed to arrive just in time to eat. It was not as if she had waited specifically for him. If she wouldn't even wait for him to eat, what say did he have in other matters? Besides, he sensed that mother and the family had changed. They used to regard him, the scholar, with great deference, bending their backs in humility when conversing with him. Now, they were all busy with their own affairs, exuding increasing confidence, revolving around mother, with her words regarded as law. Jiang Xiangdong exclaimed, didn't mother ask for their opinions? Why are they all saying they listen to you? Was there a secret agreement among them that he was unaware of? He quickly added, flattering mother. I will listen to you. Just tell me what to do. Shen Qing had essentially understood the family's attitude towards Jiang Yu. In truth, the men in the household would not be affected by Jiang Yu's return. The ones most impacted would be Jiang Shui and Hu Bing, as they would have to squeeze together for sleeping, and Hu Bing would need to prepare an additional portion of food. Nevertheless, both girls were eagerly anticipating Jiang Yu's return. Even though Jiang Yu's reputation was tarnished due to her being sent back home, the ones most affected would be the other women, Jiang Shui and Xiaohua. Jiang Shui and Hu Bing did not ponder these implications. Their sole desire was for Jiang Yu to come back. As for her daughters and daughters-in-law, they were splendid. The sons, well, as long as they were obedient and could contribute, that sufficed. She looked tenderly at her 3 sons and smiled. Eat well, make sure you're full. Jiang Xiangdong was visibly touched, nodding emphatically with a mouthful of food. Mother is so kind. Even after I've eaten so much, she still urges me to eat more, fearing I might go hungry. Indeed, listening to mother is the right choice. Jiang Xiangnan and Jiang Xiangbei exchanged glances, each softly affirming with a hum. Today, with ample food and dishes, everyone could eat their fill, yet mother seemed overly concerned that they might not be satisfied. Something felt amiss. What had mother been up to this afternoon? Why did she suddenly mention aunt? Could it be that aunt was truly returning? But would the Liu family be willing to let her go? They exchanged knowing looks, as if coming to an understanding. Shen Qing remarked, very well. Finally, 2 of you are enlightened. As for the eldest, it matters not if he is not, as long as he works diligently. Jiang Xiangzheng had understood this long ago. He contemplated his usefulness. Whether it involved drafting a divorce letter or a separation document, he was capable of contributing. He had realized that in this household, words held little weight compared to actions, and those actions must bear significance. His mother now assessed them based on their contributions. Whoever contributed had value. He looked at his mother, eager to demonstrate his worth. If you need anything written, I can do it. Shen Qing nodded. You should also eat more. Jiang Xiangjing's lips curled into a smile. After finishing dinner and returning to his room, Shen Qing meticulously took stock of their belongings. The household grain had increased from 3 sacks upon her arrival to 3 sacks and 2 cloth bags, reminiscent of the old-style burlap sacks from rural China in the 70s and 80s, each capable of holding 200 pounds. The cloth bags held 100 pounds each, filled entirely with flour. The burlap sacks, once containing corn on the cob, now held 1 sack of pure corn kernels free from cob and another of rice, while the remaining sack contained several smaller cloth bags filled with soybeans, mung beans, red beans, millet, and other grains. Now, the family typically consumed a porridge of mixed grains or cornmeal porridge with wild vegetable cakes for breakfast, while lunch and dinner alternated between noodles and rice. averaging about 5 to 6 pounds of grain consumed daily. The current food storage could sustain them for at least 3 months. Shen Qing occasionally replenished supplies from the market. She did not overstock, opting to maintain a reserve between 500 and 600 pounds, as those who had experienced hunger felt insecure with too little food. Conversely, too much food would be burdensome in times of fleeing, and she could covertly replenish supplies later without needing an excess. The market had consistently yielded profits from selling small wild fish, river shrimp, eels, loaches, and various other lesser-known fish species. After deducting the expenses for grain, she still had over 13,000 yuan. Purchasing grain from the market was indeed cost-effective, especially rice and white flour. With grain reserves and over 13,000 yuan in savings, Jiang Yu's return would not pose a problem. One additional mouth would not threaten their sustenance. Shen Qing also laid out the silver coins. Initially, she had over 11 taels, gave Huabing a little over 1 tael, and after various purchases for oil, wool, silk thread, etc., only 3 taels remained. Today, she made 12 taels from selling brushes, distributed 1 tael and 3 cash for wages, with fabric being the largest expense, totaling over 3 taels, alongside other purchases costing 5 taels and 2 cash, leaving 5 taels and 5 cash. In total, the household had over 8 taels in liquid silver. Chapter 43. It is absolutely impossible for her sister-in-law to come. Nowadays, the household produces over 50 brushes a day, delivering every 6 days, with a gross income of 24 taels, and after deducting costs and wages, a profit of 18 taels is not an issue. The accumulated profit is quite considerable. Shen Qing felt that with Jiang Yu's return, her financial and food security provided her with significant confidence. Why should her husband be involved with his cousin while expecting her to serve? That was simply repugnant. He wouldn't even provide a divorce letter, showcasing his maliciousness and cruelty, forcing an innocent girl into a dire situation. However, Shen Qing had no intention of seeking a divorce letter if separation was to occur. It would be a formal dissolution. In her dreams, Jiang Yu had no way out, but now that she had arrived, she would be Jiang Yu's greatest support. Dou Yan and Jiang Didao rose early in the morning. Not only did she wake up early, but Jiang Ying had risen even earlier, having already prepared corn porridge and even baked pancakes. Shortly thereafter, Li Xiulan also got up, busy tending to the chickens and ducks. One urged Zhou Yan and Jiang Didao to hurry and wash up for breakfast, while the other insisted that the children need not worry about the chickens and ducks, advising them to eat well and set off early for Shirley Village, with the hopes of the whole family resting on them. Dou Yan and Jiang Didao hurried towards Shirley Village without pause. The morning at the Liu household began with a scolding. An old hen that laid no eggs fancied itself precious. The mother-in-law unexpectedly failed to provide even hot water for washing faces. Were you not raised by your parents at home? Oh, I forgot, your parents died early. No wonder you cannot serve your in-laws properly. You even pretend to be ill. Who are you trying to fool? You can't even keep my son's heart, and I wonder if you are truly a woman. How can you be so utterly useless? Jiang Yu, with a pale face, limped into the kitchen, dragging one leg behind her. Her hands weakly struck the flint, and after a considerable time, she finally ignited a bundle of grass. She stuffed the grass into the stove, and the flickering flames illuminated her pallid visage, offering a glimmer of warmth. Her parents passed away early, she feigned illness, and she could not win her son's heart. A hen that does not lay eggs, she curled her lips, revealing a self-deprecating smile. What is the purpose of living? Each day, to toil like a beast for her father-in-law and mother-in-law, even bringing them water to soak their feet, this was all bearable before, as everyone told her that having a son would suffice. At that point, she would be hailed as a benefactor of the Liu family, and after a few years, when her mother-in-law passed away, she would finally enjoy a better life as a mother-in-law herself. She did not wish to become a mother-in-law, and even if she did, she would never emulate her own mother-in-law. Yet, she still yearned for children, hoping for a child of her own. However, just days ago, Lu Xing's cousin from her aunt's family, who was widowed, had a child. She previously thought it was Lu Xing's issue, considering his last wife could not conceive. But now that his cousin was pregnant, it could only be her fault. She would never have her own children. The mother-in-law grew increasingly arrogant, hurling insults daily, and Lu Xing resorted to violence against her. Even her father-in-law, when she brought in the foot-soaking water last night, shockingly reached out to her, an act witnessed by the mother-in-law, who did not reprimand him but instead seized her, pinching and scolding her. What was the purpose of her existence? Her elder brother had died, and even if he hadn't, he would have been of no use. 3 years ago, he sold her once, and upon returning, he would only sell her again. Her sister-in-law would never agree to her returning home. It was impossible. Only Xiao Shui and Xiao Bing might think of her return. But if she went back, she would only burden them and Xiao Hua. She had no way out, never had a way out. She must find an opportunity to feast, as she had heard that one must be well fed to embark on the road. Xiao Yu. Oh dear, who comes to visit relatives so early in the morning? Is there no decorum? Lu Den Yang, we are from the same village. Do you really think you can lecture me on propriety? Do you think I am unaware of your family's situation? Zhou Yan, how do you speak? Are you even speaking human language? What do you mean by that? People have ceased to act like humans, yet you dare to criticize others for their words? Truly a joke. Jiang De Tao usually found his wife's quick and straightforward speech hard to bear, often feeling frustrated, but at this moment, he thought her words were splendid, exactly how it should be. He quietly praised, Yanzi, you are truly remarkable. Zhou Yan tilted her chin and huffed, displaying a proud demeanor that suggested, just you wait and see. Had it been in the past, she would never have dared to confront the Lu family so directly, as Xiaoyu's mother-in-law was involved, and Xiaoyu still had to live in this household. However, yesterday, Shen Qing came to ask her how Xiaoyu was faring. So she certainly wanted to see the unvarnished truth. She vaguely felt that if a conflict erupted, it wouldn't matter, Shen Qing would cover for her. As her words and demeanor yesterday did not seem like those of someone merely coming to check on her. From the kitchen, Jiang Yu rushed out. And upon seeing Zhou Yan and Jiang De Tao, tears streamed uncontrollably down her face. Second brother, second sister-in-law. It was worth it, even in her final moments. To see her kin was worth it. Jiang De Tao, upon noticing his cousin's limping leg, felt his eyes redden. He fixed his gaze on Lu's mother-in-law and gritted his teeth, asking, what happened to my sister's leg? The Lu matron paused, instinctively retreating a few steps, then defiantly replied, what's wrong? She was careless and fell. Truly useless. How could she fall while simply walking? Does she not know how the Jiang family raises its daughters? Is marrying into another family merely a burden? Jiang De Tao scoffed a few times. Indeed, my Jiang family does not raise daughters well. Our daughters are fine at home. Yet once they enter your Lu household, they become utterly unsatisfactory. It was not just my Jiang family's daughters who are inadequate. Did your first daughter-in-law not also turn out poorly? Each and everyone who marries into your Lu family ends up the same, does she not? The Lu matron trembled with rage, but facing the tall and strong Jiang De Tao, she turned her ire towards Jiang Yu, jabbing her finger at her forehead, scolding. Are you dead? Allowing your natal family to insult your mother-in-law. Do you know whose food you are eating, whose roof you are living under? I'll tell you. If your second brother continues to disrespect me, once he leaves, you will suffer for it. After she finished speaking, the Lu matron awaited the timid daughter-in-law to quickly admit her fault, but she never received the anticipated response. She looked at Jiang Yu and directly grabbed her waist, demanding, will you speak? Say it. Jiang Yu pressed her lips together, refusing to utter a word. Zhou Yan, growing anxious, stepped forward and forcefully pulled the Lu matron away. Calling out to Jiang De Tao, you hurry back to the village and gather people. Jiang De Tao hesitated, worry creeping into his voice. Can you handle it here? Zhou Yan felt a surge of anger, retorting, I grew up in Shirley Village. My parents and relatives are all here. Who would dare to strike me? You staying here alone is of no use. Hurry back and tell elder sister-in-law to come with people. Jiang De Tao realized the truth. He could not confront the Lu matron alone. It would not be a problem for him to fight the Lu family men, but they had their kin as well. Even if there were only a dozen or 20 men, it would still be a concern. He glanced at Jiang Yu, whose face was pale and devoid of light, and turned on his heel, racing towards Chili village. Jiang Yu had intended to call out to her second brother, but she opened her mouth and could not make a sound. She wished to live. If the wicked Lu family could survive, why could she? Who had never committed any wrongdoing, not endure? Yet she knew she could not go on. Her sister-in-law would not come. Her sister-in-law would never come. Chapter 44. How can you be so sure it is your son's child? Upon hearing Jiang De Tao's intention to return to gather help, the Lu matron momentarily felt a pang of panic, but then recalled that he was merely going to summon his sister-in-law, and that fleeting sense of alarm vanished without a trace. She sneered, Yanzi, I used to think you were clever. Why are you now acting so foolishly? Do you think Jiang Yu belongs to your family? You have no idea what her natal family is like, do you? You want Tao to go back and summon her sister-in-law? When Tao returns alone later, it would hardly be a laughing matter. Upon hearing this, Jiang Yu's pale face turned even more ashen. She gritted her teeth and softly advised Zhou Yan, who shielded her, second sister-in-law, "You should go back, I am fine. No matter how difficult life becomes, I cannot drag those who care for me down with me, especially since it won't be long now." Zhou Yan refused to budge. Deep down, she too felt uncertain, but she did not let it show, asserting, "What's wrong? Just because the daughter-in-law has someone backing her, she cannot be struck. While without support from her natal family, she must be beaten to death." The Lu matron dusted off her garments, stating matter-of-factly, "She is a daughter-in-law that our Lu family spent 10 taels of silver to marry, dutifully serving her in-laws and husband. And ensuring the Lu family has descendants is her responsibility. Now that she has done none of this, what is wrong with beating her? Shouldn't she be punished? Go ask around the village. Isn't it the duty of a mother-in-law to teach her daughter-in-law proper etiquette?" Zhou Yan feigned ignorance of the matter regarding Lu Xing's widowed cousin and loudly questioned, "Is the failure to provide heirs for the Lu family truly Xiao Yu's fault? Why do you not say it is your son's problem? If one is incapable, it can be said to be a woman's issue, but if both are incapable, then it cannot all fall on the women, can it?" The journey from Shirley village to Chili village was not far. It would take half an hour to walk there and back. Tao was quick on his feet, and it would take him about the time it takes to brew a cup of tea to return. But gathering people and explaining the situation would take at least 3 cups of tea. She needed to buy time. Regardless of whether she could summon help or how many would come, she absolutely could not allow the young girl, Xiao Yu, to endure further beatings from Lu Pozi during this interim. In the past, when the subject arose, Lu Pozi would subconsciously shrink back, but now she stood tall, her voice booming to the point that it seemed she wanted the entire village to hear. "Everyone, come quickly and see. It's normal not to know that Zhou Yan is a girl married out. I fear there may be others in the village unaware, so I shall clarify today. My son is in fine health, not a single issue. I always said that the inability to bear children lies solely with the woman. What does it have to do with the man? Now, my sister's daughter is carrying my son's child. Who is to blame for this?" Zhou Yan, quick to react, interjected with fervor, "Whose fault it is, I cannot say, but how can you be so certain that the child in her womb belongs to your son?" Lu Xing had already married for the second time. He was not only unattractive but also short in stature. How could your niece find him appealing enough to overlook other suitors? As her words fell, the crowd of villagers encircling the mud-brick courtyard erupted in uproar. "Indeed, Lu Pozi. How can you be so sure that child is your son's? A widowed woman consorting with a married cousin, what good could come of that? Just because she claims it is so, should we all believe her? Especially considering that your last daughter-in-law and Jiang Yu had been together for years without conceiving. And now this one claims to be pregnant? I find what Yan said to be quite valid. Lu Xing is not appealing, and his height does not inspire confidence. Perhaps he is merely a green turtle in this scenario." The villagers had long been discontented with Lu Pozi's arrogant demeanor, particularly her brutal treatment of her daughter-in-law, which was excessive. Yet, even in the depths of her cruelty, there were lines that should not be crossed. After all, it was a matter of life and death. Was it not? They subtly used the excuse of Lu Xing's inadequacy to apply pressure on Lu Pozi. Ever since Lu Xing's widowed cousin became pregnant, Lu Pozi's mask slipped back to its original form, and cries for mercy from Jiang Yu became a frequent sound. At this moment, Zhou Yan's words struck a chord, and the villagers found her reasoning compelling, aligning themselves with her side regardless of the truth. Lu Pozi, infuriated, gasped for breath, pounding her chest and seething with rage. "You are all simply envious. You cannot bear to see my Lu family prosper." Inside the house, a woman dabbed her tears with a handkerchief, sobbing, "Shenggu, aside from the previous one, you are my only hope. You must believe me." Lu Xing, feeling a pang of compassion, hurried to embrace her shoulders, reassuringly stating, "Of course I believe you. I am in good health. The problem lies with Jiang Yu. Or perhaps it is simply your fertile land." Then, rising in anger, he declared, "Zhou Yan is a meddlesome woman. Her husband neglects her. And today, I shall teach her a lesson on behalf of her spouse. Chun Tao, you wait for me inside. Once I have dealt with Zhou Yan, I will let Jiang Yu come in to serve you." Wang Chun Tao gently caressed her belly, blushing as she replied, "Very well, my son, and I shall await your return." How splendid it was! Not only had she found a father for her child, But she had also secured a pillar of support for herself, especially since this family was unwavering in their belief. She glanced at the short and stout figure retreating, her eyes flashing with disdain. It was over so quickly, and one wondered where her cousin derived such confidence in claiming he was without fault. Jiang Detao sprinted at full speed, scarcely pausing to catch his breath. First rushing home to inform his father and brother about Jiang Yu's severe beating at her in-laws before hastening to Shen Qing's residence. Yan Zi and Xiao Yu remained at Lu's household. Although Yan Zi hailed from a neighboring village, there was no telling if the Lu family, shamed and enraged, would lash out. Especially with Yan Zi's sharp tongue, he truly felt apprehensive. Upon reaching Shen Qing's home, he found the courtyard door inexplicably locked and began banging on the wooden door with great urgency, calling out, "Sister-in-law, Jiang Yu has been beaten at the Lu's. Her legs are unsteady. I don't know if they are broken. You must hurry and see what can be done." Hearing his cries, Hu Bing rushed forward and flung open the courtyard door, anxiously asking, "Uncle Detao, what happened to my little aunt?" Jiang Detao, drenched in sweat, swallowed hard, preparing to explain when he noticed Shen Qing emerging from the house, her expression cold and resolute. As she approached, she instructed, Bing, no questions now. Go fetch some water so your Uncle Detao can catch his breath. Oldest, third, fourth, stop all your work and run to the second, third and fifth uncles, as well as to the other families in the village, and tell them your little aunt is on the verge of being beaten to death by the Lu family. We need them to join us in seeking justice. Jiang Shui, you cannot go. Men have their battles and women have theirs. You, your sister-in-law, and Shaoli must prepare as many pancakes and steamed buns as you can. Whatever you can make, do it. When the helpers return, they will need to eat. Don't skimp on the food. If there's any left over, let them take it home. We can't risk running short. Also, boil all the eggs and duck eggs we have at home. Moreover, prepare a clean set of clothes and a barrel of hot water. Stay home and wait for your mother to bring your aunt back. Chapter 45, Departing for Shirley Village. Jiang Detao had never witnessed such decisiveness from Shen Qing. At this moment, he found her extraordinarily gallant. He watched as his 4 nephews dashed away, just as he was about to inform them not to notify his home. Then he thought it better that they did. His father would surely comprehend his sister-in-law's stance, and as the village head, he would naturally rally the villagers for their cause. He observed his niece, Jiang Shui, who had initially looked as though she could not wait to rush to Shirley Village, now calmly and composedly retrieving a wooden basin to gather flour. Guanli and the physically impaired Guan Xiaoshan also rose to assist. Meanwhile, his sister-in-law followed suit, returning with a shovel and hoe in hand. Let us go, Shen Qing urged. Sister-in-law, Xiao Yu is at the Lu's. Shen Qing interrupted. We will discuss it when everyone has gathered. We cannot waste a single moment. Jiang Detao knew that if he could sprint back, then Jiang Yu's situation at the Lu household must be dire. The longer they delayed, the more suffering she would endure. All right. Jiang Detao instinctively complied. He dared only to mention that Xiao Yu's leg had been severely injured. In Shen Qing's words, it had escalated to the brink of death. Yet, upon reflection, he realized she was indeed right to express it that way. Before long, dozens of men had gathered at the village entrance. The Jiang family arrived first from the youngest, aged 15, to Jiang Eryi, San Yi, and Wu Yi. All were present. Then came the Qin family, the Feng family, the Guan family, the Zhao brothers, and the Hong family, all wielding shovels and hoes. Aside from Guan the carpenter, all were robust men in their prime, particularly the Feng family, whose muscular figures exuded a fierce aura. Jiang Delang quickly assessed the situation regarding the attendees from each family and hurried forward to report, Father, sister-in-law. Currently only the Wang and Zhang families have not sent anyone. Shall we wait? Do not wait. 2 voices rang out simultaneously, Jiang Eryi and Shen Qing. The earlier clamor had been deafening, and doors had been knocked upon in every household. The absence of the Wang and Zhang families indicated a lack of desire to participate rather than ignorance. Therefore, there was no need to compel them. Moreover, the Wang family was led by Sun Xiaomai, while the Zhang family was governed by Zhao Chunqiao. Their reasons for not attending were already apparent. Jiang Eryi addressed the gathered men. Our purpose in going is not solely to brawl. The most crucial task is to bring back that girl, Jiang Yu. Our beloved daughter was married off, and now Lu Xing has brought in a wild woman to humiliate our Jiang family. We will not allow the Lu family to have their cake and eat it too. A farmer from the Lu family dares to think of taking a concubine. blatantly flouting the law. He should weigh his own worth before attempting to imitate officials by maintaining a harem. Even wealthy families who keep concubines do so by employing maidservants to attend to them. Never have I heard of a legitimate wife serving the concubines. Such blatant oppression is intolerable. Let us go. Why should the daughters of Chili village toil and suffer indignities in Shirley village? The thunderous shouts of 60 or 70 men reverberated, their collective spirit formidable. At that moment, Shen Qing grasped the significance of unity. Indeed, it possesses a powerful deterrent effect. The esteemed Jiang Eryi, San Yi, and Wei led the charge at the forefront. Jiang Xiangdong, Jiang Nan, and Jiang Dalong followed closely behind, for they were the dearest kin of Jiangyu. Their presence at the vanguard would invigorate the men coming to assist. If they appeared timid and hesitant, others would surely falter as well. The men marched forth in a grand procession, while Shen Qing was called to a halt. She turned to see her third aunt, Zhao Mingwei, rushing over, breathless, accompanied by over 10 robust women. Among them, she recognized Jiang Ying, fifth aunt Su Hongmei, the sister-in-law of the Feng family, and Granny Qin. The others were presumably from the Hong and Zhao families. She approached them gratefully, saying, "Thank you. When Xiaoyu returns, I will personally take her to express our gratitude to you all." Zhao Mingwei echoed, "Indeed, we must support our own. It is only right to assist Xiaoyu. When she returns, we must ensure she thanks these kind aunts properly, especially Granny Qin, who, despite her advanced age, still labors for her. I may be old, but should anyone attempt to belittle me due to my age when we get there, you all step aside and let me handle it. I'll give them a piece of my mind," Granny Qin declared indignantly. Shen Qing felt a warmth in her heart, regardless of whether they were relatives or close neighbors. Everyone was rallying to aid her family in bringing Jiangyu home. She managed to smile. "All right, let us go together to welcome Xiaoyu back." Dozens of individuals strode swiftly along the path, their ranks stretching impressively. Sun Xiaomai munched on fried edamame, spitting out the shells with a dismissive fooey. Beside her, the anxious Wang Fugue asked, "Xiaomai, should we not go? Everyone else in the village has gone. It would be shameful for us to stay behind." Sun Xiaomai scoffed. "What about the Zhang family? They aren't going either. It's not just us, so what's so shameful?" Wang Fugue silently pondered that it was indeed because she was close with Zhou Chunqiao that when Jiang Dalong called out, the two of them had decided not to participate. If they went, it would be a brawl. Shen Qing used to bring us eels to eat, but now she's selling them for money. How dare she expect us to help? What audacity! Moreover, even if Jiangyu returns, she will be a discarded woman. Our village girls' reputations would be tarnished. What good is there in assisting a discarded woman? Sun Xiaomai's anger grew with each word. Wang Fugue thought to himself that in these times, it was already a blessing for impoverished families to marry a wife. Even widows were being wed. Who would care about a woman's reputation if she was discarded? He dared not voice his thoughts, but timidly remarked, "But Jiangyu is, after all, the village chief's niece." Sun Xiaomai paused before snorting, "What if being a niece? Our family won't send anyone. What can she do about it? Besides, we won't gain anything from this, so why should we exert ourselves? Just wait and see. Those who go to help today will return without even a bite to eat. They'll have to go home to fill their bellies, wasting their energy for nothing." Wang Fugue wholeheartedly agreed with his wife's reasoning. He had just counted secretly. There were at least 70 or 80 people. If each were to have a bowl of porridge, that would be several tens of pounds of grain gone, leaving Shen Qing's family with nothing to eat. "You're so clever, my dear." Sun Xiaomai beamed with pride, eagerly anticipating the sight of those who helped coming back empty-handed. For the next day she would visit each household to relish the spectacle. Lu Xing stormed out of the house and, seizing the opportunity when Zhou Yan was unprepared, delivered a kick to Jiangyu's knee, sending her crashing to the ground, covered in mud. As Jiangyu sat there, hands pressed against the earth, Zhou Yan quickly intervened, shielding Jiangyu and confronting Lu Xing with fury. "What cowardice! Is this how a man behaves?" Lu Xing, glancing at the Zhou brothers watching from outside, hesitated to strike Zhou Yan, retorting, "I have every right to discipline my own wife. Even the King of Heaven couldn't intervene. Jiangyu, come here. Let me show you I can't be defeated." Chapter 46. Stop. Lu Xing reached to grab Jiangyu's hair from behind Zhou Yan, but she steadfastly blocked him. Frustrated, he snapped at Zhou Yan, "You're just a married woman. Why meddle in family affairs back at your natal village? Do you truly believe I wouldn't dare strike you?" Zhou Yan's elder brother, Zhou Dashan, stepped forward into the courtyard, his voice cold. Try striking my sister, Lu Xing, and see what happens. The Zhou brothers advanced a few steps, their expressions grim. Lu Xing swallowed hard, attempting to justify himself. Isn't it your sister who's meddling in my household matters? Why don't you manage your own sister? You claim she's a married woman now. She belongs to the Jiang family and should handle their affairs. What business does the Zhou family have intervening? Zhou Dashan replied with a dismissive glance. Lu Xing fell silent, unsure how to counter. Indeed, a sister-in-law could address issues concerning her sister, especially when he was assaulting Jiang Yu in front of her family. Lu Posey, witnessing her son being cornered, grew agitated and shouted, Jiang Yu is just a barren hen. My Lu family has shown her kindness by providing food and shelter. What more does she want? How dare she bring me distress? Oh, this is enough to drive me mad. Such a daughter-in-law deserves divine retribution. Zhou Yan. What are you thinking, protecting her? Are you trying to kill me? Zhou Yan remained unmoved. Her brothers would not let Lu Xing go unpunished for his words, and they could certainly retaliate. However, if Lu Posey were to act, being a woman and an elder, how could her family intervene? It was better to let Lu Posey rant. Besides, she was already married. As long as she didn't care about her reputation, Lu Posey could not control her. After a while, Lu Posey, her voice hoarse from shouting, stopped when she saw Zhou Yan show no sign of remorse. She turned her ire toward Jiang Yu, hissing. Jiang Yu, come out. You belong to the Lu family. Even in death, you are a Lu. Where do you think you can escape? You may hide for a moment, but not for a lifetime. When Zhou Yan leaves, you will still be here with the Lu family. Come out, or I will personally drag you out. Jiang Yu's face strained of color as she gazed at her menacing mother-in-law and Lu Xing, her legs feeling as if they were weighed down by lead. Yet she murmured, sister-in-law, you should return home. Zhou Yan shook her head. I will wait for my sister-in-law to arrive. A bitter smile crept across Jiang Yu's pale face. Her sister-in-law believed that the eldest sister would come, but how could she? Not only would returning mean consuming a share of the family's provisions, but with Lu Xing's fifth sister cohabiting with the city's son butler, the Lu family felt emboldened to act with such impunity. Outsiders were unaware of the connection between the son butler and the Lu family. Yet the eldest sister was well aware. How could she dare offend the Lu family, especially for someone who had already accepted a bride price to marry? Zhou Yan stood her ground while Lu Xing, wary of the Zhou brothers, hesitated to advance. Lu Posey could not summon Jiang Yu, and for the moment, the courtyard fell silent. Suddenly, Wang Chuntao from inside the house exclaimed, I'm feeling unwell, quickly bring in some food. If my precious grandson goes hungry, it won't be good. Lu Posey instantly became frantic, pointing at Jiang Yu and demanding, did you hear that? Hurry and prepare food for Shenger. I'll warn you. Shenger is our only heir and you, an ungrateful one, better not affect my precious grandson. I'll have your skin if you do. After bearing 5 daughters, she finally had a son, ensuring the Lu family's continuation. She had long since grown weary of Jiang Yu. Hurry up. If it weren't for your ineptitude, why would I need to seek assistance from others outside? Now, cousin Chen Tao is toiling on your behalf, and you ought to express your gratitude towards her. Mother is advanced in age and is our elder. Such responsibilities should naturally fall upon you. Lu Xing, too, was growing impatient, urging her on. Bah! I have never witnessed such a lack of decency in one who exploits another's labor. Zhou Yan was utterly incensed. The villagers outside the earthen wall widened their eyes in disbelief, particularly the women, who began to whisper and gossip amongst themselves. How shameless the Lu family is. In my opinion, since someone has already been brought back from outside, why not simply allow Jiang Yu to return? What a waste of time this is. Such actions are simply inhumane. You married in late and do not understand. Lu Posey bore 5 daughters before finally having her only son, Lu Xing. Is it any wonder he is treated like a precious jewel? How could he possibly be expected to work with 5 daughters? And with the daughters-in-law who have entered the family, she has long been accustomed to being served and would never deign to serve others herself. If Jiang Yu were sent away, who would do the work? Oh, Lu Xing has 5 sisters, yet none have been seen returning to their maternal homes. There has been no word of them marrying into any village, nor do we know their husbands' names. Where are they married off to? Do you think they are all laboring in the fields? The Lu family is few in number and indolent. Where do they acquire the wealth to build brick houses and marry one wife after another? Could it be that they are selling themselves as concubines to affluent families? Do you think becoming a concubine to a wealthy household is something one can simply aspire to? Not every woman is desired by such families. If they were truly sold as concubines, it would be better than being forced into a brothel 100 or 1,000 times over. The newlywed woman gasped in shock. Nearby, voices of caution emerged. Do not speak of this. It is said that a Lu family girl has caught the eye of the constable. Be wary of trouble. If a whisper reaches the wrong ears, it could bring dire consequences. Lu Posey, feeling triumphant, decided to feign ignorance. Alas, the girls who marry into the Lu family are doomed, unable to escape their fate. The discussions grew louder and more fervent. As Lu Xing observed Zhou Yan blocking Jiang Yu with determination, exchanging knowing glances with Lu Posey. Lu Posey rushed towards the left side of Zhou Yan to grab Jiang Yu, prompting Zhou Yan to instinctively shift left to obstruct her. Seizing the opportunity, Lu Xing darted to the right, seizing Jiang Yu by her hair, pulling her out with force. Jiang Yu felt her hair being yanked, her head unable to rise. Her steps faltering. Initially, she flailed her arms to fend off Lu Xing, but then, as a thought struck her, she suppressed the pain radiating from her scalp and reached for her hairpin. If she was to perish, why should she allow this brute to escape unscathed? With one hand gripping Jiang Yu's hair tightly, Lu Xing raised his other hand to strike her, smugly declaring, "Let us see who will protect you now." Stop. A thunderous voice rang out simultaneously. Lu Xing trembled, his hand halted midair as he was suddenly collided into by someone rushing forward. The newcomer was immensely powerful, causing Lu Xing to stumble back, his grip loosening, and he fell several meters until he crashed against the brick house. Lu Posey, who had been holding on to Zhou Yan, saw her beloved son thrown back and instantly abandoned her hold, rushing towards him, wailing, "My son. Are you all right? Does it hurt?" She wiped her tears and snot, then turned to face the intruder. Upon seeing Jiang Xiangnan, who had crashed into her son, she was momentarily frozen in shock. Chapter 47. This is how his mother raised him. Jiang Xiangnan wore a look of triumph, with no trace of fear or regret on his face, instead sporting a victorious grin. Behind him stood a throng of robust men, continuously spilling into the courtyard. Each man was sturdy and fierce-looking, wielding shovels and hoes as if they were ready to demolish her home. Her mouth quivered as she stammered, "Old man, come out quickly. People from outside the village are bullying us. Hurry and call for help." Lu Laotu, lounging on the bed smoking, could hear the commotion clearly, but had no desire to intervene in the affairs of women, especially when his wife was so fierce. He figured once she dealt with Jiang Yu, she would be more obedient, allowing him to. At that moment, upon hearing Lu Posey's cries, he stopped smoking, rolled out of bed and rushed out, asking, "What is going on?" His expression changed drastically upon seeing the courtyard filled with men, and he barked, "What are you doing? Who allowed you to enter my courtyard? Does it matter if we were allowed?" Jiang Xiangnan scoffed, devoid of any respect. Lu Laotu recognized him as Jiang Yu's nephew, 2 generations below him, and had always greeted him with warmth and courtesy. Today, however, he was met with such rudeness. Infuriated, he retorted, "I am your aunt's father-in-law. How dare you speak to an elder like this? How were you raised by your parents?" "My mother raised me just this way." As for his father, you can ask him yourself when you reach the underworld. The last remark was not only disrespectful but also ominous. Older individuals are particularly sensitive to references about death, and Lu Laotu, having enjoyed a good life, was particularly so. Hearing this, his face flushed with anger. The crowd parted, and Shen Qing, taking a moment to compose herself, strode forward, fixing her gaze directly upon the Lu family. Jiang Yu, supported by others, caught sight of her and choked back tears, calling out, "Sister-in-law." Shen Qing looked at Jiang Yu and saw the young woman, around 21 or 22, with disheveled hair and a pale complexion, standing unevenly. One leg clearly unable to bear weight, her hand tightly gripping a wooden hairpin. Understanding the situation, Shen Qing felt a pang in her heart and gently reassured her. "It's all right now, sister-in-law. Today I will take you home. From now on, it will be a life of happiness." Jiang Yu could no longer hold back her tears, which streamed down her cheeks. "How bold of you. On what grounds do you think you can take her home? Don't forget that you accepted 10 taels of silver from our Lu family." Lu Posey shouted from behind Lu Laotu, pointing an accusatory finger. Lu Xing echoed her sentiment. "Right. On what grounds do you think you can take her away? If you want to leave, not only must you return the 10 taels of silver as a bride price, but you must also compensate for all that Jiang Yu has consumed, worn, and used during her 3 years in our Lu household." The men from Chili village, hearing this, were enraged, their chests heaving, gripping their shovels and hoes tighter. Unable to contain their fury. Does the Lu family have no shame? You'll see how your grandfather will make you regret this. They were truly asking for a beating. If they weren't taught a lesson, they wouldn't know their own weight. The women began to push forward, supporting Jiang Yu and comforting her. Do not fear. We're not to be trifled with. If the Lu family insists on being unreasonable, we have the strength to deal with them. Jiang Yu gazed towards the familiar figure at the forefront, her anxiety easing slightly. As her tension subsided, she felt utterly drained, leaning against Zhao Mingwei and Su Hongmei. Quietly saying, "Let me lean on you for a moment, Aunt." Tears nearly spilled from Zhao Mingwei's eyes as she hurriedly reassured her, "Lean on me, it's all right. Just relax." Su Hongmei wiped her tears with the sleeve of her long garment. Jiang Ying and the other accompanying women surrounded Jiang Yu, all casting anxious glances between the Lu family and Shen Qing, fearing she might concede. Shen Qing scoffed, "If you wish to return the bride price, then let us calculate the wages for the labor." Lu Posey was taken aback. "Labor? What do you mean by that? Since you want to return the bride price, that means it was not a marriage. Our daughter has worked diligently for 3 to 4 years in your home. For what purpose? No one is foolish enough to work for free in another's household. In the grand households of the capital, the maidservant Yuan is valued at 1 tael of silver. While in Xingqing, we might estimate her worth at half that, around 5 jian. Over the span of a year, this amounts to 6 taels of silver. And if we consider 3 to 4 years, let's settle on a total of 18 taels. As for the provisions of food and shelter that Lu Xing mentioned, they are non-existent. It is only natural that the master provides meals and accommodation while working for them." Shen Qing, recalling the knowledge she had previously acquired, noted that this was not a time when news from Huagua was particularly open or transparent. Many people had never even set foot in the city, let alone be aware of the monthly wages of maidservants. "Now, you shall compensate us with 8 taels of silver, and we will take our people home directly." The Lu family found themselves momentarily stunned, sensing something amiss yet unable to articulate it. Lu Xing was the first to regain his composure, promptly declaring, "Those 10 taels of silver shall serve as the betrothal gift. Jiang Yu is my wife." Shen Qing responded with a cold laugh. "Oh? You recognize her as your wife? I had thought she was your enemy." Lu Xing pretended not to hear and insisted, "I have finally married her. If I do not issue a divorce letter, what can you do about it?" Shen Qing, also pretending to be oblivious, took a few steps back and gazed up at the brick house behind Lu Xing, exclaiming, "Not bad, not bad, a brick house indeed. I presume the furnishings within are quite exquisite as well." Old Lady Lu, upon hearing Shen Qing praise her house, puffed out her chest with pride. "Indeed. It cost a whole 20 taels to build, even the roof is tiled, making it a unique sight in the entire village. I recall your family resides in a thatched cottage. Jiang Yu truly does not have the fortune to enjoy a comfortable life. Why would she return to a dilapidated thatched house when she could stay in such a fine brick abode? Why forsake 3 hearty meals a day in favor of a meager existence of wild vegetables and gruel?" Shen Qing mused, knowing that in 3 months, even this brick house would be in jeopardy, and it remained uncertain whether lives would be preserved. She turned to the 3 eldest sons and said languidly, "Did you hear that? Your aunt has yet to be divorced. This is your aunt's home. It would be remiss not to take the opportunity to explore and admire it, so be careful not to accidentally drop anything while you're here. You've been subsisting on wild vegetables at home. You certainly cannot expect to feast on them here at your uncle's house. While there may be no pork, surely there are eggs and chickens in the coop, perfect for entertaining guests. By the way, our household is out of rice and flour. Your uncle's family must have some, and it would be reasonable to ask for a little assistance." Jiang Xiangdong, Jiang Xiangnan, and Jiang Xiangbei immediately grasped her meaning and responded loudly, "Yes, mother speaks true." The 3 of them dashed into the house. The Lu family was taken aback. As the Lu family stood in stunned silence, Jiang Xiangnan and his brothers swiftly darted to 3 different locations. In an instant, sounds of clucking erupted from the henhouse. The kitchen was filled with the sounds of breaking dishes, and the house rang with the crisp sounds of eggs cracking, accompanied by the startled cries of women. Jiang Xiangbei's exclamation was the loudest as he rushed out, his face filled with shock, shouting, "There's a woman in Auntie's room, sleeping in Auntie's bed, under Auntie's quilt." The villagers of Chili village were aware of Lu Xing's affair with his widowed cousin, yet they were unaware he had the audacity to bring her back openly and share a bed with her. This was simply outrageous. "Let us go. We are all family." We must enter as good guests. The brothers looked at each other, resolving that while they would refrain from confronting a woman with child, they would unleash their wrath upon the inanimate furniture and belongings. As the Lu family emerged from the chaos wrought by Jiang Xiangnan and his brothers, their hearts ached at the sight of the destruction. However, upon hearing the latter's intent to retaliate, their minds raced to grasp the implications. They were indeed ready to retaliate. No. Those are all silver pieces we spent on those items. With 5 daughters already sold off, our family's silver is dwindling. We cannot afford such turmoil. Old Lady Lu cried in despair. No, those were purchased with hard-earned silver. Destroying them benefits no one. Jiang Xiangbei interjected. You gained nothing when you struck my aunt, yet you seem to enjoy it quite well. What do we seek? Today, we simply wish to find joy and amusement. Jiang Xiangdong could not help but cheer for his brother. Well said. Jiang Datiao and Jiang Dalong echoed in unison. Right. Today, we seek entertainment, not profit. This is our sister's family. Even if it escalates, it remains a family affair. Old man Lu observed the restless Jiang family men and realized that the villagers of Chile intended to take someone away. If not, they would cause a ruckus. They demanded the return of the betrothal gift, but Shen Qing insisted on the wages for hired help, a claim they could not contest. They were unwilling to issue a divorce letter, and thus the Jiang family men took to destruction under the guise of familial visits. He looked at the throng gathered outside the walls, all of whom were strong and robust, and recognized that their 3 members could not withstand such a force. He shouted at the crowd, "The people of Chile village are bullying us. In broad daylight, they come to my Lu family to wreak havoc. Will you, dear villagers, allow others to come and oppress us?" A man outside the wall, Zhou Dashan, responded loudly, "This is not an external village causing trouble. It is the Jiang family's kin coming to visit. This is your family affair." The others in the village remained uninvolved, but Zhou's family firmly resolved not to interfere. With Zhou Dashan's declaration, the others quickly realized that the Jiang family had come to take someone back. If they did not allow it, Jiangyu would face dire consequences in the Lu household. What purpose would it serve to assist? Soon, a woman reacted, pulling on her husband's arm and whispering. Before long, the men outside the walls replied, "The Jiang family are kin. Uncle Lu, you also have your own family. Let them assist you. Indeed, this is a family matter. You should handle it yourselves. We outsiders will not interfere. It is customary for neighbors to help one another, for one never knows when they might require assistance." However, the Lu family was different. If they aided him, he would not perceive it as kindness, but rather as a demonstration of his own superiority. What difference was there between him and a treacherous wolf? For decades, the villagers had known one another well. This time, they resolutely refused to step forward. Moreover, the villagers of Chile were all prepared for a fight. And if it came to blows, the Lu family could hide away, but would the villagers retreat? The Lu family, initially merely spectators, found themselves unexpectedly called out and had no choice but to step forward. One elderly gentleman, trembling, managed to squeeze into the courtyard. Taking a moment to catch his breath before speaking, "Everyone, let us remain calm. As the saying goes, it is better to tear down 10 temples than to ruin a single marriage. Forcing Jiangyu to return is to disrupt the bond of marriage." The elder, having lived many years and consumed more salt than these men had grains of corn, advised them, "If you heed an old man's counsel today, you will be acting in your own interest and accumulating virtue for your family." Shen Qing thought to herself that indeed, those who do not experience pain themselves cannot understand it. This elder, recognizing he could not win in confrontation, resorted to using his age to exert pressure. Truly, the Lu family was shameless and without dignity. Jiang Xiangdong and Jiang Daolong were utterly infuriated. Had it not been for others holding them back, they would have charged forward to deliver a sound thrashing. The elder Lu, though appearing frail, was unfazed at his age. Who would not bow and greet him as elder Lu? If they dared to strike him, he would simply fall to the ground and see how they would react. "Old woman, I too have aged and consumed my share of salt. I advise you not to commit wicked deeds merely because you are older. Be wary, for retribution may soon befall you." Granny Qin, with her flowing white hair, had approached boldly but now seemed to struggle for breath, supported by 2 women as she stepped forward. Yet, her words were clear and resonant. Lu Te was confronted by someone, his anger flaring up. When he raised his eyes, he found himself facing an elderly woman of similar age, losing the advantage of youth. Instead, she resorted to threats. "I, the old man, We'll stand right here at the door today, and let us see who dares to cross over. If anything were to happen to me, you can all await a visit from the authorities." Upon hearing this, Lu Xing felt invigorated. He hurriedly moved behind the old man, craning his neck to shout, "This is our esteemed elder of the Lu family. Who among you dares to lay a finger on him? We, the Lu family, will fight to the death with you." Lu Te and Lu Posey exchanged glances, their faces brightening, only to see Qin Posey, who had been supported by others, step forward with determination. She grasped Lu Te's arm and began to lead him away, saying, "We old bones should find a suitable place to rest. With so many people around, if someone accidentally collides with us, a broken arm or twisted leg could be imminent." She dragged him to the earthen wall of the courtyard and addressed the crowd. "I haven't harmed your elder. Everyone here can attest to that. However, let me make it clear, anyone who dares to touch me will also find themselves facing the authorities." With that, she declared, "Now, let us two old-timers simply stay here quietly. The affairs of the young should be resolved by the young. We shall not interfere, shall we?" Lu Te, feeling the iron grip of the elderly woman, wished to intervene, yet found himself utterly powerless. The three members of the Lu family, who had thought they had found a savior, were left dumbfounded as their greatest support was whisked away. How could it be that an elderly woman of the same age had bested the old man? Truly useless. Lu Posey glared at Jiang Yu, who was shielded by the women, and began to curse, "You harbinger of doom. If it weren't for your inability to bear children, my son would never have sought another woman. It's all your fault. How can you still have the audacity to live?" Chapter 49. Obtaining the Divorce Papers. The Feng sisters, Feng Xing and Feng Tao, spat disdainfully and swiftly stepped forward, deftly grabbing Lu Posey's arm and twisting it behind her back, causing her to scream in terror. "What are you two harpies up to?" Lu Xing exclaimed, startled by the robust young women, his voice turning shrill. Feng Xing rolled up her sleeves, extending her rough, sturdy hand. "Let us teach your mother what it means to speak properly." Lu Posey, witnessing the rising hand, trembled in fear. "You dare? Do you know who my son-in-law is? He is Sun the Constable. If you harm me, you'll regret it." Feng Xing laughed heartily. "Oh, I'd love to see how you'll regret it." "Wait!" Zhao Mingwei suddenly shouted. Lu Posey thought she was afraid, but Zhao commanded the sisters holding her, "Do not challenge the law. He is a constable. If you're scared, then just let me go and compensate for the damages caused earlier, and I will speak well of you." Zhao Mingwei stepped forward, rolled up her sleeves, raised her hand high, and brought it down with force. "I am not concerned. I am the elder, older than you. If you can strike my niece, then I can strike you." Lu Posey felt the sting of the slap on her cheek, her head spinning. As the second slap approached, she screamed, "Did you hear that? My son-in-law is Sun the Constable. He is a high official. How dare you strike his mother-in-law? Are you courting death?" Zhao Mingwei delivered another slap, asking, "How did you strike Jiang Yu? How does it feel to be hit? Was my strength insufficient?" Lu Posey, dazed and confused, initially shouted defiantly but soon devolved into wails. The Lu father and son, at a distance, pleaded for her to stop. When Lu Posey mentioned her son-in-law was the constable, Shen Qing immediately sought out Dou Yan's family to inquire about the situation. Upon learning that it was merely a cohabitation without formal recognition, she devised a plan. She watched patiently as Zhao Mingwei continued to strike Lu Posey, awaiting the moment the latter would relent. Jiang Yu, however, could not afford to wait in peace. She squeezed in front of Shen Qing, worried and warned, "Sister-in-law, the constable is not to be trifled with." Noticing Jiang Yu trembling in fear, Shen Qing gently patted her hand, reassuring her, "Fear not. If the officials come, we can resolve it with silver. We have money now. Anything that can be solved with silver is not a problem, right? The authorities would not come if the constable sought to exploit her for personal gain. That would be perfect." She was already troubled by the approaching flood that threatened her fields, which could not be converted into cash. She would not harm the innocent, but greedy individuals who sought to take advantage could only blame themselves. Hearing that silver could resolve the issue, Jiang Yu felt a pang of regret for money. But Shen Qing's attitude, as if spending silver was trivial as long as she remained safe, made her feel cherished. She felt a surge of courage spreading through her. And even if the constable truly brought officers, she would endure it. She longed to return home, to her rightful place, even if it meant subsisting on husks and wild vegetables. Seeing Lu Posey still holding firm despite the slaps, Shen Qing realized that a firm approach was necessary. She looked at the young men, and Jiang Xiangnan quickly understood his mother's intent. It was time for their family to take the lead. Let us go. If the ants are involved, we men shouldn't just stand by. The greatest obstacle, Lu Te, had already been escorted to the courtyard wall by Qin Pozi, while Jiang Xiangdong and Jiang Dalong rolled up their sleeves, ready for action. When the Jiang family began to brandish hose to enter the house, Lu Te panicked, unwilling to confront Shen Qing, and turned to Jiang Eri, pleading, let us talk. We have matters to discuss amicably. We're all related by marriage, why escalate this? Jiang Eri restrained his men with a solemn gaze, countering, what does your Lu family propose? When Jiang Yu had married into their family, he had pressured the elder couple to furnish bedding, clothing, and other dowry items, amounting to nearly a tael of silver. If the Lu family were willing to release Jiang Yu, they could forego all that. Lu Te's murky eyes greedily lingered on Jiang Yu as he proposed. The Lu family guarantees that once the person inside gives birth, we will let Jiang Yu raise the child. From now on, it will be considered hers. After all, she cannot bear children. Having a child without bearing one is a blessing for her. I assure you, as long as she doesn't make a grave mistake, we will try our best not to harm her. How does that sound? Is the Lu family sincere enough? Upon hearing that they would give the child to Jiang Yu, Lu Xing called out in discontent, father, but was silenced by a look from Lu Te. Realizing this was a tactic to send Jiang Yu away first, he quickly added, we can resolve our differences amicably. Jiang Yu is my wife, and I will treat her well moving forward. You can rest assured and return home, right? Jiang Eri inhaled deeply, questioning why he had just intervened. He withdrew his hands, and the men, already irate, became even more incensed. They picked up their hoes and charged into the house, this time with a fury unlike the previous restraint. The wooden doors, tables, chairs, cabinets, and large iron pots were all fair game. They might as well have uprooted the cooking stove. The cries of Lu Te and Lu Xing were now filled with a pain far deeper than when they had witnessed Lu Pozi being struck. Tears and snot flowed freely as the hose struck the furniture, causing more anguish than if they had fallen upon their own bodies. Talk, talk, talk. We'll let her go. Release, release, release. Jiang Eri exclaimed, damn it, it's true that some people won't shed tears until they see the coffin. Lu Sheng's eyes darted around before he lowered his head and said, in our village, no one is literate. I will go to the city to find someone to write the divorce letter, and at that time, I will have Jiang Yu bring it back home. Jiang Yu anxiously clutched Shen Qing's sleeve. She did not wish to remain at the Lu residence. Shen Qing interjected, no need, let us wait a moment. Lu Xing lifted his gaze, asking hesitantly, wait for what? Shortly after, Jiang Ying's husband, Xie Qingshan, rushed in, breathless, bringing along Jiang Xiangzheng. Jiang Xiangzheng carried paper, ink, and brush, while Jiang Xiangnan quickly dashed into the kitchen to fetch a half-broken bowl filled with a bit of clean water for grinding. Jiang Xiangbei and Jiang Dalong brought out a wooden table that was missing a leg, propping it up with their hands. Jiang Xiangzheng spread the xian paper, and Jiang Xiangdong immediately pressed the corners of the pristine, soft paper down with his hands. Jiang Xiangzheng looked up at Shen Qing, asking, Mother, should it be a divorce letter or a separation letter? Lu Sheng, growing anxious, exclaimed, of course, it's a divorce letter. Jiang Xiangzheng understood and began to write, separation letter. First, he inscribed the names of the two parties involved. Then he wrote the reason, due to incompatibility and the emergence of divided hearts, we notify all relatives and friends. Shen Qing comprehended the situation but remained silent. 2 copies were made, and both parties signed in front of the gathered crowd, each retaining a copy. Jiang Yu's hand trembled uncontrollably as she clutched the pristine paper. Granny Lu, now free, opened her mouth but, upon seeing the sisters Feng Xing and Feng Tao along with Zhao Mingwei, her words became more restrained. You, who cannot bear children, which man would want you? Now that you've divorced my son, I wonder where you will find another family as prosperous as the Lu's. You are destined to live in a dilapidated hut, subsisting on meager fare. If you cannot endure the hardship at home, then don't even think of returning. Mother, why bother speaking to a discarded woman? Your Jiang family has produced a rejected one, just wait for others to mock you. Shen Qing offered a sincere smile. You should hasten to procure inexpensive yet quality household items. Lu Xing, with his neck stiffened, declared, perfect. When I marry a new wife, everything will be new. Shen Qing replied, indeed, how could we deplete our savings without purchasing new items? The more expensive, the better. As summer approached, she was curious to see how the Lu family would weather the impending flood. Chapter 50, Moving the Dowry, Returning Home. Granny Lu continued her incessant chatter, repeating that a discarded woman cannot lay eggs, that she is destined for a life of hardship, and should send the constable to deal with them. The expressions of the second, third, and fifth masters of the Jiang family grew increasingly grim. After receiving the separation letter, the second master Jiang gestured to his two sisters-in-law. You both assisted Xiaoyu in preparing her dowry. Today, you will bear the burden of packing it up and taking it away, severing all ties with the Lu family. Clothes and bedding were not something the men ought to gather. Zhao Mingwei and Su Hongmei joyfully agreed and rushed into the house. Soon, exclamations filled the room. The quilt I was making. How can you take it away? There are my new clothes in that camphor trunk. You cannot move them. Zhao Mingwei's voice then rang out. What do you mean taking away? This is our Xiaoyu's dowry. You, an unmarried woman, dare to sleep in someone else's bed and cover yourself with another's dowry. How can you shamelessly protest? The camphor trunk is part of the dowry we both contributed for our niece. Are we supposed to leave it for you to use? What a ridiculous thought. And those new clothes, look, Hongmei, isn't this the fabric we prepared for Xiaoyu's dowry 3 years ago? How curious that she is wearing it now. The man you found and your in-laws must be lacking. You are already expecting, and yet Haven Tea even bought her a few new outfits, relying instead on 3-year-old fabric that was initially part of the main wife's dowry. Truly laughable. Wang Chuntao was initially calm, but upon hearing this, she became furious and choked back tears, holding it in as Lu Xing was not present. No matter, soon I will be the rightful mistress of the Lu household. Zhao Mingyue's loud and clear words came like a barrage, causing those outside to laugh heartily. Granny Lu felt a sharp sting on her face, but could only stand at a distance and shout, You cannot bully us just because there are many of you. The dowry that came with her is, of course, part of the Lu family. Since she has been divorced, it must be returned. The second master Jiang scoffed. Read the words written above. Since it's a separation, all dowry brought by the woman belongs to her and must be taken back. The Lu family trio gasped. Isn't this a divorce letter? The third master Jiang mocked. If you have money, you should read more and learn to write, rather than only remember what's in your trousers. The Lu family trio lamented, having suffered a loss while also being ridiculed. Lu Xing felt as though his face was being rubbed in the dirt. He dared not confront the robust second and third masters Jiang, only daring to threaten Shen Qing. You, the constable, is my fifth sister's husband. Just wait, he will come looking for you, and then you shall not expect any good fortune. The second master Jiang warned. The dowry is to be moved at my behest. If there are any issues, come find me. Once a bodyguard, even if he had to retire due to injury, Jiang Yang still emanated a fierce aura. Lu Xing shrank back at the thought. While the constable might be willing to intervene for a woman facing the formidable village head, the second master Jiang, he would likely hesitate. No, grievances have a source, and debts have an owner. Today's humiliation must be settled with Jiang Yu's closest kin. Shen Qing laughed in response. What debts? What debts can be settled? Is it merely a few items that were damaged? At that time, you were not separated. The disputes among relatives are merely family matters. Even if it escalates to the magistrate, it remains a family affair. You struck my sister-in-law, her nephews, unable to bear it. Broke a few items, and you have nothing to say about it. If it's a family matter, then let us calculate the incident of you striking my sister-in-law. My sister-in-law's leg is still injured, and when we return home, we will definitely need to summon a doctor. Not only for treatment, but also for medication and recuperation. With the constable arriving, we might as well settle this matter before the magistrate. Lu Xing did not anticipate that Shen Qing would retort so logically. He hesitated for a moment, watching helplessly as Zhao Mingwei and Su Hongmei carried away the quilts, clothing, and the camphor trunk. The men of Chili village patiently waited for the women and young girls to pass before finally turning to leave the Lu family courtyard. The once bustling Lu yard was now utterly desolate. Inside the Lu residence, not only was it empty, but it was also in disarray. Granny Lu, staring at the scattered belongings, slapped her thigh and wailed, What a calamity. Enough crying, hurry up and tidy up. Go seek your daughters. Have them bring you some of their savings to replenish our household. Old Lu scolded. Although selling 5 daughters into brothels brought more silver than marrying them off, the expenses for building houses, acquiring land, food, and clothing, as well as marrying off sons, had long since dwindled. Fortunately, the 5 daughters had prospects. They managed to persuade the constable to redeem themselves and became concubines, possessing some silver to occasionally support the family. proving that the old woman's suffering in bringing them into this world was not in vain, and the Lu family raised them well. Granny Lu, suddenly springing up, wiped her nose in tears, declaring, "I shall go to the city now." Lu Xing hesitated and asked, "Father, should we seek the constable to avenge us?" Old Lu had overheard Shen Qing's words. He furrowed his brow and sighed. "Your mother will first speak with your fifth sister today, letting her find an opportunity to probe the constable's intentions. If it works out, let the Jiang family bear the consequences and help us relieve this grievance. Yes, let them know the strength of the Lu family." Shen Qing was indifferent to the Lu family's thoughts. Her entire focus was on Jiang Yu. At this moment, Jiang Yu was being supported by sisters Feng Xing and Feng Tao, struggling to walk quickly with a leg dragging behind. Shen Qing contemplated the inevitable hardships of fleeing, recognizing that injuries and illnesses would likely beset them on their journey. Even if they managed to avoid such misfortunes, her two granddaughters were still quite young. And with a multitude of belongings to carry, the additional burden of two children would render their strength utterly insufficient. There would be no substitutes. Every individual would find themselves laboring even more intensively. The following day, upon entering the city, she needed to first inquire about the prices of livestock and arrange for 2 or 3 carts. However, before that, there was a matter of greater urgency. She turned to her eldest and youngest, instructing eldest, "Take Xiang Zhang back quickly. After filling your stomachs, go into the city to find a doctor specializing in treating injuries." She continued, "Xiang Zhang, bring your aunt's divorce certificate to the officials for registration and obtain the travel permit." The travel permit was akin to an identity card in Huagua. It was essential to present it for passage anywhere. To avoid any unforeseen delays, it was prudent to secure it sooner rather than later. Jiang Xiangdong acknowledged her directive and, accompanied by Jiang Xiangzhong, hurried home after collecting the divorce certificate from Jiang Yu. Observing her nephew's unwavering willingness to assist in securing the travel permit, Jiang Yu felt a significant portion of her anxiety dissipate, finally experiencing a tangible sense of embarking on a new life. Once the travel permit was procured, she would truly belong to a family once more. Gratefully, she called out sister-in-law. At that moment, Shen Qing's mind resonated with a chime. "Engaging in righteous deeds yields rewards," announced the newly launched marketplace, offering complimentary access to book categories, along with an additional 5-cubic storage cabinet for exceptional performance. Chapter 51. The marketplace expands its offerings. Shen Qing mused, "I recognize the importance of books, yet could you possibly prioritize the availability of meat, weapons, transportation, daily necessities, and condiments? If none of those are feasible, even eggs and vegetables or fabrics would suffice." What she desperately lacked were not spiritual sustenance, but rather tangible life necessities. Nevertheless, she reasoned, having something is better than nothing. As she walked, she could not examine the books in detail, instead shifting her focus to the storage cabinet. 5 cubic meters was not vast, roughly equivalent to the size of a bathroom in urban apartments, not to be compared with the spacious bathrooms of self-built rural homes, which often rivaled her guest room or even master bedroom in size. Its advantage lay in its ability to preserve items in pristine condition, akin to a refrigerator, yet with superior functionality, ensuring that whatever was retrieved remained as fresh as when it was stored. Shen Qing was elated. This storage cabinet was exceedingly practical. Even if not large, it was perfect for securing heavy items, silver, travel permits, and other valuables. She could even stow a kitchen knife within, effectively carrying a weapon for self-defense. At a critical moment, it could safeguard her life. Shen Qing gazed at Jiang Yu with a fervent and eager expression, as though beholding a rare treasure. "Sister-in-law?" Jiang Yu inquired. Regaining her composure, Shen Qing replied cheerfully, "Yesterday, we procured new fabric at home, and I had a Bing prepare 2 sets of new clothes for you. You need not wear what you brought back, as it may weigh on your heart." Jiang Yu understood her sister-in-law's intention and, displaying her sensibility, responded, "It's all right. If it can be worn, it should not go to waste. You may use the new fabric to make clothes." She was well aware of the family's financial constraints. The fabric had been meticulously calculated to be as frugal as possible, and she could not justify taking a substantial portion of it back home. "No waste, rest assured," Shen Qing casually remarked. Just as Jiang Yu was about to inquire further, several men approached Shen Qing. As they distanced themselves from Shirley Village and neared Chili Village, the men, unperturbed by potential dangers, were eager to return home and thus wished to greet Shen Qing first. Shen Qing called out, "Stop." I appreciate everyone's hard work today. Were it not for your support, Lu Xing would not have been able to swiftly sign the divorce certificate, nor would we have brought Xiaoyu back so smoothly. Before leaving, my eldest daughter-in-law and daughter prepared a meal at home. While it may not be extravagant, it will certainly fill your bellies. If you don't mind, please come to the Jiang family to eat before heading back. At this time of year, when food was scarce, every household was economizing. The men had not anticipated that Shen Qing would provide a meal, as the sheer number of 70 or 80 people would consume enough grain to last the Jiang family 3 days, let alone a filling meal. They hesitated to accept, instead looking toward the village head, Jiang Eryi. Shen Qing then addressed Jiang Eryi, saying, "Uncle, I had a Bing and Xiao Shui prepare food before I left. You all have helped immensely today, so please do not hesitate to eat. It's just ordinary flatbreads and steamed buns." Jiang De Tao was aware of Shen Qing's instructions. After all, those were made from fine flour, not to mention the eggs. Jiang Eryu likely envisioned simple cornbread and wild vegetable cakes, and he addressed the group, "Everyone, thank you for your hard work today. If we cannot provide proper hospitality, please bear with us." Upon hearing the village head's words, the men cheered, their steps toward Shen Qing's home quickening. After a morning of toil, they were indeed famished. Shen Qing instructed Feng Xing and Feng Tao, who were supporting Jiang Yu, to hurry home and prepare. Upon arriving, they found Hua Bing, Jiang Shui, and Guanli had tidied up all the materials for making the brush soap, leaving the courtyard refreshingly clean. The kitchen was bustling with activity, steam rising from the pots. In a clean basket, there was a towering stack of white flour pancakes. 2 bamboo baskets were filled with fist-sized steamed buns. Beneath a large iron pot, the fire blazed brightly, with 5 steaming baskets above, while a ceramic jar beside them contained egg drop soup, which Guan Xiaoshan was ladling into bowls. Hua Bing approached Shen Qing, saying, "Mother, the pancakes were made while the buns were rising. Though we have fewer, there should be enough buns. The 5 baskets will be ready soon, and the next batch will be done in just a moment." We 3 thought we would choke on the buns and pancakes, so we decided to make egg drop soup instead. The bowls were borrowed from Shaoli and from Uncle Air, Uncle San, and Uncle Wu's homes. What do you think? Shen Qing couldn't possibly find fault with their resourcefulness. She felt immensely satisfied with her adaptable daughters-in-law and daughter. "Excellent. You've done wonderfully. They will be arriving shortly. Let us take the prepared food to the courtyard." As the men stepped into the humble courtyard encircled by reed poles, they were taken aback to see several large baskets of white flour buns arranged on the long benches, momentarily uncertain if they had entered the correct home. Their feet involuntarily halted, glancing around, and some even considered retreating. Shen Qing emerged with 2 bowls of egg drop soup, her face beaming with warmth as she urged, Come in, come in. We may lack tables and chairs, but everyone can manage to stand or squat while eating." The men behind continued to enter, and upon noticing the stillness of the front group, nudged them forward. Those at the front, recovering from their shock, rushed to accept the soup bowls from Shen Qing's hands, only to be astonished once more. The bowls were brimming with egg flours, even floating with droplets of lard atop the soup. Jiang Shui poked his head out from the kitchen, cheerfully announcing, "Dear uncles and brothers, there's more in the pot. Don't be shy." The men who had moved to the front now saw the fist-sized white flour buns, the stacks of pancakes, and the line of steaming egg drop soup, finally comprehending why those in front stood frozen in astonishment. The elders of the Jiang family were utterly unprepared for Shen Qing's generosity. Balancing buns in one hand and soup in the other, they initially restrained themselves, thinking to eat just 1 bun. Yet the delicate texture of the flour and the sweetness of the soup compelled them to take another, just as they worried about consuming too much. Fearing there wouldn't be enough, they noticed the kitchen producing 2 more baskets of steaming buns. In less than the time it took to brew a cup of tea, another batch emerged, more than sufficient for the men and the women following behind. Jiang Wuyu silently gasped, whispering to his companions, "How many pounds of flour do you think our eldest nephew's wife used for this meal? She is incredibly generous. There are still plenty of eggs left. I have never consumed so much egg drop soup." Master Jiang San exclaimed with delight. The fried meat delivered a few days ago was also remarkably substantial. Indeed, it was both meat and fried, saturated with oil to the fullest extent. Master Jiang Er, with his head bowed, nibbled on the fluffy white steamed buns in silence, lost in his thoughts. Jiang Yu savored the tender buns and sipped the steaming egg drop soup, tears streaming down her cheeks. How wonderful it is to have family. No, It is truly a blessing to have family who protects her and provides unwavering support. Each of them is doing their utmost to assist her. After directing the helpers into the house, Shen Qing closed the door and examined the newly available categories of books at the marketplace. To her astonishment, she was pleasantly surprised. Chapter 52. It turns out it was out of genuine concern. Shen Qing had initially thought that the books offered were merely spiritual sustenance, but upon seeing the practical manuals, a singular thought crossed her mind. Within the pages of a book lies a treasure trove. This was not merely spiritual nourishment, it was undoubtedly a pathway to prosperity. She discovered a book on the ancient methods of soap making and quickly skimmed through it. Having previously dabbled in handmade soap, she possessed some experience, yet upon arrival, she found herself troubled by the ratio of lye solution, nearly failing due to a lack of straw. However, with this book, the situation transformed. It detailed that not only straw and soybean stalks could extract lye, but also common materials like the leaves of yellow spindle and, in the south, the branches of lychee. Moreover, oil tea shells and the branches and leaves of gardenia could also be used, with the steps and proportions meticulously documented. The same applied to the calligraphy brushes. Shen Qing mused, if only the marketplace had opened the book category sooner. She then pondered that food and medicine held greater significance. Neither could replace the other. Indeed, she felt a sense of anticipation for the next category to be unveiled. After briefly reviewing the methods of making tofu, brewing alcohol, and malt syrup, Shen Qing contentedly set aside the books and turned her attention to inventorying her valuable items, placing them in the storage cabinet. The silver, needless to say, amounted to over 8 taels, which she carefully stored away. The travel permit was equally vital. Without it, unless one wished to remain in the depths of the mountains for a lifetime, movement would be nearly impossible. She meticulously wrapped it in oil paper and planned to store Jiang Yu's travel permit there as well, as it would be convenient to carry when she returned. Having organized her belongings, Shen Qing began mentally preparing for the tasks she needed to accomplish in the city upon rising early the next day. A kitchen knife was an essential purchase, and she intended to check the prices of iron goods. If they were affordable, she would buy several knives for self-defense. If they were too expensive, she would wait until she earned more silver before acquiring them. She planned to buy a substantial amount of brown sugar, some for Hubing, Jiang Yu, and Jiang Shui to cook eggs for their health, and the rest to store away. During the rainy summer months, when one might inevitably get drenched, a pot of brown sugar ginger water would be most effective at warding off the cold and warming the stomach. She also intended to visit the livestock market to gauge the market prices for horses, cows, and donkeys, comparing which option offered the best value for her family. By May at the latest, she hoped to make a purchase. With the availability of books, she need not worry about feeding them. Moreover, there was one critical matter to investigate: the character of Captain Sun and the true nature of the Liu family, who were indeed despicable individuals. Having offended them today, they would undoubtedly seek revenge. However, even if they were to kneel and beg, the Liu family would not relent in returning Jiang Yu. And their cowardly yet vindictive nature would only drive them to retaliate even more fiercely. It would be ideal if Captain Sun refrained from intervening. Yet, if he were of the same ilk as the Liu family, she must be prepared in advance. She would not engage in an unprepared battle. Mother, are you free? Second Master and Anting wish to speak with you. The cheerful voice of Jiang Xiangnan echoed with a knock at the door. Recently, with plentiful food, Jiang Xiangnan had been joyful every day. Shen Qing realized that raising the son was quite easy. As long as there was good food, he was content. And his demands were modest. Having white rice or fine flour was considered a great feast, and if there was meat, it was simply beyond compare. I'm free, I'm coming. The other villagers had returned home, and Jiang Shui and Guanli were busy washing the dishes and categorizing them to return to their respective owners. Jiang Yu was in Hubing's room, where Hubing was measuring her for new clothing. The fabric from her old garments had not been wasted. It was torn into strips for smoothing pen handles. The yard, once bustling with activity, was now quite empty, leaving only Jiang Er and Jiang Ying, father and daughter. Sister-in-law, let us find a secluded spot to converse. Jiang Ying, noticing Shen Qing's emergence, hurriedly suggested. Shen Qing understood that there was something significant to discuss. Something they did not wish others to overhear. What could be so important? Was it about Jiang Yu? Shen Qing, puzzled but not questioning, followed along. Today's events had made her acutely aware of the importance of family and unity in this era. Were it not for the assistance of Jiang Er, the village head, rallying support, How many people could she have enlisted with just a bowl of fried meat offered to a couple of neighbors? Had it not been for Yo Yan, who steadfastly stood in front of Jiang Yu as a sister-in-law, Jiang Yu's injuries would undoubtedly have been far more severe. If not for third Aunt Zhao Mingwei using her connections to call upon those strong women, how could old Lady Lu have been easily subdued? Moreover, today at the Lu household, those who charged forward and contributed the most effort were primarily from their own family. Their participation inspired the villagers to act. The importance of numbers cannot be overstated, but the essence of unity and mutual assistance is paramount. Regardless of today's events, the uncertainty surrounding Captain Sun, or the challenges that lay ahead, it would not suffice for just her family. They needed to be strong together to truly thrive. The three of them walked along the main road of the village until they reached the fields. Jiang Yang, gazing at the lush green wheat, suddenly inquired, "For today's meal, you must have been quite generous. It was splendid. It must have consumed a fair amount of grain. Is your supply sufficient at home?" The wheat would not be ready for harvest until early May, and Ingzi remarked that the meal they prepared for so many people, even with the egg drop soup filling some bellies, would require at least 20 to 30 pounds of flour. That indeed amounted to a substantial quantity of fine white flour, not to mention the rich egg drop soup. Rest assured, there is still plenty of grain at home. Hearing the concern about her grain supply, Shen Qing responded cheerfully. Jiang Yang furrowed his brow and asked, "I recall your family selling wheat until you had less than 50 pounds left. Can you truly have half remaining nearly a year later? And did you consume that half during today's meal?" Shen Qing understood that this was a test. Realizing she must not falter, she presented the justification she had prepared. "Not at all. It has long been nearly depleted. This is all from later purchases. I mentioned before when I delivered the fried meat that I had fortuitously acquired a skill, earning some silver. The grain and fabric at home were all purchased with the money I earned from that." Jiang Ying, anxious, interjected, "Sister-in-law, we cannot engage in wrongful deeds. That could lead to imprisonment. Even if our family eats a little less or dresses a little worse, it is far better than life in prison. If it becomes unbearable, we still have my father and our kin. We can support one another and manage to get by." Shen Qing was taken aback. She had initially thought they were expressing concern, only to realize they were testing her. Just as she thought it was a test, it turned out to stem from genuine concern. They were worried that her means of earning money were dubious, fearing she might tread the path of criminality for the sake of silver. Master Jiang Er also remarked, "My family and those of the third and fifth branches have little surplus grain. We can spare enough to gather around 70 to 80 pounds, which should suffice for your family until the new wheat arrives. No need for formalities among family." Shen Qing understood the true value of those 70 to 80 pounds of grain. In a season where food was scarce, every household was struggling. Having already economized to the utmost, for three families to collectively muster 70 to 80 pounds was truly a feat, akin to extracting it from between their teeth. She gazed at the still verdant wheat, inhaled deeply, and made a resolute decision. Chapter 53. Shen Qing's Determination. Naturally, Shen Qing refrained from mentioning matters regarding the marketplace. Her gaze drifted into the distance as she sighed wistfully. "You may find it hard to believe, but I had a dream of fleeing from a flood, fraught with hardship and despair. The Jiang family suffered one loss after another, nearly facing extinction. Perhaps out of sympathy for our plight, a bodhisattva appeared in my dream, guiding me and bestowing upon me several skills for earning money. I had previously purchased a brush from Xiangzhang, knowing well its worth, and thus I followed the guidance to sell at a stationery store, which allowed me to earn some silver. Rest assured, this wealth is not ill-gotten." Upon hearing that the money was above reproach, both Jiang Yang and Jiang Ying breathed a collective sigh of relief. Jiang Ying's initial reaction to the notion of divine guidance was one of joy, and she exclaimed, "Sister-in-law, no wonder you have been so different toward Xiaoyu. You truly have not disappointed the Bodhisattva's counsel." Feeling a bit shy, she scratched her head. It was not that Jiang Ying lacked the ability to articulate, rather, the former sister-in-law would never have cared for Xiaoyu, let alone rescue her from the Lu family and bring her home. The puzzling thoughts that had troubled the entire family the previous day finally made sense today. How could she not have been transformed by the Bodhisattva's guidance? Shen Qing was taken aback by Jiang Ying's capacity to accept this revelation and timidly asked, "Aren't you afraid I might be deceiving you?" Jiang Ying, with a hearty pat on her shoulder, responded cheerfully, "Brushes do not appear out of thin air. They will surely be seen again. Even if you were to deceive me, it could not last long. Moreover, she was unwilling to fabricate excuses to alleviate their concerns among family. If trouble were to arise, she alone would bear the burden. Shen Qing pondered, shouldn't they be curious about how the brushes were made, how much money they could earn, or even if they could join her in this venture? Or perhaps they should question the authenticity of the bodhisattva's dream. She turned to old Master Jiang, a man of extensive experience from his days as a bodyguard, who might not be easily swayed by such a pretext. He solemnly inquired, is there truly a flood? When will it occur? Is it severe enough to necessitate fleeing? Shen Qing replied, the summer rains have breached the riverbanks, causing homes to collapse and fields to be washed away. Not only the seedlings, but even the soil has been stripped bare, and livestock have suffered similarly. As the village chief, Jiang Yang's attention was crucial. Could he not prepare in advance, especially to depart early? This would prevent them from being crowded with numerous refugees, significantly reducing their risk. However, she added, Uncle, this is merely a dream of mine. Its truth remains uncertain. Jiang Yang nodded assuredly, I understand. The matter of a flood is of great importance. Regardless of whether the officials believe it or not, they will undoubtedly accuse us of spreading rumors to incite panic for the sake of public order. He assured them that he and Yingzi would keep this matter confidential. He turned to Jiang Ying, who promptly nodded vigorously, promising, sister-in-law, I won't tell a soul. Jiang Yang was more perceptive than Shen Qing had anticipated, allowing her to continue her inquiries. Uncle, if there truly is a flood, can we not escape to a safe place in advance? Jiang Yang shook his head. Shen Qing assumed he was reluctant to part with their land and home. But he gravely stated, our travel permits are only valid within Xinjiang. The officials at the way stations will not allow passage elsewhere. During times of disaster, the sheer number of people would overwhelm local officials, who would be unwilling to accept refugees. Most would simply turn a blind eye to allow passage to other areas. Shen Qing's heart sank. Undeterred, she pressed on, could we not fabricate a travel permit? Jiang Yang sighed, neither affirming nor denying her suggestion. Shen Qing realized that even if such a thing were possible, it might not be attainable for commoners like them. Jiang Ying, now alarmed, exclaimed, Father, if there is a flood, we must prepare in advance. Their village had experienced flooding several times, but typically the waters receded within 2 to 3 days. The last significant flood requiring evacuation had occurred decades ago, long before her father was born. She had heard that the mighty river adjacent to Xinjiang flooded once every few generations, and each time, people migrated from other regions afterward. The Jiang family ancestors had similarly relocated due to such calamities. Jiang Ying was aware of this history, but Jiang Yang, with deeper insight, mused, I shall return to the city tomorrow to seek out acquaintances, to see if I can arrange a job for your second brother. Yet, he lamented the slim chances. It had already been quite a challenge to secure a meager job for the eldest, and persuading others to assist with the second brother would not be easy. Still, he would have to muster the courage to try. Jiang Ying understood the gravity of the situation, her brow furrowed in worry. Shen Qing interjected, why are you both overlooking the crux of what I said? I explicitly mentioned that the Bodhisattva taught me several profitable skills. Why not inquire about the others? Seeing their urgency to return, she proactively suggested, the Bodhisattva has imparted several skills to me. Why don't you both join in? Jiang Yang and Jiang Ying turned to her, their eyes wide with disbelief. Shen Qing smiled brightly. You have stated that we are family. Even in hard times, we can support one another. My family is small and cannot manage alone, and trusting you with the task of earning silver would ensure we travel together during the escape, providing mutual support, would it not? Since we cannot travel alone or in advance, it is wise to form a trustworthy group, is it not? Given this morning's events, old Master Jiang and his family are indeed reliable. Allies who are poor and beleaguered would only hinder our journey, rather than merely giving a fish. It is better to teach how to fish. I will sell my brushes and soaps for silver, while you sell your tofu and malt sugar. Jiang Ying stammered, but those are gifts from the Bodhisattva. Shen Qing interrupted, you yourself acknowledged it was the Bodhisattva. Surely the Bodhisattva wishes to assist more people? Jiang Ying understood this reasoning, yet she grappled with the rarity and value of such skills. How could Shen Qing so readily share them? Jiang Yang, however, was decisive. Speak. Aside from my own family's endeavors, the other quick money options include brewing alcohol, making tofu, and producing malt sugar. Originally, these were quite manageable for you and the families of third and fifth uncles, but brewing requires fermentation starter. Although I have learned how to make it, time is of the essence. 1 pound of soybeans can produce 5 to 6 pounds of tofu. 2 pounds of wheat and half a pound of glutinous rice yield 1 pound of malt sugar. Making tofu is labor-intensive, while malt sugar requires a lengthy preparation time and skill during cooking. Uncle, how do you propose we divide the tasks? Jiang Ying quickly calculated. 1 pound of soybeans costs 3 to 4 won. Half a pound of tofu is 2 won, which means 1 pound would yield 4 won, translating to a profit of 16 to 20 won for a pound of soybeans turned into tofu. Unhulled wheat costs 7 to 8 won per pound, totaling 14 to 16 won for 2 pounds, while half a pound of glutinous rice, being pricier, costs 5 won. Thus, the cost of producing 1 pound of malt sugar is around 20 won, yet it can sell for over 70 won. Brown sugar is expensive, reaching 100 or more won per pound, which is why reasonably priced malt sugar can still sell well. The three understood that while malt sugar appears to be more lucrative than tofu, the yield is inferior, and the sales volume is undoubtedly lower. Shen Qing looked to Old Master Jiang, awaiting his decision on how to allocate the tasks. Chapter 54. Profit Sharing. Old Master Jiang was adept at calculations. He mentally computed the figures. If 30 pounds of beans were converted into tofu in a single day, the net profit would amount to 480 won. What does 480 won signify? The eldest brother toils in the city, enduring hardship and exhaustion, earning merely 32 won a day. And even that is sought after by many. Laboring as a porter, working 4 to 5 hours a day, yields only 37 to 38 won. Thus, even if making tofu is laborious, it pales in comparison to such income. Malt syrup, though sold in modest quantities, boasts substantial profit margins and requires minimal manpower. He contemplated briefly before stating, the third family has many robust laborers, and your third aunt possesses a silver tongue. Selling tofu should pose no challenge for her. I propose that the tofu production be entrusted to her household. The fifth family, predominantly comprised of young boys, struggles to find work outside and can barely sustain themselves. I have previously shown them some consideration, as their eldest son and a Tao have secured sporadic jobs in the city, providing a steady income each month. Therefore, let us collaborate on the malt syrup production. Shen Qing found Jiang Yang's distribution quite reasonable. Over the past couple of days, her interactions revealed that Jiang Ying and Jiang Deleng possess boisterous personalities, unafraid to engage in conversation. As for third aunt Zhao Mingwei, her eloquence is well known, making their venture into trade quite promising. However, the fifth family, from top to bottom, exudes a demeanor akin to dumplings boiling in a teapot, a quintessentially introverted nature. They are industrious in their own pursuits, but would find selling goods excruciatingly uncomfortable. Thus, the fifth family is unable to independently manage a business and must partner with the second and third families, who already have 2 laborers that remain underutilized, making the collaboration for malt syrup production a more fitting arrangement. Agreed. When you gather everyone, shall I instruct them collectively? Jiang Ying swallowed nervously, pondering how easily her sister-in-law relinquished this lucrative opportunity and whether her father would accept it. While her sister-in-law's family possesses profitable skills, the 5 brothers of the Jiang clan could each have their own trade upon separation, thereby claiming ownership of what was once theirs. Jiang Yang raised his hand, his expression serious. Hold on, I must address one matter first. I, on behalf of the third and fifth families, wish to establish an agreement with you in advance. Shen Qing looked up, puzzled. Did we not agree? Once the 3 families have settled, what further agreement is necessary? This is your skill, irrespective of how you acquired it. It belongs to you. Today, you graciously choose to teach us, and we are not ungrateful. Hence, the profits from tofu and malt syrup, after deducting costs, will be split evenly between us, Jiang Yang stated. Upon hearing the proposed 50-50 split, Shen Qing's immediate reaction was one of refusal. I am merely providing you with a recipe, from ingredients to production to sale. I will not be involved in any other capacity, contributing neither effort nor expense. How can I claim a share of the profits? The 2 most lucrative skills were firmly in her grasp. Both tofu and malt syrup required considerable labor. Earning honest wages through hard work, a claim she believed was unjustified. Jiang Ying interjected, Sister-in-law, your recipe is the most valuable aspect. Even a 50-50 split for tofu would yield at least 100 won daily. 100 won is beyond what we could earn through hard labor. So receiving a share is indeed your due. The families were not afraid of hardship. Their concern lay in their inability to earn money. Such skills were rare, and those who possessed them often guarded them jealously. It was only due to sister-in-law's generosity that they were granted this opportunity. Seeing Jiang Yang's insistence and Jiang Ying's expectation, Shen Qing understood that the matter of her share was non-negotiable. Relenting, she proposed, "Very well, let us each take a step back. I shall accept a 2/10 share. But should you disagree, I shall withhold my teachings." Jiang Ying was nearly moved to tears. Was this truly their compromise? It was evidently sister-in-law who had conceded multiple steps. Jiang Yang sighed, acknowledging her stance. "All right, we shall settle on this. When we return, make sure the three families understand that regardless of what happens in the future, they must remember Shen Qing's kindness and repay it whenever possible." Shen Qing added, "Tofu requires grinding, boiling, curdling, and pressing. We shall act separately. You return to gather everyone. And third aunt's family can start grinding the soybeans. I will retrieve some lime from home and visit the carpenter to order a few wooden molds for pressing the tofu. Malt syrup is not urgent. When you return, soak the wheat in water. Tomorrow at this time, we shall take it out and place it in a shaded area to sprout. Water it 2 to 3 times daily, and after 4 days, I will check the sprouting condition before deciding how to proceed. We can make good use of these 4 or 5 days to get the tofu business running smoothly." Agreed. I shall return to gather everyone. Upon returning home for the lime, Shen Qing found Jiang Yu already bathed and dressed in clean clothes provided by Guanli. The doctor, summoned by Jiang Xiangdong to treat injuries, had arrived, relieved that there were no fractures but uncertain about possible cracks in the bones. He inquired whether they wished to purchase plasters to expedite healing. Jiang Yu, concerned about expenses, was about to decline when Shen Qing interjected, "Yes, doctor. How many should we procure? Injuries to muscles and bones require time for healing. Even if Jiang Yu's condition was not a fracture, a crack should not be overlooked, especially with the impending migration in 2 months. How would she manage if her mobility was hindered during such a crucial time? An encounter with a disaster victim could endanger her life." The elderly doctor stroked his beard and replied, "Her condition is not severe. 3 plasters will suffice. In about half a month, she should recover well enough to walk normally within a couple of months." Shen Qing exhaled in relief. "I will fetch the silver." Jiang Xiangzheng, noticing the consultation wrapping up, interjected, "Mother, the travel permits for my aunt have returned. Who will keep them?" Before Shen Qing could respond, Jiang Yu hastily declared, "I will keep them, just like you all do, with sister-in-law." Shen Qing, having prepared a storage cabinet, intended to keep them secure together. Hearing Jiang Yu's mention, she readily accepted. Once inside the room, she swiftly placed the travel permits in the storage cabinet while retrieving the silver. Without pausing, she proceeded to pay for the medical fees, collect the lime, and order the wooden molds from the carpenter before heading to Jiang Erya's house. Village leader. While it may have been acceptable for you to show leniency due to her being your niece-in-law, her failure to uphold proper conduct and the tarnishing of her reputation demand your attention, especially given her relation to you. Zhou Chunchao, kindly temper your words. Who has failed to uphold proper conduct, and who has tarnished their reputation? Ingzi, I appreciate your defending your maternal family. But have you considered the shame brought upon our entire Jiang family due to your deceased elder brother's betrayal? Furthermore, how do you expect your many nephews and nieces to hold their heads high in the future? You must think of them too. Chapter 55. The Pens Polishing Outsourced. Shen Qing, surely Zhou Chunchao and Sun Xiaomai cannot be referring to her as someone who has tarnished her reputation? She is far too busy earning a living to even contemplate such matters. Moreover, did Sun Xiaomai and Zhou Chunchao not have enough on their plates? Even if she were to engage in infidelity, what business would it be of theirs? Truly, they are preoccupied with others' affairs while their own lives are far from ideal. Sun Xiaomai, Zhang Chunchao, I shall reiterate, my sister-in-law is of impeccable character. If you persist in your slander, I will not hesitate to chase you out with a broom. Jiang Ying's voice resonated with indignation. Soon, a chorus of agreement erupted from the crowd. Indeed, do not presume that we men will not take action against women. If you continue to speak so recklessly, I will enlist the Wang and Zhang families to bring you back. I too can spread rumors about your infidelities across the village. Let us see how you would respond. Shen Qing felt immense gratitude for Jiang Yang and Jiang Ying's concern for her. She had spoken candidly to them, and now they stood resolute in her defense. Village leader, we approached you with good intentions to advise. Yet your biased handling of this matter raises questions about your capability as a village leader. Indeed, we placed our trust in you, only to discover your blatant favoritism towards your own kin. Is it that you fear Shen Qing's tarnished reputation may reflect poorly on the Jiang family, compelling you to suppress our words? Now I comprehend. What you claim is for the benefit of the village is merely a fade. Shen Qing, well, it seems that Jiang Er-yi is being subjected to moral coercion. As the person directly involved, it would be best for her to confront this matter head-on. Reputation, after all, is a treasure. Having one is certainly better than lacking it. Besides, if she indeed acts upon it, she would bear no loss. It is far more disadvantageous to carry an unjust stigma without having done anything wrong. She pushed open the courtyard gate and, with a clear voice, inquired, "Pray tell, how have I brought disrepute upon myself?" The two were in a heated argument, and outside the courtyard, a throng had already gathered. Sun Xiaomai surveyed the crowd surrounding them with a contemptuous gaze, scoffing, "Is it even necessary to articulate? In the past, your family hardly bought meat more than 2 or 3 times a year, and fabric was even rarer, perhaps just once every few years. Yet now you lavishly purchase oil, meat, rice, and even cotton fabric. Can you truly claim that your sales of eels and those trifling river shrimp have afforded such extravagance? You know in your heart that it cannot be so." Shen Qing, without the need for introspection, retorted, "Indeed, it cannot. The earnings from selling eels and small fish have not yielded silver. Rather, they have all been transformed into currency at the marketplace." Before she could elaborate further, Zhou Chunchao pressed on, aggressively questioning, "Do not weave lies. There are many in our village who know how to catch eels and fish. Surely they are aware of how much silver can be made. Furthermore, with every household struggling, who has any surplus grain? Calculate how much white flour was consumed at noon today. You claimed last year to have only 50 pounds of wheat left. And earlier you told me there were merely a few pounds remaining. You must have purchased more. Do not think I am unaware. That is white flour, precious and costly. Not something you would squander on wild men. Can you truly afford to buy it? Is it not abnormal?" The crowd, encircled in layers, would have vocally affirmed that it was indeed abnormal in times past, yet now fell into an unusual silence. This was largely due to the fact that today, at the Liu family's gathering, only Sun Xiaomai and Zhou Chunchao had not attended, implying that others from their families had gone, some even multiple times. They had dined at Shen Qing's residence on steamed buns and pancakes made from white flour, along with egg drop soup. Now, to turn around and claim her provisions were unclean, what audacity! Feng Xing, who had previously been on friendly terms with Jiang Yu, could no longer tolerate Sun Xiaomai and Zhou Chunchao's baseless accusations upon witnessing Shen Qing's genuine contributions. She interjected, when it was time to contribute. "You all acted like the dead, unwilling to help. Now, when it comes to enjoying the benefits of white flour buns, you are envious. If you are envious, keep your door shut and be envious in silence. Why must you stir up trouble for everyone to see? You claim a pile of excrement is not foul-smelling, yet you insist on stirring it up." The onlookers quickly grasped that she was denigrating the two as troublemakers. Zhou Chunchao and Sun Xiaomai's faces darkened, nearly dripping with disdain. Shen Qing struggled to suppress her laughter, thinking that while the young lady's words were coarse, they were nonetheless fitting. Old Granny Qin interjected, "You are but 2 years younger than Shen Qing. Why not seek out a wild man who can buy you oil, meat, and fabric? Let me see what kind of generous wild man you can find." Her anger boiled. It was infuriating that these two had once again spread rumors, and she had expected them to have learned their lesson after the last incident. Yet here they were, attempting to tarnish someone's reputation before the entire village. Not only ruining reputations, but also sickening those who had partaken of the fine grains at noon. Zhou Chunchao trembled with rage, the corners of her mouth twisting into a mocking smile. Oh, that generous meal at noon was truly worth it. Look how many have jumped in to defend her. Indeed, one is soft when fed by another. Just a meal of buns has yielded 2 loyal dogs. My family may not indulge in fine white flour, but I disdain to consume filthy silver. Shen Qing seized the moment to respond, "How fortuitous, for I happen to have silver to offer them." Upon this statement, not only did Zhou Chunchao and Sun Xiaomai freeze in place, but the crowd that had gathered also stood in stunned silence. They were not from wealthy families. How could Shen Qing possibly have silver to bestow upon others? Wouldn't she keep any silver for herself? They watched her with a mixture of tension, curiosity, and excitement, eager for her next words. Feng Xing and old Granny Qin assumed Shen Qing was merely deflecting Zhou Chuancao's provocations and did not take her seriously. Zhou Chunchao, displeased, retorted with a cold laugh, "Oh, do enlighten us on how you intend to help them earn silver. Just how do you possess silver to give to others? Do not inflate your worth nor make us laugh at your expense." Sun Xiaomai joined in her derision. Jiang Ying cast a worried glance at Shen Qing, But before she could voice her concern, Shen Qing declared, "Since we reside in the same village and some matters cannot be concealed, I shall speak plainly. The silver from selling eels, small fish, and river shrimp indeed does not suffice to purchase oil, meat, or fabric, nor can it do so. The funds were exchanged at the marketplace solely for white flour, corn flour, rice, millet, red beans, green beans, peas, and so forth." Zhou Chunchao and Sun Xiaomai's expressions brightened, triumphantly glancing around the crowd. "The money for oil, meat, and fabric comes from my earnings from selling brushes. As for how I came to craft brushes, such details I shall not disclose to you. Moreover, I see that the brush handles require polishing, and Xinger, you appear well suited for the task. Would you be willing to polish them for 1 penny each? There is no need to come to my home. Simply complete them at yours and bring them to me for inspection. Old Granny Qin, you may also select someone from your household, just as Xinger will. Today has already consumed much of our time, and I fear it may affect the delivery due in 6 days. I have considered the route home and realized that the polishing process, lacking technical complexity, can be outsourced. Those freed up can assist Xiang Dong with the drying of brush handles, while those heading north can help Jiang Shui with the bristles. Guanli can join Xiaoshan in binding the lines, and once Jiang Yu is familiarized, she can fill in wherever needed. With a storage cabinet in place, we can set aside extra stock that the shopkeeper Lin cannot purchase. While on the journey to escape, we can sell them at the city. And it is not as if we will always be fleeing. Once we find a stable place, selling the completed brushes will continue to yield silver." Chapter 56. Settling Accounts After the Autumn Harvest. Xingqing is flat, with not even a small hill in sight. During the off-season, the men of Chili village catch fish and shrimp for a feast, while the women forage for wild vegetables to supplement their rations. Beyond this, there is little else. It is not that they are lazy or unwilling to work, but they have sought work in the city, yet where is the silver to be earned? They possess neither skills nor connections, and their tongues are clumsy. Thus, they are relegated to the most arduous, menial labor. Now, upon hearing that Shen Qing intends to offer work polishing brush handles to Fengxing and Granny Qin, they were all aflame with excitement. The discussions erupted. What precisely is polishing brush handles? Is it difficult? At 1 penny each, how many can one polish in a day? Regardless of the difficulty. Even if one can only polish 7 or 8 in a day, that is still a boon. 7 or 8 pennies could buy 2 or 3 pounds of corn, allowing for ample wild vegetables to stave off hunger. Good heavens, at 7 or 8 pennies a day, how much would that amount to in a month? How could the Jiang family afford to let such an opportunity slip away? If it were me, I would certainly keep it in the family to earn such a handsome profit. Feng and Qin families were both astonished and overjoyed. The joy stemmed from the prospect of additional income, while the astonishment arose from the fact that Shen Qing had chosen their households. It is well known that every household in the village was idling at home, lacking everything except for people. Old Granny Qin, overwhelmed with excitement, could scarcely find her words. Although her family owns a considerable amount of land, they are burdened by an excess of mouths to feed. The grain supply is already tight, leading them to switch to 2 meals a day, and now both meals are scant, primarily consisting of wild vegetables to merely fill their bellies. At noon, she and her 4 sons had feasted at Shen Qing's home, enjoying the most satisfying meal they had since the new year. On their way home, her sons raved about Shen Qing's generosity, marveling that she had come to join the fray and had even secured a means of livelihood for the family. Fengxing, though filled with delight, was young and quickly adjusted her emotions, inquiring of Shen Qing, "Auntie, do you think I can do this well? If one does not perform well, will there be a monetary deduction?" Her family is a newcomer with limited farmland. While they possess some martial skills, they are not adept at farming. Her grandfather and uncle are physically strong and found work carrying heavy loads in the city, but such jobs are unstable. They only work when there is demand. And when it rains or snows, they cannot find work. Each trip to the city incurs a fee. Thus, the originally promised daily wage of 37 coins has been reduced to 35. Most importantly, the erratic jobs in the city are only available to men, leaving women like them at a disadvantage. Now that Shen Qing has announced that they too can earn silver, and that they can do so from home, how could they not be thrilled? She was nearly jumping for joy. Upon hearing Fengxing's words, Granny Qin quickly responded, asking, "Yes, yes. Are the pen holders very expensive? If they are ruined, how much would we have to pay?" Zhu Chunchao's face darkened as she retorted, "Of course we would have to compensate. Even if they are not expensive, the cost of compensation would increase. The others, however, seemed to ignore her. Their attention fully focused on Shen Qing, eagerly awaiting her response. Feeling disregarded, Zhu Chunqiao found this more distressing and humiliating than a heated argument. Her teeth were nearly ground to dust, yet her feet remained firmly planted as she awaited Shen Qing's answer. How much could one truly earn in a day from this endeavor, which the villagers regarded with such high regard? Shen Qing, under the scrutiny of everyone, remained unfazed and replied with a smile, "The quality of the penholders depends solely on our craftsmanship. There's no risk of ruining them. Rest assured, I will teach you until you master the skill. I will also provide the materials for you to take home, if you cannot produce 30 penholders in a day. You may enlist the help of your family, but the total should not exceed 50. Xiangdong could manage to produce 50 to 60 penholders in a day. And with assistance from Xiangnan, they could reach over 100. However, Feng and Qin families could not take on more, as the supply was limited. Therefore, they could only offer a fixed quantity. Upon hearing the figure of 30, the villagers gasped. When they heard 50, they were left speechless. With the possibility of family assistance, producing 50 a day seemed entirely feasible. Good heavens, at 50 coins a day, how much grain could one purchase? Immediately, some congratulated the Feng and Qin families, while others cast sympathetic glances towards the Jiang family, unavoidably feeling a tinge of pity. As a member of the Jiang family, it was curious that such a lucrative opportunity was not extended to them, but rather to outsiders. One could only wonder how the Jiang family felt about this. Yet, despite their generosity, it was hard not to feel a pang of bitterness. After all, that was 50 coins a day. Surprisingly, Jiang Eryi, known for his calm demeanor, along with the boisterous San Yi and the reticent Wu Yi, displayed no visible reaction, as if it bore no relevance to them. In fact, there was a subtle hint of satisfaction in their expressions towards Shen Qing. Those who had anticipated discord among the Jiang family quickly quelled their ill intentions. Zhu Chunqiao and Sun Xiaomai had initially intended to highlight Jiang Eryi's favoritism towards Shen Qing. But now that Shen Qing's source of income was legitimate and she was offering the Feng and Qin families a means to earn, their gaze towards the Jiang family was filled with glaring sympathy. What was the point of favoring them? Did they think she would share her earnings with them? It was ludicrous. Jiang Eryi narrowed his eyes, looking back at Zhu Chunqiao and Sun Xiaomai, his tone measured yet unyielding. You two have spread rumors. Are you prepared to face the consequences? Zhu Chunqiao and Sun Xiaomai were taken aback, confusedly asking, what consequences are we to face? We haven't caused any loss. Indeed, if Shen Qing hadn't disclosed her earnings from the penmaking, how were they to know? Had she informed them beforehand, they wouldn't have speculated so. Moreover, they claimed their intentions were for the good of the village, fearing that someone might tarnish its reputation and implicate everyone. Village chief, you cannot take out your frustration on us just because Shen Qing did not include your family in her earnings. Jiang Yang remained unmoved, addressing them, by your logic. If anyone in the village enjoys a feast or purchases new clothes, can they spread rumors under the guise of acting for the village's benefit? Zhu Chunqiao and Sun Xiaomai bit their lips in silence. The other villagers resounded in unison, of course that cannot happen. If it continues like this, our village would descend into chaos. Not only chaos, but it would also breed suspicion among us. Imagine having to guard against each other over meat or fabric. Would we be able to communicate normally then? Yes, exactly. Village chief, you must intervene. They need to understand the seriousness of their actions. Seeing the villagers rally behind Jiang Eryi's words, Zhu Chunqiao and Sun Xiaomai panicked. In past private conversations with Jiang Eryi, he had always been stern yet fair. They had considered him easy to talk to, forgetting that he had spent years on the road and had witnessed much. Returning to the village should not mean he had lost his edge. How had they forgotten? Chapter 57. Making Tofu. Sun Xiaomai had bowed, wept as she pleaded. Village chief, I was blinded by ignorance. You are magnanimous. Could you, for the sake of my first offense, refrain from pursuing this matter further? Zhu Chunqiao hastily chimed in, yes. You are magnanimous. Please forgive us this once. Jiang Eryi furrowed his brow and corrected them. Your wrongdoing does not require my forgiveness. Moreover, if merely admitting a mistake suffices, then everyone would follow suit in the future. You cannot offer compensation in excess. Nor can it be too little, or you will not learn from your errors. How about this? Each of you will present a duck to Shen Qing. If there's a next time, it shall be 3 then 5. Upon hearing it was just a single duck, Zhu Chunchao and Sun Xiaomai felt a pang of regret, yet it was somewhat acceptable. After all, with ample water in Chili village, every household raised several ducks. And duck eggs were cheaper than chicken eggs. Had it been a hen, it would have truly stung. Nevertheless, a duck was still a meat source, weighing several pounds. Given that they were already being frugal with their food, it felt unfair to lose a duck over a few careless words. Holding back their grievances, they reluctantly agreed. Fine. We will take a duck to Shen Qing's house shortly. Jiang Ying muttered under her breath, deserved it. As the crowd dispersed after hearing Jiang Yang's ruling, some felt that Zhu Chunchao and Sun Xiaomai deserved to pay for their slander with 2 ducks, while others envied Shen Qing for receiving the 2 plump ducks for free, ultimately attributing this fortune to the Feng and Qin families. Why were those 2 families chosen by Shen Qing? What must they do to be selected? As the crowd dispersed, Shen Qing breathed a sigh of relief. And the Jiang family collectively exhaled as well. Did your second uncle tell you? Shen Qing asked the group. Zhao Mingwei beamed brightly. Yes, he did. We've also ground the soybeans. We've been grinding for a while, but Haven Tea produced much. Should we go see if it's enough? The Jiang family was organized in a hierarchy. Shen Qing's husband was the eldest son of the first branch, making him the eldest among his generation. Jiang De Tao and Jiang De Lang were the second and third sons, while she and the 5th family were several years apart, with children of varying ages intermixed in the order. As Shen Qing walked towards Zhao Mingwei's home, she instructed, "All right, today is our first attempt. The time is too tight for soaking the beans properly. In the future, Aunt San, soak them after dinner in the cold weather, or before bed in the heat. And start grinding at the hour of the pig to catch the early market. It will indeed be laborious. Waking up at 1 or 2 in the morning is when people are the most tired and in deep sleep. Rising at this hour to push the stone mill is no small feat. Yet, if one does not rise early, it is not feasible. Fresh, moist tofu is what sells. And the early market is the prime time for families to purchase their food for the day. What toil is there to speak of? Shen Qing. You must understand that Aunt San is not afraid of hard work. She fears being powerless to earn money. Besides, there are so many men at home. And now that farming is at a standstill, there's little to do. It's merely a matter of rising early. Even if one were to forego sleep for a night, it wouldn't be of great consequence. After all, there's no work for them during the day. And if need be, they can simply catch up on their rest then, Zhao Mingwei remarked nonchalantly. Knowing they could profit from selling tofu brought immense joy to the family, especially the younger children, who were not yet married. The older ones were equally delighted. With a steady income, the entire family need not worry about hunger. When faced with difficulties, having savings at home alleviates the panic, does it not? As they spoke, they had already arrived at Zhao Mingyue's home. Upon seeing Shen Qing enter, the others in the room instinctively stood, making way for her. In the village, the wealthiest family belonged to old Master Jiang, primarily because he had spent decades as a bodyguard, amassing considerable wealth. Furthermore, old Master Jiang was adept at socializing. Although the village head was somewhat insignificant, he still had opportunities to meet officials. While there may not have been lucrative jobs available, at least there were scattered ones, which he arranged for his eldest son and the eldest son of the 5th master. Jiang Datiao had a stable income. His family's land yielded produce. And with Xia Qishan previously working as a bodyguard, Jiang Ying's family was quite well off, thus making them the richest household. Old Master Jiang, on the other hand, was skilled in fishing. Zhao Mingwei, with her forthright demeanor, frequently ventured to the city to sell fish and eels. She was industrious and managed her household well, ranking among the top 3 affluent families in the village. The most evident distinction was that their home was not merely a mud brick house. They even had a kitchen with a stove, unlike Shen Qing's dwelling, which was merely constructed from a few stones. This kitchen was now perfect for boiling soy milk. Today was merely a trial run. The necessary items did not need to be overly formal. Lacking large pieces of gauze, they made do with smaller ones. And since the wooden trough for containing the tofu had not yet arrived, they improvised with bowls and basins, utilizing small pieces of gauze that sufficed. Once the gauze, bowls, and basins were prepared, they began to boil the filtered soy milk. Shen Qing took out a small bowl and poured in the slaked lime she had brought, first mixing it with some water, explaining, "This is slaked lime, not unslaked. Be cautious when purchasing, ensure you do not confuse the two." Here, slaked lime equated to gypsum. Initially, she could not discern the difference between the two when she bought them and ended up purchasing both, thinking gypsum would be wasted. To her surprise, gypsum was precisely what was needed for making tofu, so she brought some to Zhao Mingwei. The room filled with attentive nods as everyone acknowledged her words. Shen Qing continued. Tofu can be coagulated using two types of coagulants. Coagulation transforms soy milk into curds. One is the slaked lime we are using, which produces a silky texture and particularly delicate tofu with a rich bean flavor, ideal for frying or stewing. The other is brine, which yields a coarser texture with a stronger bean aroma, suitable for dishes that require a more robust flavor, such as fried tofu. Both methods yield different results. Yet the preparation process is the same. Both must be gradually added to the cooked soy milk while stirring gently with a wooden spatula to ensure thorough integration. In the future, should you encounter anyone selling brine, you can purchase it to experiment, but for today, we shall stick to slaked lime. In truth, there are two additional coagulants for tofu, which may be available in the market later on, but they are not present here. So it is best to teach what is practical. The room buzzed with eager nods, and the younger ones gazed at the eloquent Shen Qing, their admiration palpable. This admiration reached its zenith as they witnessed the transformed soy milk gradually take the form of delicate curds. Incredible! Sister-in-law, how did you achieve this? I didn't even blink, and yet it solidified. How astonishing! I wonder how the first person discovered this. No wonder the art of tofu making has been passed down through generations. It cannot be stolen. If it weren't for sister-in-law teaching us hands-on, I wouldn't have a clue how to do it, they exclaimed. Shen Qing, feeling flattered, thought, what if I feel a sense of pride from this compliment? She explained. The soy milk we used was made from 2 pounds of soybeans, and I utilized approximately this much. Did you all remember? Who would like to give it a try? It's akin to adding salt while cooking. I cannot specify an exact amount, so whoever is most precise can take a turn. In modern times, one can be as exact as a few grams, but here it's not feasible. Moreover, those who can measure down to the gram often do not excel at cooking. The essence of delicious food typically lies in knowing the right amount of salt, oil, and sugar. Chapter 58. She now resembled a little hamster, earning money while hoarding provisions and people. The paramount aspect of tofu making is mastering the coagulation. If one gets the quantity right, failure becomes unlikely. Some individuals can accurately gauge the amount after just 3 to 5 attempts, regardless of whether the soy milk is abundant or scarce. Others, despite using the same weight each time, still struggle to get it right, akin to cooking. Some labor for hours to produce dishes that are clean and hygienic yet lack flavor. With only one pot available, it was impossible to test everything at once. The eldest daughter-in-law, trembling with anxiety, attempted it once. The others resolved to wait for their turn, as Shen Qing had her own matters to attend to, and they could not continuously delay her. Shen Qing continued her live demonstration. Once the curds have formed, you can scoop them into the gauze, wrap them up, and place a wooden board on top. There's no need for excessive weight. Pressing it for a short while will suffice, and the tofu will take shape. This will yield soft, fresh tofu. Should you place stones atop the board to expel all the moisture, it will become dried tofu. Generally, 1 pound of soybeans can produce 5 to 6 pounds of fresh tofu, but only 2 to 2.5 pounds of dried tofu. So adjust the quantities and prices based on your daily sales. Wow, we can sell dried tofu too, exclaimed the eager Jiang Debo, his eyes sparkling with excitement as he looked at Shen Qing. The 16 or 17-year-old youth was filled with optimistic visions of earning money through tofu sales. Shen Qing smiled, her lips curving upward. Not just dried tofu, the unpressed curds become tofu pudding. A ladle of soy sauce and a sprinkle of chopped scallions. And it can fetch 2 coins a bowl in the city. Moreover, that thin layer of skin that forms on top of the boiled soy milk is highly nutritious. Once dried, it can be preserved easily. It can be enjoyed cold, made into egg drop soup, or stir-fried. Don't you think it can also be sold? There are numerous soy products, easily a dozen varieties, but for now, we must focus on practicality. Jiang Debo unconsciously swallowed hard, suddenly realizing he appeared greedy, as if he hadn't even been paying attention, and quickly nodded vigorously, exclaiming, "Sister-in-law, you're truly remarkable." Their second uncle had instructed them to only inquire about matters related to tofu and to refrain from asking anything else, emphasizing the importance of listening more and speaking less. He had taken that advice to heart. Shen Qing felt a swell of pride within her, maintaining a humble facade as she reminded them of a few essential precautions before bidding them farewell to return home. Once Shen Qing departed, the Jiang family sprang into action. Observing the frantic hustle of her family, Zhao Mingwei bellowed with vigor, "Eldest, you and the second go to the city and bring back some soybeans. Take the cart to buy more. We also need gauze and slaked lime. More is better than less. To the eldest daughter-in-law and the second daughter-in-law, soak the soybeans at home. We shall rise early tomorrow at the crack of dawn to grind the soy milk and make tofu. Let us see how timely we can finish. And if we can make it to the morning market, if not, we'll have to wake even earlier. Third, take some money to the carpenter to collect the wooden trough that your sister-in-law ordered. Go check if it's ready, and if it's not. How much longer will it take? Everyone else, get on with your tasks. Just don't hinder the kitchen." As Zhao Mingyue's words echoed, the crowd dispersed like a flock of birds, each finding their own tasks. Zhao Mingwei looked at the finished tofu, which Shen Qing had made from 2 pounds of soybeans. Weighing it in her hand, she estimated it to be around 11 pounds. Tofu was a splendid item. It was only during the New Year or festivals that families in the village would indulge in purchasing a pound or two for simmering with fish, and when served, the tofu often tasted even better than the fish. She turned to Jiang Debo and instructed, "Take 2 pounds of soup to your second uncle, and another 2 pounds to your fifth uncle's home. When you return, deliver 4 pounds to your sister-in-law. If she doesn't want it, just leave it and run. Do you understand? Keeping 3 pounds for ourselves should suffice. Besides, there are those that aren't made well. They may not taste great, but we can eat them without any concern. After all, we cannot waste food that can fill our stomachs." Jiang Yu had ointment applied to her calves, with wooden boards strapped to both sides, secured with cloth strips. Her eldest nephew, Xiang Dong, had even cut her a wooden stick to use as a cane, and she leaned on it as she made her way into the courtyard. Upon her return, the home felt both familiar and entirely different. The thatched hut, made of reeds and smeared with yellow mud, remained the same, and the small dwelling enclosed a spacious yard. The muddy ground was saturated with water and mud after the rain. The kitchen stove had yet to be constructed, and cooking still required squatting on the ground. As there was no table in the house, the family gathered around a large iron pot, squatting or sitting on the floor to eat. Yet, everything felt different. In the past, Xiang Dong had never taken the initiative to prepare anything for her, and she had just witnessed him skillfully changing a diaper for the baby. Hu Bing had always worn a frown, her laughter tinged with worry and distress, but now her smile was bright and relaxed. The Jiang Shui she remembered, who used to bicker with her brother like a prickly hedgehog defending herself, now appeared gentler and more serene. Other family members were also bustling about. Even Guanli was busy in the house. "Look at how fortunate your aunt is, as soon as she comes home. Our family received 2 ducks and 4 pounds of tofu," Shen Qing exclaimed. "This is to nourish your aunt back to health. I also hope to enjoy a good meal thanks to her." Jiang Yu felt her eyes welling with tears. It was clearly her sister-in-law who deserved the credit. Yet it was spoken as if she had brought good fortune back with her. "Aunt, how would you like to eat?" "I'll cook tonight," Hu Bing inquired. Jiang Yu felt a twinge of embarrassment. Everyone was busy, and she was the only one being catered to, especially since Hu Bing had just given birth and was still within her confinement period. How could she allow Hu Bing to wait on her? She spoke up. "From now on, I will take care of the cooking, as well as the laundry and cleaning." Hu Bing laughed, "And I don't handle cold water, I only cook. Are you really going to compete with me for that? Furthermore, with your leg injury, it's not convenient for you to squat by the pot." Jiang Yu nervously glanced at Shen Qing, hesitating. "Sister-in-law, what do you think I should do? My leg is fine, it doesn't hinder me at all." She, a discarded woman, felt that it was already quite generous of her sister-in-law to take her in. How could she simply live off the family without contributing? Shen Qing understood that Jiang Yu wished to demonstrate her value through work. She glanced at Jiang Yu's leg and, instead of assigning tasks directly, said, in a moment, "Your nephews and nieces will be making brushes. Observe each task, and choose which one suits you best to follow along." Jiang Yu was momentarily taken aback, but then quickly responded with enthusiasm, nodding, "Okay." Shen Qing cautioned, "Don't overexert yourself. Our family's priority is health. Take care of your leg." At present, she resembled a little hamster, hoarding silver and provisions, knowing that one must be in good health to thrive. "Yes, I understand, sister-in-law." Jiang Yu replied obediently. She began to grasp her sister-in-law's approach. She did not require someone who would work endlessly, nor did she lack such individuals. What she desired was for family members to be capable yet not create chaos. Jiang Yu may not possess great skills or abilities, But she would diligently follow her sister-in-law's lead, doing whatever she was instructed and ensuring not to burden her with worries. Chapter 59. The funds are insufficient. And the pace of earning money is still too slow. Jiang Yu's first official reunion meal upon her return was extraordinarily lavish, prepared by Shen Qing. A duck was slaughtered as an offering. This was an old duck raised on fish, shrimp, and snails, which she opted to stew, resulting in a rich, fragrant broth and sweet, tender meat. Duck blood was lightly salted and formed into blocks, combined with half of the tofu to create a dish of duck blood stewed with tofu. The other half was soaked in cold water, ready to be consumed the next day, allowing for a substantial 4 pounds of tofu. After such a grand feast, who would have room for any additional dishes? The 4 pieces of duck were cleaned and stir-fried with preserved vegetables and an abundance of chili peppers, resulting in a fragrant and appetizing dish. The fragrant chives had a unique aroma that she adored, often prepared at home. They were finely chopped and mixed with eggs to make chive omelets. The melon head was served cold, while the purslane was quickly stir-fried. Paired with the leftover steamed buns from noon, everyone was immensely satisfied. This was perhaps the most sumptuous and fulfilling meal Jiang Yu had ever experienced. That night, lying in bed with Jiang Shui, she gazed at the thatched roof and still felt as if she were dreaming. Indeed, she had returned home. She had enjoyed steamed buns and egg drop soup at noon, and she had never expected to feast on 6 dishes, 4 of which were meat, by evening. Xiao Shui, do you all eat like this at home? Is the food always this good? Jiang Shui, now relaxed, conversed with Jiang Yu as they lay in bed. Not really. Jiang Yu thought back, realizing that today's abundance was merely due to those 2 women spreading rumors, leading to their second uncle being punished and offering compensation to her sister-in-law. Aside from that, how could they always have meat? There were only a few ducks, and they needed to save some for laying eggs. Currently, neither chickens nor ducks were sold regardless of how many eggs they produced. They were all reserved for family consumption. Their mother insisted that eggs were excellent for nourishment. Typically, they relied on meat for sustenance. Their mother had bought fatty pork, lean meat, ribs, and the richest source of fat, the pork cracklings, which added exquisite flavor to both stews and stir-fries. After a long day, Jiang Shui felt tired and rubbed her eyes, her voice growing softer. Jiang Shui. As sleepiness overtook her, she could no longer hold back, rolling over and softly murmuring, "Mother has changed. Our lives at home are better now. It's so good that you have returned. We can enjoy a good life together." The gentle, rhythmic sound of breathing beside her startled Jiang Yu. After a moment, she quietly whispered, "Yes, if things hadn't changed, we might not have come back." Shen Qing felt like a spinning top since her arrival, endlessly busy. She was racing against time, fearful that one day a torrential rain would force them onto the path of hardship. She sold the yellow eels from her bucket, watching the balance in her account increase by over 500 yuan, which worried her. Originally, she could earn at least 1,000 a day, and with the addition of small fish and shrimp, it would approach 2,000. The recent decrease in yellow eels was likely related to the rumors spread by Zhou Chunqiao and Sun Xiaomai about her making a fortune from selling them, leading to more men in the village attempting to catch yellow eels. If they could sell them, they would, but if not, they would sell them at a bargain price. And if all else failed, they could still have a family feast, so it wouldn't be a complete loss. The 3rd and 4th sons were now wholly engrossed in making brushes, and even when she offered additional compensation, their enthusiasm remained lukewarm. A strategy must be devised to enhance the income of the marketplace. After all, the waters of Chili village were plentiful, making it feasible to earn money from selling fish, shrimp, and yellow eels, but in other places, it might not be so easy to find profitable products. The marketplace offered grains, medicines, and books at reasonable prices. But if they were to eventually introduce tools and weapons, especially life-saving ones, they would undoubtedly be costly. Would they be able to afford them then? The over 10,000 yuan in the marketplace account was still far from sufficient. Shen Qing's worry deepened into profound concern. She carried an empty bucket into the city, first purchasing brown sugar, then a kitchen knife. As she had anticipated, iron products were indeed expensive, and custom knives required a reservation. Unlike commonly used knives like kitchen and chopping knives, which were readily available for purchase. With limited silver on hand, Shen Qing calculated that she would wait until the second batch of brushes was sold before coming back to place a reservation early, hoping to receive them in time before the impending rain struck. Next, she ventured to the livestock market to inquire about the prices of horses, cattle, donkeys, and mules. The first to be dismissed was the horse. Too exorbitant. While the horse is swift, its cost is staggering 30 taels for a single steed. Moreover, the options available are exceedingly limited. The ox, on the other hand, boasts immense strength and endurance, effortlessly transporting 500 pounds over a distance of 70 to 80 li in a single day for a mere 18 taels of silver. Shen Qing was tempted. When the discussion turned to the donkey, not only could it carry loads, but it could also pull carts. It was equally adept on flat terrain as well as on mountainous or rugged paths. It could till the fields and operate the mill. All for the modest price of 11 taels, far less than the 30 for a horse or the 18 for an ox. For just 11 taels, one could take home a robust adult donkey, and for an additional 10 taels, two could be acquired. Shen Qing exclaimed, "Enough said, I shall purchase it. A donkey it shall be." However, upon patting her pocket, reality struck. Alas, her silver was insufficient. The pace at which she earned her silver was regrettably slow. With her head hung low as she exited the livestock market, Shen Qing looked up at the sky, noting that it was still early, and turned towards Jia Zhai. The proprietor, Lin, was absent, but fortunately, the young attendant was present. Recognizing Shen Qing, he greeted her courteously, and she seized the opportunity to inquire, "Is there not a constable son in Shen Qing, or perhaps several?" To avoid any missteps, she added a caution, lest she inadvertently seek the wrong person and suffer a significant loss. The young attendant assured her that there was indeed a constable son, and while there had been no constables bearing the surname Sun in the past, he could not speak to the current situation. The attendant chuckled, assuming that the village women were ignorant of the distinctions between constables and their superiors. Shen Qing then understood why Lu Xing's sister merely cohabited with Constable Sun. The Lu family's arrogance was not misplaced, for he was indeed the head constable. She pressed on, "Young attendant, being well informed, could you enlighten me about Constable Sun's character and conduct?" The young attendant beamed with pride at being recognized for his knowledge and eagerly divulged all he knew. However, with each revelation, Shen Qing's heart grew colder. The constable was avaricious and unjust, self-serving and miserly, lacking in ability yet brimming with arrogance. Shen Qing seized a pause in the conversation to interject, "If he lacks capability, how did he rise to the position of constable and then to head constable?" The attendant replied, "Who does not know that Constable Sun owes his rise to his wife? Coming from a humble background, he would not have achieved his current stature without the support of his father-in-law's family. It is said that his wife wields absolute authority at home. When out in public, people show her more deference than they do to Constable Sunday. In her presence, he is all smiles, and those unaware would surely praise him as a good husband." The attendant's tone shifted, and he scoffed, "Yet, there are no secrets in this world, especially among us merchants who are always in the know. Who does not know that Constable Sun has acquired a house in Yonglu Alley and maintains a mistress? A man at home becomes a small man, but seeks to portray himself as a grand figure outside, where women offer the tenderness that his wife cannot provide." Shen Qing remarked, "This is a case of living off one's wife while enjoying the fruits of another's labor. All resources and wealth stem from his father-in-law's family, yet he lives comfortably while his wife bears the burden. Why did he not act sooner?" Chapter 60. It is merely the necessity of life. The world is rife with ungrateful individuals, and Shen Qing could not meddle in their domestic affairs. She was struggling to secure her own well-being. Anxiously, she selected a question pertinent to herself. "Young attendant, do you know which household in Yonglu Alley houses the mistress?" The attendant scratched his head, a hint of embarrassment on his face. "How could we possibly know that? It is said that people frequently see Constable Sun leaving there early in the morning, but who would dare risk offending him by investigating? Besides, I've heard that Constable Sun is quite attentive to that mistress, often asking merchants for gifts to send her. However, I suspect she does not come from a good background, and our Jia Zhai narrowly escaped a mishap." Shen Qing contemplated the plight of the Lu family's daughter, sold into a brothel by her parents to earn money, only to have her parents later demand her assistance in exacting revenge. Would she help? In Shen Qing's view, simply refraining from killing such ungrateful parents would be an act of filial piety. However, the Lu girl, having grown up in an oppressive environment, might have been indoctrinated to believe in contributing to her family, even at the expense of her own well-being. If that were the case, she would undoubtedly assist her parents in seeking retribution. She sighed and inquired further, "Young attendant, do you know where Constable Sun resides?" Fearing the attendant's suspicions, she smiled and explained, "One never knows when one might need to rely on him. It is prudent to gather information in advance. lest one be unable to find a way to present gifts. I understand. I believe he resides in Shimping Alley, but I cannot provide further specifics. You might inquire when you get there, but be prepared. The threshold of an official house is not easily crossed. Shen Qing expressed her gratitude profusely before taking her leave. Upon exiting Jiazhai, Shen Qing found herself at a loss for a good excuse. She picked up a water bucket and began her return journey, and from a distance, she spotted Jiang Dabo at the village entrance, standing on tiptoe and craning his neck in anticipation. Upon seeing her, the youth's eyes sparkled, and he rushed towards her. Sister-in-law, you have finally returned. Jiang Dabo exclaimed, joy radiating from him as though he had stumbled upon fortune, his gaze towards Shen Qing reminiscent of a child beholding a deity. In a daze, Shen Qing listened as the youth excitedly reported, after you left yesterday, my mother had us soak the soybeans. We rose at dawn to make tofu. And we actually succeeded. After several attempts, we had only one failure, and 2 were merely acceptable, but overall, it was quite good. This morning, I went to Uncle Guan's house to retrieve the wooden trough and made a few more batches. Mother and sister-in-law say they are just like the ones we used to buy in the city. They asked me to invite you over to take a look. I visited your home, and my nephew said you were in the city selling eels and had not yet returned. Sister-in-law, you truly are diligent. You've already earned silver with your brush, and yet you rise early to sell eels, even doing it yourself. No wonder both my uncle and my parents urged me to learn from you. I now understand that one must be industrious in life. Shen Qing interjected. There has been a misunderstanding. It is not my diligence, but rather that I am the only one who can sell the eels. She stammered, attempting to clarify. I am not particularly industrious. It is merely the demands of life. Jiang Dabo silently added another virtue to his mental list, humility. As Shen Qing entered the courtyard of Jiangsan, she was greeted by a sight that transformed the once vast space into a bustling hub of tofu-making activity. The stone mill for grinding soybeans was positioned prominently for easy access. A large wooden basin held the carefully selected soybeans, each plump and well-formed. Clean, used cheesecloth hung out to dry. Most notably, in the wooden trough lay a large, pristine block of tofu, resembling those sold in the city, with no discernible difference. Zhao Mingwei and the eldest daughter-in-law, Hong Heflower, rushed out from the kitchen upon hearing the commotion. Spotting Shen Qing, Zhao Mingwei called out with exuberance, Shen Qing, you've come. Come quickly and see how it turned out. Hong Heflower stood nervously by, her hands clasped, anxiously awaiting Shen Qing's evaluation. She had been responsible for the coagulation process and was concerned about wasting money if the endeavor failed, as well as the inability to earn any profit. Shen Qing took a small piece with the wooden spoon offered to her and tasted it, beaming as she praised, both the appearance and taste are excellent. There is hardly any difference from what we buy in the city. You have all made remarkable progress, third aunt. Hong Heflower sighed with relief, genuinely expressing her admiration. It is all thanks to you, sister-in-law. Had you not guided me step by step, I fear I would have struggled for days or even weeks without grasping the technique. Not only would I have failed to measure the ingredients properly, but I wouldn't have understood how to transform the soybean liquid into snow-white tofu. Zhao Mingwei also appeared noticeably relieved and lowered her voice to say, what Hong Flower said is true. Without your help, how would we have achieved this? To be frank, I intend to produce 50 to 60 pounds of tofu tomorrow to take to the city for a trial. What do you think? Certainly. It is only through experience that one can discern whether a donkey or a horse is fit for the task. Shen Qing harbored no dissent, however. How do you plan to sell the tofu? As far as she knew, the market locations in the city were already occupied, and Zhao Mingwei and her companions, being newcomers from outside the city, might find it challenging to compete. Zhao Mingwei, without reservation, expressed her thoughts. I have considered this. In the past, when we sold fish, eels, and poultry, we did so by traversing the streets and calling out to potential buyers. We have a cart at home, and we could use it to transport the tofu while hawking it along the streets. It merely involves walking a bit more, which is no great burden. In fact, we might even fare better than those with fixed storefronts. Many people at the market often feel they have overspent and thus prefer to conserve their resources. However, those who come to our doorstep might feel inclined to buy, especially if others are purchasing as well. Even those who initially had no intention of buying may find themselves drawn to make a purchase. This has been my experience when selling fish and eggs. I cannot quite explain why. Upon hearing about street selling, a thought flashed through Shen Qing's mind, and she began to contemplate its feasibility. Not waiting for a response, Zhao Mingwei inquired, what is it? What are you thinking? Seeing that there were no outsiders present, Shen Qing recounted in detail the matter she had learned about Captain Sun earlier that morning. Upon hearing this, Zhao Mingwei took it to heart. Acknowledging the seriousness of the situation, the Lu family is not to be trifled with. Since we brought Xiaoyu back, they may very well seek trouble. And your concerns are valid. Lu Liuxiang and Shiping Xiang, right? I have sold goods in those areas before, but I did not pay much attention back then. Regardless, I have become somewhat familiar with the surroundings, and tomorrow, while selling tofu, I can gather more information. Shen Qing was pleasantly surprised that Zhao Mingwen not only did not dismiss her concerns as trivial, but was also eager to assist in gathering information. She sincerely expressed her gratitude, saying, "Thank you, third aunt, for your trouble. There's no need for such formalities. We are family." Zhao Mingwei replied. Besides, selling tofu can happen anywhere. Perhaps it will sell even better in Lu Liuxiang and Shiping Xiang. Feeling a bit bashful at being sincerely thanked, Zhao Mingwei glanced at the others in the household and declared, "Our sister-in-law believes we can sell this tofu, so we shall begin preparations tomorrow morning." Chapter 61. Receiving the first profit share. The courtyard erupted with excited cheers. Shen Qing was swept up in the joyous atmosphere, feeling as if she too was about to earn money. In truth, she would indeed profit, for she was entitled to a 20% share. Zhao Mingwei began assigning tasks. Second and third sons would be responsible for grinding the beans, while the eldest son and his wife would handle boiling and straining the soy milk. Everyone should have their evening meal and retire early. Debo was quick-witted and would accompany me to the city tomorrow to manage the selling of tofu. Third son, you will make the effort to procure more soybeans and thoroughly clean the cart. The others will take care of cooking, washing dishes, laundry, and tending to the vegetable garden, etc. Once we earn some silver, Mother will buy meat for you all to enjoy. Upon hearing of the prospect of meat, the cheers in the courtyard grew even louder. Zhao Mingwei turned to Shen Qing, playfully chiding, "Look at this bunch of lazy donkeys. They require a carrot dangled in front of them to motivate them to earn money." The thought of meat brought more joy than anything else could, and it proved to be the strongest motivator. Shen Qing laughed in agreement. Indeed, who does not relish meat? Earning money is ultimately for the purpose of living better. Zhao Mingyue's mood brightened even further. Just then, she noticed Jiang Dashi, the third son of the Jiang family, preparing to head to the city with the cart, and suddenly said, "By the way, third aunt, isn't the price of soybeans in the city currently 4 won per pound? Perhaps we could consider trading instead of purchasing." Zhao Mingwei was momentarily taken aback, unable to comprehend how a trade would work. Shen Qing elaborated, "Your family has many members, and your second uncle also possesses a cart. You could borrow it and you and Debo could venture into the city, peddling along the streets. Additionally, we could send 2 individuals to the various villages. Selling in the villages might prove difficult, but we could offer tofu in exchange for soybeans. For instance, 1 pound of soybeans could be traded for 1 pound of tofu. Tofu is tastier and cheaper than in the city, so there should be quite a few families willing to trade." Zhao Mingyue's eyes instantly brightened. She slapped her thigh in excitement and exclaimed, "Why didn't I think of that? Yes, soybeans grow wild, and every household in the village has them. They may not realize that 1 pound of soybeans can yield 5 to 6 pounds of tofu. When they see that their 3 won per pound soybeans can be exchanged for tofu at 4 won per pound, it certainly seems like a profit. Furthermore, soybeans are different from other grains. Consuming too many can cause discomfort, and they are not particularly palatable when cooked. Trading them for delicious tofu should entice many families." She hurriedly called out to Jiang Dashi, "Hold on, don't rush off to buy soybeans just yet. Instead, soak an additional 6 pounds of soybeans tonight, so we can produce more than 30 pounds of tofu tomorrow. You and your father will go to the villages to trade for soybeans." Jiang Dashi responded affirmatively. 30 pounds of tofu could be exchanged for 30 pounds of soybeans, which is worth 121. After deducting the original cost of the soybeans, that leaves a net profit of 96 won. Goodness, just one outing with his father could earn them 96 won, even if it wasn't pure profit. The traded soybeans would save them that much in costs for the tofu business. Shen Qing's cleverness was indeed remarkable, outpacing their thoughts. Shen Qing pointed to the tofu in the wooden trough in the courtyard and added, "The tofu we produce here can be tested in our village first." With so much tofu, Zhao Mingyue's family won't finish it in 2 or 3 days, and trading for soybeans will make it easier to store. Exactly. Third son, hurry and clean the cart. Let us go try it out in the village first. By the way, Hua, Bring a bowl to pack your sister-in-law's share to take back with you. Zhao Mingwei quickly agreed. Shen Qing had already collected 4 pounds of tofu yesterday, and with 2 pounds remaining, she could not accept more. She declined, saying, "There's no need, third aunt." Zhao Mingwei interrupted. "You are entitled to half of the tofu business. You cannot simply take 2 portions and not partake in it." Shen Qing found this amusing. It was not about whether she could eat or not based on her share. Regardless of whether she held 50% or 20%, she could not simply take without giving in return. Since she had settled for 20%, she certainly could not take freely. "How about this? I will also trade with soybeans. Although we are out of soybeans at home, I can procure some from the market, so there is no worry." Zhao Mingwei laughed heartily. "You want to trade for tofu, yet you wonder if I should count the tofu I eat at home? Fine then, if we lack for a few pieces of tofu, we can simply make extra beans." Donghua had already packed the tofu and chimed in, "What mother says is true, this tofu business relies on you. So why should we be so particular?" Shen Qing suddenly realized that she was thinking purely from a business perspective, believing that commerce should entail a fair exchange. Meanwhile, Zhao Mingwei and Donghua held a more straightforward, familial perspective, viewing it as a familial contribution, as they were all family and the tofu-making skills were also hers. Moreover, as 1 pound of beans could yield 5 to 6 pounds of tofu, they calculated based on the cost of the beans rather than the selling price, thus perceiving it as quite inexpensive. Why would they need to pay her? As for the labor and effort required in making the tofu, it was easily disregarded by the farming families, who deemed any contribution of effort as negligible. Having come to this realization, Shen Qing no longer insisted and accepted with a smile. Farming families valued reciprocity. They gifted her tofu, and while her family had no use for the calligraphy brushes, they had plenty of leftover scraps from cutting soap that were still usable, making it practical for her family. When the time came, she would ensure to send a share to each of the 3 families. In Chili village, it had previously been only Shen Qing's family that was busy, but now, in addition to Shen Qing's household, Zhao Mingyue's family was bustling with activity as well. The remaining participants are the Feng and Qin families. Although their sole task is to polish the pen shafts, both families are acutely aware of the potential consequences of falling short, and thus, the entire household is diligently engaged in facilitating the polishing process with exceptional care. Following them are Master Jiang Er and Master Jiang Wu. However, the malt is still in its nascent stage. Aside from the palpable tension and anxiety, there is little else to occupy their time. Not long after lunch had passed, Masters Jiang San and Zhao Mingwei approached Shen Qing with beaming smiles. Aware that Shen Qing was crafting brushes in her courtyard, they refrained from entering, opting instead to walk alongside her down the main path toward a quieter, less populated area of the fields, engaging in light conversation. Zhao Mingwei, radiating enthusiasm, spoke with a rare tremor in her voice. "Today is the first day, and I dared not overdo it, only producing 80 pounds. I went with Debo to the city to sell 50 pounds, and we sold out in just an hour. The remaining 30 pounds were exchanged by my husband and she along the southern official road, traversing 3 villages to procure 30 pounds of yellow beans. Although the journey took a bit longer, they returned home before noon. Qinger, your method is truly remarkable. We effectively sold 80 pounds of tofu in a day." After patiently waiting for his wife to finish, Master Jiang Sen finally spoke. "I discussed with Mingwei, and the beans we exchanged equate to tofu sold. So we shall still calculate it as 80 pounds of tofu, priced at 4 won per pound, totaling 321. After deducting the cost of the 16 pounds of yellow beans, amounting to 64 won, we are left with 256 won, of which 20% is 52 won. Chapter 62, The Commencement of Malt Sugar Production. Jiang Tian and Zhao Mingwei felt somewhat embarrassed. Having earned 256 when from the 80 pounds of tofu, it turned out Shen Qing received not even a fraction. Shen Qing understood that this was the distribution of dividends intended for her. She had done nothing yet had gained 52 won. Though still far from the 11 taels of silver needed to purchase a donkey, she realized that small savings could accumulate over time, making the dream of acquiring a donkey attainable. Gratefully, Shen Qing expressed her thanks, causing Jiang Tian and Zhao Mingwei to feel even more awkward. Suddenly, Zhao Mingwei recalled something important. "Oh, I went to both Yonglu Alley and Shimping Alley. There were fewer buyers in Yonglu Alley, and I couldn't gather any useful information. However, Shimping Alley was bustling with activity, and among the patrons was an elderly matron serving Madame Sunday. I struck up a conversation with her, and we became somewhat familiar. The families residing in Shiping Alley are considerably wealthier, with servants to attend to them, yet, compared to the throngs of servants in the households of affluent merchants and officials, they still fall short. The family of Constable Sun is not well off. The only 2 servants they have are part of his wife's dowry. Life has been quite austere for the matron since she joined the Sun household, and she generously gifted me an extra half a pound of tofu, expressing her delight in our interaction. She continued, since today is just the first day of sales, we should focus on these 2 alleys tomorrow and ensure we gather more information. Jiang Tian interjected, we need to pinpoint which household in Yonglu Alley is involved. If Constable Sun dares to come looking for trouble, we should inform the legitimate wife in Shiping Alley to stir the pot for a while. Master Jiang San's remark about trouble resonated with Shen Qing, who realized they were treating this matter as a family issue, warming her heart. Zhao Mingwei nodded, her expression tinged with concern. I fear that Madame Sun may ultimately forgive Constable Sun, and although we can stall for a time, he will inevitably return. That cannot be permitted. Shen Qing thought it wise to merely delay matters. With the impending floods within 2 months, the entire city would be inundated. Even if Constable Sun were alive, he would be in no position to assist the Liu family. She found an excuse to reassure them, saying, it's fine. Stalling for a while will suffice. Once the heat of the matter passes and time stretches on, I shall surely earn more silver. And then I can simply pay him off. Jiang Tian and Zhao Mingwei considered this, realizing that since Constable Sun was motivated by profit, they could always offer more silver if necessary. After exchanging information, they each returned home. Upon arriving, Zhao Mingwei began instructing the preparations for soaking and sorting the beans, determining the weight for tomorrow's production, and adjusting the routes for selling tofu. Not only did the routes in the city require alteration, but those in the villages did as well. Even if the farmers could barter beans, they would not readily trade every day. Fortunately, there are main roads in all directions from the city. Having traveled south today, they could head west tomorrow, rotating through the routes. If necessary, they could simply walk a bit further to reach the next village. Once the tofu arrangements were settled, Zhao Mingwei returned to her room, securely closing the door behind her. She poured the copper coins from her small cloth bag onto the bed, the sound echoing with excitement. Although she had counted them several times since arriving home, the thrill remained uncontainable. After accounting for the tofu exchanged for yellow beans, the revenue amounted to 200 won, with Shen Qing's share being 52 won, leaving her with 148 won. 148 won, an amount that would take her husband and the eldest 3 sons a day of labor to earn. This was pure profit. In the future, they would no longer need to purchase yellow beans. Tomorrow, they would produce around 20 pounds of beans, sell 80 pounds in the city, and use the remainder to barter for beans in the villages, ensuring a net gain of over 250 when after deductions. If they could maintain this level of income daily, in a month, with diligent effort over 3 to 5 years, they would have no worries regarding several small weddings. The tofu dividends would arrive daily, sometimes delivered by Zhao Mingwei, other times by Jiang Debo. When Shen Qing suggested settling accounts every 5 or 10 days, Zhao Mingwei declined, stating that keeping track of the accounts would be unnecessary given the proximity of the village. After having received dividends 4 times, the brush production welcomed a second batch. With the shafts wrapped, 3 more hands were freed up, and with Jiang Yu's return, each stage of production effectively doubled, significantly increasing output. Currently, they were producing 70 to 80 brushes daily, far exceeding the initial agreement with Master Lin of 300 brushes every 6 days. With ample stock on hand, Shen Qing felt considerably relieved of the psychological pressure associated with meeting the delivery deadline. Early in the morning, brothers Jiang Xiangnan and Jiang Xiangbei prepared their bamboo baskets filled with brushes and set off for the city. Meanwhile, Shen Qing did not remain idle, having finished her breakfast. She promptly made her way to Master Jiang Er's home. Today marked the significant day for the production of malt sugar. Upon seeing Shen Qing, Zhou Yan hurriedly reported, the glutinous rice and crushed corn were soaked last night and steamed this morning, now kept warm in the pot. Is that acceptable? Yesterday, Shen Qing had checked the sprouting of the wheat and indicated it should be ready by this morning, prompting their families to prepare with great anticipation. Heaven knows how difficult these days have been for them, far more arduous than actual labor. They would rather toil, especially watching the Jiang family bustling about, which filled them with envy. Now, they could finally begin their own work. Shen Qing instructed, we can uncover the pot, once it's warmed. We will cover it again to maintain temperature. Let us first move the sprouted malt outside for washing, thoroughly crushing it. The finer, the better. Since the malt has sprouted several batches, we can complete today's production without needing to wait 5 or 6 days for the next batch. Good. The women hurried inside to bring out the sprouted malt, carefully pulling the malt from the bamboo strips, ensuring the roots remained intact. They then placed it in a large wooden basin for repeated rinsing. Meanwhile, the men brought in a stone mortar and pestle to crush the washed malt. Following the proportions outlined in her book, Shen Qing began mixing the crushed malt with the warmed glutinous rice. While also providing on-site instruction, it is crucial that you remember the exact amounts of malt and glutinous rice, as the sweetness of malt sugar can be controlled by adjusting their ratios. The fermentation process slows down with insufficient malt. I will explain to you what fermentation entails later. Conversely, while an excess of malt expedites fermentation, an overabundance can lead to an acidic flavor, which would undoubtedly compromise the sweetness. Thus, it is imperative to remember this. Zhou Yan, Jianging, and the other women nodded earnestly, indicating their understanding. The eldest sons from both families had city errands, while the remaining men primarily engaged in physically demanding tasks such as crushing and agricultural labor. Naturally, the processes of stirring and boiling fell to the women, making it crucial for them to commit this knowledge to memory. After allowing everyone a moment to digest this information, Shui Qing continued, "Once the mixing is complete, let it ferment. Given the current temperature, we will fill a wooden basin with water that is slightly warmer than bath water. Then, we will place the mixed malt into a wooden barrel and submerge it in the basin, allowing it to sit for approximately 3 hours. I will return in 2.5 hours. During this time, please remember to add hot water to maintain a consistently warm temperature in the basin." The book advises that it is best to use the warming setting of a rice cooker, which is roughly comparable to water that is slightly warmer than bath water. Chapter 63. The Constable Arrives. After imparting the necessary precautions, Shen Qing chose not to linger and returned to her home. After all, the fermentation would take an additional 5 to 6 hours, and returning after lunch would be just right for the afternoon's boiling process. Upon her arrival, she was met by the eager gazes of her younger brothers, their eyes alight with excitement. Shen Qing thought to herself, it must be the allure of the silver. Once inside, she shut the door, and despite Jiang Xiangnan's muffled voice, his exhilaration was palpable. "Mother, so much silver." Shen Qing replied, "Indeed." His exclamation continued, "I've never seen so much silver. How could you trust just the two of us to handle it? What if it gets lost or stolen? Over 20 taels of silver. I would be more comfortable if the entire family were with me to safeguard it." Observing her brother's tattered hemp garments, Shen Qing shook her head. "Thieves are most discerning. 2 impoverished youths dressed in rags with naivety written all over them? Who would steal from you? After all, with their lack of funds came a strength that was not to be underestimated. One careless moment could lead to greater losses for the perpetrator." In contrast to his older brother, Jiang Xiangbei displayed a more composed demeanor, having previously accompanied their mother and being aware of the market price for their goods. Yet, upon receiving the 20+ taels of silver, he too could not suppress his excitement. Last time, they had only received 12 taels. This time, it was a full 24. Jiang Xiangnan tugged at his patched clothing, grinning foolishly. "Mother, I'll keep this outfit for my trips to the city." Previously, he had yearned for better attire, feeling embarrassed by his tattered clothes, but today, each brother carried over 10 taels of silver, and he no longer felt ashamed of his garments. Learning from their mother that their attire had contributed to their safety, he reassured himself that wearing rags was a small price for security. Shen Qing approved of their sentiments. Her third son was clever, while the fourth was steady. She felt confident in their ability to work together in delivering goods. Accepting the silver, Shen Qing decisively closed the door, aware of her third son's intentions. He desired to have silver on hand for various needs. However, not now. Gazing at the heavy bag of over 20 taels of silver, Shen Qing knew it was insufficient for the multitude of items required for their journey. Yet, she felt an unprecedented sense of security. With these 24 taels, alongside the 8 taels saved at home, their total savings exceeded 30 taels. 30 taels felt like a significant milestone. With this amount, she could begin preparing for the necessities of their escape. Tomorrow, they would head to the city to purchase several bolts of gauze to sew summer garments. The lightweight fabric would dry quickly, making it ideal for the hot, rainy summer months. Additionally, preparing clothing in advance was crucial. They could sew thin strips of silver into the hems of the garments, ensuring they would not panic if they were separated from their belongings during their flight. For their family of 11, each person would need 2 sets. And she would also make 2 sets for Guanli and Guan Xiaoshan, estimating the total cost at around 3 taels. Furthermore, it was essential to order large knives, which would take at least a month and a half to arrive, so they must place the order early. The eldest son to the 4th, each would require a knife. And she would also provide one for Huabing, who was robust and daring, ensuring her safety and deterring potential threats. As for her own self-defense, Shen Qing possessed a kitchen knife, but even with that, Jiang Zhong, Jiang Shui, and Jiang Yu would likely hesitate to use it in confrontation. Should it be taken from them, the danger would increase. Their home contained hoes and shovels, which could be distributed among them, even wielded blindly. These tools would serve them better than a large knife. Knives were not inexpensive, especially the larger ones, priced at 1.5 taels each, amounting to 7.5 taels for 5. Thankfully, they only needed to pay a deposit of 1.5 taels, with the remaining balance due upon collection. After a month and a half, settling the remaining 6 taels would not be an issue. Shen Qing hesitated. Could a mere 5 of them wield large knives against a 100-strong group? The deterrence and strength were far from sufficient. Jiang Yang and Xie Qingshan's families certainly possessed knives, and while the Feng family may lack swords, they were proficient in hand-to-hand combat. The Guan family had no strong laborers. The 3 of them were among the vulnerable groups in need of protection. The families of Jiang San and Wei had a number of young men. Equipping them with large knives would significantly enhance the safety of the Guan family trio. Thus, she resolved to order an additional 10 knives, which would cost 15 taels, an investment that might seem excessive now, but would prove invaluable in times of conflict. Purchasing donkeys and oxen would have to wait. The remaining 20+ taels felt ample for other uses, but when it came to acquiring large livestock, the funds were insufficient. She would have to defer that for another time. Originally, only the families of Jiang Er and Shen Qing had 3 meals a day, however. After Zhao Mingwei began producing tofu and increasing her workload, she also switched to 3 meals. Su Hongmei, fearing her family would go hungry and disrupt their progress, also decided to provide 3 meals. After lunch, the 3 families reconvened at Jiang Er's home, as it not only had a stove but also 2 large iron pots to facilitate simultaneous boiling processes. Shen Qing lifted the cloth covering the large wooden barrel to inspect the fermentation status and began filtering the liquid through a cloth. Jiang Daoling swiftly took the filled bucket of liquid to the kitchen, following Shen Qing's instructions to pour it into the large iron pot, while simultaneously igniting the fire. Once the fire roared to life, it was reduced to a medium flame, requiring slow, continuous stirring. As the liquid thickened, the heat was lowered further, necessitating an increase in stirring speed to prevent sticking. Remember, the flame must be kept low, better small than large, understood? The young boy tending the fire quickly replied, understood. The boiling process would take 3 to 5 hours, so Shen Qing had Zhou Yan, Jiang Ying, Su Hongmei, and Li Xiulan take turns practicing the stirring technique. As the moisture gradually evaporated and the color shifted to a rich brown, she swiftly ladled the mixture onto a pre-oiled tray. The strong men, seizing the opportunity while it was warm, began to stretch and fold the brown malt sugar, akin to pulling noodles. After countless repetitions, the malt sugar transformed from its original brown shade to a silvery white. Jiang Ying, Zhou Yan, and the others wielded scissors, swiftly cutting the mixture into small, round balls, which they then coated in pre-prepared glutinous rice flour. Thus, the silvery sugar balls were born. The eyes of everyone in the kitchen were wide open, their gaze fixated, as they marveled at the extraordinary spectacle before them. Even the esteemed Jiang Er Yi and Jiang Wu Yi at the back of the crowd wore expressions of satisfaction. Alas, trouble is brewing. Captain Sun has arrived with his officials. Chapter 64. Why have you not yet surrendered, Jiang Yu? Shen Qing was in the midst of explaining the process of pulling malt candy. The malt candy of Shen Qing is a brownish-yellow block when needed. One uses a small iron hammer to break off a piece for weighing. As newcomers in the market, and given that we sell identical goods as other merchants without any innovation, even if we manage to sell something, it will not be substantial. By pulling the candy into spherical shapes, we create an appealing aesthetic that is convenient to eat. Naturally, for the same price, others would be willing to try our offering. For newcomers aiming to penetrate the market, the most straightforward approach is to lower prices, yet engaging in a price war would lead to mutual destruction. It's not that they lack the capital to compete on price. Even if they did, it would be fruitless. The market is finite. Stirring the waters would leave both parties without sustenance. A room full of people seemed to have their thoughts stirred, their eyes shining brightly in the dim kitchen. Just as Shen Qing was about to elaborate on the differing demographics for selling malt candy and tofu, she heard a distant yet approaching shout, "Captain Sun has arrived with his officials." She furrowed her brow slightly, despite her mental preparation. She did not wish to entertain the worst outcomes, yet the situation was indeed taking a turn for the worse. The Liu family were villains, and Captain Sun was the enabler behind their malicious deeds. No wonder the Liu family acted with such impunity, audaciously tormenting one daughter-in-law after another. Jiang Er-yi and Jiang Wei stood at the kitchen entrance, their brows furrowing deeply upon hearing the news. Jiang Dabo hurriedly reported. Gasping for breath, I just overheard him at the village entrance introducing himself as Captain Sun, inquiring how to get to the village chief's house, so I rushed over. Upon learning that he was heading to their home, Jiang Yang remained unfazed, resolutely instructing the family in the kitchen, "Let us face this Captain Sun together." Jiang Xing scoffed, stating, "To us, the captain is merely an official, yet Qing is not solely at his beck and call. I refuse to believe that he could forcibly take away Xiaoyu, even if it costs my life." With the words of the two elders from the Jiang family, the underlying panic among the younger generation dissipated like mist. The Liu family may have tormented Jiang Yu, but thanks to the unity and strength of the Jiang family, Jiang Yu would not end up like the previous daughter-in-law of the Liu family who had met a tragic fate. Captain Sun, indifferent to his duties. Should he choose to assist the Liu family's oppression, they would not stand idly by and allow Jiang Yu to be returned. As fifth uncle rightly said, there is still a life at stake. We refuse to believe that a mere captain could wield such unchecked power. Prepared to fight with all their might, the Jiang family collectively exuded a spirit of defiance, their gazes resolutely fixed on the doorway. Wang Fugue nodded and smiled broadly as he led the way. "This is the village chief's home. Captain Sun, please take care on the rocky path." Straightening up, he gestured toward Jiang Yang, who stood under the eaves. "Hey, you there, the captain has arrived. Why are you not hastening to welcome him?" In the past, the village chief was the most prominent figure in the village. Previously, when he accused Shen Qing of causing him to lose a duck, he would have relished the opportunity to showcase his authority. Yet, it was strange, in past instances, whether it was city officials or village chiefs from other areas, Jiang Er-yi would personally greet them from afar. Why was there no warmth from the entire family today? Captain Sun, accustomed to being warmly received by vendors in the city and villagers alike, awaited the Jiang family's welcome. As he waited in vain, he noticed the men, women, and children standing beneath the eaves of the earthen house with expressions of discontent. His heart sank, and beside him, Lu Yener whimpered in dissatisfaction. He patiently patted her small hand. "Fear not, your man will speak on your behalf." Assuming an air of authority, he stepped into the courtyard. Only then did Lu Yener feel satisfied, proudly surveying the surroundings, her hand covering her nose as she followed him inside. Jiang Yang clasped his hands in greeting. "I have the honor of meeting Captain Sun. May I inquire about this lady?" His gaze turned toward Lu Yener. Not only Jiang Yang's gaze, but the eyes of the villagers peeking in from the courtyard were also fixated on Lu Yener. Lu Yener proudly puffed out her chest, her outfit straining against the fabric. Jiang Ying frowned. This was no ordinary constable, and where was the constable who would adorn themselves with makeup? Yet, she appeared unabashed, seemingly reveling in the attention. Zhou Yan scrutinized her for a moment before recognizing her and calling out warmly, "Xiang Nan." "Why, is that not Lu Xiang Nan? I am your sister Zhou Yan. We grew up in the same village, have you forgotten?" Suddenly being called by a name she hadn't heard in 15 years. Lu Yener felt more irritated than delighted, and since being sold into that wretched place, her greatest fear was encountering someone familiar. Gazing at Zhou Yan, she coldly replied, "You must have mistaken me for someone else." Zhou Yan was not to be deterred, her voice rising in enthusiasm. "How could I be mistaken? We spent over a decade in the same village. You used to cry when your mother wouldn't give you food, always trailing behind me to catch cicadas to roast in the stove. Once, your brother snatched the cicada you had roasted, and you cried and told your mother, who then scolded you for letting him take your food instead of promptly sharing with him. You were so upset that you cried when recalling it. Don't you remember?" Lu Yener stood momentarily stunned, then murmured, "That was my own mother and brother. Of course, it was right to feed them. Their well-being is my own support. How could I truly disregard them? Who can truly neglect those who raised them? Moreover, Shang heir is the Liu family's heir, destined to carry on the lineage. Without Qing heir, the Lu family would face extinction, and as a member of the Lu family, she naturally could not turn her back. You even mentioned to me several times that once you had money, you would buy plenty of delicious food, just for yourself, to live a good life. Xiang Nan. You must be living a good life now, aren't you? Lu Yen'er felt a conflicting urge to laugh and cry. Is this truly what a good life looks like? No one knows the trials she has faced to attain it. Suddenly, the fury that had surged within her, fueled by a desire to resolve matters concerning Jiangyu and the Jiang family, dissipated. Yet, she raised her head defiantly, sneering, I've already told you. You have mistaken me for someone else. We have come today to conduct official business, hand over Jiangyu without delay. As for the Jiang family, that was one matter. But Jiangyu must return home. Chen Tao is with child and cannot work, while her father and brother are incapable of labor. If Jiangyu does not return, all the household chores will fall solely upon her mother. Jiang Erye's gaze turned steely, piercing as he inquired, May I ask why you demand Jiangyu's surrender? What crime has my niece committed? Please elucidate, good sir. Captain Sun's bloated face, a remnant of indulgence, twitched in annoyance. She is a married woman. Instead of dutifully serving her in-laws and husband at home, she has returned to her parental home. Such behavior is unbecoming. What Captain Sun did not realize was that Jiangyu had already divorced Lu Xing, and as a divorced woman, she was naturally entitled to stay at her parental home. Captain Sun waved dismissively, unconcerned. That divorce decree holds no weight. Lu Xing stated he did not wish to sign it, but you all forced him into it. Pray tell, how could your Jiang family so casually dismantle a harmonious union? Today I, the captain, shall take it upon myself to amend this. Chapter 65. Jiangyu has arrived. The Jiang family was seething with barely restrained fury. How dare they? Among the villagers gathered, many who had been present when Jiangyu was brought back from the Lu family wore bewildered expressions. The divorce decree has already been filed. How can it be changed? What future is there for women thereafter? Jiang Erye's expression darkened, while Jiang Wei was seething with rage, huffing indignantly. How can this be? The divorce decree has already been submitted to the Yamen. How can it be altered so easily? Upon hearing that it had been submitted to the Yamen, Captain Sun faltered, glancing at Lu Yen'er beside him, and asked with displeasure, why was this not mentioned regarding the Yamen's records? Without the proper documentation, tearing it up suffices. After all, everything inscribed in the travel permit belongs to the Lu family. If the Lu family refuses to release someone or intends to abduct them, the Jiang family's refusal would be unlawful. Furthermore, as long as the Lu family retains the travel permit, Jiangyu cannot even enter the city, destined to remain in Qili village for all her days. Conversely, with the documentation filed, the travel permit is in the Jiang family's hands. The Lu family cannot reclaim anyone, nor can they exert legal pressure. Even if Jiangyu remarries later and obtains the travel permit, it would not affect her situation. Lu Yen'er blinked her bewildered eyes and replied, I don't know either. My mother didn't he say? The onlooking villagers grumbled in dissatisfaction. Jiangyu is nearly being beaten to death in the Lu family. What good does it do to send her back, but to face a dead end? Captain Sun, so authoritative, should point the way for the common folk, shouldn't he? Indeed, Lu Xing has taken a wife and has even fathered a child. How can Jiangyu survive in the Lu household? This is a form of humiliation that is utterly intolerable. Here is a man with a wife who openly marries again. May I ask Captain Sun if he is not violating the law? Captain Sun was left utterly flabbergasted by the question. He, as a mere captain, would not dare to take a concubine openly, let alone a farmer like Lu Xing. He inhaled deeply, suppressing his anger, and gritted his teeth, saying, Your mother. Your mother, tell me, what exactly did she say? Was it not said that the Jiang family bullies others? Coming to openly reclaim the daughter-in-law they had paid 10 taels of betrothal gifts for, they also ransacked the house, and she suffered quite a bit. It was said that Jiangyu was unfilial to her in-laws and disrespectful to her husband. Lu Yen'er shivered slightly. Her mother lamented that the people of Shirley village increasingly looked down upon their family. Jiangyu, a woman who married in, had attracted 6 or 7 strong men from Qili village to aid her, along with over a dozen robust women. Yet the people of Shirley village watched as the Lu family was bullied and did nothing to intervene. This was precisely because they saw that the Lu family was thin in numbers and felt they could not rely on them in the future, thus refusing to help. Her mother insisted on showing the people of Shirley village that, although the Lu family had only one son, his sister was resourceful enough to find a good man and could stand her ground without help from the villagers. Her mother stated that this was not merely a matter of silver but of face. It was about whether the Lu family could still stand firm in Shirley Village. Lu Yan suddenly felt exhausted. When she was young, they were looked down upon for not having a son, and now that they had one, they were still scorned. She forced herself to muster some spirit and, with a smile, gently said, "Sun Lang, I am entirely reliant on you. My mother has never seen the world. She only knows that if you can bring Jiang Yu back, you are an extraordinary figure." The Lu family, being few in number, was often looked down upon by the villagers. Now, even the people of Chili Village dared to bully them openly. If you could assist this time, then the folks of Shirley Village would no longer dare to scorn the Lu family. If you gain face, the Lu family would gain substance as well. Upon hearing this, Captain Sun felt a surge of vanity swell within him. He paid no heed to the murmurs of discontent from the surrounding villagers and immediately commanded Jiang Yu, "Go summon Jiang Yu. I will personally inquire about her wishes." The villagers had never seen such a woman before. A little scare and some threats about her family would surely make her comply. Jiang Yi coldly interjected, "Captain Sun, you may as well speak directly to me." Captain Sun raised an eyebrow in dissatisfaction, showing no respect as he asked, "Are you Jiang Yu? Can you speak on her behalf? Hurry and summon her. I do not have the luxury of wasting time here." Shen Qing stepped forward, neither servile nor overbearing, and spoke, "I am Jiang Yu's sister-in-law. Jiang Yu lives in my household. As the elder sister-in-law, I can make decisions regarding her matters. May I inquire what Captain Sun wishes to convey?" Captain Sun had not anticipated such audacity from a group of unrefined villagers daring to confront him, ignoring his orders. He narrowed his eyes, looking back. Noticing the woman before him was unafraid, as if he were not an official but an ordinary man. Yet, she spoke the truth. Jiang Yu did indeed live under her care, and she could indeed make decisions about her marriage. One side was resolute in refusing to summon anyone, while the other, for the sake of face, would not easily depart, resulting in a standoff. Jiang Yu, how did you arrive? Which big mouth let you know? Quickly return. Do not enter. Inside are your sister-in-law and your uncles. They can handle it well, do not worry." Aunt Xia meant well, but Jiang Yu replied firmly, "I will handle my own affairs." Upon hearing this, both Captain Sun and Lu Yan felt a rush of joy. Captain Sun quickly responded, raising his voice, "Which one is Jiang Yu?" Jiang Yu approached briskly, leaning on her cane, beads of sweat dotting her forehead, her hair disheveled. Upon seeing Captain Sun, she halted, stepping forward slowly, and replied, "I am." "Good. Did you voluntarily divorce? The Lu family claims they forcibly brought you back. Now, do you wish to return to the Lu family willingly, or shall I arrest your family and hold them accountable? Think carefully before you respond." Captain Sun squinted, applying pressure with a threatening tone. "There is no need to inquire about my family's faults. What crime is there in their aiding me?" Captain Sun nodded, a smile spreading across his lips. "Tomorrow, when the city gates open, I will go and die at the stone lion in front of the yamen. Let the esteemed magistrate see the Lu family's wickedness. If the Lu family gives me no way out, I shall not let them have it easy either. And as for you, sir, you may also have to account to the Lu family and the magistrate." Captain Sun's smile vanished, his face darkening with palpable displeasure. This was not merely about making the Lu family suffer, it was clear that he would also face repercussions. An unsophisticated rural woman dared to threaten him like this. Where did she find her audacity? No, she was not afraid of death, and indeed, she seemed unafraid of dying right here. Captain Sun inhaled deeply, calming himself, reminding himself that the barefooted need not fear the shod. After all, he held an official position. How could he squabble with a woman who could barely feed herself? He turned his head to Lu Yan, who was insistently tugging at his arm. "Sun Lang." Under the eaves, Zhou Yan spoke up, "Think. How could your parents treat you this way? Your brother is not good either. Why do you still want to help them? Jiang Yu marrying into the Lu family is not a bad thing for you. She has barely escaped from the fire pit. Why do you insist on dragging her back in?" Lu Yan, seeing that Captain Sun remained silent, bit her lip, sorrowfully saying, "I am already in this situation. Should I not help them but assist outsiders instead? Your misfortune stems from your parents. You should be angry with them, not transfer this misfortune onto other women, forcing them to share your plight." Chapter 66, Instigation. After Shen Qing spoke, Lu Yan paused, as if recalling something, her eyes reflecting helplessness and confusion. She then shook her head, managing a bitter smile. Lowering her head, she gripped Captain Sun's sleeve tightly, unwillingly stating, "If Jiang Yu cannot be brought back, My mother will suffer in the Liu family. Captain Sun looked toward Jiang Yu, who would rather perish than submit, then glanced at the unwavering Jiang family members and the throngs of villagers perched atop the courtyard walls. He gritted his teeth and encouraged, today was a miscalculation. They are numerous and powerful, forcibly taking her away might not succeed. It matters not. Wait for me to gather the constables, and you need not worry. There is nothing I, Sun Gui, cannot accomplish. What were a few powerless villagers? Taking away a divorced woman was as easy as capturing an ant. They could stir up no storm. Lu Yan smiled alluringly, praising Sun Lang, a true man must act swiftly. There's a mountain of chores waiting at home. Sun Gui beamed with pride, mentally preparing for the next few days off. Once he resumed his duties, he would gather his men. The Jiang family could await their turn. They should not expect an easy life. Captain Sun departed with Lu Yan, while Jiang Eryi clasped his fists in gratitude, saying, today, I thank everyone for your righteous words. Jiang Yu bowed gracefully to express her gratitude. The onlooking villagers, feeling somewhat embarrassed, began to murmur, oh, what is the need for such formality in a village? Jiang Yu has grown up before our eyes. Offering a few kind words requires neither financial expenditure nor labor. Why should we make a fuss about it? Amidst this light-hearted atmosphere, Wang Fugui, with a face smeared in dirt, discreetly slipped away. He had intended to stay and revel in the spectacle, hoping to witness the Jiang family suffer the consequences of their transgressions against the Liu family. However, he ended up feeling as though he was merely aiding outsiders in ridiculing his own village. At this moment, amidst the expressions of gratitude, he had become an irrelevant figure. So be it, he thought. If he was irrelevant, then so be it. His family had no pressing matters that required assistance from the villagers. With a household of considerable size, they could hardly expect to rely on them, and given the tenuous relations, they wouldn't suffer any losses. Who decreed that one must maintain good relations with one's neighbors? He had lived well enough for decades without doing so. What was the big deal? Moreover, Jiang Yu's offense against the Liu family meant she had also offended Captain Sun. Offending Captain Sun was tantamount to offending the authorities. The villagers were truly short-sighted. Daring to speak up in her defense, their days of comfort were numbered. Perhaps in a few days, Captain Sun would return, and then they would reap what they had sown. The more he pondered, the more he felt himself to be quite astute. Wang Fugui hummed a little tune as he gradually distanced himself from the scene. As the crowd dispersed, Shen Qing instructed Zhou Yan and Lu Xiaolan to escort Jiang Yu back home, hoping the two would offer her some heartfelt consolation. Zhou Yan and Lu Xiaolan dutifully took on the task, supporting Jiang Yu on either side, genuinely advising her, sister, please do not dwell on despair and take any rash actions. The days of living under the Liu family are now behind us. Let us live well from here on. Jiang Yu responded with a brilliant smile, sisters, rest assured. My elder sister treats me very well, and my family is kind to me, as are you both. I will not succumb to despair. She could embrace death, but she would no longer prepare to die in secret as she had before. If she was unafraid of death, why should she allow those who forced her to suffer to escape unscathed? The Liu family and Captain Sun had wronged her, even in death. She would ensure they bore the consequences, lest they ever trouble the Jiang family again. In recent days, she had given this considerable thought. Now that she was once more a Jiang, confronting the Liu family and Captain Sun head-on was not an option. Not only was she incapable of besting them in a direct confrontation, but should she resort to violence, the authorities would hold her elder brother and sister-in-law accountable, implicating the entire Jiang family unjustly. Only by speaking as she had could she instill a modicum of fear in Captain Sun, though how long that fear would endure remained uncertain. Zhao Mingwei, filled with concern, fretted, do you think this child, you, might act rashly? They had already endured so much. After finally finding a semblance of peace upon returning, this incident had arisen. Not everyone in the village was benevolent. Those who had stealthily conveyed messages to you were undoubtedly hoping for a spectacle. Taking pleasure in the misfortunes of others was their pastime. She lamented. A woman's reputation is of utmost importance. A few careless words can ruin her. What should we do? The truth is, reputation is only a prison for those who care about it. Once one stops caring, it loses its significance. Right now, Yu is not concerned about her reputation, but rather about her family. As long as we can prevent Captain Sun from displaying his authority, you will not act foolishly, Shen Qing analyzed. Zhao Mingwei recalled Jiang Yu's demeanor in the past few days. It was indeed different from the despondency she had witnessed while in the Liu household. It seemed as though she had been revitalized. However, how could they ensure that Captain Sun could not come looking for trouble? Shen Qing leaned closer to Zhao Mingwei, whispering a detailed plan. As Zhao Mingwei listened, her frown relaxed and she exclaimed, "How could I have not thought of that? Qing, you await news from your third aunt. By tomorrow morning, it will be handled splendidly." After Zhao Mingyue's family returned home to prepare, Shen Qing seized the opportunity to give Jiang Er and Jiang Wu a brief lesson. Tofu was a staple food that most families in the city could afford, and the villagers were willing to exchange their homegrown soybeans for a change in flavor. However, maltose was a different matter, at over 70 won per pound. Most families were reluctant to purchase it, and those willing to buy would seldom do so from street vendors, fearing they would be shortchanged. Even if they attempted to trade wheat or glutinous rice for it, given the current tight grain situation, especially with the wheat harvest looming next month, only a handful of families would be willing to barter for maltose. Jiang Ying and Jiang Daolong nodded vigorously, while Jiang Er and Jiang Wu subtly acknowledged an agreement. Thus, the sales strategy for tofu did not suit maltose. They would need to collaborate with sugar shops, pastry shops, and even cosmetic shops, supplying them for resale. While the profits would be lower, it would also free up manpower to focus on production. After Shen Qing finished speaking, she inquired, "What do you all think?" At night, visibility was poor, necessitating production during the day, with each batch requiring at least 3 to 5 hours. Thus, they could only produce once each in the morning and afternoon. The men would handle the preparatory work, while the women would manage the cooking, sending out 2 individuals for deliveries. It resembled a small-scale sugar factory, simplifying the process and allowing them to concentrate solely on the craft of sugar making. Jiang Daolong, excited, chimed in, "I think it's wonderful." He had previously worried about where to sell the product, fearing that such an expensive item might not sell. Even if it did sell, how much could they possibly sell in a day? Jiang Ying estimated conservatively, with 2 families working together and 3 large iron pots, "We can produce in small batches multiple times. Once the malt thickens, making dozens of pounds a day should not pose a problem." Shen Qing replied, "Not just dozens. According to the texts, pure boiling can yield over 100 pounds in a day, leaving ample room for growth. It is precisely because of the large volume that a wholesale approach is necessary. Retail is too slow. They needed money, and the faster, the better." The following morning, Zhao Mingwei deliberately brought along Jiang Dashi and Hong Hahua to assist, pulling a cart laden with tofu straight to Xingfeng Alley. Chapter 67. The Performance. As the old matron of the Sun family stepped out, Hong Hahua approached her, carrying about 10 pounds of tofu, her face bright with a pleasing smile. The old matron exclaimed, "Oh, we aren't buying tofu today. Don't hand it over. It's not for sale, it's a gift for you." Hong Hahua immediately responded, beaming with charm. The old matron, bewildered by the sight of the hefty tofu, soon realized they were likely seeking her influence to solicit assistance from her master. In truth, it was a delivery from others to the wife of Captain Sunday previously. Individuals from their village had acted thoughtlessly, leading to the divorce of her brother's wife. While it was an unfortunate situation, it had indeed offended her parents and brother, and they humbly requested that she forgive and not hold it against them. The old matron was taken aback, her eyes widening in realization. "Your lady's family is quite esteemed. When did your brother and sister-in-law divorce? Wait. Do you know who my master is? Are you sure you're not mistaken?" Zhao Mingwei, smiling broadly, responded with surprise, "How could we be mistaken? Is it not the illustrious family of Sun Gui, Captain Sun? How many captains do we have in Qing? Besides, just last evening, Captain Sun personally went to Chili village to seek justice for his brother-in-law, insisting that the divorced sister-in-law return to the Liu family." Jiang Dashi promptly packaged a few more pounds of tofu, adding, "Aunt, it would be wonderful if you could speak well of us in front of Mrs. Sunday." Jiang Dashi swiftly packed another 5 or 6 pounds of tofu and presented it, adding, "Indeed, Aunt, the women of Chili village are in a difficult position, truly. The Liu family is unreasonable. I did not mean to speak ill of your lady's family. Please do not take it to heart. Since the divorce has already occurred, could Mrs. Sun, as the elder sister, persuade her family to let it go?" The old matron took a deep breath to steady herself, reassuringly saying, "All right. I will speak to my lady. Please wait a moment." No wonder Captain Sun had claimed he had urgent business to attend to yesterday afternoon. Despite it being his day off, he had been addressing matters with an outside woman. Sun Gui had risen to become a constable and then a captain. Yet he had not even allowed his lady a few peaceful days before starting an affair and supporting his mistress. Fortunately, the tofu sellers were unaware of the intricacies at play, knowing only that she was a servant of Captain Sun. Otherwise, she would have been aware of the truth. Zhao Mingwei and Jiang Dashi watched as the old matron, with a grave expression, turned and hurried back into the house. Before long, she re-emerged, accompanied by a woman of considerable stature and elegance. The two whispered to each other as they walked, halting only when they noticed the onlookers. The old matron then stepped forward and inquired, "What is the matter regarding Captain Sun's visit to Chili Village yesterday afternoon?" The elegantly dressed woman stood by, her expression one of apprehension. Seemingly ignoring her, Zhao Mingwei sighed and began to explain, one cannot truly blame Chili Village. They brought the Jiang family girl back only because their circumstances were dire. They were already divorced, so technically it should have been a non-issue. Yet, inexplicably, Captain Sun appeared with a sprightly constable at the village chief's home, demanding the return of the Jiang family girl to the Liu family. We overheard the charming constable boasting about his father-in-law and brother-in-law, claiming they held him in high regard. Doesn't that sound familiar, my lady? Indeed, Jiang Dashi interjected. I was nearby and heard Captain Sun insist he would handle the matter well, ensuring his father-in-law and brother-in-law maintained their dignity in the village. Jiang Debo, blushing, chimed in. Mother, that young constable is truly handsome, with such fair and delicate skin. I even wondered if I could pinch him to see if he would blush. No wonder Captain Sun touched him several times. Hong Hua teased, be careful, little brother. It's one thing to admire a girl, but quite another to covet a young gentleman. The old matron observed her young Mrs. complexion darkening at the mention of the charming constable, as if she might erupt at any moment, and quickly tugged at her sleeve in warning. This group was still unaware they had mistaken the person. If they found out, they would surely refrain from speaking out. If that were the case, wouldn't they remain blissfully ignorant? Madame Sun was seething, her face as dark as a storm cloud, and she took deep breaths to suppress her fury. What young gentleman? He is clearly a lewd flatterer. Oh, so the surname is Liu, is it? And he dares to disguise himself and accompany Captain Sun, truly considering me a lifeless corpse. This Sun Gui has indeed been living too comfortably, forgetting his own worth. Taking a deep breath, she commanded, Go, summon Sun Gui back to me. The old matron hesitated, replying, But today is a rest day. I do not know where he has gone. Madame Sun coldly retorted, Where else could he be? Surely, he is either with that wretched woman or at the yamen, preparing to rally support for her. No matter where he was, inquiring at the yamen would yield answers. Make him return at once. Such matters of keeping a mistress are known to everyone around, and he may not even realize it. They are all working hard to keep it from me. Had it not been for these rural folk stumbling into this mess, I would have remained oblivious for an even longer time. Meanwhile, Zhao Mingwei and her companions stood anxiously, their expressions reflecting a mix of bewilderment and guilt. After Madame Sun's furious instructions, noticing the fear etched on their faces, she added, No one will know it was you who spoke. If Sun Gui ventures to Chili Village again, be sure to inform me immediately. Jiang Dashi, adopting a penitent demeanor, repeatedly acknowledged, Yes, we understand. Once the two departed, Zhao Mingwei waved her hand dismissively, Let us go sell the remaining tofu. The previous tension had vanished entirely. Shen Qing was also in the city. The conflict with Captain Sun was pressing, albeit bothersome, but it paled in comparison to the threat posed by the impending flood, which could lead to dire consequences. She was well aware of what was paramount. While addressing Captain Sun's issues was necessary, preparations for the flood could not be delayed. She first visited the blacksmith to order 15 large knives, paying a deposit of 3 taels. Then, she went to the carriage shop, reserving 2 oilcloth-covered carts of the simplest and most practical design for shielding against wind, rain, and sun, each costing 2.5 taels, with the same deposit arrangement. Originally intending to order them from the carpenter Guan, the craftsmanship would require over a month, which was simply too long. Furthermore, ordering from Guan would necessitate purchasing oilcloth and fabric herself. It was wiser to entrust such specialized tasks to those who were skilled. In addition to the 2 carts, she also ordered 2 carts from the carpenter, which would be completed in about half a month. Shen Qing had considered that 1 cart would be needed for cooking utensils, food, and other essentials, while the second would carry clothing and grains, all covered with oilcloth. With the summer rains, the men could manage. But with 2 little granddaughters and a daughter in the family, it was essential to have a sheltering cart. Chapter 68. What about the other families in the village? After ensuring the timely arrangements for the 2 items that required advance ordering, Shen Qing visited the fabric shop, purchasing some 3-layer and 6-layer gauze to place in her bamboo basket. Following the sale of her second batch of brushes, her thoughts increasingly drifted away from fishing and shrimping. Due to Jiang Yu's incident, they had not set their traps the previous day, and today she found no need to carry water buckets to sell eels. Hence the basket on her back. Earning silver was crucial, yet the income from the marketplace could not be neglected. However, the focus of her younger siblings on brushmaking was a priority. With sufficient silver and grain on hand, she could explore alternative methods. Before returning home, Shen Qing stepped into the pastry shop. The rich aroma of jujube pastries, the sweet softness of osmanthus cakes, the glutinous chestnut cakes, the tangy and appetizing hawthorn pancakes, the fragrant mung bean cakes, and the delicate osmanthus lotus seed cakes filled the air. Shen Qing generously purchased several packages, envisioning that during their journey, they could serve as a quick snack to stave off hunger. In the absence of a storage cabinet, she would not have dared to consider such indulgence. For even though oilcloth is waterproof, the summer humidity, especially in the rain, would likely cause spoilage within days. However, with a storage cabinet that preserved items impeccably, even if small, it sufficed for occasional or emergency consumption. A cubic foot would be enough for her needs. If necessary, she could find a way to replenish supplies along the way. The storage cabinet was indeed useful, but there were still other more pressing items to accommodate. If only she could acquire a few more, how splendid that would be. Yet, she remained practical and diligent in her preparations. Upon returning to Chili village, she first visited the home of Elder Jiang. Elder Jiang was polishing the large knife he routinely used for escorting goods when he heard Jiang Ying announce Shen Qing's arrival, prompting him to sheath the knife and step outside. Shen Qing seated herself on a chair moved by Zhou Yan in the courtyard, facing Elder Jiang and Jiang Ying. The large courtyard was crammed with various items, and although it appeared chaotic, it brought an immense sense of comfort. Jiang Ying, brimming with joy, eagerly declared, "Yesterday, I took the 2 or 3 pounds you prepared to the city for testing at the candy shop, pastry shop, and grocery store, and they ordered at least 10 pounds. However, they had previously hesitated to produce in bulk due to insufficient wheat supply. Currently, they could only provide small quantities, with larger orders not possible for at least 5 days. Regardless, being able to sell was a promising start." Hearing that several businesses had placed orders brought Shen Qing great joy. With just over a month until June, time was of the essence, and every single penny earned mattered. Jiang Ying scanned the surroundings to ensure no one was eavesdropping, then lowered her voice. "After I returned, I first ordered 2 carts from Carpenter Guan. And combined with the 2 we have at home, we should be prepared if the flood truly arrives. If not enough, everyone can carry some on their backs. However, I worry about the families of 3rd uncle and 5th uncle. They currently possess only 1 cart. As the saying goes, even a dilapidated boat has 3 pounds of nails. How can 1 cart suffice for a household of over 20 people? In the household of the 3rd uncle, there is no cause for concern. They sell tofu from 2 separate locations, initially relying on your family's supply, but once they earn sufficient silver, they will undoubtedly procure their own for convenience. However, the 5th uncle's family does not need to venture into the city for sales. They can merely focus on their work, which likely means they will not order an additional cart," Shen Qing explained. After a moment of contemplation, Jiang Yang replied, "No problem. I will speak with 5th uncle and have them prepare an extra cart." He then added, "With your assistance, our Jiang family has found a means to earn silver, so I have no worries. Yet, regarding the other villagers, the Feng and Qin families benefit from the work you provide, earning 50 coins daily. With this income, they may not eat lavishly, but they will not go hungry. The Wang and Zhang families are not on good terms with you, and their actions concerning Xiaoyu have left me disheartened. As for the Zhaohong families, I am uncertain about how to proceed. Both Zhaohong families were present during the incident at Shirley village, and they are diligent in their daily lives. As the village chief, I cannot disregard them. Additionally, the Guan family surely lacks for nothing in terms of money, yet the 3 elderly members are vulnerable and would be easy prey if left to fend for themselves. They must join the village's group, but that young boy Xiao Shan is not well, and Guan Li and Xiang Shi are unaware of Shen Qing's intentions. Although her purpose is not specifically to assist the Zhaohong families, what Jiang Eryi proposed aligns perfectly with her mission. She composed herself, suppressing her excitement, and said, "In just over 20 days, We will begin to harvest the wheat. Each person in my family is already quite busy. And if we were to spare someone to harvest over a dozen acres, the silver earned from selling wheat would not compare to the profits from producing brushes. The labor of harvesting is arduous and filthy, and by the time we finish, everyone at home will likely be exhausted and considerably thinner. Jiang Yang and Jiang Ying exchanged glances with Shen Qing, mistakenly believing she intended to ask the Zhaohong families for help with the wheat harvest. To their surprise, Shen Qing shifted her focus and remarked, "I recall that both families are skilled in fishing and catching shrimp and eels. I have a supply shop for eels, and it would indeed be a shame to let those resources go to waste. If we cannot muster the labor to harvest the wheat, I thought perhaps they could exchange their catch of eels, shrimp, and other fish for the wheat. However, they would need to harvest the wheat themselves. Uncle Ingzi, do you think this is feasible? Once the wheat is harvested, it must be threshed, dried, and hulled before consumption, and it must be ground into flour. Moreover, the grains at the market are affordable and of high quality, and currently, our household relies on purchasing from the market. Utilizing fish and shrimp to barter for unharvested wheat and then using the proceeds to buy grain from the market seems to be a solution that yields multiple benefits." Jiang Yang and Jiang Ying opened their mouths, initially wanting to protest, but then realizing there was no flaw in her reasoning. Indeed, by this method, Shen Qing could spare her family's labor from the exhausting harvest, while the Zhaohong families would surely not refuse to exchange unsellable fish and shrimp for grain. After all, for farmers, their crops are their lifeblood. Who could ever have too much? As they reflected on this, they recognized that Shen Qing's proposal was indeed unconventional. Others, no matter how weary, would be loath to part with their own grain. Shen Qing, as a fellow farmer, was able to make such a sacrifice solely for the sake of the village. Jiang Ying's thoughts wandered, realizing that Shen Qing was repaying a debt of gratitude to those families who had helped during the incident at Shirley Village. In addition, I wish to gather some dried and wild vegetables from the village, such as purslane, shepherd's purse, and preserved mustard greens, as well as dried fish. You have seen my family situation. A Bing cannot go out, Xiaoyu is limited in mobility, and Xiao Shui is responsible for critical tasks and cannot leave. Currently, we are only able to forage for wild vegetables in our spare time, and we must conserve our resources. I was thinking that the Zhaohong families could bring over a few varieties of wild vegetables each day for fresh consumption, while the dried vegetables could be unlimited in quantity, allowing them to produce more dried goods from their foraging to sell to me. How does that sound? Preserved mustard greens can be used to make braised pork, while other dried vegetables are delicious when steamed or stewed with fatty meats during winter. Jiang Ying concluded, "It is clear that Shen Qing is repaying a debt of gratitude to Xiaoyu." Chapter 69. Shen Qing is deliberately uplifting our Zhao family. Jiang Yang regarded Shen Qing with a thoughtful gaze. As the village chief, he realized he had not yet reached her level of vision and thoroughness. "If we survive the flood, it will be due to your efforts. If we do not survive, then it was simply our fate." Shen Qing was taken aback, not expecting such high praise from Jiang Yang. She felt a bit bashful, to be honest. Her actions had been motivated by self-interest. Teaching the Jiang family's third branch to earn money was because she deemed them capable relatives, and forming teams during their escape could provide mutual support. Contracting work to the Feng and Qin families was out of necessity, and only secondarily because they were good people. The same applied to the Zhaohong families today. While Sun Xiaomai and Zhou Chunch were also neighbors from the same village, she had no desire to help them earn a single coin, nor to team up with them. If we manage to survive the escape, it will be a collective achievement. After all, she had dreamt of the Jiang family members perishing one by one, nearly leading to their extinction. The foremost task was to ensure survival. As for living well, that was a concern for another time. Jiang Yang's thoughts wandered further. In the event of a flood, where would they flee? Other places would also be unable to cultivate this year, leaving only the prospect of next year, but from the time of clearing land and sowing seeds to the harvest, how would they manage their food supply during that interim? Shen Qing wished to set out early. Even if they could not depart, they must at least stay to observe. For farmers who rely on the land for sustenance, how could they bear to abandon their homes and livelihoods for a different location? Only when it was certain that survival was impossible on this land would everyone resolutely embark on the journey of escape, uniting against the challenges ahead. Unity is essential for a cohesive group. Shen Qing's immediate proposal to Jiang Eryi about sourcing fish, shrimp, and vegetables from the Zhaohong families was primarily to prevent disunity within her own family. Most people in Chili village are adept at fishing, to name a few. Jiang Datu, Jiang Sanyi, and Jiang Wei all possess this skill. As for wild and dried vegetables, every household has women at home. And purslane and shepherd's purse grow abundantly in the fields. If they were to accept anyone who came, they would be unable to distribute the resources evenly. With limited resources, they could only strive for equitable distribution. Otherwise, truly impoverished families might face starvation. Unexpectedly, Jiang Eryi and Jiang Ying not only did not feel alienated, but instead viewed her as possessing great vision and responsibility, selflessly considering others. Shen Qing thought, "Selflessness is far from my intention, nor have I aspired to that. However, being praised for my vision and responsibility does fill me with a sense of pride." Upon reaching the Zhao family, when she disclosed this decision, the Zhao brothers' mouths gaped wide enough to fit an egg, taking quite a while to comprehend. Zhao Laoda blinked his sunken eyes and cautiously inquired, "Are you suggesting we exchange this year's new grain for fish and eels, even including the little shrimp?" He could grasp the logic behind exchanging large fish and eels, but the tiny shrimp, so small and troublesome to eat, would only be suitable for the children. And the remainder would have to be crushed to feed the chickens. It was almost like giving it away for free. Who would willingly trade their grain for such? Especially given that it was this year's newly harvested grain. Shen Qing added, "Yes, we will take the little shrimp too, and as for the fish, small mixed fish would be preferable. Well, let's include the larger fish as well." They would be reluctant to consume the large fish they caught, as they would prefer to sell them in the city, where they would earn little silver for such effort. It would be better to save time and focus on catching more fish. Although large fish may not be particularly valuable at the market, they could still keep them for their own meals. She was already salivating at the thought of spicy fish heads, boiled fish, sauerkraut fish, and salted fish bones. Zhao Lao recognized that Shen Qing was, in essence, providing financial support to their Zhao family. If she were merely suggesting large fish, it might be acceptable. But why would she also want small mixed fish and tiny shrimp? These items would typically be crushed and fed to the chickens and ducks to encourage egg production. Shen Qing explained, "As you are aware, my family is currently engaged in the production of brush pens, and every member is exceedingly busy, leaving us with no time to fish. Furthermore, with the wheat harvest approaching next month, we cannot spare any time. Therefore, I must trouble you to gather it yourselves. And I feel rather apologetic about it. For the fish and shrimp they exert effort to deliver, they must also collect the grains in return, which seems to be a duplication of labor." The Zhao brothers shook their heads urgently, exclaiming in unison, "Not at all. We are quite pleased. After all, it is wheat. The crops have already flourished in the fields. Who wouldn't be delighted to see that?" They visited the fields daily, eagerly anticipating a bountiful harvest. Shen Qing was offering them the fruits of their labor. They merely needed to assist with the harvesting, and upon completion, it would rightfully belong to them. How could this be considered a bother? This was something every farmer yearns for. Unhusked wheat is priced at 7 won per jin, while eels are approximately 13 or 14 won. Would a trade of 2 jins of wheat for 1 jin of eel be agreeable? Shen Qing pondered, troubled by how to determine the exchange for fish and shrimp, as there was no specific market price in the city. Zhao Laoda interjected, "How about 3 jins of small fish and shrimp for 1 jin? Would that suffice?" After speaking, he felt anxious, wondering if it would be deemed unfair. Zhao Er, standing nearby, shared his disquiet. Small fish and shrimp held little value, with no substantial sales in the city. They were either sold alongside larger fish or in large quantities for a few won, lacking a concrete price. 3 jins for 1 jin was an offer Shen Qing could hardly refuse. She felt genuinely appreciative of the Zhao brothers, honest and unpretentious. They did not take advantage of her when she approached them. She declared, "Very well, in addition to the aquatic goods, I would also like fresh wild vegetables, 5 jins delivered daily for 10 won. If you have any dried vegetables, I would be interested as well, at 5 won per jin. Please consult the women in your households, and if possible, we could arrange for delivery tomorrow morning." Before Zhao Laoda and Zhao Er could respond, their wives, who had been eavesdropping at the door, rushed out, interrupting, "Absolutely. We will ensure it is delivered first thing tomorrow, and it will be fresh." They were astounded that the wild vegetables, which grew abundantly in the fields, could be converted into money at 2 won per jin. Moreover, if they harvested more than they could consume, they would blanch and dry the excess for winter when fresh vegetables were scarce. Every household had them, and Shen Qing had specifically chosen their family, which made them feel grateful. Zhou Chunchao and Sun Xiaomai realized that apart from themselves, The other families in Chili village were becoming busy as well. With the farming season now at a lull, apart from catching some fish and shrimp for a treat, and foraging for wild vegetables, what else was there to occupy their time? It was peculiar that while the Jiang family was diligently selling tofu, the village chief and the Jiang family's fifth son were also engaged in some activity. She frequently saw both families hauling carts past the village entrance. Yet she was unaware of what they were transporting. As Zhou Chunqiao cracked open fried broad beans under the eaves of the adobe house, she inquired, "What do you suppose they are doing?" Sun Xiaomai took a few beans from her hand, and despite her disapproving glare, she explained helplessly, "It's just my family blaming me for not letting me help at Shirley village the other day. Now the villagers have ostracized me, and I can't even eat broad beans freely." In the past, she could still enjoy fried peas and soybeans. But since the peas were gone and she had become reluctant to share her soybeans after they could be exchanged for tofu with the Jiang family, she glanced at Zhou Chunqiao's disapproving expression and thought to herself that Shen Qing was truly generous. She not only offered some broad beans but also eels and chicken eggs. Had she known, she would not have treated that simpleton so harshly. Otherwise, she would still have delicious food now. No, perhaps even more. She gathered her thoughts and replied listlessly, what else could there be? Perhaps seeing their brothers profit from selling tofu has made them envious, and now they are secretly scheming to make their own. Zhou Chunqiao nodded in agreement. If I were in their shoes, I would definitely be plotting how to do the same. By the way, have you noticed that the Zhao brothers and the Hong family have also become busy lately? My husband says he is out every day fishing for shrimp, as if he is living in the water. Those fish and shrimp can't be sold for silver. Catching so many that we can't consume them seems like a waste of effort. It would be better to conserve energy and relax instead. Sun Xiaomai had not noticed the men from the Zhao and Hong families, but she had observed the women from both families diligently working outside. You know, she said, leaning closer, I've seen them foraging for wild vegetables these past few days, and they are quite industrious. Wild vegetables aren't particularly appetizing. And it's not a year of famine, so why gather so many? They don't even spare a single wild vegetable. It's truly thrifty. Zhou Chunqiao suddenly recalled something she had seen earlier and scoffed. Let me tell you, just a few days ago, I saw the Zhao and Hong families delivering wild vegetables to Shen Qing's courtyard, baskets full of fresh and plentiful produce. Sun Xiaomai felt a pang of bitterness. Just a while ago, Shen Qing had gone out of her way to please her by sending her food. And now others were bringing gifts to Shen Qing to curry favor. They must have noticed how the Feng and Qin families were busy polishing pen barrels and calculated that they could take their place by offering gifts. How despicable. Zhou Chunqiao finally understood. Why hadn't she thought of sending gifts? Polishing pen barrels could earn 50 won a day, which was highly valued by the Feng and Qin families. They ensured that no outsiders were allowed to see. And she should simply ask Shen Qing to hand the job over to her. There was no need to learn in secret. Moreover, even if she learned to polish the barrels, it wouldn't lead to making brushes. Learning in secret would be of little use since the real skill lay with Shen Qing. However, she had no desire to send gifts. In the past, Shen Qing had sent her gifts to win her favor. And now she could simply refuse any offerings from Shen Qing. It would be enough to acknowledge her presence. Shen Qing, oblivious to the thoughts of others, was far too busy to concern herself with such matters. Ever since she had proposed purchasing aquatic products from the Zhao and Hong families, she had finally experienced the thrill of earning money in abundance. In comparison, the third and fourth families seemed to be engaged in trifling endeavors. The men from the Zhao and Hong families not only caught fish and shrimp, but also eels, loaches, snails, clams, essentially everything available in the water. This not only increased her balance at the market, but also enriched her family's dining table, elevating their standard of living. Meanwhile, the women from the Zhao and Hong families were equally formidable, delivering a variety of fresh wild vegetables. The wild vegetables Jiang Shui had brought back earlier were mostly withered leaves, but they were unwilling to discard even the yellowing ones. The wild vegetables sent by the Zhao and Hong families were all tender and pristine, perfectly cleaned and ready to be cooked with just a quick wash. Shen Qing believed that spending 2 coins per pound was exceedingly worthwhile. Fresh wild greens were delivered daily, while dried vegetables came every few days, as it took 5 to 6 pounds of fresh produce to yield a pound of dried goods, requiring extensive sun-drying that could not be delivered daily. However, even with 10 pounds of fresh vegetables each day, there were leftovers, which along with the dried goods and prepared smoked meat, Shen Qing stored meticulously in her storage cabinet. Currently, less than a third of the cubic space was occupied by smoked meat and pork cracklings, and Shen Qing intended to fill it to capacity before her departure. One cabinet was dedicated to dried vegetables and the surplus fresh greens, while another held pastries, one for meat and yet another for vegetables. Additionally, there was a cabinet for travel permits, silver coins, and a self-defense kitchen knife, with one more yet to be allocated. In just a few days, her balance in the marketplace had swelled to 20,000, and the silver saved at home had also increased significantly. Tofu now consistently brought in around 80 coins daily. The income from malt sugar was modest in the first 5 days, only reaching 30 to 50 coins, but after 5 days, production ramped up, sometimes exceeding 200 coins. Based on her dividends, Shen Qing roughly calculated the earnings of the 3 Jiang families, feeling a slight sense of relief. With only 30 to 40 days remaining until the flood, she felt time slipping away too swiftly. The Jiang family and others in Chili village had only just begun to earn silver. If only they had another 6 months or even just 3 more months. The disparity in their earnings would be substantial, allowing them to purchase a large livestock, which could transport grain while the men carried their belongings, making their journey much easier. But now time was far too short. At least the earnings of the Feng, Qin, and Zhao families were insufficient. The thought of large livestock reminded Shen Qing that it was already the end of April, and Jiang Xiangxi would soon return from his labor service. She could use the opportunity to send a donkey as a betrothal gift to the Guan family. With Guan Shaoshan unable to walk, he would undoubtedly need to sit in a cart, and the Guan family had so many belongings. Initially, during their escape, Carpenter Guan had transported their possessions, while Jiang Xiangxi carried grain, and Guan Shaoshan along with Zhang Sher pushed the cart, with Guanli assisting. Once the Jiang family acquired a cart, and Jiang Xiangxi was called back to haul their own goods, the Guan family faced extreme difficulties, nearly falling behind the group on several occasions, ultimately being left behind and falling victim to bandits. Jiang Xiangxi returned after a month of labor service, having lost considerable weight and with no time to recuperate. He rushed to harvest, only to be called back to focus on his own family after their escape, leaving him completely drained both physically and mentally. Chapter 71. Jiang Xiangxi has returned. As Shen Qing calculated her silver, she felt that a donkey was quite a trivial expense for her at this moment, when suddenly she heard a commotion outside. "Aunt Zhou, who are you looking for? If you need someone, just say it outside. It's not convenient to come in." "Oh, do you know what my relationship with Shen Qing is? We used to be quite close. She often brought me food. It was just a misunderstanding in the middle. Now I've come personally to find her and you dare to stop me?" The voice of Zhou Chunqiao was far from polite. Shen Qing furrowed her brow. What did she want? "I'm sorry, Aunt Zhou, but it's really not convenient to enter the courtyard right now. Please wait a moment. I'll go fetch my aunt to meet you. There are so many unmarried men in the Jiang family. What face do you have as an unmarried girl to stay here with them? Who do you think you are?" Shen Qing recognized Guan Li's voice and knew her temperament could handle Zhou Chunqiao. So, she didn't rush out. Upon hearing the clearly insulting remarks, she hastily slipped on her cloth shoes and stepped outside. An unmarried girl would naturally feel embarrassed, and Zhou Chunqiao's words were bound to infuriate Guan Li. Guan Li regarded Zhou Chunqiao's arrogant demeanor and replied sharply, "I don't know who I am, but you certainly don't even count as a scallion. You know I can stay at my aunt's house every day, while you cannot even cross the courtyard gate. So tell me, do I not have the right to stop you? One must not only grow older but also gain insight. Had I been your age, I would have known where I could enter and where I could not long before anyone tried to stop me. It would be quite disgraceful to argue with a younger person after being halted, wouldn't it? Oh right, you have no dignity to lose. Which is why you can be so shameless." Zhou Chunqiao was taken aback, and Shen Qing, who had rushed outside, was equally stunned. The former was furious, while the latter felt admiration. This child had remarkable composure, not allowing herself to be swayed by the verbal assaults of others. In the courtyard, Jiang Shui and Guan Shaoshan couldn't help but chuckle. Guan Shaoshan, blushing, remarked, "My sister is just like that." Jiang Shui added, "That's exactly what's good about her. She won't be bullied." Guan Shaoshan instinctively puffed out his chest, softly acknowledging with a hum. Zhou Chunqiao pointed angrily at Guan Li's face, sputtering in indignation. Guan Li, unfazed, replied, "Aunt Zhou, we live in the same village. Don't assume everyone is unaware of your thoughts. People may lack many things, but they must have integrity, right? Previously, even if Jiang Aunt was unkind to others, She had no complaints about Zhou Chunqiao and Sun Xiaomai, and the two had often treated her with indifference. Now that aunt had changed, they felt uncomfortable not approaching her. Yet they still did. They merely wanted to benefit from her newfound fortune. With her presence, they would not be allowed to disturb aunt. I have no integrity? That's still better than your lack of shame. Zhou Chunqiao retorted, regaining her composure. Shen Qing coldly regarded Zhou Chunqiao and declared, what integrity or shame? The betrothal gifts have long been prepared. It's just that Xiangxi hasn't returned yet. Once he returns, we'll choose an auspicious date and send the betrothal gifts to the Guan family. However, regardless of whether we send them or not, I already consider Ollie as my second daughter-in-law. Everyone in the Jiang family regards her as part of the family. Speaking of which, the matter between our families is settled. You, an outsider, dare to come and say it's not allowed? Isn't that a bit overstepping? Zhou Chunqiao had initially thought Shen Qing was merely upset with her for not acknowledging her previously. Today, she personally came to offer an olive branch, expecting Shen Qing to be moved to tears and revert to her former sycophantic demeanor. Yet, to her surprise, Shen Qing not only failed to welcome her but also allowed her to remain outside the courtyard, and instead of reprimanding Guanli, she referred to her as an outsider. Shen Qing had previously declared her to be her best friend. It must be that the incident where she accused her of consorting with wild men had hurt her feelings, and she was still upset about it. Truly, she was as petty as ever. Fine, I admit I was wrong before and shouldn't have accused you of seeking wild men. At that time, I didn't know you were earning silver by making brushes. But after such a long time, you should have let it go, right? Shen Qing replied, who are you? When did we become so close? What grievances could there be? Did you not lose a fat duck? That duck was indeed quite delicious. If I hadn't let it go, would you be preparing to compensate me with another one? The mention of the duck made Zhou Chuanxiao's heart bleed. She herself could hardly bear to eat the duck. Moreover, for this matter, she had been severely scolded by her husband and had been reminded of it repeatedly by her eldest son. Taking a deep breath, she turned to Guanli and insinuated, what do you mean by saying the betrothal gifts will be given once Jiang Xiangxi returns? Isn't that just a ruse? Jiang Xiangxi is already 19. What has he been doing all this time? Why wait for this 1 month of labor service? You, as a young lady, should have more self-respect. If it were me, having already come to your house, I wouldn't need any betrothal gifts. Guan Xiaoshan wished to convey that he and his sister were there to earn a wage. His sister was certainly not one to linger at her in-laws' home without a matchmaker, especially considering that his aunt was not of that ilk. Shen Qing's lips curled into a smile as she interjected, you mentioned that was you, not me. Let it not be said that uncooked rice has not transformed into a meal, even if it were to pop like corn. I shall ensure that the girl receives every penny she deserves. Zhou Chuanxiao's chest heaved with agitation as she scoffed, very well, I shall wait and see. Blowing hot air. You know very well the situation with Huabing, he's not likely to part with a single coin. If it weren't for the reluctance to part with the betrothal gifts, would we still be waiting for Jiang Xiangxi, now 19 and still making no moves? It just so happens that she visited today, and only then would they be willing to offer a betrothal gift? They truly take us for fools. She cast a disdainful glance at Guanli, muttering about the folly of some. No need to wait, the truth will soon reveal itself, came a low voice from afar. The three turned towards the source of the sound. They beheld Guanli, who had just endured Zhou Chuanxiao's scornful barbs without turning red with anger, upon seeing the newcomer. Her face flushed with embarrassment, revealing a bashful demeanor. Shen Qing remarked, love truly appears more delightful when seen through the lens of youth. She urged Guanli. Go on, it has been nearly a month since you last saw him. Guanli bit her lip, ultimately jogging up to him but stopping a few paces away, where the two engaged in hushed conversation. Shen Qing, observing Jiang Xiangxi for the first time, squinted against the sun, scrutinizing him closely. As the laborer of the Jiang family, Jiang Xiangxi was tall and robust, his muscles not sculpted from gym workouts, but honed through the rigors of genuine physical labor. After a month of toil, he appeared even leaner. This was owing to the sustenance provided intermittently by Jiang Xiangdong in the form of steamed buns and pork cracklings. Without such provisions, the arduous labor would surely have left him emaciated. Chapter 72, The Profound Changes Within a Month. Mother, Jiang Xiangxi lifted his gaze and called out respectfully. Shen Qing instinctively replied, yes, you must be exhausted. Come inside and rest. I will prepare a bucket of hot water for you to have a proper bath. The towering figure of Jiang Xiangxi momentarily froze, his eyes clouded with complex emotions. His mother had never treated him with such kindness. Even if the hot water had yet to be boiled, the mere verbal concern was a novelty, for she had seldom extended even that in the past. Especially this time. As he had served labor for the Guan family, his mother had wept bitterly before his departure, berating him. And he had mentally prepared himself to be at her beck and call upon his return. Yet, surprisingly, during his labor, she had sent a bounty of food through his elder brother. Now, upon hearing that she was willing to arrange a betrothal with the Guan family, he felt warmth in her concern for him. Guan Li gently urged, "You should go in." A wave of warmth surged through Jiang Xiangxi as he gazed at his home and family, feeling an overwhelming rush of emotions. As he passed Zhou Chunqiao, her mocking laughter pierced the air. "Xiangxi, you know well what your mother is like, don't you? At your age, still so naive. No wonder you haven't found a wife." He turned his gaze to Zhou Chunqiao, his expression growing cold. He was aware that his mother had not been particularly kind to him. He understood that his worth lay primarily in his ability to work. However, it was not for others to judge her character. "Aunt Zhou, I respect you as my mother's friend, but if you utter another disrespectful word about her, do not expect me to be courteous." He spoke these harsh words in a calm tone, causing Zhou Chunqiao to recoil in shock. How could she have forgotten? Shen Qing's sons were ranked in filial devotion from eldest to youngest. During difficult times, the eldest and second eldest had been blindly devoted, and with their current improved circumstances, they were likely to hold Shen Qing in the highest regard. However, being chastised by a younger generation was an affront to her pride. She huffed and turned away, leaving with the retort, "We shall see." She could hardly believe that Shen Qing would willingly offer a betrothal gift to a girl who frequently visited her home. Even if she did, it would likely be meager. After all, without a betrothal, Guan Li would certainly not run away. And Shen Qing might even be daydreaming about Guan Li marrying into the Jiang family. Shen Qing held no affection for Zhou Chunqiao. She could not comprehend why the original owner of this body had chosen to befriend her. Having observed Sun Xiaomai and Zhou Chunqiao's character, she had no intention of trying to understand them. Joyfully, she entered the house to prepare dinner, calling out to the yard, "Ali, Xiaoshan. You're both staying for dinner, right? It's been so long since Xiangxi has returned. It's a perfect opportunity to gather together." Hearing the mention of dinner, Guan Xiaoshan felt embarrassed to decline, but upon seeing his sister's flushed cheeks, he silently swallowed his words. His sister hadn't seen Jiang Xiangxi in a month. If he were to leave, she would undoubtedly feel awkward dining alone at the Jiang household. "Thank you, Aunt." With 3 additional mouths to feed, Shen Qing bustled around the kitchen, assessing what to prepare for the evening meal. Their diet had been quite decent over the past month. As evidenced by the visible weight gained by each family member, no longer were they the emaciated figures of before, their sunken cheeks now gradually filling out. In another month, even if they did not appear plump, they would surely be on the path to health. Jiang Xiangxi, having returned from labor, presented a stark contrast. Although he too had been working hard, his siblings engaged in lighter tasks, allowing for breaks to quench their thirst or enjoy warm meals. He, however, had subsisted on cold, hard buns, occasionally accompanied by pork cracklings, and had labored with stones and wood, each task requiring immense physical effort, with overseers ready to lash out at any sign of sloth. Though he was robust, he had returned significantly thinner and certainly required nourishment. She could not allow him to suffer further. With barely a month remaining until the impending famine, she was determined to use this time to restore her family's health, especially Jiang Xiangxi's. The basin was filled with the river snails delivered that morning, still needing to be cleaned of their mud, but that was of no concern, as she would extract them one by one with a needle. In the past, she had used flour to wash them clean. But here she had developed the habit of wasting not a single morsel of grain. Flour would never be squandered. Instead, she opted for wood ash. Wood ash was indeed a wondrous substance, possessing strong cleaning capabilities and antibacterial properties. After scrubbing and rinsing twice with clean water, even the tiniest crevices were left spotless. The chives in the yard had grown, and she planned to chop some to stir-fry with the river snails. The dish was unsuitable for children with delicate stomachs, so she would spice it up with dry chili peppers for a flavorful kick. In the water bucket lay a plump fish, perfect for 2 preparations. After sauteing the fish bones, she would add boiling water and then incorporate thin slices of fish, transferring the mixture into a clay pot for slow simmering. The fish head would be used to make a tofu stew. And she had discovered that cornbread cooked in an iron pot was far tastier than that made with white flour. Later, she would use the small iron pot to first bake over a dozen white flour pancakes, followed by a stew of wild greens and pork cracklings. As Shen Qing busied herself in the kitchen preparing dinner, Jiang Xiangxi was unable to take his eyes off the scene inside the house. Before his return, he had contemplated many scenarios, from bracing himself for his mother's wrath to being perplexed by the lavish meals sent by his elder brother. And he was eager to discover what had transpired at home. Yet, regardless of his expectations, the reality before him was utterly unforeseen. Each member of the household was engaged in tasks he had never witnessed before. Even Ali and Xiao Shan were partaking in the labor. What astonished him most was the return of his aunt. Aunt? He hesitantly called out, bewildered by the situation. Was she back to stay? He could easily explain to the Liu family that they were short-handed at home, but she had hardly been there long enough. Jiang Yu sat in a chair, a simple cane beside her, and she looked up at her nephew with a gentle smile. Yes, Ali has been waiting for you for quite some time. You and Ali should catch up. We can chat later. Jiang Xiangxi's gaze fell upon his aunt's legs bound with wooden strips and the crutch beside her. A surge of anger instantaneously welled up within him. Jiang Yu, sensing his agitation, soothingly remarked, "It's all right now. Your mother and the entire Jiang family have avenged me. From now on, let us live our lives together in harmony." Jiang Xiangxi comprehended her words. His aunt was not merely a temporary resident, but had genuinely returned to the Jiang family. What had transpired in the month of his absence that had brought about such a significant transformation? How could the changes be so remarkably positive that he suddenly felt a renewed sense of hope for the future? Dinner was served early, and while others expressed joy at the variety of dishes, Jiang Xiangxi, Guanli, and Guan Xiaoshan were left in a state of shock. For dishes, each containing meat. Even the same corn pancakes tasted far more exquisite and tender than those they made at home. What could be the reason? Jiang Xiangxi gazed at the pot bubbling with tender white tofu and, swallowing hard, inquired, "Mother, did you know I was returning today? Did you buy tofu specifically for me?" Shen Qing looked perplexed and replied, "I had no idea." The second son was still unaware that his third grandfather's family was producing tofu for sale. Chapter 73. The Intention of Guan Father. Jiang Xiangxi learned that his third grandfather's family was indeed making tofu for sale. Villagers could exchange soybeans for tofu. 1 pound for 1 pound. For every 3 wen's worth of soybeans, they could procure 4 wen's worth of tofu, and many families were eager to trade. Jiang Xiangxi pondered. How could his third grandfather's family have started producing tofu in just a month? Hadn't they run out of soybeans? He recalled that they had consumed the last of them last year when they were still fresh, and their arable land was limited, yielding little. Brother, you must not be aware that we also share in the tofu business of our third grandfather's family. Sometimes, when they produce more than they can sell, we split the excess between our two families. Jiang Xiangxi felt as though he were being bombarded with waves of astonishment, more than he had experienced in his 19 years of life combined. He adjusted his mindset, realizing that if their family could produce writing brushes, then it was not beyond comprehension for his third grandfather's family to make tofu. Surely, nothing could astonish him further. Not only was there tofu to eat, but also malt sugar. Their family had already indulged in malt sugar several times. Jiang Xiangxi felt overwhelmed. He had accepted the writing brushes, he had accepted the tofu. But now there was malt sugar? How many developments had transpired in his absence? He had only been away for a month, not a lifetime. Could it be that he had truly experienced a lifetime's worth of changes? No, even if a lifetime passed, it surely would not come to this. He glanced at his mother, who wore a gentle smile, as if all this were merely commonplace. She was markedly different from before, and this difference was strikingly pleasant. After dinner, while the sky was still somewhat bright, Shen Qing asked Jiang Xiangxi to accompany Guanli and her siblings back home, and to pay a visit to Guan Father, to discuss matters and seek his opinions. As the sun dipped low in the sky, the trio walked along the uneven dirt path of the village. Guanli, with her head bowed and cheeks flushed, and Guan Xiaoshan, with his youthful face, radiated a mix of excitement and joy. From a distance, Guan Xiaoshan spotted their father and could hardly contain his eagerness to rush over and inform him about the betrothal gifts. Carpenter Guan, upon seeing Jiang Xiangxi, couldn't help but express his concern. "You've lost weight. How could you have become so thin? The labor must have been grueling. I truly appreciate your efforts." Despite Jiang Xiangxi's robust stature, He had noticeably slimmed down. Had it been the elder man's frail frame in such labor, he surely would not have survived half the ordeal. Each time labor was required, several strong men had to be called upon, but Jiang Xiangxi had taken their place. He instructed Li. Quickly prepare a cup of brown sugar water for Jiang Xiangxi to replenish his strength. We have made plenty of cured meat, let him take some home as well. Since Jiang Xiangxi had not returned earlier, Sister Jiang would surely not accept it, but now, with the intention of nourishing Jiang Xiangxi, there was no reason to refuse. Guanli shot a disapproving glance at her father and retorted, "The cured meat was meant for us to stock up for when we needed to replenish our strength. Do you think it appropriate to send it over? Moreover, the Jiang family is eating quite well and has no need for our little offering." Carpenter Guan pondered, "This is, after all, a small token of appreciation from us. Besides meat, we have little else of value to offer." Guan Xiaoshan chimed in joyfully, "Yes, father. You have no idea how well Auntie's family eats. My sister will surely gain weight after marrying into their family. Soon, Brother Xiangxi might struggle to lift her." Guanli interjected, "Sometimes, it is better to remain silent." Jiang Xiangxi lowered his head and softly replied, "That won't happen." Guan Li's face brightened. It was rare for Jiang Xiangxi to speak up. Previously, his words had often left her feeling perplexed as to how such a fine man could be so tongue-tied. Was the separation the cause of this change? You also believe I won't gain too much weight, right? Xiaoshan tends to exaggerate. No. I mean to say that no matter how much weight you gain, I will still be able to lift you. You need not worry about eating, Jiang Xiangxi remarked earnestly. Observing how slender Guanli was, he thought it would be better for her to gain a little weight. Guanli took a deep breath, repeatedly reminding herself that Jiang Xiangxi had just returned after a month of hardship. She must not scold him. She must not, absolutely must not. Gritting her teeth, she declared, "I will go fetch you some water." Just as Jiang Xiangxi was about to protest that he wasn't thirsty, Guanli had already dashed into the house. Carpenter Guan smiled and said, "My little Li truly cares for you. She is so kind to you." Jiang Xiangxi wholeheartedly agreed, his eyes reflecting a profound joy. Guan Xiaoshan commented, "Why do I feel that my sister was a bit angry just now?" Jiang Xiangxi then addressed Guan uncle. "My mother mentioned that she would take me to the city tomorrow to select betrothal gifts for Li and asked for your opinions on what else should be purchased. Lest we overlook anything." Carpenter Guan's usually steady hands trembled slightly as he looked at Jiang Xiangxi, fearing he had misheard. Truth be told, he had been anticipating the Jiang family to come for a proposal since his daughter turned 15. From initially wishing for it to be delayed, to growing increasingly anxious. He had almost lost hope until Shen Qing's encouraging words rekindled his optimism. He felt relieved, knowing the Jiang family would indeed come for the proposal. But he had not expected it to happen so swiftly. Jiang Xiangxi had just returned today. Was he truly going to prepare for betrothal gifts tomorrow without taking a proper rest? However, proposals in the village typically required little more than 2 boxes of pastries and a bag of sugar, along with 7 or 8 taels of betrothal silver. So it shouldn't be too taxing for Jiang Xiangxi. He cautiously suggested, "Let us keep things simple, just as it is customary in our village. There is no need for extravagance. Li enjoys walnut cakes, so just remember to buy those pastries. As for the betrothal silver, you may decide the amount." "Xiangxi," he continued, "let me be frank with you, whether it be more or less, I do not require it. When the time comes for the wedding, let Li take what she needs to start her own home. Additionally, I have prepared an entire set of furniture as her dowry, ensuring that your life together will not be lacking." Jiang Xiangxi, typically reticent, found himself at a loss for words in response. "I have also made a cart for your family. That is the only skill I possess to offer. Since Li and Xiaoshan have suggested that the cured meat is insufficient, surely a cart will suffice?" Jiang Xiangxi, despite his usual reticence, understood that he was discussing marriage. How could he allow the bride's family to contribute so much? "Guan uncle, that won't do. You have raised Li. How could you allow your daughter to marry and still bear the cost?" Carpenter Guan waved his hand dismissively. His smile relaxed and unburdened. "As a father, I have raised Xiaoshan. Should he not contribute as well? Building a house, marrying a wife, and raising grandchildren will likely cost me even more. My daughter is no less than my son. Why should my son be allowed to give while my daughter cannot? I willingly wish to support her. It matters not whether she is a son or daughter. I simply desire for her to have a good life once she establishes her own home, and if it can be even better, that is all the more welcome." Beside him, Guan Shaoshan agreed eagerly. Xiangxi, my father is right to do this for my sister, and I can support myself. Even if I do not work at Auntie's, I will learn the carpentry trade from him. Supporting myself will not be an issue. Within the confines of the room, Guanli found herself unable to take another step, tears cascading down her cheeks. Jiang Xiangxi gazed at the Guan family, feeling a genuine sense of joy for Guanli from the depths of his heart. Her family was truly remarkable. He turned to the two of them and said, I will return and discuss with my mother how best to proceed. In the past, had Uncle Guan uttered such words, he would have dared not speak the truth to his mother, for if she were to learn of it, she would only feel justified in her actions, delaying until Li would forego the bride price and insist on marrying into the Jiang family. However, now he understood that his mother would not feel vindicated. Rather, she would find another way to compensate. Chapter 74. Arranging the bride price. When Shen Qing heard Jiang Xiangxi's news, she said nothing. The following day, she borrowed a cart and set off for the city with Jiang Xiangxi. Words were futile at this juncture. Instead, actions spoke louder. The in-laws, from top to bottom, were reasonable individuals. She could not allow them to be the subject of ridicule by those with ulterior motives. She must properly support Guanli and the Guan family in their endeavors. Li loves walnut pastries, doesn't she? Let us pack 10 portions. She adores walnut pastries, not other confections, so let us include one of each type as well. Can't finish them? No matter, we can share them with family and friends to spread the joy. Fabric was indispensable. How could one marry without the traditional bright red? 6 feet of it would suffice, one set for each of the newlyweds. After marriage, they would need to don new garments when returning to their family. 3 feet each of peach red and pomegranate red would suffice. Jiang Xiangxi need not purchase any, as he had already arranged for 2 new sets for himself when he provided clothing for the entire family, along with additional silk garments. Too many items would only weigh them down on their journey. Dried fruits, which are auspicious, could not be overlooked. 2 pounds each of peanuts, red dates, and lotus seeds would do. Candied fruits are delightful little snacks that every young girl cherishes. Dried apricots, peach slices, and dried plums, each in a bag. Young girls delight in looking charming. While one may not ponder their best years, they certainly cannot neglect to adorn themselves. Thus, various red silk flowers and red string shall be acquired. Mother, what else shall we buy? Is there anything more we need? Jiang Xiangxi anxiously inquired, as he trailed behind the increasingly laden cart. Would his mother truly leave nothing for their household? They earned silver, but how much could they truly accumulate? Especially considering it had only been a month? Reaching 20 taels would be a remarkable feat. Shen Qing pondered briefly before responding, nothing else is necessary. We need tea. Purchase sugar. I arranged for 10 pounds with your aunting last night. Malt sugar soothes the lungs and alleviates coughs, nourishing those who suffer from poverty. Additionally, given the family business, it was essential to consider their well-being. Jiang Xiangxi initially sighed in relief, but upon hearing about 10 pounds of malt sugar, he was taken aback. Although malt sugar is cheaper than brown sugar, it is only half the price. Most families would purchase a pound of brown sugar for appearances. Acquiring 2 pounds would signify great importance. Yet his mother, opting for malt sugar, had ordered a staggering 10 pounds. Shen Qing was mentally calculating their finances. With the initial 5 sales of calligraphy brushes, which were essential goods, they had saved little. After deducting the small amounts from subsequent purchases and deposits, along with the profits from tofu and malt sugar, they had accumulated a total of 96 taels. While they had yet to reach 100 taels, purchasing large livestock was certainly feasible. Why not acquire them all today? After a month of care, they would understand how to rear them properly. 11 taels for a donkey, 10 for the second, totaling 21 taels for 2. She intended to buy 4 in total, which amounted to 42 taels, plus an additional cow for 18 taels. In total, 60 taels would be spent, depleting over half their savings, yet Shen Qing deemed it absolutely worthwhile. This expenditure was essential. She had repeatedly considered this matter. Her 2 granddaughters needed not mention, but Huabing needed to feed her child, and Xiaoyu had injured her leg. Even when she recovered, a young girl relying solely on her feet for long journeys would suffer greatly, as would Xiaoshui. 2 donkeys, paired with a large cart, could carry 500 to 600 pounds, providing a comfortable and safe space for bedding and clothing. With 3 young girls rotating in the cart to care for 2 children, at least 3 of them would enjoy 2 hours each day without needing to walk. She had a marketplace at her disposal, and her diligent efforts were aimed at avoiding hardship. Thus, she arranged for a donkey cart for herself. In the cart, she would store over 100 pounds of grain, which she would transfer to the storage compartment after boarding, thus lightening the donkey's burden. The ox cart would be used to transport household grains, barrels, and cooking utensils, allowing the eldest son and 5 men to travel lightly. The eldest could protect his wife and children, the second could assist the Guan family, and the third, fourth, and sixth could safeguard the goods in the ox cart. With the Guan family possessing a donkey cart, Guan Shaoshan would not need assistance pulling it, lightening the load by an additional 200 pounds. In the end, Carpenter Guan and the second son could alternate pulling the cart, making the journey far less strenuous than it appeared in his dreams. Today's purchases of pastries, fabric, hair ornaments, and the 10 pounds of malt sugar would likely amount to 3 taels of silver, combined with the 60 taels for the livestock, leaving 33 taels remaining. 33 taels could accomplish many things. Jiang Xiangxi watched as his mother entered the jewelry shop, this time not to browse hair ornaments or red strings, but to examine silver jewelry. Silver bracelets and hairpins cost 2 taels for a pair, and he observed his mother nonchalantly ordering 4 pairs. Mother? Your sister-in-law came to our family at the age of 10, then known as a child bride. No bride price was arranged, and she has endured hardships all these years. Now that our family is thriving, I thought to compensate her for her share. As for your younger sister, Sai, the bride price was also ours, and she has suffered greatly without any personal possessions. Silver bracelets and hairpins are adornments in times of peace, but in times of turmoil, they serve as lifelines. And what of your younger sister? She cannot be without when others have more. Jiang Xiangxi listened in silence, then looked up to ask, but what about your share, mother? She considered everyone else, but neglected herself. Shen Qing smiled dismissively. I do not care for wearing them. The family's silver was in her hands, and she had a storage compartment for safekeeping. Whether she bought them or not was inconsequential. Wearing them would only be a burden. However, to Jiang Xiangxi, it sounded as if his mother did not care to eat, yet expected them to partake. She bestowed the best upon them. He vowed, Mother, in the future, I will buy you gold jewelry to wear. Shen Qing replied, Why would you mention buying me gold jewelry? You should buy it freely instead. As for me, I can certainly purchase my own. Moreover, she could acquire not only silver but also gold, along with crystal, agate, jade, and Hetian jade. Although she had only 25 taels remaining after purchasing the livestock, it was no matter. She was still earning and possessed the ability to earn more. Jiang Xiangxi felt a pang in his heart yet remained resolute in his promise. Li has it, and you must have it too. Without you, there would be no me or Li. Shen Qing believed that a child's filial piety was commendable and should not be stifled. She agreed, Very well, you work hard. Jiang Xiangxi was instantly filled with fervor, contemplating how much he could earn in a day's labor, and how long it would take to buy jewelry for both Li and his mother. He was soon rendered speechless as Shen Qing ordered 4 donkeys and a cow in one breath. Was his mother truly this extravagant? He had thought that the 4 sets of jewelry costing 8 taels was already a considerable expense, and their family fortune was nearly depleted. Yet his mother spent 60 taels without batting an eye? Good heavens, he needed a moment to absorb this. 60 taels was quite overwhelming. Chapter 75. Shen Qing's intentions were not in vain. Shen Qing's substantial purchases prompted the livestock shopkeeper to gift her a cart, not just any cart, but one with a canopy, waterproof and sunproof. Shen Qing had already reserved 2 carts in advance, sufficient for her needs. However, she cheerfully accepted the gifts without hesitation. After instructing the servant to harness the strongest donkey, she turned to Jiang Xiangxi and inquired, Do you think this would serve as a practical betrothal gift? The carpenter, Guan, would not accept a bride price. No matter how much silver was offered, he would always bring it back, along with the Guan family's dues. Those who cherish their children are often reluctant to spend on themselves, generously investing the saved silver in their offspring. Yet, Jiang Xiangxi was marrying, not entering a family. A marriage requires a semblance of propriety. Why should a daughter, painstakingly raised, have to pay to enter the Jiang household? The Jiang family was not so affluent that marrying in would guarantee a life of luxury. Jiang Xiangxi observed his mother purchasing pastries, fabrics, and sugar, feeling quite satisfied. When he later saw her buying silver hairpins and bangles, he felt his capacity for acceptance had grown. He was no longer easily shaken by expenditures. However, the thought of presenting a donkey and cart as a betrothal gift seemed to eclipse even the 60 taels of silver his mother had spent. A donkey cost 11 taels, and the cart would likely be worth at least 2.5. In their village, the customary bride price was around 7 or 8 taels. When marrying off a daughter, it was lamented as too much, while when taking a bride, it was deemed too little. His mother had proactively increased the bride price and even prepared jewelry in advance for the young girl, Xiaoshui. As 4 donkeys and a single cow arrived at the village entrance, it caused quite a stir throughout the entirety of Chili village. Children, who had been playing in the mud and throwing stones, nearly leapt up in excitement, rushing to spread the news to their elders at home. The end result was that even before Shen Qing had returned home, everyone from the elderly to toddlers in the village stood wide-eyed, staring at the donkey and cow. Look at that cow. Its horns are truly magnificent. I wish I could touch them. Are those long ears from the donkey? It looks somewhat silly, but in a charming way. What on earth was Shen Qing planning to do with so many livestock? Good heavens, how much silver must this cost? In just a few days, wouldn't they be harvesting wheat? And then they would need to plow the fields. Surely, the donkey and cow were intended for farming purposes. You're right. Among the fervent discussions, only the Zhao family found it implausible. Shen Qing's wheat was not even harvested. It had been exchanged with their families. How could she possibly buy a donkey and cow merely for plowing? Could it be that she intended to expand her business? Perhaps delivering goods for calligraphy? The more they pondered, the more plausible it seemed. Auntie, can my child touch that donkey? He had always dreamed of doing so. Rest assured. He will only touch it gently. If he dares to be rough, I will spank him. My child too. I have long wished for this. Would you allow her to touch it? With someone initiating the request, the previously passive children immediately tugged at their parents' clothing, their eyes filled with anticipation. The adults, unable to resist, especially fearing they might miss out on this unique opportunity in the village, hurriedly voiced their requests as well. Shen Qing joked, I can't allow that. But the donkey and cow are perfectly fine. Come, everyone line up. Approach from the side, we mustn't get kicked. It was merely a touch. What harm could there be in that? The children erupted into cheers, while the adults wore expressions of delight. Shen Qing stepped aside, allowing Jiang Xiangxi to maintain order. Zhao Mingwei also seized the opportunity to come over and watch, pulling Shen Qing aside to ask, how come you suddenly acquired so many large animals? It must take considerable effort just to cut grass and feed them. However, with the wheat harvest approaching, the donkey and cow would indeed prove useful. Shen Qing did not respond but instead suggested, Third aunt, have you considered purchasing a donkey? You and Dabo frequently travel to the city to sell tofu. It's not far. But what about third uncle and Dashi, who must journey many miles between villages to exchange for beans? If you had a donkey, not only would you avoid hauling the cart, but they could also take turns riding in the donkey cart, making the journey less tiring and quicker, thus allowing you to visit more villages and earn more silver. Zhao Mingwei had never contemplated acquiring large livestock before. She always felt that walking a bit was inconsequential as long as money could be earned. Not just her, but her family shared this sentiment. Yet now, after hearing Shen Qing's words, she suddenly realized that buying a donkey was not merely about enjoyment, but also about increasing efficiency, if they could work faster. Wouldn't that translate into more earnings? With the wheat harvest imminent and her family possessing a considerable amount of land, this year's yield was promising. Although in previous years she did not worry, this year, with the tofu business taking up considerable manpower, she was reluctant to pause production. During the busy farming season, it was precisely when farmers were most willing to spend on food, thus, tofu sales would likely be brisk and profitable. Continuous work was undeniably exhausting. However, with a donkey, the heavy labor of transporting grain could be entrusted to the animal. What seemed burdensome to a person, like a 100-pound sack, would be nothing for a donkey. Not to mention the grinding work. As she pondered, Zhao Mingwei found herself eager to rush to the city right then, and there to buy a donkey. She exclaimed, I'll return home and discuss it with third uncle. They originally had 29 taels in savings, and during the tofu sales, they had earned an additional 7 taels. Adding a few more to buy a donkey was certainly feasible. After all, acquiring it early would be beneficial for the wheat harvest and plowing, saving manpower that could be utilized for tofu production to earn even more silver. Mr. Jiang and Jiang Ying also came to see. Exchanging glances, Jiang Ying asked, Father, if third aunt buys one, should we also consider purchasing a donkey? Their family had savings, which they had previously been reluctant to touch, but recently, with the profits from selling malt sugar, they had earned several taels. If a flood were indeed to occur in June, Making a profit of 10 or more taels beforehand shouldn't be too difficult. Jiang Yang nodded and said, "We should buy a cow. A donkey may be cheaper by several taels, but a donkey can carry 300 pounds, while a cow can manage 5 to 600. The third family needs a donkey for grinding. Acquiring one is practical now and in the future. Our family, however, does not require a donkey for grinding and needs a cow for plowing." Jiang Ying was momentarily stunned before realizing, yes, buying a cow is indeed more practical for us. Their household not only had significant possessions, but also numerous children. In times of disaster, while men could carry their belongings and women could push carts, what about the children? Traveling several miles might be manageable, but over 30 or 50 miles would be a struggle. Adults would have to grit their teeth, while the children would inevitably cry. They could not afford to lose their belongings, and even more so, they could not lose the children. It would drive them to madness. Purchasing a cow would alleviate 500 pounds of weight. She looked towards Shen Qing's donkey and cow, understanding that she was making thorough preparations for the impending flood. Perhaps her own family could also spare some silver to buy a donkey. In that case, the cow could carry their belongings, while the donkey could transport the children. Fulfilling Shen Qing's thoughtful intention. Chapter 76. Going to the Guan family to propose marriage. Having gathered the necessary items, some rejoiced for Shen Qing, while others felt envy. And naturally, some harbored jealousy. The village was not entirely comprised of good people, nor were all individuals innocent. Sun Xiaomai, unable to contain her bitterness, remarked with an acerbic tone, "Purchasing 5 animals at once, can one still afford to live?" Truly, the poor had suddenly become wealthy, oblivious to their own worth. Wang Fugue gazed hungrily at the 5 large animals, then turned to Shen Qing, exclaiming, "Brother Jiang is truly fortunate to have married such a capable wife. It's just unfortunate his fate was ill, passing away so soon. He was never meant to enjoy a life of ease." Upon hearing this, Sun Xiaomai was infuriated, her anger boiling over as she mocked, "Oh, who was it that said Zhang's wife was no good, that she brought misfortune to men? And that marrying her would lead to disaster? They even claimed that a man's worth was secondary, and that one must marry well, or else one might not even know how they would die. Life, when extinguished, renders all endeavors futile. What is it, have you forgotten in less than 2 years?" Wang Fugue's face oscillated between hues of blue and red. After a considerable pause, he defiantly retorted, "I have pondered this, and it is clear that Brother Jiang lacked fortune. He cannot blame others. If his life had possessed sufficient resilience, how could he have been vanquished by a mere woman?" Sun Xiaomai countered with sharp irony, "I would argue that a woman ought to see her husband perish. Look at the life of the Jiang family when Jiang was alive. Compare it to the flourishing days they enjoy now, barely 2 years after his demise. Is it not evident that Jiang was indeed a burden? In my view, for a woman to succeed, her first step must be to rid herself of her husband." Wang Fugue, grasping the implication of her words, nearly choked in indignation. His face flushed with rage. Sun Xiaomai cast a disdainful glance at her ineffectual husband and turned away. Wang Fugue's chest heaved with anger, but with her departure, he found no avenue to settle the dispute. After a spell of brooding, he returned home alone. Amidst the crowd, Zhou Chunhua fixated on several robust livestock, her eyes reddening with regret. How could she have lost her composure and parted ways with Shen Qing in such an ungracious manner last night? No. She must extend an olive branch to Shen Qing. In just a few days, the wheat would be ready for harvest, and with 5 strong animals, transporting it from the fields would require minimal effort, followed closely by the plowing. She had to swallow her pride and make amends with Shen Qing. Jiang Xiangdong was perplexed by his mother's sudden acquisition of several livestock, as their family hardly needed so many. Yet, despite his confusion, he complied with her orders and constructed a thatched shelter beside the vegetable patch. "Mother, while the weather is mild now, will a thatched hut suffice in winter? Are you foolish, brother? By winter, we will have built a grand house, perhaps even one of bricks and tiles." Jiang Xiangnan exclaimed with exuberance. Jiang Xiangdong was unaware of the lucrative potential of brushmaking, but he knew that livestock was not inexpensive. A single animal could sustain a whole family through trade. His mother had purchased 5, which might even surpass the cost of constructing a brick house. He glanced at their humble thatched dwelling, contemplating the necessity of a new home, if not brick, then at least earthen. Ideally, it would have a tiled roof. He was utterly weary of the annual chore of replacing thatch and the incessant leaks during rainy days, especially when water dripped onto their beds, rendering the entire space damp and uncomfortable. With Jiang Xiangnan's interruption, Shen Qing need not address the winter insulation issue. After all, they would soon vacate Qili village. But where would they relocate? In these uneasy times, when calamity struck, one could hardly rely on the government for aid. Self-salvation was imperative. Natural disasters were terrifying. Yet man-made calamities were even more despairing. As common folk, devoid of power or influence, one must strategize ahead of time. Fortunately, the marketplace had begun to offer literature. Be it historical accounts, climatic conditions, geographic routes, or cultural nuances, which could be meticulously compared to identify the most suitable haven for a tranquil retirement. The following day, after a modest breakfast, Shen Qing visited Jiang to retrieve 10 pounds of malt sugar, also preparing the pastries, fabrics, and jewelry she had purchased the day before, loading them onto a donkey cart driven by Jiang Xiangxi en route to the Guan residence. Behind the cart trailed her family and the invited elder members of the Jiang family, including Jiang San and his wife, who were yet to return from selling tofu but would certainly arrive in time for lunch. However, the lively Zhao Mingwei was absent, leaving her family. Hu Bing and Jiang Yu, who were more reserved in demeanor, while Jiang Shui, being an unmarried girl, added to the modesty. Thus, Shen Qing invited both Jiang Ying and Zhou Yan to accompany her. During the slack farming season, especially at breakfast time, households either squatted under eaves or in corners, exchanging pleasantries. Upon seeing the red cloth covering the cart, they immediately understood it heralded a joyful occasion, their eyes widening with excitement. They hastily swallowed their food, scarcely able to set down their bowls, and hurriedly followed the donkey cart. Is Zhang's second son heading to propose at Guan's? How swift indeed, after such a long wait. Who would expect the proposal to be made so suddenly? The advantages of wealth. Yet, one wonders what treasures lie beneath that red cloth. In a village, news of a family purchasing a piece of meat spreads from one end to the other in no time, let alone a matter of such significance as a marriage proposal. Within moments, all who remained in the village gathered outside the Guan courtyard to witness. Guan Li and Guan Xiaoshan had been informed the previous day of the proposal and were prepared, waiting at home since early morning. Meanwhile, Guan the carpenter busied himself inside and outside, lacking relatives in Qili village. He should have sought assistance from several women, but as a widower, he refrained to avoid any impropriety. He also ought to have invited the village head to accompany them, but since he was part of the groom's family, he would naturally come along. Fortunately, in recent days, the two children had earned more than he, stocking up on meat and making meal preparations considerably easier. He sliced the smoked meat into generous portions, filling a substantial bowl. Separately, he prepared wild garlic, chopping the bulbs and leaves. By noon, he would fry a large bowl of it. Serving meat to guests was hardly a sign of frugality. He had slaughtered an elderly hen for a clear broth, which now shimmered golden. The chicken offal was mixed with pickled peppers for a spicy stir-fry, yielding a full plate. In the morning, he had purchased a sizable fish from Zhao Lao's family and exchanged 5 pounds of tofu with Jiang San's family, simmering both together for a hearty stew. He chopped a half bowl of chives and mixed in a dozen duck eggs, frying them into 2 plates of chive and egg. Finally, he deemed it necessary to prepare a vegetable dish, which should not be too shabby. Though the variety of dishes was limited, the portions were ample enough to serve a dozen or 20 guests without issue. The carpenter darted in and out of the kitchen, feeling both satisfied with the quantities prepared and anxious about the limited variety. What if it was insufficient? How embarrassing that would be. Before he could dwell on these thoughts, a cacophony erupted outside, accompanied by jubilant shouts. The carpenter's heart raced, and his trembling hands grew even more animated. Congratulations, congratulations. Uncle Guan is overjoyed, and so is Ollie. Guan the carpenter beamed with delight, replying, equal joy, equal joy. We shall all be one family now. Zhang's second daughter-in-law, overhearing, burst into laughter and remarked to those around her, listen. I've never seen a father so eager for his daughter to marry. Her words implied that he was almost too eager to see his daughter wed. The people beside her instinctively chuckled, but then recalled that Guan the carpenter was a good man, and soon they would indeed be family. Thus, they suppressed their laughter and refrained from commenting further. One cannot say it that way. It is no easy feat for Guan the carpenter to play both father and mother. Securing a suitable match for his daughter is also a way to honor her late mother, is it not? Indeed. Moreover, Guan Li is not young any longer. When children are young, there's no rush and one can take their time to find a suitable partner. But as time passes, the urgency to marry becomes overwhelming. You wouldn't understand unless you've experienced it yourself. The second daughter-in-law of the Zhang family, feeling unacknowledged, fell silent and turned her gaze to the courtyard, calling out, "Let us see what the betrothal gifts are. I would love to expand my horizons." Her mother-in-law had mentioned several times at home that Shen Qing was miserly and would never send anything of value as a betrothal gift. Furthermore, in past conversations when they had been close, Shen Qing had hinted multiple times that they would wait until Guanli was older, expecting the Guan family to compensate for their daughter's marriage. In this moment, is it not true that Guanjian is even more anxious than the groom? Perhaps the contents wrapped in the red cloth are nothing of value, which is why they are not revealed. Other villagers, buoyed by the festive spirit, began to cheer, "Auntie, do open it for us to see." Indeed, it has been quite a while since our village has had any joyful events. Especially since both your families are from our village, surely we must take a good look. Shen Qing, having overlooked Zhou Chun Chao's second daughter-in-law, who happens to be her own niece Zhou Tian, regarded her as somewhat foolish. She smiled at the enthusiastic villagers and replied, "All right, but it's nothing of great value. Just a token of good fortune." She then began to unveil the contents one by one. The largest package contained pastries. Wow! With so many pastries. When will we ever eat them all? Auntie, you are too generous. Zhou Tian, unable to contain herself, muttered under her breath, as expected, "It's just worthless items." No wonder there's such a large bundle. What is the use of buying so many pastries? They're neither cheap nor long-lasting. Isn't this just a waste of money for the sake of appearances? Truly a case of trying to look prosperous. The two bystanders heard this and quietly stepped back a couple of paces, thinking to themselves, "Aren't we all from the same village? Don't we have a sense of the marriage customs here?" Zhou Tian, as Zhou Chun Chao's niece, should have been grateful for just 2 bundles of pastries back then. Now she dares to complain about over 20 bundles. Truly, she lacks ability yet speaks with bravado. Shen Qing continued to open the second large package, revealing pink pomegranate fabric and gauze. Zhou Tian gazed at the neatly folded cotton cloth, remaining silent. The vibrant red fabric alone was enough to make a full outfit, and to her surprise, there were several sets of clothing fabric inside, all made of cotton. In this village, it's already quite remarkable for a girl to have a single new outfit, regardless of whether it's cotton or linen. Yet Guanli received 4 sets of cotton fabric. The men present remained composed, displaying no overt signs of excitement. But the women and young girls could not hide their envy. They thought to themselves that if only they could have a few sets of cotton clothing, they would be well dressed for the rest of their lives. Next, Shen Qing opened a small cloth bag, revealing hairpins, silver hairpins, and silver bracelets. This time, even the men fell silent. While the previous items could have been managed with some effort, these silver hairpins and bracelets were genuine silver, surely worth at least 2 taels. How could one simply acquire such items? Zhou Tian's face turned ashen. She bit her lip, recalling that she had only received 2 red hair ties back then. And her mother-in-law had stated that she was the only one to have them, implying that this auntie was particularly kind to her. What nonsense! Her sister-in-law may not have received the hair ties, but acquiring them was hardly a grand achievement. She felt that her past self was a joke. Having praised her mother-in-law for simply 2 hair ties, selfishly believing that as a member of the Zhou family, her treatment was superior to that of her sister-in-law. Suddenly, she squinted at the fully opened red cloth package and uncovered a shocking secret. With her eyebrows raised, she exclaimed, "Aunt Jiang, could it be that this is all there is? What about the betrothal money? You haven't prepared any?" Indeed, there was none prepared. Shen Qing replied candidly. Guanjian had stated he would not concern himself with the amount of betrothal money she prepared. He would ensure that Guanli brought back a sum. The Guan family had previously been in debt and had only recently settled their accounts, leaving them with scant silver. His words merely indicated he intended to include Guanli and Guan Shaoshan's wages in the calculations. Knowing this, Shen Qing still expected betrothal money. Even if it were merely the customary amount for the village, it would still deplete the Guan family's resources. Guan Jian, Guanli, and Guan Shaoshan were moved to tears upon hearing there was no betrothal money, with Guanjian simultaneously regretting having spoken too soon, realizing that Sister Jiang's well-meaning intentions had resulted in ill repute for them. Zhou Tian's eyes sparkled with delight as she triumphantly remarked, "I wondered why there were pastries, fabric, and even silver hairpins and bracelets. Combined, they can't be worth more than 5 taels of silver. Compared to the betrothal money of 7 taels, Auntie has saved 2 taels. Jiang Ying's expression shifted slightly, and she hurriedly added, "There's also 10 pounds of malt sugar." Huh, 10 pounds is worth just 7 coins. Auntie, you truly are a master of frugality, spending little to accomplish much. Zhou Tian scoffed. She once had 7 taels of betrothal money, and that was a substantial sum. Now, with everything added up, it doesn't even reach 6 taels. Falling short by over a tael compared to mine. Zhou Tian looked at Guanli with pity in her eyes. Unfazed, Shen Qing continued. I did not prepare any betrothal money because I thought with the wheat harvest approaching, sending a donkey and cart would be more practical for the Guan family. A wave of astonishment rippled through the crowd. What? The donkey cart is a betrothal gift for the Guan family? No wonder there were 4 donkeys and a cow. Yet only 1 cart. It was intended as a betrothal gift. Moreover, the donkey cart serves not only to carry wheat, but also, more importantly, to benefit Xiaoshan. Indeed. It's very considerate. Just the donkey alone I inquired about previously cost a staggering 11 taels of silver. After learning that, I left feeling disheartened. The cart must be worth at least 2 or 3 taels. My goodness, how much silver is this in total? With the fabric, pastries, sugar, and jewelry. It approaches 20 taels. For years to come, it seems unlikely anyone could surpass Guanli. Zhou Tian's complexion turned ashen, utterly distressed. A single donkey can equal the labor of 2 men. Many families can afford to marry a wife, but cannot buy a donkey. Livestock can sometimes be more precious than people. And Shen Qing, astonishingly, presented a donkey along with a cart as a betrothal gift. Has her mind gone awry? Chapter 78. The urgent harvest with the arrival of Shen Qing's donkey cart. Even those in the village who had been mocking Guanli could no longer muster a smile. If the difference were slight, it might have been acceptable. But the disparity had doubled and then some. How could they continue to mock? They would be laughing at themselves. Elder Jiang observed the donkey cart in the yard. Realization dawning upon him. Previously, he had worried that Xiangxi had not given Guanli an official status, fearing that this vulnerable family might not survive the journey to their destination. Shen Qing reminded him that she and Yingzi had no choice, after all. The more people who knew, the greater the potential for gossip, and they would not risk exposing themselves unnecessarily. However, it was one thing not to inform others. But how could the Guan family be left out? Unexpectedly, Shen Qing had been considering the Guan family's situation, having thoughtfully prepared an escape route for them. Indeed. Even if Guanli and Guan Xiaoshan worked for Shen Qing and received wages, Guanjian would not be able to purchase a donkey cart. Thus, gifting a donkey cart was the most practical assistance for the Guan family. This was far more useful than betrothal money, though it was indeed of greater value. At lunchtime, Zhao Mingwei also arrived, adding to the lively atmosphere. The 2 sides were already familiar with one another, and combined with the sumptuous lunch, everyone enjoyed a delightful time. After a satisfying meal, when Shen Qing called Hubing, Jiang Yu, and Jiang Shui into her room, the 3 looked bewildered. The betrothal gift had already been delivered. And the wedding date had yet to be set. Could it be a discussion regarding the date? After all, wedding arrangements can be intricate and complicated. One must prepare in advance. Once inside the room, Shen Qing immediately felt the space was cramped and oppressive, but there was little she could do about it for now. She would think about housing once they settled down. For now, it was uncertain whether they would even survive to reach the new place. From her bedding, which was essentially a storage compartment, she extracted 3 silver hairpins and 3 silver bracelets. After laying them out on the bed, she said, "Mei Hua, this set is for Hubing. Ho Hot, this is for Jiang Yu. Jiang Shui, yours is the lotus flower. You all have worked hard these days, and since you've earned some silver, it's time to reward yourselves." Hubing was taken aback. Today marked the day of Alalai's betrothal. And there was also a set of peony-patterned silver hairpins and bracelets inside. The 4 sets, aside from differing patterns, were otherwise identical. Did Mother feel that she had missed out on a wedding and was now thinking to make it up to her? However, she is a child bride. It was customary for her to be purchased with silver, and it is only natural that there were no formal wedding arrangements. Moreover, during this time, she has received new garments and enjoyed ample food. She lacks for nothing that Ali possesses, and Mother has no obligation to compensate her. She harbors no grievances whatsoever. Mother, this requires several taels of silver. The silver you previously bestowed upon me remains largely intact, and since I have sustained myself entirely with the public funds, it would be a sheer waste to accept this. Upon hearing that the gift from Ho Hot was intended for her, Jiang Yu felt a profound sense of unworthiness. her thoughts and expressions betraying her feelings of inadequacy. How could she deserve such precious silver? After hearing Huabing's words, she awkwardly echoed, "Sister-in-law, I think you should keep it. As a divorced woman, what right do I have to adorn myself with such items? Furthermore, I have no occasion to wear them." Receiving fine things would only lead to their ruin. Jiang Shui, initially in high spirits, found herself wavering after the rejections from her sister-in-law and younger sister. Could she indeed accept them? The items sent by Shen Qing naturally could not be reclaimed, and in these times, many women wrestle with feelings of unworthiness, believing themselves unworthy of good things and a prosperous life. Even a slight improvement in conditions fills them with trepidation, fearing that fortune may be taken away. She looked earnestly at Huabing and Jiang Yu, emphasizing, "This is not merely silver. Although in chaotic times it could indeed serve as currency, now it is simply jewelry. Whether you choose to wear it or not is entirely up to you. In the future, you will have plenty more. When you grow old and your children abound, you can gift it to your granddaughters or present it as a meeting gift for your daughters-in-law. The decision lies solely with you. But for now, these belong to you. And it is neither wasteful nor a disgrace. Rather, you are deserving of them." Seizing the moment while the two were still processing her words, she turned to her young daughter. "You have always cherished gold and silver. I have always thought this inclination commendable. Practicality is vital. We women should indeed have an affinity for useful things. Why did you not even utter a word of thanks upon receiving this gift?" Upon hearing this, Jiang Shui's hesitation dissipated entirely. No longer uncertain, she stepped forward to accept the gift, expressing her gratitude openly. "Thank you, mother." "Ah, splendid," Shen Qing praised. Huabing and Jiang Yu understood the implication of Shen Qing's words perfectly and chorused their thanks. "Thank you, mother. Thank you, sister-in-law." Shen Qing felt a wave of contentment wash over her. Amidst the oppressive atmosphere, merely surviving was enough. As women, they bore enough hardship, and she wished only to do what little she could to improve their lives, even if just a fraction. As May arrived, the wheat ears grew fuller each day, gradually turning golden. The entire Chili village, nay, the whole of Xing City, radiated with the joy of impending harvest. When the actual harvesting commenced, every household was bustling, scarcely pausing for breath. Shen Qing's family had no need to harvest wheat, making them relatively the most leisurely household in the village. The production of brush pens was on a steady path. Although the working hours were long, the work itself was not overly taxing. In contrast, Jiang Er and San Wei were exceptionally busy, with Jiang Sanye's household being the most occupied. After all, during the farming season, the tofu business thrived. Their household was split into two teams, both earning silver and reluctant to let go of any. Coupled with the wheat harvest, the entire family was so busy that they wished they could conjure up 8 more selves. Yet, even amidst their busyness, the 3 families did not come to borrow the large livestock. And as they refrained from asking, others seized the opportunity to do so. What was wrong with helping a neighbor in need? Don't let your donkey and cow sit idle. Even if used, they wouldn't suffice. In this close-knit community, where neighbors saw each other daily, I could hardly muster the courage to speak. Shen Qing, reflect on our past bond before you decide whether to lend or not. Shen Qing thought. She need not contemplate. She could respond without hesitation. A refusal was firm. "Do not even think about it. My donkey and cow are precious. They require sustenance for their labor. Do you have any to spare?" When Zhou Chunchao arrived, she brimmed with confidence, feeling assured of success. Even boasting before her son and daughter-in-law, now, confronted with Shen Qing's blunt rejection, she could not contain her irritation. What good could you possibly need? 1 head of livestock, as valuable as it may be, could never surpass a human. It is not that they're exceptional. It is simply that your family lacks them. My second uncle's household borrows to feed on malt and sticky rice residue, and my third uncle's borrows for tofu dregs. If you can provide sustenance for my livestock, I would consider lending to you. Shen Qing smiled bitterly, her tone frosty. Some people are simply oblivious to reason and possess an audacious sense of entitlement. Zhou Chunchao's face darkened, yet she could not muster a strong rebuttal. Tofu dregs are good enough for people. Who would waste them on livestock? She sought to borrow livestock for convenience, but what good is ease if it costs silver? She declared. You refuse to help with your 4 large animals over such trivial matters. Just wait to be scorned by the villagers. Chapter 79. The eager lender of silver arrived. Whether or not Shen Qing would face scorn, she knew one thing for certain. Even if Zhou Chunchao railed against her day and night, she would not lend her anything. Moreover, Her 3 donkeys and 1 cow were destined for great use. Indeed, she had no intention of keeping her livestock idle, yet. Even in aiding others, she had her own motives. She planned to assist only after the peak of the farming season. For livestock possess capabilities in transportation and endurance that humans cannot match. If she were to lend them to Jiang Sanyi and Wu Ye's households right away, the animals would shoulder most of the labor, and the families would not feel the urgency to procure their own. It was only when they were overwhelmed and exhausted, nearly to the point of collapse, that the inclusion of donkeys and cows would starkly reveal the significant gap in efficiency, prompting a unanimous decision to purchase. In fact, Jiang Sanyi and Wu Ye's households were indeed in such a predicament. Originally, Zhao Mingwei had recognized the utility of livestock and planned to buy one, but was met with unanimous opposition, as they deemed spending such a substantial sum of silver unwise. After all, during the busy farming period of 10 days to half a month, everyone could endure and manage without. The savings would amount to tangible silver. Zhao Mingwei remained unperturbed and did not dissuade them, patiently waiting, for she knew that the burden would not fall solely upon her. Everyone would share in the toil. When the farming season commenced, within just 1 day, everyone was at their wits' end. Those who used to rise early to make tofu could now neither rest nor sleep. They were so overwhelmed that they barely had time to breathe. The cycle of making tofu, selling it, harvesting wheat, transporting it, drying it, and threshing it left them sleep-deprived and disoriented, struggling to string together coherent thoughts. After 3 days of this relentless pace, they were on the verge of tears. They could hardly wait to buy donkeys and cows. On the 4th day, Shen Qing proactively offered to lend her donkeys and cow to them, and they were filled with gratitude, nearly moved to tears. With the addition of 2 donkeys, transporting soybeans between villages became a breeze. And the 2 donkeys could handle everything from hauling wheat to grinding, transforming the family's initial reluctance to buy even 1 animal into a consensus to purchase 2. Moreover, even after the harvest, they intended to buy more. After all, once the wheat was harvested, they would still need to grind, travel to various villages, and follow up with plowing. Jiang Wuye's household faced a similar situation. Theirs was better off than Jiang Xinye's, as they did not have to leave for deliveries. But making malt and boiling malt syrup consumed several laborers, leaving the remaining family members with even more taxing responsibilities. Watching Jiang Erye's family with 1 cow and 1 donkey, envy filled their eyes, and they silently regretted their lack of foresight. Had they purchased a donkey early on, they would not find themselves in such a dire situation now. When Shen Qing delivered a donkey to them, it was akin to a long-awaited rain in a parched land. With the acquisition of large livestock, her resolve to purchase a donkey was further solidified. Shen Qing had also lent a cow to Zhao Hong's family, which they had been alternating in use for several days. The earnings from both families were meager. Even if they desired to buy, their aspirations were hindered by financial constraints. Her intention in lending was solely to alleviate their burdens, allowing them to catch more fish and shrimp. The aquatic products from both families, combined with their own, resulted in at least a 50% increase in labor output. In farming, one is most apprehensive of the whims of weather. Often, a torrential downpour can obliterate the fruits of painstaking labor over half a year. And even a slight rain during the drying process can cause the wheat to sprout, rendering all efforts futile. Hence, there could be no delay. Nor could they afford to procrastinate. By late May, the majority of households in Chili village had not only completed the wheat harvest, but had also dried and stored it. Except for Shen Qing and the Jiang family's second elder, everyone in the village was busy tilling the land and sowing seeds. While the 2 families were not physically exhausted, their minds were burdened with worries, and their mouths were incessantly at work, persuading each other. "Mother, we have already traded our wheat. After all, fish, eels, and loaches can also bring in silver. But what about corn? Our entire year's provisions depend on it." Jiang Xiangdong implored earnestly. They were currently earning money through brushmaking. Yet how could farmers forsake the land that sustains them? Such fertile fields must not be left fallow. Shen Qing vividly recalled the pangs of hunger she experienced upon her arrival. Having endured many days of hardship, she was acutely aware of the value of land and grain. If they were to cultivate elsewhere, wouldn't they soon face flooding? Planting would be futile labor, not to mention a waste of seeds. Jiang Xiangxi, who was contemplating how to persuade them, finally spoke after a prolonged silence. "Mother, if you're concerned about affecting the brushmaking, my elder brother and I can plow at night, ensuring we do not waste the daylight for other work." Jiang Xiangdong nodded without hesitation. Traditionally, he and his elder brother handled most of the fieldwork. While the third brother would shirk responsibility, the fourth would find shortcuts, and the sixth was the most favored. Moreover, with the donkey and cow at home, as long as someone could guide the plow, the work was considerably easier than before. Why shouldn't it be feasible? It was entirely possible. Shen Qing inhaled deeply, unsure of how to respond. Mother, it's bad. Head constable's son has come again, and he has brought many constables. Jiang Yu is the first to stand, her petite figure eager to rush outside. Shen Qing shot a glance at Hu Bing, who promptly grasped her arm. Jiang Yu found herself unable to move. Looking up at Hu Bing with pleading eyes, let me go out and see, it's fine. Having enjoyed a period of peace, she believed the Liu family had ceased their harassment, assuming that head constable's son was no longer acting on their behalf. Alas, she was mistaken. They had not yet released her. Hu Bing paid her no heed, instead turning to Shen Qing, awaiting her command. Shen Qing replied coolly, there's no need for you to intervene, I shall handle it. If you wish to observe, you may follow behind me. Previously, Zhao Minghua had learned that the disturbances at the head constable's residence had become widely known among the neighbors, and for some time, there had been a lull in activity. It was curious that they chose to arrive precisely after the grain had been harvested and stored. It was evident that they had either resolved their domestic issues or reached a consensus, and today they were here to reap benefits. Sister-in-law, I'll go first, I can manage. Jiang Yu insisted. Shen Qing remained firm. I have plenty of silver. Don't you understand that those with wealth are emboldened? Alcohol may embolden the timid, but money grants courage to the impoverished. The silver she had spent at the end of last month had returned a fraction after 2 batches of goods sold this month. And the most significant portion came from the successful saponification of soap, which had yielded a considerable stockpile, effectively doubling her savings. She had ample funds at her disposal, yet her thoughts were not on expenditure but rather on accruing more wealth. After all, someone was eagerly delivering silver to her. As the courtyard door swung open, everything pertaining to brushmaking was promptly tidied away. Outside the courtyard, head constable's son wore a fierce expression, flanked not only by constables, but also by members of the Liu family. Jiang family, return my daughter-in-law to me. The constable bellowed, you must intercede on my behalf. Indeed, you cannot fathom the tribulations we have endured this past month, particularly my mother, who has toiled endlessly with unceasing chores, all due to Jiang Yu. Shen Qing chuckled coldly, whose mother does not endure hardship. Filial piety must be fulfilled by oneself. Chapter 80, I will use the land as collateral. Head constable's son shot a glare at the Liu family, causing them to fall silent, their faces adorned with eager smiles. Before he turned back to Shen Qing and asserted, the Liu and Jiang families have already separated. According to the law, there is no obligation to return. We are here today regarding the damage you inflicted upon the Liu family and the injuries to old Lady Liu. If you are willing to compensate the Liu family, all can be resolved amicably. However, if you are unwilling, you will be required to accompany us today. Jiang Yu sensed the implication of extortion, her face paling as if drained of color. Jiang Xiangdong's immediate reaction was, we do not possess much silver. Head constable's son had anticipated this, quickly retorting, if you lack silver, then let the newly harvested grain serve as compensation. Aside from Jiang Xiangdong, everyone else grasped the underlying meaning of his words. No wonder they had chosen to arrive precisely after the wheat had dried and been stored. They were clearly aware that farmers had little silver, and arriving earlier would have yielded no monetary compensation, while arriving later would render the grain unsellable. Jiang Xiangdong blinked at a loss, but our family has no new grain. We still need to purchase our rations. While their current diet was better than before, it was the result of genuine silver spent. Most of the earnings from brushmaking had likely gone toward buying food. Yet, it must be said that consuming fine grains most of the time, with only occasional coarse grains, truly nourished the body, especially for young children who were now plump and healthy. Spending money wisely had indeed proven worthwhile. Head constable's son and the Liu family were momentarily taken aback, with old Lady Liu being the first to exclaim, how can that be? You Jiang family originally owned a full 23 mu of land. In order to fund your child's education, you sold an acre now and then. Yet you have only sold a total of 5 mu. There are still 17 mu left, right? Surely you haven't sold them all in less than a month. Do you take us for fools? 17 mu of land is considered quite substantial, both in Chili village and in the surrounding areas. Although the younger Jiang siblings may not be adept, the eldest and second sons were certainly skilled farmers. This year's wheat had benefited from timely rains, leading to an abundant harvest. Who wouldn't be elated in a year of plenty? The eldest son of the Jiang family was incredulous that old Lady Lu would assume ignorance of their land situation and had the audacity to spout such nonsense. This time, the villagers observing did not need the Jiang family to speak. They began chattering among themselves. The land still exists, but the harvest has been lost. Aunt Jiang exchanged all this year's new grain for large fish, loaches, and eels with Zhao Hong's family, and even traded for miscellaneous fish and wild shrimp. How could there be any surplus grain left? The wheat from Jiang family fields was harvested by Zhao Hong's family, and they worked hard for it. It now belongs to them. Anyone who dares to take it would face the wrath of Zhao Hong's family. What is there to take? The new grain has already been exchanged with Zhao Hong's family, and besides, who can claim that the new grain belongs to the Jiang family? If they had come earlier when the wheat was still in the fields, it would have been hard to argue without evidence. But now it's too late. The opportunity has passed. Head Constable Sun's bloated face, a result of indulgence, was now contorted with displeasure. Were the Jiang family's lives so easy? Who would willingly give away their hard-earned grain to others? He gritted his teeth and turned to Jiang Xiangdong, demanding, if the wheat from your fields was traded for large fish, then where is the money earned from selling the fish? This is the eldest son of the Jiang family, who is also married. With the death of his wife, the women of the Jiang household must inevitably rely on him for sustenance. He cannot be kept in the dark regarding the family's financial matters. Jiang Xiangdong regarded Head Constable Sun with an expression of incredulity. Did I not mention that we need to purchase grain? Of course, it requires silver. Moreover, our household enjoys a good diet. I wonder if the money from selling fish will suffice. If not, we shall have to rely on the revenue from selling brushes to make up the difference, but that is a matter best kept from their ears. Head Constable Sun inhaled deeply, his frustration boiling over as he demanded, if grain must be bought, and it should be of good quality, then why barter your own grain away to others? Simply collect it for your household. Selling fish only to buy grain seems a roundabout way of doing things. Collecting grain is laborious. It must be harvested, transported, and repeatedly dried, and when it is finally ready to eat, it needs to be hulled and ground into flour. How much simpler it is to purchase it directly from the store. Jiang Xiangdong reiterated the words his mother had previously shared with them. Head Constable Sun opened his mouth, at a loss for words. He had encountered laziness and foolishness before, but nothing quite like this. He disregarded all decorum and asked, well, what do you propose we do? I must warn you, our officers are not to be trifled with. If there is no compensation, expect arrests. Jiang Xiangdong shrank back, glancing at Jiang Yu. Shen Qing furrowed her brow, questioning Jiang Yu's intentions. What do you expect her to do? She has not a single coin to her name. Where would she procure silver? All she possesses are a few silver hairpins and bracelets, which she treasures dearly, wrapped in layers of cloth to hide from outsiders. Old Lu scoffed, his murky gaze directed disdainfully at Jiang Yu. Why abandon a comfortable life with the Lu family to return here, only to find yourself without silver? Life is hard enough. Can you honestly say that having a man makes any difference? You are truly ungrateful. Jiang Yu retorted fiercely, what need have I for a man? I would rather see you all perish. I cannot endure another day in the Lu household. She turned her attention to Sun Fugue, stating, our family has no silver to repay. Feel free to imprison me. Head Constable Sun was taken aback by the audacity of this young woman, unafraid of incarceration. Did she not care for her reputation, or did she intend never to marry again? Once released from prison, no man would dare to claim her. Shen Qing, who had remained silent until now, panicked at Jiang Yu's proclamation of imprisonment and urgently addressed Head Constable Sun. Sir, my sister-in-law is speaking in haste. Please do not take her words to heart. A young woman cannot endure prison. It would be worse than death. How much silver must we pay to the Lu family? I will sell everything I have to gather the necessary funds. Head Constable Sun felt a surge of satisfaction and calculated, without revealing his thoughts, 3 taels of silver. Not a single coin less. Who would have thought that Jiang Yu would find herself with such a foolish sister-in-law, so overtly anxious and fearful, making her an easy target for manipulation? However, it was understandable, given that a country woman had little experience with the world. Her life had been one of petty concerns. And when faced with real trouble, how could she not panic? It was evident that only upon facing grave circumstances did the truth emerge. Upon hearing the demand for 3 taels of silver, a collective gasp filled the air. My heavens! 3 taels for that pitiful collection? To produce such an amount on the spot was truly distressing. Shen Qing was uncertain if she could muster the funds, but even if she did, it would be infuriating. The Lu family members were visibly agitated, nervously swallowing hard. 3 taels of silver. The bride price for a virgin is only 7 taels. For a second marriage like Chun Tao's, 1 tael would suffice, and they still had 2 taels left. Just imagine how much could be procured with 2 taels. I am willing to pay, but my family lacks silver. However, do not worry, I possess land. I can use it as collateral. Chapter 81. Land for sale. The Lu family was momentarily taken aback. Using land as collateral? How could that work? Had they not sold their land for money? Shen Qing nodded vigorously. Yes, yes. My land lies between Chili village and Shirley village. It's not too far from your village. Moreover, my land is close to a water source and is a good location. Using it to settle debts will certainly not be a loss, perhaps even a gain. Lu Xing was quite intrigued. His mother had mentioned that Chun Tao was likely to bear a son, and he ought to secure property for his future child, ensuring that his son would only need to lie back and collect rent without worry. How shall we proceed with the exchange? Shen Qing lamented. I have 3 acres, all along the riverbank, and I can offer you 2 acres in exchange for your debt. Old Lu scoffed. Who wants barren land? It yields little and requires effort to tend. It would wear a person out. The Lu family is small. The head of the household dislikes labor. The son is inept. And Chun Tao is currently unable to work. Jiang Yu, who could work, has run off, leaving all the chores to me. Suddenly acquiring 3 additional acres? Who would tend to them? She certainly would not. Lu Xing echoed. Indeed. Who wants useless land? We seek arable land, not barren fields. Shen Qing hesitated. In these times, who is not in dire need of money? Who would willingly sell land? Old Lu asserted firmly. You have no silver. You must sell, whether you like it or not. Here's the deal. We shall consider 1 acre of land as settled, and this matter will be concluded. Huh. Old Lu. Your calculations are nearly hitting me in the face. It is clear to anyone that 1 acre is worth 4 taels of silver. To think you would claim 3 taels for it sounds like you are trying to swindle us. Is your family devoid of shame? Who would sell land without necessity? Especially prime land near a water source? Even if you had the silver, you could not purchase such land. And yet you dare to demand 3 taels for an acre? Auntie, do not sell to the Lu family. Sell to me. I will give you 4 taels. Shen Qing replied. No, no. She cannot exploit the good-hearted. This land can only be sold to the Lu family or the likes of Head Constable Sunday. Upon hearing an offer, the Lu family became anxious. Lu Sheng called out urgently. Father, mother, good land is hard to come by. If you do not think of yourselves, think of your precious grandson. Old Lu and Lu Posey swallowed hard, their hearts racing with desire. When no one else was interested, they had been indifferent to acquiring good land. But now that competition had arisen, it seemed a treasure not to be missed. If they did not buy it, they would regret it. Never mind. If we can use it to settle 3 taels of silver, it is a profit. Old Lu glanced around, darkly warning, you onlookers, stay out of this. This is a matter between the Jiang family and the Lu family. And do not think we cannot afford to make up the difference. It is merely 1 tael. Shen Qing sighed. I understand that everyone is looking out for me, but this issue arose from the Jiang family. And it is best left to the Lu family to resolve. It will save us future entanglements. Besides, farming is exhausting. I have long wished to cease cultivation. Everyone knows my family's situation. It would be better to sell it all together for peace of mind. Selling to anyone is still selling. If there are buyers, I would rather lower the price to sell everything. The Lu family, ears perked up, immediately inquired, are you selling other good land as well? Selling all at once? Lowering the price? How much silver? Shen Qing cast a derisive glance at the 17 acres. You cannot afford it. Lu Sheng retorted. How do you know we cannot afford it? We must see if your land is worth that much. Jiang Xiangdong grew anxious, tugging at Shen Qing's sleeve and glaring at the Lu family. Mother, even if we sell land, it must not be to the Lu family. Shen Qing replied, good child. You do not understand. We can only sell to them. At this moment, everyone else had come to realize the unfolding situation. Shen Qing was resolute in her decision to sell the land. Not only could she easily procure several taels of silver, but the jewelry in the possession of Huabing, Jiang Yu and Jiang Shui alone was worth 6 taels, making it unnecessary to resort to selling the land. Furthermore, based on past practices, it was highly unlikely that they would readily agree to compensation. Yet today, not only did they agree without hesitation, but they also willingly offered the land as collateral, seemingly determined to sell it exclusively to the Lu family. What scheme was mother concocting? Regardless of her intentions, they were complicit. Jiang Xiangnan quickly restrained his elder brother and cheerfully remarked, "Brother, how can you harbor such prejudice? Naturally, we should sell to whoever offers the highest price. We can't afford to be at odds with silver." He had no desire to till the fields, yet he couldn't allow the Lu family to benefit unduly. Selling at a premium to the Lu family wouldn't be a loss. Jiang Xiangbei joined in the persuasion, saying, "Indeed, brother, this concerns our aunt. We cannot afford to err. If it must be sold to the Lu family, so be it. We only hope they refrain from causing further disturbances." Jiang Shui added, "Brother, heed mother's words. She speaks wisely." Jiang Xiangdong, unable to accept the meekness of his younger siblings, retorted, "How can I disregard our aunt? I am unwilling to sell to the Lu family precisely for her sake. Our fields are adjacent to the water source, and they are contiguous, making farming, irrigation, and harvesting incredibly convenient. We need not worry about selling them. Even if it takes time, we can afford to wait. Why must we rush to sell to the Lu family?" Shen Qing sighed, "While we may be anxious to sell, the land does not share our patience. The time to plant corn is fast approaching. If we do not cultivate the fields, how shall we sow the seeds? Allowing such fertile land to lie fallow would surely invoke divine retribution. If it must be the Lu family, so be it. After all, we were in the wrong first. Now I possess nothing else, and I only wish for us to live peacefully." The Lu family beamed with delight, eagerly agreeing, "Elder Jiang, did you hear what your mother said? She and your siblings are right. Why bother with him? He has no authority. Jiang family, Jiang's sister-in-law. Do enlighten us on how to proceed with the sale." After a moment of deep contemplation, Shen Qing raised her head, speaking with great difficulty, "For 17 acres. I propose 4 taels of silver per acre, totaling 68 taels. To give you a round figure, let us settle on 65 taels. For 3 acres. At 1.5 taels per acre, that amounts to 4.5 taels, which rounds to 4 taels. Originally, this sums to 69 taels. Deducting the 3 taels, it comes to 66 taels. Thus, let us agree on 65 taels. It cannot be less. If you wish to proceed, gather the silver and come for the land deed. Otherwise, I shall seek other buyers." "Mother, this price is far too low. It is excessively generous to the Lu family," they exclaimed. "Indeed, why should we offer them any less? That is a considerable sum." Shen Qing sighed again, "We possess ample land. It cannot be sold in haste, especially to the Lu family, for we must concede a lower price. Yet, 65 taels is still substantial. The Lu family may not even be able to afford it." The head constable, Sun, interjected promptly, "They can afford it. Once they see the land, if your words hold true, you can rest easy while the Lu family gathers the silver for the deed." The Lu family might not manage it, but he certainly could. He had long yearned to acquire the fertile fields at the edge of the city. Chapter 82, The Reluctant Sale of Land. Shen Qing's decision to sell the land was perceived in the village as the Lu family exploiting their influence through the head constable. Her choice to sell all her land at once was a strategy to prevent further oppression from the Lu family and the head constable, who might concoct other ways to exert pressure in the future. Alas, how tragic it was. As the old saying goes, the people should not contend with the officials. And indeed, this was true. The Jiang family was not merely at odds with the authorities, but had clashed with a bully emboldened by power, ultimately being forced to sell their land and become displaced. Shen Qing had little choice. If the struggle continued, it could lead to the ruin of their family. At least now, she possessed a skill that could generate income, allowing her family to survive without relying on the land. However, for a farmer, peace of mind comes from having land. Without it, one feels like a drifting reed without roots. The other members of the Jiang family were filled with righteous indignation. They initially intended to rush in and defend their cause, but Jiang Yang held them back. Confused, they called out, "Father, this is intolerable. Our second uncle, the eldest sister-in-law, has treated us well. Shall we simply stand by while she is bullied? Indeed, we, the Jiang family, are not extinct. How can we allow a mere constable to trample on us like this?" Jiang Ying hastily explained, "The eldest sister-in-law's family has even exchanged their nearly ready-to-harvest wheat. She must truly wish to sell the land, so let us not complicate matters for her. While the eldest sister-in-law may wish to sell, there is no need for her to rush. With a little patience, she could sell for at least 2 taels more." Jiang Dalong calculated with concern. Selling larger plots would inevitably lead to a price drop, yet selling to the Lu family meant losing out on 4.5 taels. 2 taels are hard-earned. They could buy many things, and if they waited, a higher bidder might emerge. Jiang Ying believed that while the land still held value after the flood had washed through, It would be worth no more than it was when their ancestors first cleared it. She would love to sell all her land, yet lacked the fortunate opportunity of her sister-in-law. Whether selling to villagers or other good families would only be a disservice. If only heaven could send a Lu family constable her way. For now, she needed to rein in her younger relatives to prevent them from jeopardizing Shen Qing's plans. Did you not hear the eldest sister-in-law say that the land cannot wait? Selling to others will only delay the planting of corn. Allowing the land to lie fallow for a season would surely grieve anyone. The younger generation fell silent. Jiang Daolong grumbled, perfect. If they cannot plant corn, let them sell to the Lu family. I would not feel a twinge of regret. Jiang encountered, if the flood comes, you will only lament why you did not prevent the Lu family from planting corn. She glanced at her father. Jiang Er, frowning, cast a stern look at his second son, his voice low yet authoritative. Nonsense. What your elder sister-in-law has decided is not for you to question. Should she require your assistance, you may step forward then. Unwilling, Jiang Daolong fell silent, gazing out at the courtyard. In the courtyard, Shen Qing had already negotiated the delivery date and additional terms with the head constable. Within 3 days, silver would be exchanged for the deed. If he failed to arrive, she would have the right to sell to another. The head constable decisively waved his hand, stating, no need for 3 days, come tomorrow. And we shall exchange silver for the deed, ending all entanglements. Including the Lu family's 3 taels, they had effectively discounted by 7 or 8 taels. Missing this opportunity would mean no second chance. He could not let it slip away. As for the Lu family's 3 taels, he had personally made 2 trips on their behalf. It was only fair to call it a fee for his efforts. Without his influence, how could the Jiang family possibly offer 3 taels? Without him, the Lu family would not have the silver, so this was entirely his due. The Lu family members were taken aback. They had initially intended to purchase merely an acre of land, supplementing it with a tael of silver. And now it had escalated to 17 acres and 3 acres. Lu Xing approached and exclaimed, brother-in-law? The head constable grandly replied, I shall fetch the silver. 65 taels was indeed a considerable sum, yet after years of service and subsequent promotion, how could he not have amassed some wealth? For him, 65 taels was merely half of his fortune. Lu Lao and Lu Per exchanged glances, their faces breaking into broad smiles. Lu Xing's eyes sparkled with excitement. He hurriedly praised, oh, brother-in-law, you are too generous. How can we accept this? Lu Per quickly stepped forward, tugging at her son's sleeve, and flatteringly remarked, your brother-in-law is wealthy. This amount is nothing to him. Heaven has smiled upon us. 20 acres of land will now belong to the Lu family. Our 5th daughter was certainly worth her birth. Old Lu couldn't help but chuckle, still pondering the utility of having a son. If only her 4 elder sisters possessed half of her prowess, their family would have long been blessed with fertile fields. Those 4 daughters truly seemed to have been born in vain. They had merely sold a trifle of silver. And there was scarcely a glimmer of benefit to be seen. A smile adorned Lu Xing's face as he remarked, indeed, my 5th sister is truly remarkable. An elder sister's excellence enhances her younger brother's potential. Mother, when 5th sister returns, do prepare a steamed egg custard for her. She used to love snatching my custard when we were children, so let her enjoy a generous bowl this time. Let her have it all to herself. I shall yield it to her. Old Lu felt a twinge of regret over the eggs and considered substituting them with duck eggs. However, steeling her resolve, she declared, very well, I shall prepare 3 chicken eggs for her, to nourish her and bring her some joy, so she doesn't keep saying that you, my son, are the favored one. I want my daughter to know that she holds a place in my heart as well. Son the constable had no time to listen to the chatter among the Lu family, and with a wave of his hand to his subordinates, he commanded, let us return to the city. The 3 members of the Lu family, sensing the intense glares from the Jiang family that seemed to strip them of their skin and bones, hastily called out for them to wait while swiftly following behind, darting away as though chased by wolves and leopards. Before departing, the villagers cast sympathetic glances toward Shen Qing's family, shaking their heads and sighing as they dispersed. Others from the Jiang family attempted to intervene, but were halted by Jiang Eryi, leaving only him and Jiang Ying behind. The 3 continued along the same dirt path as before, and upon reaching a secluded area in the fields, Jiang Eryi finally spoke, were you already prepared to sell the land to Lu and Sun? Shen Qing shook her head. It's not that I was fully prepared. I merely contemplated the idea. If they were to come demanding money under the guise of authority, I could convert the land into silver to appease them. Which would still amount to a considerable sum, wouldn't it? However, that would require their greed and shamelessness. Otherwise, even if I wished to sell to them, there would be no way. She continued, if they had any sense of propriety, they wouldn't dare come asking for compensation, and if they weren't greedy, they wouldn't rush to buy all my land at a reduced price. Jiang Eryi and Jiang Ing acknowledged the truth in her words. Jiang Ing, somewhat troubled, remarked, selling all this land would appear to outsiders as a desperate measure. We do not intend to sell, but we must find some pretext to avoid farming. Chapter 83 revealed that only Huabing had hit the nail on the head. Jiang Eryi lingered for this very matter, but not solely for his family. He was considering the entire village. Selling the land was impossible. They were unlike Shen Qing, who had been strategizing and striving for wealth from the outset. Even without land, her family could still thrive, and thus her decision to sell was met with little opposition. However, neither his family nor any household in Chili village possessed such a luxury. Now, he wished to minimize the losses inflicted by the flood without harming others, while ensuring their own survival remained intact. He glanced at the two younger generations, knowing that farming not only consumed physical labor but also wasted grain seeds. Their own situation was manageable, but the challenge lay in persuading their uncles and other families in the village not to farm, without inviting disaster upon themselves. If they spoke candidly, the aftermath of the flood would leave their family unscathed while their brothers and fellow villagers suffered grievously. Yet, should they reveal the truth, the fickleness of human nature could lead to their own tragic end. One might possess a kind heart, but one must not be foolishly benevolent to the point of disregarding their own safety and that of their family. Shen Qing understood Jiang Yang's intent and, after some contemplation, proposed, what if we say it was a dream? That we all had the same dream, not about the flood breaking its banks, but simply a heavy downpour that ruined the corn seedlings. Whether they believe it or not is up to them. Jiang Ing immediately grasped the idea and exclaimed, I think that is splendid. Since a flood breaking its banks has no bearing on the authorities, merely claiming it was a heavy rain, even if it spreads, will not be taken seriously as a form of deception. I will speak more truthfully with my father and encourage him as much as possible. Those who listen will be fortunate. Those who don't, it matters not. At least we shall bear no guilt moving forward. The primary concern was that their father would not feel remorse, for he was the village head and harbored different affections for the village and its inhabitants, especially considering their father's advanced age. The remaining elders in the village were childhood companions, while the rest were those he had watched grow up, out of personal affection. He naturally wished for the survival of those familiar faces. Constable's son was indeed quite invested in acquiring the land. Early the following day, he discreetly arrived alone. Such opportunities were rare. After all, with the 3 or 2 pieces of silver he had given away, he had saved a substantial sum of 7.5 taels. If he hadn't leveraged his influence, how could he have achieved such a total? Surely, he must seize this opportunity. This parcel of land was conveniently located near the city, easy to manage and close to a water source for irrigation. Renting it out to farmers annually would suffice. This could become a family inheritance. And with a piece of land belonging to the Sun family, his sons and grandsons would surely rise above the rest. Shen Qing observed Constable's son approaching alone to deliver the silver, realizing that the land deed would not reach the Lu family. Shortly after, Jiang Xiangnan, who had stealthily followed, returned swiftly, whispering excitedly, their donkey cart waiting at the village entrance, with an old woman standing beside it. Debo says she is the one who serves beside Lady Sunday. Constable's son handed the land deed directly to the person inside the cart. Mother, do you think it's Lady Sun? Jiang Xiangnan pondered. It was peculiar. Wasn't Constable's son acting on behalf of his mistress to support the Lu family? He should have held a fondness for the Lu girl. Why then was the deed being given to Lady Sun? Jiang Xiangdong, confused, instinctively reacted. Third brother. Shouldn't it be given to the Lu family? The Lu family was so delighted yesterday, and Constable's son never explicitly stated it was for himself. After all, Constable's son had initially mentioned that the 3 taels of silver were compensation for the Lu family. How had it come to be his? The others exchanged glances, remaining silent. Jiang Xiangnan had no choice but to explain. Elder brother, over 60 taels of silver, how could it possibly go to the Lu family? Constable's son is not genuinely looking out for them. Lu Sheng's brother-in-law and sister-in-law call him affectionately, yet look at how Constable's son responds. Jiang Xiangdong opened his mouth, finally grasping the situation. Constable's son had no regard for the Lu family. Having resolved Jiang Xiangdong's query, the others began to deliberate on Jiang Xiangnan's question. An extramarital affair. no matter how cherished, could never match the trustworthiness of a legitimate wife when it came to matters of personal gain. I've heard that the Lu girl has no children. A man may not love his wife, but how many do not love their children? 20 acres of land cannot simply be left for the children. Jiang Xiangdong recalled his earlier agreement to abandon 2 children, lowering his head in silence. What concern for wives and children? It seemed that Constable Sun was merely short on silver. All the wealth lay in Lady Sun's hands. When it came to acquiring family assets of such significant sums, one would surely seek Lady Sun's assistance. Who could remain unaware of it? Shen Qing listened to the discussions ahead without interjecting, but upon hearing this remark, she smiled slightly and nodded. Little Shui saw through it all. Trusting the legitimate wife and pondering the children were not the most critical matters for a man who could be devoted to an extramarital affair. He could just as easily father children with another woman. Thus, the key was to manage the household finances. However, since Lady Sun was willing to part with her wealth, she must be aware of the situation. Alas, this couple truly seemed cut from the same cloth, one exploiting the little power at hand to the fullest, while the other, unconcerned with right or wrong, merely focused on amassing wealth. She turned to the dejected Jiang Yu and inquired, "Now that we have silver, what would you like, Xiao Yu? Sister-in-law will go to the city and buy it." A full 65 taels, certainly enough to indulge in a grand shopping spree. They should stock up abundantly, filling 5 storage cabinets to the brim, ensuring that they would not need to worry during their escape. Jiang Yu lifted her head, her eyes brimming with uncontainable concern. "Sister-in-law, do you truly believe that dreaming of a torrential downpour and reaping nothing was merely a comforting excuse for me to sell the farmland? You've brought so much trouble to our family, and now you've even resorted to selling the fields." Shen Qing affirmed with unwavering certainty indeed. "Selling the land has nothing to do with you. On the contrary, if my dream holds any truth, I owe you my gratitude. Without the Lu family and Captain Sun, we would have no opportunity to sell to anyone else, would we?" Jiang Xiangbei urged, "Aunt, you should rest your mind. My mother's dreams are remarkably accurate. If it turns out to be incorrect, we may only lose a few taels of silver, which is not significant, at least not for our family at present." Jiang Xiangnan chimed in cheerfully, "I've long wished to abandon farming. It's arduous and tiresome. We could do so much better making brushes." However, Jiang Xiangdong and Jiang Xiangxi still yearned to cultivate the land. Even though crafting brushes could yield silver, the peace of mind that farming provided was irreplaceable. Yet, while outsiders may be skeptical of their mother's dreams, their family held an unwavering belief in her guidance. Hu Bing then inquired, "Mother, should we purchase some pork to make into cured meat, buy a few more jars to store lard and pork fat, and prepare some fried rice and noodles in anticipation of the deluge? After all, during heavy rains, firewood, even if not directly soaked, would still absorb moisture. These provisions would be delightful when soaked in hot water, and, even without it, they would suffice to satiate hunger." Shen Qing responded, "It is only Hu Bing who has hit the nail on the head. Let us buy. We shall stock up in the city." Chapter 84, Fetching Goods. Hu Bing suggested, then quietly stepped aside, her eyes sparkling with delight as she watched her younger siblings cheer joyously at the prospect of going to the city. She had been out of confinement for half a month, but with the little ones still so young, requiring feeding every hour or two, everyone could leave except for her, the mother. However, with so much to guard at home, it was fitting for her to watch over the house while caring for the little one. Bing, why are you still standing there? Prepare the essentials for the child. We must set off, Shen Qing urged as she caught sight of Hu Bing lingering by the side. Hu Bing was taken aback, replying blankly, "Mother, am I going too? But the little one cannot be separated from me." Without a moment's hesitation, Shen Qing replied, "Then bring her along. We have a donkey, and we can manage with both children without tiring ourselves. Second brother, go harness the donkey to the cart. Eldest brother, gather the things we need to take for the 2 kids. The sooner we finish, the sooner we can depart." She genuinely admired the name chosen by her eldest for the child, Huahua. She initially found it quite endearing, sharing a name with the giant panda of Huagua. However, when she heard the second brother refer to the little one as Xiao Chao, she couldn't help but stifle a laugh. The name for the girl was chosen far too casually. Thankfully, it was merely a nickname, and they could later think of a more suitable name once they settled down. Upon hearing that her grandmother intended to take her along, Huahua's round, dark eyes widened in excitement. She was cautious not to appear overly joyful and carefully glanced at her mother first. Jiang Shui did not anticipate that her mother would take both little nieces. Xiao Chao was far too young and would mostly eat, drink, and sleep during the journey. But Hua was already over 3 years old. Hearing them speak of the city, she felt an overwhelming desire to go. Unexpectedly, today, her wish would come true. She gleefully waved to Hua, "Come here to your little aunt. I'll hold you." After all, she was just a little girl of over 3 years. Hua squealed with delight and rushed towards Jiang Shui, not forgetting to praise her. "Little auntie is the best." She quickly added, "Grandma is the best and mother. Everyone is the best." Hua Bing watched her daughter's joyful little expression, unable to suppress the smile tugging at her lips. She turned to her mother-in-law and replied, "Indeed. But mother, who will guard the house? We cannot leave it unattended." Just then, Guanli and Guan Xiaoshan happened to arrive at the courtyard entrance and, overhearing, chimed in. "If you can trust us, Xiaoshan and I can keep watch, no problem." It was not a matter of trust, but rather, "Ollie, I've calculated your share. Since it's a rare occasion for everyone to be together today, why don't you come along with us to gather supplies?" Shen Qing said with a smile. Guanli hesitated. She had heard about the impending storm. While others might dismiss such tales, the village head Jiang Ying and her aunt had both experienced the same dream. And since they were already preparing, how could she remain unmoved? Before leaving in the morning, her father had specifically advised her to consult her aunt's opinion or observe what her aunt would do, allowing her to make her own decision. Guan Xiaoshan encouraged sister. "This is a rare opportunity. You should go with auntie and the others. I'll stay here. If anything happens, I'll call out loudly." With neighbors around, no one would dare to cause trouble. Jiang Xiangxi glanced at Guanli with concern, then said to his mother, "Mother, I'll stay. With the donkey and my older brother, third brother, and fourth brother here, we'll manage the goods perfectly well. My presence would be of little use." The third and fourth brothers were eager to go, and with both nieces accompanying, the elder brother could share the load with his wife. It was most fitting for Guanli to accompany them for purchasing supplies, and he felt it best to remain at home. After considering, Shen Qing agreed that leaving the second son behind was indeed the most suitable choice. "All right, third and fourth brothers, each take a donkey. Eldest brother, you lead the one hitched to the cart. Bing, you take the 2 children and sit in the cart. The rest of us will walk. Let us set off." All right. Their lively group set forth, more boisterous than ever before. While others may have been indifferent, Hua Bing and Hua, nestled in the cart with the little one, were visibly excited, their eyes wide with wonder as they took in the scenery along the official road. Before even entering the city, the sights along the road were not unlike those in their village, yet for little Hua, everything was a source of curiosity. Hua Bing, having not entered the city since she was 10, felt an overwhelming surge of emotion as this was her first return in over a decade. Jiang Xiangnan curiously asked, "Mother, why did we bring 3 donkeys?" The cart held Bing, Hua, and Xiao Chao, leaving insufficient space for supplies. The other 2 donkeys needed to carry bamboo baskets to hold more goods, yet Mother did not allow the baskets. What purpose did it serve to bring 2 donkeys? "I reserved 2 carts last month, and the pickup date is in the next few days. We're going to check if everything is ready," Shen Qing replied nonchalantly. As if discussing the weather, the surrounding youngsters were left dumbfounded. They had initially thought their mother had decided to acquire large livestock on a whim, but it turned out she had planned ahead by reserving the carts last month. Hua Bing, Jiang Yu, Jiang Shui, and Guanli all breathed a sigh of relief upon hearing about the carts. Hua Bing thought that with the carts providing cover, she would no longer worry about feeding Xiao Chao. Jiang Yu, Jiang Shui, and Guanli had the same thought, offering Hua Bing a sense of ease. It dawned on all 4 of them why Shen Qing had insisted they both accompany her to the city. She had a plan all along. The oil paper and blue cloth carts, one spacious and the other narrow, were explained by Shen Qing. The larger cart will be drawn by the 2 donkeys, Bing. You will sit in this one with the 2 children, and Xiao Shui, Xiaoyu, you will take Ollie in the narrower one. Guanli initially intended to say she was fine walking, but then reconsidered. Jiang Yu's leg had been injured, and if she overexerted herself, it could relapse. If she didn't tease it, Jiang Yu would certainly refuse to do so. Her aunt was merely using this as an opportunity to ensure Jiang Yu could rest. As expected, upon hearing Shen Qing's instructions, Jiang Yu did not decline and took Guanli's hand to board the cart. The brand new cart was incredibly clean, and the girls eagerly explored, treating it like a precious treasure. "This is my first time riding in a cart." "So is mine. I never dared to dream of riding in a donkey cart." Just getting to the city is remarkable, but entering requires a fee. The Liu family would never agree. Look at the people and houses outside the window. It's as if they're retreating backward. How fascinating. Let me see. It truly is. Shen Qing, standing outside the cart, listened to the girls' barely contained excitement. Their voices jubilantly mingling, and couldn't he help but smile broadly. The eldest, Jiangyu, is merely in her early 20s, a prime age characterized by vivacity and vigor, starkly contrasting the monotonous existence spent around the stove at the Liu household. Today, she exudes the youthful energy befitting a girl of her age. 3 men, guiding a donkey cart, wear expressions brimming with pride, reveling in their sense of accomplishment even more than if they were the ones comfortably seated in the cart. Within the cart are their wives, daughters, sisters-in-law, and nieces, those whom they are duty-bound to protect. Mother is right. Women have their tasks, while men bear their responsibilities. The domestic chores are largely shouldered by the younger women, and when venturing outside, the men must willingly assume their burdens. Chapter 85. Shopping and Stockpiling. If the initial excitement upon acquiring the cart was predominantly one of joy, the procuring of the large knives was met with sheer astonishment. 15 hefty blades, each too cumbersome for a single individual to carry. Jiang Xiangdong surveyed the surroundings, noting the absence of acquaintances, and hurriedly inquired, "Mother, what on earth do you require so many large knives for?" Clearly, preparing such items consumes considerable time, yet while a cart can be deemed practical, what purpose do these large knives serve for our peasant family? Jiang Xiangnan, his fingers caressing the knife sheath, exclaimed with delight, "Mother, you have no idea how I have longed for a large knife in my dreams. Now that we possess so many, could you spare one for me?" "Surely. I deserve a share." Jiang Xiangbei remained silent, his gaze contemplative as it drifted toward Shen Qing. Could it be that mother feared the chaos that might ensue after the torrential rains? Hu Bing reflected that it had been over a month since mother began ordering the cart and the large knives, subsequently earning silver to purchase livestock, and selling off land piece by piece. Perhaps she had already envisioned this scenario back then. And it certainly was not as straightforward as the torrential rains she mentioned. The cart, the knives, the meat, and the stockpiled grains, all of these signify preparations for a long journey. Were they truly contemplating leaving Chili village? If relocation were necessary. She mused as she surveyed the neatly arranged 15 large knives. "Mother, should we perhaps acquire 2 more hatchets, along with iron whistles or gongs? They might prove useful." Shen Qing looked up in surprise at her eldest daughter-in-law. How did she know that she was considering purchasing iron whistles or gongs? On the treacherous escape, amidst the throngs of people and the din of chaos, relying solely on vocal calls would be insufficient. Gongs, though loud, are cumbersome to carry, while iron whistles produce a sharp sound, ideal for signaling alerts. The hatchet was an unexpected suggestion. She had always thought the single one at home would suffice. But Hu Bing's insight made her realize that the efficiency of chopping would vary greatly between one person and 2 or 3 working together, especially when preparing meals in the wilderness. After a long day of toil, the difference between eating early or late is indeed monumental. Firewood, rice, oil, and salt. Firewood, being of utmost importance, naturally takes precedence. Moreover, traversing mountain paths necessitates the use of a hatchet to clear the way. She tentatively asked, "Ah Bing, your suggestions are both excellent and practical. What inspired your thoughts?" This place is not Hua country, where women not only receive education, but can also access a plethora of information through books, television, computers, and mobile devices, integrating it for their own use. Hu Bing, confined to the home, revolving around the kitchen and children, could hardly have conceived such notions. Hu Bing's eyes flickered with confusion as she responded, "I don't know. It just flashed through my mind. The gongs may be inconvenient to carry, but they can be placed in the center of the convoy, ready to be struck if needed. The iron whistle can be used at the front or back of the group, serving as an alert in emergencies. The hatchet naturally occurred to me for clearing paths through the thickets." How could she possess such knowledge? Since her memories began, she had been at the Jiang household, and none of this had ever surfaced in her recollections. Had she perhaps encountered these concepts before the age of 10? A sharp pain throbbed in her head as she looked at Shen Qing and asked, "Mother, do you think I experienced a famine before I turned 10? Did I lose my parents and relatives during that time, which led me to fall into the hands of human traffickers?" Shen Qing, having never dreamt of such events, could not provide an answer. However, acquiring such knowledge doesn't necessarily imply it was learned through hardship. It could have been through military drills. Yet for Hu Bing, who is presently devoid of hope. Disappointment looms larger than hope itself. She replied, perhaps our being is simply exceptionally gifted. Let us not force ourselves to dwell on the past. Once we reach a larger city, we shall find a reputable doctor to take your pulse. If you are a boy, Huabing might have been a military strategist. Alas, what a pity it is that the times are not favorable. When they reach a grand city during their escape, she vowed to take Huabing to see a physician. After deducting the deposit, only 2 taels remained to be paid for the cart, while the knives cost a staggering 20 taels. Hatchets, being essential everyday tools, were readily available at the iron shop, and 3 were purchased on the spot. Iron whistles were scarce, so 6 were acquired. A single copper gong was also bought, costing an additional 6 taels. Shen Qing sighed in relief. Thankfully, they had sold the land, yielding a tangible surplus of 65 taels in silver. All expenses today came from that amount. And not a trace of regret lingered. In fact, it felt like a profitable venture. Guanli followed behind, purchasing 2 iron whistles. After procuring the tools, they turned their attention to ingredients. The most vital and indispensable of all was pork. With the weather warming, mosquitoes began to proliferate, making meat difficult to preserve without spoiling. Fortunately, smoking meat was not hindered by such constraints. The best choice for smoked meat is pork belly, followed by fatty cuts, as once prepared. The smoked fat is savory yet not greasy, complementing any vegetable dish beautifully. In contrast, using lean meat results in a dry texture that lacks the richness essential for a delightful meal. Upon arriving at the pork stall, Shen Qing immediately claimed all the pork belly and fatty cuts. Pointing at 2 hind legs of the pig, she boldly declared, "We'll take these 2 as well." Jiang Yu gasped, whispering, "Sister-in-law, in this heat, we won't finish so much. Lean meat doesn't make good smoked meat. We can save by sticking to fatty cuts." The hind legs were entirely lean, with not a speck of fat, costing over 20 yuan per pound, far from economical. Guanli thought similarly, though Jiang Shui craved the meat. In the past, she would have thought any meat was better than none, regardless of whether it was lean or fatty. However, after overhearing mother and her sister-in-law's conversation, she sensed that the situation was more complex than simply a torrential downpour. There might be many more expenditures ahead, and the family's finances must be judiciously allocated. While having meat is indeed delightful, it is not an absolute necessity. Shen Qing quietly interjected, "We won't be making smoked meat. Let us prepare pork jerky instead." Lean meat, particularly from the hind legs, is ideal. Not only is it tender, but it is also juicy. Once finished, it will have a slight sweetness alongside a savory flavor, rich in aroma and texture, making for a delightful snack. We should prepare a generous amount for storage, natural and additive-free. This healthy snack emits little odor and is easy to preserve. Once completed, it can be stored in the storage cabinet, allowing them to take it out on the journey without arousing suspicion. Jiang Shui gulped audibly. Shen Qing continued, "Slice the pork into thin pieces or grind it into a paste, marinate it in spices for half an hour to an hour to infuse the flavors. Spread it on a bamboo sieve or mat and, if using meat paste, roll it out thinly. Place it near the charcoal fire to roast repeatedly. And finally sprinkle with sesame seeds for an aromatic and chewy finish." The greatest advantage of pork jerky is its quick preparation. It can be produced in bulk from dawn till dusk, unlike salted meat that requires sunny weather for drying, which is subject to climatic changes. This method allows them to roast it while cooking or boiling water simultaneously. This time, it was not only Jiang Shui who swallowed audibly. Guanli, without hesitation, raised her hand, "Auntie, I'll buy the remaining lean meat. Will you teach me how to make it? The hind leg meat is the best, but surely other cuts of lean meat would suffice as well." Chapter 86. Continuing to stockpile. As the weather grew warmer, Shen Qing found herself surrounded by family, and the task of roasting 2 hind legs of pork was pressing. The members of the Guan family had their daily responsibilities, leaving only the evening for Shen Qing to speak in hushed tones. "You can't handle too much at once. Buying in excess may lead to spoilage," she proposed. "I must go to the city to sell eels. Each time I return with fresh pork hind legs, I shall set aside 2 pounds for you. It would be convenient and fresh, would it not?" Guanli was overjoyed and expressed her gratitude profusely. "Thank you, Aunt." Ever since their last trip to the city together, her family had taken to purchasing pork every few days, half for immediate consumption and half preserved as smoked meat. Indeed, the richness of the fat had noticeably invigorated the 3 members of their household. With about 10 pounds of smoked meat set aside, They planned to prepare more smoked meat and pork jerky, which should suffice given their small family size. Seizing the opportunity, Shen Qing further inquired, "Shall I bring you a couple of pounds of white flour each time I purchase it? You can stir-fry it at home, it keeps well. And when it's time to eat, simply pour boiling water over it, sprinkle a bit of salt for savoriness, or add sugar for sweetness. If there's no fire, it can be eaten dry with water, ensuring one's hunger is quelled." Shen Qing was well aware of the Guan family's economic situation. They were not lacking in silver, but rather in good health. To foster better health, it was essential to elevate their dietary standards. Without hesitation, Guanli acquiesced, "Certainly. But, Aunt, I hope it won't burden you." Though silver could be exchanged, the meat and flour would require Aunt Shen to carry them back personally, along with their share. Shen Qing dismissed any concerns. "No worries, we have a donkey cart, so it won't be taxing." Purchasing white flour from the market was straightforward. It could be retrieved on their way back, and, even without the cart, it was manageable. The pork shop was not the only one in town. When one shop ran out of lard, they moved on to the next, ultimately buying 20 pounds of pork fat and 15 pounds of pork belly. The lard was particularly useful, as both the lard itself and the cracklings provided ample sustenance. Shen Qing allocated 10 pounds for Guanli's family to make soap. Although they had not saved any lard, the cracklings had been a constant source of nourishment, ensuring that their own family had more than enough fat. As they prepared to depart, Shen Qing decided against using the lard for soap and instead stored it all in jars for cooking on the journey. Guanli, looking at the 10 pounds of pork fat, felt a sense of relief and hurried off to the pottery shop to buy 2 large jars. Her own were too small, and she aimed to fill these new jars before the floodwaters arrived. Guanli believed that with the donkey cart secured, the meat and grain settled, and clothing and shoes taken care of, there was little left to purchase. Yet, trailing behind Shen Qing, she soon realized the myriad of items still needed. Oilcloth, though they both had carts to shelter them from the rain, accommodating both people and possessions was a challenge. The excess had to be transported by flatbed. While pots and pans could withstand the rain, grain and clothing could not. Moreover, it was not just large items that needed procuring, smaller ones were equally essential. While people could use umbrellas, their efficacy was limited in heavy rain. The baskets they carried needed to be thoroughly wrapped in small pieces of oilcloth to prevent soaking, lest their weight increase significantly. After securing oilcloth, they naturally also acquired oil paper umbrellas and ponchos. Fire starters were indispensable. They had always relied on flint. Yet, even with dry firewood, igniting a flame was arduous, especially in the damp wilderness. A fire starter ignited instantly, proving incredibly convenient. Salt was essential, and stocking up on a few extra pounds was prudent. Gauze was also needed, as Aunt Shen suggested making lightweight summer shirts with multiple layers for breathability and quick drying. The single-layer fabric, combined with cotton, could be fashioned into menstrual belts. Wouldn't it suffice to use just wood ash? Seeing her confusion, Aunt Shen elaborated, "We may not know if we can cook on the road. If we don't cook, where will we find wood ash? To collect it and fall behind the group would be counterproductive. Furthermore, even if we had wood ash, changing it wouldn't be convenient. Using gauze to wrap the cotton allows for easy replacement, even while in the cart, and once changed, it can be disposed of cleanly, ensuring comfort in the sweltering heat." They needed to arrange these matters for themselves. Guanli had never heard such talk before. Growing up, her mother had been bedridden, and her brother was disabled. She often fetched medicine and faced ridicule and derision, while her father struggled to earn a living with his carpentry. At a young age, she had treated herself as an adult. Her mother had never taught her these things, and the women she had observed led lives of self-sacrifice, barely managing to make 2 menstrual belts, let alone use cotton. Yet, it was Aunt Shen who had instilled in her the understanding that if she did not work for her wages, how could she afford to use cotton? Shen Qing's shopping spree was not for herself alone, but for a large family. With men, women, and children, it was prudent to acquire more supplies. The greater the variety, the better. If one day the market opened for everyday essentials, it would not be out of place to present them. Alas, when would the market next open its categories? The flatbed was laden with jars, oilcloth, oil paper umbrellas, ponchos, pork, and more, chaotic and messy, with blood and water mingling, leaving no space for cotton and gauze. Hu Bing, tending to 2 children and needing to nurse, alongside Jiang Yu and Jiang Shui, who had grown weary of the novelty of the donkey cart, willingly cleared the cart for their belongings, while the 2 women walked alongside the frame. The cart brimmed with supplies, and Jiang Yu felt as though they had filled her heart as well. Even knowing that the days ahead might be fraught with instability, she felt no fear. Being with her family and having her sister-in-law by her side instilled a peculiar sense of calm and stability within her. She gazed ahead at Shen Qing, who radiated vitality, and softly called out, "Sister-in-law." "Oh dear, isn't this your brother's wife?" "No, wait, I should say former sister-in-law." The caustic words echoed, halting their steps. Shen Qing's expression darkened as she squinted towards the source of the voice. Jiang Xiangnan and Jiang Xiangbei, quick to react, thrust the donkey's reins into Guanli's hands and positioned themselves protectively in front of their aunt. Approaching leisurely were two women and a man, Lu Sheng, Wang Chuntao, and Lu Yan'er. Upon hearing Wang Chuntao call her by her former name, Lu Yan'er's brow furrowed slightly. Catching sight of her protruding belly, she swallowed her displeasure. After all, her brother had gone to great lengths to reunite with her in the city. She did not wish to utter any unkind words. She turned to Jiang Yu, reflecting that when Jiang Yu had been her brother's wife, she had been diligent and respectful, leaving no room for reproach. Yet, despite the Lu family's willingness to support her, she had shown no gratitude and departed from them. Once she left the Lu family, she was no longer one of them. As Wang Chuntao, her sister-in-law, she naturally felt compelled to defend her family. Chapter 87. Preparing for the escape from disaster. Are some people truly harbingers of calamity, do you think? She remarked. When she was here, she was like a hen that laid no eggs, yet upon leaving her husband's family, she acquired 20 acres of land. A full 20 acres. I dare say some must be regretting their choices last night. Wang Chuntao raised an eyebrow, casting a scornful glance at Shen Qing. And what about others? Are there not some who are filled with regret? They had only prepared enough food for one meal, only to discover the land was gone. And they no longer even know where their next meal will come from. How will they survive without land? Jiang Xiangnan interjected promptly. Survive? Why, we shall dine in luxury. Our land hasn't vanished into thin air. It has transformed into a substantial 65 taels of silver. Come, come. Take a look at the flatbed. Can you not see the gleaming fat and whole pig legs piled high? As Lu Xing approached, he finally noticed that the cart was being pulled by Jiang Xiangdong, laden with a veritable bounty of goods. Among the cuts of pork, the lard, the belly, and the hind leg of the pig were particularly striking. He was reminded of the delectable taste of pork, and he could not help but swallow a mouthful of saliva. He diverted his gaze towards Jiang Yu and inquired, "How can you indulge in such lavish feasts when you have no land to cultivate? Are you not planning to live sensibly?" Jiang Yu, whom I once regarded as virtuous, turned out to be a shallow woman who feasts without regard for the next meal. Living with you requires virtue, but living with me means one can simply enjoy a hearty meal. Shen Qing retorted coolly. She glanced at Wang Chuntao, who was gazing intently at the meat on the cart with her pregnant belly, and said pointedly, "In your womb lies the precious grandchild of the Lu family. A cherished darling. Can it be that you cannot afford to eat meat? After all that effort to secure meat, can it be that you are destined for a life devoid of it? It seems my little Yu is indeed the clever one. It's better to be rid of a man who is not worthy." Wang Chuntao reluctantly tore her gaze away from the cart, pursed her lips dismissively, and said, "No matter how delicious the meat is, once consumed, it is gone. The land remains, and in the years to come, there will be an abundance of grain to eat. You can harbor your envy and resentment. Your days of indulgence are numbered. Without land, you shall face hardship ahead." "Oh? How can you be so certain that the 20 acres will fall into your hands?" Shen Qing quizzed curiously. The three of them were taken aback, and Wang Chuntao immediately looked to Lu Xing at her side. Yesterday, the three had returned, all claiming it was their Lu family's land. So today, they borrowed a donkey cart from the villagers to bring Lu Xiangnan home to enjoy a good meal. What's the matter? Has it not been decided yet? Lu Sheng grew anxious and pointed at Shen Qing, exclaiming, "How can it not be? My brother-in-law clearly stated he would gather the silver, and of course, it belongs to our Lu family." "Huh. To you, a countrywoman, 65 taels might seem a fortune, but to my brother-in-law, a dignified constable, 65 taels is like a drop in the ocean. He could pluck a hair from his body that is thicker than your thigh." Jiang Xiangbei swatted away Lu Xing's pointing finger aimed at Shen Qing. Just as Lu Xing raised his eyebrows in protest, the robust Jiang brothers stepped forward, and even a formidable woman, towering half a head above him, emerged from the cart, their collective glare fierce and intimidating. He instinctively stepped back, all his anger dissipating. Shen Qing turned to the three, her smile radiant, though devoid of warmth in her eyes. How delightful for all of you. Early this morning, Constable's son delivered silver to exchange for the land deed. You should hurry back and check. Perhaps the deed has already arrived at the Liu residence. Liu Yenner felt a sudden jolt of anxiety, unwilling to be overly optimistic. Could Constable's son truly part with 65 taels for her brother to acquire land? Did he privately possess such wealth? Wang Chuantao's expression shifted. She had dawdled at home for quite some time before Lu Xing borrowed the donkey cart to depart. 7 Li village was not far from 10 Li village. In fact, it was quite close. If Constable's son had delivered the deed, it should have arrived by now. Even if it hadn't, their borrowed cart carried a wagon, and there was only one official road between 10 Li village, 7 Li village, and the city. Surely, a living person would be encountered along the way. How could they not have crossed paths? Lu Sheng also pondered this question, disbelief etched on his face. Really? Why didn't my brother-in-law call him to collect the deed together? He thought they would want to humiliate the Jiang family and Jiangyu again. Could it be they are preparing a surprise? Yet, he felt uncertain. Of course it's true. Otherwise, do you think we bought this meat with what? Shen Qing countered. Lu Xing immediately turned to Lu Xiangnan, reproaching, "Fifth sister, what is the matter with you? Such a significant event, and you haven't heard a whisper about it. It's a shame that Spring Peach and I came all the way to fetch you. Mother even made your favorite egg custard at home. How can you deserve to eat it?" Liu Yenner trembled with anger, suppressing her rage as she scoffed. "How am I unworthy of a bowl of egg custard? Was it I who asked you to come for me? Just moments ago, who said we are family, that family must unite and support each other? You even said that in the future, my nephew would take care of me. So, when it's convenient, we are family, but when it's not, I am deemed unworthy?" She realized how foolish she was, having suffered so many times yet repeatedly choosing to trust them. Lu Xing, accustomed to being domineering, especially toward his 5 sisters, immediately displayed his displeasure. "Spring Peach, let us go. Don't let her think she can rely on my son." Wang Chunao shot a glance at Lu Xiangnan and quickly followed her husband, whispering, "Try not to say too harshly. What if my brother-in-law really delivers the deed to the Lu family? Well, that is fine. Worst case, let mother come to persuade 5th sister again. After all, I am her biological brother. Can she truly disregard me?" He reassured her, as long as she carries the Lu surname, she will always be a member of the Lu family. She won't neglect me, the only male descendant of the Lu family. Lu Yenner's beautiful eyes brimmed with sorrow as she looked at Shen Qing and Jiangyu, her voice quavering. "As women, do you understand my plight?" Shen Qing thought that her lack of mockery signified good upbringing, but comforting her was out of the question. Lu Yenner was unwilling to extricate herself from the mire, and anyone who tried to help would only be dragged into her muddy predicament. Understanding or not, suffering cannot be shared. Ah. Yet you wish to pull my little you to your Lu family to endure hardship. We are not of the same ilk. Further discourse is futile. Henceforth, let us each live our own lives, and perhaps we shall never meet again. Jiangyu fixed her gaze on Lu Yenner and spoke, "I understand. But it is precisely because I understand that I cannot condone your actions. I have suffered too. There are few women who have not. However, during my darkest times, I merely wished to end my own life, not to harm others, nor to drag other women into despair after leaving the Lu family." Lu Yenner stood frozen, unable to regain her composure for a long while. The words of these two were entirely different from what others had said in the past. Upon returning home, the family busily commenced preparations for the impending disaster. The men unloaded the carts, went out to cut grass to feed the donkeys and cattle, and gathered firewood, striving to stockpile as much dry fuel as possible. Hu Bing, Jiang Shui, and Jiang Yu busied themselves washing the various meats they had purchased. Chapter 88. Others were also making preparations. As for the village chief Jiang Ying and Shen Qing, who dreamt of heavy rains leading to a total crop failure, most villagers, with a few exceptions, were both anxious about their dream becoming a reality while cautiously tending to their fields. The 3 understood this well. After all, food is life, and land is the foundation. How could they abandon their crops due to the dreams of others? Among the few families that did not farm, the Jiang family occupied all the spots, along with the Feng family. As newcomers to the village, the land had already been allocated and needed to be purchased with silver. They had trained in martial arts since childhood and were unskilled in agriculture, yielding less than 1/5 of their effort, so they only bought 3 to 5 acres, primarily relying on work in the city for their living expenses. Over a month ago, Feng Xing and Feng Tao had been chosen by Shen Qing for the task of polishing 10 barrels, earning 50 won a day. After the wheat harvest, Upon hearing about the heavy rains, the Feng family calculated that one season of abandonment would not incur significant losses, and it would be better to dedicate their energy to polishing pen barrels. Earning money to buy grain seemed easier than farming. The Jiang family. Both Old Master Jiang and Fifth Master Jiang did not cultivate land primarily due to their trust in Shen Qing, not in their own second brother or niece, but in Shen Qing. The reason was simple: making tofu and malt sugar were taught by Shen Qing. Their second brother forbade inquiries about specific matters, instructing them to trust and follow her lead. They approached the heavy rain matter with the same mindset, as they had begun to enjoy a better life, and they steadfastly followed her example. They indeed earned money, and while their current lives had not changed dramatically, they were undoubtedly better than before. Silver serves as a source of confidence. Even if this season's fields remain barren, as long as one can earn silver, there is no cause for inner turmoil. Nonetheless, they have not been idle. The Shen family has commenced the preparation of cured meats, rendering lard, and storing lard residues in anticipation of the forthcoming torrential rains. Unlike Shen Qing, who splurged, they have only procured a modest quantity. Fortunately, with the fields left uncultivated, the available manpower has been devoted to fishing for shrimp, netting eels, and foraging for snails. Unlike the past, when small fish and shrimp were crushed for the chickens and ducks, now everything is meticulously dried and stored, save for the snails, which are crushed to feed the poultry. Larger fish are designated for sale, and those that do not sell are pickled and dried into fish jerky, while eels and loaches follow suit. Eggs are exchanged for salt, and duck eggs are preserved in large jars to become salted duck eggs. The surplus vegetables from the garden, along with the wild greens harvested, are all processed into dried vegetables. Additionally, they strive to weave as many straw sandals as possible, although they usually go barefoot without concern. Their feet are calloused enough to withstand pebbles and twigs, yet the roads post-rain are unpredictable. Thus, the sandals must not only be plentiful but also finer and denser than before. The Shen family has crafted numerous cloth shoes, but they are reluctant to waste fabric. Straw sandals merely require effort to make, and while they may pinch a bit, one cannot be choosy about something that costs nothing. The villagers have felt the effects to some extent, most notably when the matriarch of the Sun family sought tenants from Chili village to cultivate the fields. For a moment, no one responded. The matriarch was taken aback. This was not the reaction anticipated by the lord and lady of the house. They had instructed her to report if the villagers displayed eager excitement, and if there was fierce competition, to offer a 3-7 split. Yet now, when she announced the availability of farmland, not a single household spoke up. There were no expressions of excitement, nor even a smile to be seen. She could only repeat loudly, "Did you hear? This is the land of the Sun family. You can farm it, just put in the effort for its upkeep. And during the autumn harvest, you'll reap several more measures of grain. If you remain silent, others will seize the opportunity, and you will regret it." The fields lie between Chili and Shirley villages. If no one at Chili responded, she could go to Shirley. However, Shirley is home to the Liu family, who had visited several times recently, and rumors suggested that the lady they were keeping outside was causing an uproar. How a mere brothel girl fancied herself a proper lady. While they may scorn the Liu family, they certainly did not wish to encounter bad luck in Shirley, hence their inquiries were confined to Chili. Wang Fugue felt a twinge of interest and called out, "How will the division be calculated?" Sun Xiaomai tugged at his sleeve, cautioning, "What if there's a torrential rain? Wouldn't we be exerting ourselves for nothing?" Their own fields were entirely planted, and to take on more land meant additional labor. If a major storm ruined the corn seedlings, what would be the point of their hard work? Wang Fugue reprimanded softly, "Look at your narrow-mindedness. You truly are short-sighted. This is the land of the Sun family. If we cultivate it, we will forge a connection with them. In the future, should we face any issues, we can invoke their name. And what if this talk of storms? Dreams cannot be trusted. Just wait, come autumn, the Jiang family will be in tears, as will the Feng family." After being chastised, Sun Xiaomai fell silent, pondering that her husband had a point, and she conceded, indeed, the head of the household sees the bigger picture. Wang Fugue, pleased by the compliment, puffed out his chest. After all, they are officials. Who knows, we might even negotiate a 50-50 split. If they are generous, perhaps a 60-40 division in our favor. 60-40. You 4, the Sun family 6. The matriarch's voice rang out. Wang Fugue scoffed, his face twisted in disdain. Upon hearing this, Zhou Chunhua in the crowd swallowed her words, and the others showed no interest. When the village chief summoned them, they expected good news, only to be met with this. Not even a 50-50 split? Whoever wishes to farm can do so. They had no intention of participating. Even if a 50-50 division were offered, they would not engage, as they were unwilling to abandon their own fields. However, if a torrential rain destroyed their corn seedlings, then what was the value of their toil? Would it be merely to become a laughingstock? The crowd dispersed, leaving the matriarch anxious, and she hurried back to report to the Sun family. The next day, she returned with a proposal for a 50-50 split. As soon as Wang Fugue raised his hand, Zhou Chunhua did the same, and after a brief argument, the matriarch decreed that each household would farm half the land, and the harvest in autumn would determine which family would be granted full tenancy the following year. In the month of May, every household in Chili village was bustling with activity. Some were preoccupied with planting fields, while others were busy stockpiling food. Each engaged in their own tasks. By late May, Huabing had halted soap production, and Shen Qing began organizing the soap that had been saponified at home, preparing to sell it in batches to the city. The silver earned was transformed into slender silver bars at the silver shop, which Huabing, Jiangyu, and Jiang Shui carefully sewed into the hems of their garments. Every family member, save for the two little ones, had their share. By the end of May, 2 large jars of rendered lard had been prepared, 3 jars of lard residues, a basket full of cured meats, another basket of salted fish and fish jerky, 2 bags of fried noodles, 1 jar of salted duck eggs, and a plentiful half-cart of dried vegetables had been stored away. Chapter 89. Destination confirmed. The household's possessions had been largely organized, and Shen Qing urgently purchased 2 oxen. She now profoundly understood the saying that a rotten boat still has 3 nails. For despite her humble thatched cottage appearing bare, the number of people proved overwhelming. Even if each person brought 3 or 4 garments, it filled half a cart. The change of seasons and the impending move truly made one acknowledge the truth of having accumulated too many clothes. While organizing her belongings, Shen Qing felt immense relief. Grateful that despite having earned money, she had not impulsively splurged on excessive clothing or household items. Yet, even without unnecessary acquisitions, her collection of pots, bowls, utensils, grains, meats, tools, weapons, as well as clothing, shoes, and bedding was by no means scant. Huabing and her companions occupied a double donkey cart, laden with soft and light clothing and bedding. She herself traveled in a single cart containing 2 bags of fried flour. They now possessed 3 ox carts, all capable of carrying goods. 1 cart was filled with grains and unsold items such as fine brushes and soap. Another carried pots, bowls, lard, meats, fish jerky, and other daily necessities, while the last cart was filled with bulky yet lightweight dried vegetables, leaving space for passengers, Jiang Xiangzheng, being relatively young, and others who might need to sit could alternate. After thoroughly contemplating their needs for food, clothing, shelter, and travel, Shen Qing began to tally all her savings. Since the marketplace had partnered with the Zhao brothers and the Hong family, its growth had skyrocketed. The current balance had reached 120,000. Whether for grains, medicines, or books, there were no issues, providing a profound sense of security. Production of brushes and soap had ceased, and all finished and semi-finished goods were gathered. It was unthinkable to discard them. Whatever could be sold would be sold, and whatever could not be sold would be taken along. These represented uncertain, loose coins and were not included in the calculations. The income from brush sales was the highest, totaling 210 taels. Soap sales over the past half-month yielded approximately 90 taels, land sales brought in 65 taels, and the profits from maltose and tofu amounted to about 15 taels, culminating in a total income of 380 taels. The expenditure on large livestock and carts was over 80 taels, purchasing pork, lard, and raw materials consumed over 70 taels. Various miscellaneous items such as large knives, vegetable knives, fabric, pastries, rock candy, fruit preserves, and oilcloth fire starters accounted for over 40 taels, and labor costs were the least, approximately 10 taels. The silver bars sewn into the hems of each family member's clothing were not included in Shen Qing's tally, as they still belonged to the family. Having acquired such a substantial amount of possessions, with a remaining cash reserve of approximately 150 to 160 taels, Shen Qing felt a deep sense of satisfaction. She intended to preserve this sum for the purpose of constructing a spacious abode at her new destination, opting for a brick and tile house. With a large family, especially as her children had reached the age of marriage. It was prudent to build multiple rooms at once to avoid the inconvenience of future expansions when space became insufficient. A 3-room brick house would require 20 to 30 taels, while a larger establishment with 10 or more rooms and a sizable courtyard would entail a significant expenditure. Furthermore, it would be wise to erect a few workshops to separate living and working areas, as acquiring farmland was indispensable. Uncertain of the land prices at her new location, Shen Qing returned all her cash to the storage cabinet and called out, "I shall visit your second grandfather's house." Jiang Yang and Xia Qingshan had traversed numerous regions over the years. She possessed only theoretical knowledge and a general destination, relying on them for the specific route. Jiang Yang had meticulously recalled all the places he had previously traveled for escort missions, yet he still remained undecided. Upon seeing Shen Qing approach to discuss this matter, he felt as though he had encountered a beacon of hope. He articulated his thoughts. Upon reflection, the scenery and resources of Jiangnan are indeed splendid. However, in prosperous regions, government officials tend to exploit the populace. Whether it pertains to farmland or various businesses, officials and the court impose heavy levies. For instance, in 3 years, a clean governor might collect 100,000 taels of silver, benefiting officials while the common people suffer greatly. The Central Plains have historically been a contested territory, leading to immense casualties during times of war, and natural disasters like floods and droughts are all too common. The southern climate is hot and plagued by mosquitoes and miasma, while our Qing city experiences harsh winters and moderately warm summers, which may not suit our needs. Thus, I favor heading north. Shen Qing concurred. She too favored the north. The Central Plains were undoubtedly unsuitable, as Qing city belonged to that region. Regardless of whether one headed east or west, it was a battleground. The south was a wild land, while the north was a bitterly cold expanse. The climate was either too hot or too cold. But the north had the advantage of hibernation, allowing for 6 months of respite each year. The southern climate was favorable for growing rice in 2 to 3 seasons, resulting in an unending cycle of labor throughout the year, which was ill-suited for someone as indolent as she. She inquired, "The north is appealing. But where exactly in the north shall we go?" The west was unsuitable due to its high altitude and focus on cattle and sheep. The east, however, boasted fertile land, abundant produce, and a straightforward, hardy populace. A few years ago, when I undertook an escort mission to a place called Jincheng, I was astounded to find that the soil there was entirely different, black, in fact. Isn't that remarkable? Their rice, wheat, corn, and soybeans are all exceptionally delicious, and even their fruits lack the earthy taste, instead exuding a delightful fragrance that is sweet and delectable when consumed raw. The population there is not particularly dense, and I have heard that the government encourages reclamation. After much contemplation, I believe this is the ideal place to settle down. Shen Qing was beginning to discern which location Jiang Yang was referencing. "Uncle, do you still remember the way?" While she knew the general direction, they needed to ask along the way to reach Jincheng. Jiang Yang conservatively replied, "Well, Qingshan has been there once. I discussed the route with him, and it should be fairly straightforward." Shen Qing had no objections. "Very well, then we shall proceed to Jincheng." She was aware of the general direction, and if necessary, they had the books from the Merchant Guild, which included maps as part of their resources. With a map in hand, coupled with the experiences of 2 who had traversed the path, their group would have a significant advantage on their journey to escape. Remembering something, she inquired, "By the way, which direction do we take to Jincheng? Or what is the first city we will pass through?" "Yang City, heading north." "What do you intend to do?" Shen Qing considered the locations marked on the map, indicating the direction opposite the river embankment, and replied candidly, "The flood has breached the dam. Our Chili village is not particularly close to the river, and we escaped without casualties, but houses have collapsed, and many have suffered injuries. Livestock, especially chickens, ducks, and geese, have all been swept away, resulting in significant losses. Uncle, you know my family resides in a thatched cottage. We could hardly withstand a flood, let alone a torrential downpour. Although we cannot travel too far at present, I was thinking that my family could first head to Yang City, and then we can meet up later. After all, we have no farmland, just a low and dark thatched house. If we abandon it, so be it." The Merchant Guild had reserves, and with silver in hand and vehicles prepared, there was truly no need to take unnecessary risks by remaining here. After all, floods are merciless and should not be trifled with. Chapter 90. The Agreed Meeting Place. Uncle Jiang advised, with so many people and belongings. The city guards will not allow you entry. If you need to go into the city to purchase items, only 2 or 3 of you should carry a bamboo basket. If discovered with travel permits from Qing City, simply claim you are entering the city to seek relatives. And if you slip a few coins or a couple of eggs to the guards, they will likely turn a blind eye. They held permits as farmers, not merchants, and the guards would not scrutinize them too closely. Even if they did, with fewer people, they would not press the issue. Shen Qing initially intended to find an inn in Yang City and locate a shop to sell brushes and soap. Upon hearing Jiang Yang's words, she promptly replied, "Understood." Heeding advice is wise. This is not Hua country, where things that ought to be done could lead to being captured and imprisoned by the guards at any moment. In his dream, Jiang had perished during a conflict with the city guards while out in the world. Thus, safety must always take precedence. She then asked, "Uncle, would it be possible for us to stay with a farming family?" Since entering the city and staying at an inn was not feasible, they needed to find a place to rest. Uncle Jiang pondered for a moment before looking up and saying, "Human nature is difficult to gauge. Although you have many people, they may not dare take your lives. However, a dose of sleeping powder could lead to the loss of all your wealth and livestock. Even if the two sides are at odds, if they firmly assert that you possess nothing, how can you prove otherwise? The weather is hot now. With your carriage and oilcloth, you can find a spot near the main road just outside the city to rest for a few days. The main road is relatively safe, with people coming and going, unlike the wilderness where one must fear wild beasts." Shen Qing understood and immediately replied, "I see." At that moment, she realized the importance of having a guide in this world. She urged, "Uncle, are you truly not coming with us?" Jiang Yang was different from the others. He genuinely believed in her. Even if she spoke only of dreams, knowing the floods were devastating, why would he choose to stay behind? Uncle Jiang shook his head with a wry smile. "If your family departs, it can be said that the loss of farmland forced you to flee. Besides, your family is inconspicuous. But how could my entire family avoid scrutiny? I cannot abandon your 3rd and 5th uncles until the end. They will not relinquish the hard-earned family estate without first-hand evidence. Moreover, I am the village chief. The village needs me, and the people rely on me." He did not become village chief for fame or profit, but since he had gained both, he naturally would not abandon them in times of difficulty. Shen Qing sighed deeply, realizing her words could not sway him. The villagers truly needed Jiang Yang. Without him, they would not even be able to discern the cardinal directions, let alone know of a suitable place to settle. "Do not worry, it is actually beneficial for us to stay. Each additional day allows us to earn more silver." "It is not a loss," Jiang Yang said with a hint of humor amidst his suffering. Though Shen Qing felt uneasy, she could only say, "Take care, uncle. Remember, we will definitely be along the main road, even if we are not there. I will ensure that the eldest and the others wait for you at the city gate on the main road. I know, our Chili village has many people, and we will undoubtedly come together, making for a rather conspicuous gathering. If we do not see you along the way, we will wait for 3 days at the southern city gate for you to find us." Uncle Jiang established the meeting point. Shen Qingma recited the instructions at the southern city gate, nodding in farewell once she committed them to memory. Upon returning home, she promptly convened a family meeting, articulating every detail imparted by the esteemed Jiang Eryi, while placing particular emphasis on the designated meeting point. After all, the collective memory of the family is far more reliable than her solitary recollection. With the exception of Jiang Xiangzheng, who had yet to return from the academy, every family member quietly repeated the details several times, embedding them firmly in their minds. Tomorrow marked the 1st day of June. Tonight, Xiangzheng would return, and she intended to inform him that they would not be attending the academy, but rather preparing to depart early the following day. Jiang Xiangnan let out a cheer, only to swiftly cover his mouth. The women, contemplating their impending journey, wore expressions tinged with a subtle melancholy, while the men exhibited an eagerness brimming with excitement. All except for Jiang Xiangxi. Once the siblings had settled down, he inquired, "Mother, where is Ali?" Shen Qing reflected on the family's dynamics and articulated her thoughts. "You should go over to their house and convey our decision. If they wish to join us, we can set off together tomorrow while the village is still quiet. If they prefer to wait, that is also acceptable. After all, your second grandfather will be with them, and they can travel together." Not everyone possesses unwavering faith until the final moment, who would willingly abandon their homeland without experiencing despair. Ali was not alone. There were also Guan Mujiang and Guan Xiaoshan to consider, as she had to take into account her father and younger brother. Jiang Xiangxi's eyes brightened, and his sturdy frame sprang to its feet. "Mother, I shall go inform them at once." After Jiang Xiangxi departed, the rest of the family, save for the two little ones, busied themselves. They packed their belongings, loading everything that could fit onto the cart, securing seldom-used items tightly with hemp ropes to prevent them from tumbling during the journey. Clothing that would not be worn was neatly arranged in the cart, while bedding and cooking utensils were left for use that evening, to be packed before their departure the next day. Shen Qing directed her eldest, third, and fourth children to craft 2 makeshift tents from oilcloth for their night under the stars. Should the weather remain fair, they would be fine, but rain would necessitate a waterproof shelter. As the family bustled about, Jiang Xiangxi returned, accompanied by the Guan family of 3. Shen Qing had initially assumed that Jiang Xiangxi's visit would suffice for a simple notification, but she was taken aback by the Guan family's earnestness in coming to see them in person. Leaving Guan Xiaoshan in the courtyard, Guan Mujiang, Guan Li, Jiang Xiangxi, and Shen Qing entered the house. Guan Mujiang hesitated, his mouth agape, unsure of how to commence, and could only glance at his daughter. Guan Li succinctly articulated their intentions. "Aunt, my father and brother wish to depart with you. Their family owned no fields, only 2 or 3 acres, and having harvested their beans, they deemed it unnecessary to wait for the rest." Though they were reluctant to part with their 3-room adobe house, being together as a family took precedence over all else. Shen Qing responded without hesitation, "That is perfectly fine." She had anticipated their indecision, expecting them to inquire about the specifics, yet the Guan family had decisively made their choice. What more was there to discuss? Guan Mujiang quickly added, "Sister Shen, may we join forces in preparing meals? Rest assured, we will not impose on your hospitality." Guan Li continued, "We have over 200 jin of grain, including 70 to 80 jin of beans and miscellaneous grains, sufficient for our journey. If it falls short, we also have silver to purchase more." Guan Mujiang concurred, "I have not touched the silver at home, as I fear unforeseen circumstances may arise on the road that necessitate funds. Moreover, I possess skills that will allow me to earn a living wherever we go. We can alternate cooking between the Jiang and Guan families, 1 household per day. If you trust me, I could manage it all alone. I simply wish for you to take my family along." Guan Mujiang, recalling his son in the courtyard, gritted his teeth and said, "You are aware of our situation, and I am left with no choice but to be bold. However, Sister Shen, do not fret, I have skills, and when we reach our new destination, I will take care of your household furniture and tables." The villagers were familiar with one another, yet there were still those who would take advantage of Xiaoshan. He felt powerless to protect his youngest son or eldest daughter. He needed to secure a reliable support for his children, especially as he grew older and uncertain of how much longer he had to provide for them. He was willing to swallow his pride now, repaying their kindness in the future, lest he leave his family to fend for themselves when he was no longer around. Shen Qing felt her mind whirl as the Guan father and daughter exchanged many words, promising numerous advantages. She hurriedly interjected, "I sent Xiangxi to inquire about you joining us precisely because we intend to share meals and accommodations. Besides, since a marriage has been agreed upon, Xiangxi is your son-in-law. Isn't it only natural for families to support one another?" Guan Mujiang rubbed his hands together in excitement, glancing between his daughter and son-in-law, beaming foolishly. "Indeed, indeed. Ali has found a good match." However, he hesitated. "As family, we cannot take advantage of your hospitality." He continued, "I have thought it through. We shall avoid bringing anything superfluous, particularly the heavier items. I plan to sell the dowry I prepared for Ali and the furniture at the city this afternoon in exchange for silver to take along. The 2 families would share cooking responsibilities, combining their pots, pans, food, and provisions. Xiaoshan, who had difficulty walking, would ride in a donkey cart, which could accommodate over 200 jin, while he and Ali would walk alongside, carrying lighter items in bamboo baskets to avoid delaying their journey. Originally, he had intended for 1 donkey cart to transport Xiaoshan and the grain while he pulled a cart for their belongings. But after hearing from Xiangxi that they would be using their donkey cart and ox cart for transport, he changed his mind. He could not allow his family to hinder their progress. Besides, if he was pulling the cart, how could Ali not help him push it? He would only tire his daughter. Shen Qing wholeheartedly approved of Guan Mujiang's decision to sell the furniture and dowry, understanding that they had not prepared for such a sudden upheaval. It would be impossible for Guan Mujiang to part with the carefully crafted furniture for his daughter. However, wood is cumbersome, and as their strength waned on the road, they would have no choice but to abandon what they could not carry. Traveling light was paramount, considering they would traverse dozens of miles each day, feeling as if their legs were laden with lead. Every item they could forego would ease their burden, especially when pulling a cart. She arranged for Xiangxi to take the family's ox cart to assist in transporting their belongings to the city for an early sale, allowing them to return promptly to finalize their preparations. Our ox cart has additional space. You can load your miscellaneous items onto it. As for Li, she can take turns riding in the cart with Xiaoyu and the others, as they are all girls, making it convenient for them to sleep together at night. Guan Mujiang could not contain his gratitude upon hearing this. Jiang Xiangxi listened silently from the side, his eyes sparkling in the dim room, while Guan Li's eyes glistened with tears. The two turned their gaze toward Shen Qing. At that moment, a chime echoed in Shen Qing's mind. Good deeds would be rewarded as the marketplace opened, granting her free access to 2 categories of weapons and tools. Overcome with joy, Shen Qing nearly wept. The marketplace had finally arrived. She hadn't expected it to manifest at this precise moment. Eagerly, she examined the newly opened categories, hastily directing the others to get to work while she retreated into her room and closed the door to prevent any interruptions. First, she clicked on the weapons category. Firearms and ammunition, the cheapest costing 70 to 80,000, quite a significant portion of her balance. What had once seemed ample now appeared insufficient. The prices for firearms were exorbitant, prompting her to explore cold weapons instead, where swords and knives were far more affordable, with prices around 100 or so for a decent one. Shen Qing felt a twinge of sorrow for the hefty blade she had procured, a weapon that seemed to weigh heavily on her heart. She was unfamiliar with the bow and arrow, and no one in her household possessed the knowledge either. However, she recognized the efficacy of ranged weaponry. Suddenly, a thought struck her. What about a crossbow? She hastily searched online and, to her delight, found one. Capable of firing 10 bolts in succession and accompanied by 23 arrows, it was remarkably affordable, priced at just over 500 yuan. Additionally, it came equipped with a considerate sighting device. Shen Qing restrained herself from placing an immediate order, deciding instead to wait until they reached Yang City, where she could present it as a purchase made there. As of now, the waters had yet to flood, and the world remained relatively stable, making their journey to Yang City quite safe. Continuing her exploration, Shen Qing paused when she stumbled upon electric batons, ranging from a few hundred to several thousand yuan. She ordered a high-voltage model and stored it in her inventory. Furthermore, she ordered a dozen bottles of pepper spray, which prioritized protection over lethality. After perusing weapons, Shen Qing turned her attention to tools. The variety of tools was extensive, encompassing everything from screwdrivers and pliers to shovels, hammers, hoes, and even plows. She delved into the details of the plow, discovering that they were lightweight and practical, a perfect fit for future agricultural endeavors with oxen and donkeys, significantly enhancing efficiency in tilling the fields. Alongside advanced plows, there were also innovative planting devices, all related to farming. Quite beneficial, though currently unnecessary. Shen Qing then shifted her focus to items that could be utilized right away. Matches and lighters caught her eye, especially lighters, which were far superior in convenience, speed, and durability compared to traditional fire sticks. Purchasing fire sticks would serve as an excellent backup. She no longer needed to worry about starting a fire in the wilderness. She grew increasingly excited as she browsed through flashlights, candles, binoculars, compasses, whistles, and tents. Each item seemed imbued with potential utility. Suppressing her enthusiasm, she glanced at the prices. Fortunately, only the tent and binoculars were somewhat expensive, which was to be expected, as these items were costly in Hua country. Upon stepping outside, Shen Qing observed her 3 sons constructing a makeshift tent in the yard. The tension in her expression visibly eased, her mindset far less strained than before. Indeed, composure requires a certain confidence, and hers stemmed from the marketplace. The Guan family had made several trips in and out, finally transporting all that could be sold from their home. The villagers cast curious glances, yet the Guan family maintained a tight-lipped demeanor, with Jiang Xiangxi as taciturn as a stone, revealing nothing. Only Jiang Yang and Jiang Ying understood the underlying circumstances. Jiang Ying felt a twinge of envy but knew that, Regardless of the situation, their father would never leave first. She had to suppress her urge to offer words of comfort. Guan Li and Guan Xiaoshan were busy organizing items at home, methodically categorizing everything. The Shen family's courtyard remained closed until evening, when they finally opened the door. Shen Qing recalled several pressing matters she needed to address.